The Next Frontier. Reviving Economic Statecraft for National Security. By Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Glass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 1. The Great Depression is still not understood after 100 years.
The 21st century was supposed to be the new American century. The Soviet Union had been defeated, and the Western model of liberalism and free markets now stood without any serious ideological or political challengers. Yet today, a mere quarter into this once promising century, the wheels are coming off the wagon. In a remarkably short period of time, America has gone from being the sole superpower on the planet to facing very serious great power competition on multiple fronts. The counterinsurgency, forever wars in the Middle East, once seen as the future of warfare in the era of global American dominance, are now remembered only as footnotes. The war in Ukraine has marked a return to very old-fashioned industrial warfare between large-scale, conscript armies, something which few military planners in Washington ever saw coming before the fact. To add to these rising threats, China is now engaged in a process of naval rearmament that is putting the late 19th and early 20th century naval arms races to shame. While America is battling exhaustion and political polarization at home, it is now facing something it's never faced abroad. It is locked into a security competition against multiple opponents who, when taken together, are in fact vastly superior to America in terms of industrial capacity. This on its own would be an incredibly tough row to hoe, even at the best of times. The times, however, are not particularly good. The U.S. military currently finds itself in a state of acute crisis, beset by a number of intractable problems that neither the political nor military leadership have been able to solve. The most striking aspect of this situation is that every major branch of the U.S. military is in crisis at the same time. All major branches are struggling with recruitment and retention targets, and the problem is particularly acute for the Army and the Navy. All major branches have serious sustainment and maintenance issues due to a combination of aging equipment and general rust inside the industrial base. All major branches are arguably also facing real problems trying to adapt and update institutionalized 20th century thinking to experiences from 21st century battlefields, though the Marine Corps is at least undergoing a serious and controversial restructuring in an attempt to alleviate this. Looming over all of this, of course, is the big elephant in the room: the budget constraints resulting from America's massive fiscal deficit. Interest payments on the federal debt are devouring an increasing share of total federal revenues with each passing year. America is already running a World War II-style wartime fiscal deficit in what is officially a peacetime, near-full employment economy. Though it's a common refrain to bemoan waste and fraud inside the DoD budget, the simple reality is that a 50-plus-year-old aircraft carrier hull like the USS Nimitz cannot be maintained forever. The carrier, just like every other military platform, requires somewhat regular replacement due to mechanical wear and tear over time. The U.S. military now has a massive backlog of such aging platforms, and there is simply not enough money to replace them. For every single one of these particular problems, there are think tank reports and panel discussions aplenty to go around in Washington, with analysts and speakers often putting in genuine, even inspired, efforts into proposing solutions. It is probably accurate to say that the military crisis in America arguably has a costly, sprawling solutions industry of non-governmental organizations dedicated to servicing it. Inside this industry, policy wonks of all kinds find ample opportunity to hone their craft, writing proposals for reforming submarine depot maintenance here, or reducing cruise missile overhead costs there. Though all of this activity is in some sense impressive, the uncomfortable reality today is that this solutions industry inside DC is doing about as well at tackling the military crisis as California's sprawling NGO ecosystem is at ending that state's homelessness problem. The operations may very well be succeeding, but the DoD patient never actually gets better. In the American National Security Forest, every single tree has a detailed fire mitigation plan, yet the forest as such is still burning down. Why, despite the very real attempts being made to right the ship, does nothing truly seem to work? Rather than add to the pile of a la carte policy solutions, this essay will instead examine why the task of reforming the American military today has become such a Sisyphean endeavor. The well-known world of civil society NGOs alluded to earlier can serve as an appropriate starting point for our queries. Despite the obvious differences between liberal NGOs dealing with homelessness or drug addiction, who consume resources year after year and never seem to accomplish very much, and the DoD and its surrounding NGO ecosystem, there are at least two common explanations for the former's unbroken record of good intentions frenetic activity, and abject failure to accomplish the stated mission. Explanation number 1 is simple. Solving the homelessness problem is very hard, and so failure is simply to be expected. To expect success is unrealistic, but even failure is presumably better than doing nothing. Thus, repeated failure doesn't necessarily imply the need for structural reform. Explanation number 2, however, is more subtle and probably far more relevant to understanding the challenges facing the national security ecosystem. This explanation can be summed up by a simple principle. The true purpose of a system is what that system actually does. What is the purpose of America's national security apparatus? If one were to give the official answer to that question today, it would probably be something along the lines of physically defending America. The uniformed military exists to fight and win wars, the civilian leadership exists to give that military direction, and the greater ecosystem of NGOs and think tanks inside the Beltway exists to provide analysis and policy advice to both. In reality, however, the ability of the U.S. military to wage physical warfare against peer competitors is in very serious doubt, and readiness and capability across all branches, across a wide variety of metrics, is in serious decline. Moreover, both the civilian and military leadership inside Washington have picked up some institutional habits that are either completely orthogonal to the purpose of kinetic warfare or entirely harmful to it. Yet the habitual error of Washington's reform-minded policy wonk is to continue to accept the official story about these institutions as simply true, and to treat the increasingly numerous cases that go against this story as either oddities, mistakes, or bugs in the system that can and should be fixed. Perhaps the most illustrative example of this mismatch can be found inside the Navy and its spectacularly dysfunctional shipbuilding programs. For several decades, the Navy has had an extremely long string of very bad luck, coupled with even worse decision-making. The larger history of the Navy's erratic struggle to find its identity in the era after the Cold War is sadly beyond the scope of this essay, but it is probably useful to say that many of the Navy's current problems at least partially flow from a real confusion as to what its purpose after 1991 would actually be. Both the Zumwalt destroyer program and the Littoral Combat Ship (LCS) program were once, for their own specific reasons, seen as natural steps toward a new Navy in the age of nation-building and counterinsurgency warfare. Yet both these programs have been catastrophic failures and have produced ship hulls that arguably cannot be used in combat. The Ford class of fleet carriers is so plagued with habitual delays, cost overruns, and reliability issues that they put the sustainability of the current number of carrier groups in question, and the various issues with the Navy submarines are also well known at this point. On top of this, the Navy is probably the worst hit among the services by the deeper structural problems facing America today, both in terms of the lack of industrial capacity and the ongoing recruitment crisis. The issues of the Navy, in other words, go both wide and deep. Some of the issues might even be close to unfixable. Yet there is at least one serious issue plaguing the Navy that seems both genuinely irrational and extremely easy to fix, which is why it has garnered the attention of many reform-minded people inside Washington. This is the Navy's incredibly costly and disruptive habit of ordering ships without working out the full design specs in advance, and then changing the specs in the middle of the process of constructing a hull. Most recently, this unfortunate habit has seriously compromised the Constellation-class frigate program, meant to address the fact that the Navy at present lacks a modern, high-performance frigate design. Here, the Navy started with an already existing frigate, the Franco-Italian FREMM, European Multi-Mission Frigate, which is a proven and reliable design at a reasonable price point. But rather than leaning into the benefits of working off an already proven design, Navy leadership quickly began making major and wide-ranging changes to it. At the time of writing, the current specs for the Constellation-class share around 15% design commonality with the original FREMM design. Rather than getting a proven ship on time and on budget, the Navy chose to monkey-wrench enough new design considerations into the FREMM to turn it into a wholly new ship, arguably at greater cost and complexity than it would have required to design a ship from the ground up. As an added pinch of salt in the proverbial wound, the Navy has kept tinkering with the Constellation design even as the first hulls are being built, meaning it is now committed to either retrofitting the first batch of hulls into whatever the final design ends up being, or living with the added costs of having to operate several non-interchangeable designs. This model of continuously developing a platform after the start of serial production, so-called concurrency, has involved catastrophic drawbacks in the case of the F-35 program, and so it is remarkable that the Navy would want to incorporate this particularly troublesome feature into its own programs. At first glance, this seems like an eminently fixable problem for the Navy and for reformers inside the Beltway. The problem appears as both self-inflicted and deeply irrational when compared to the official goal of the Navy as an institution. fighting and winning kinetic wars. Finalizing a ship design before building it does not make the Navy worse at this task. In fact, all recent evidence shows the exact opposite. Concurrency costs money and delivers worse products for the DoD than the alternative. In theory, getting rid of this counterproductive habit should be as easy as waving a proverbial magical wand, because there is no reason for the habit to actually exist in the first place. But how true is this really? Rather than sigh in relief that at least this problem seems easily fixable, the observant military reformer or analyst should here take a step back. What actually needs to be explained here is how this situation even occurred in the first place, and that requires some very serious questions about the nature of the Navy as an institution. If the Navy is habitually doing something that so obviously flies in the face of the logic that supposedly drives it, fighting and winning wars, and that problem seems so obviously and easily fixable, why isn't the impetus for reform coming from inside the institution itself? In reality, it is somewhat of an open secret that the Navy today has more than one purpose, and that warfighting is neither the only, nor perhaps even the most important, of its institutional imperatives. The underlying issue that Navy leadership has to deal with is that the main scenario the Navy is supposed to prepare for, a kinetic war against China, is actually completely nonsensical, or at least it would have appeared as such to mid-20th century military planners. The Pentagon itself estimates that China's shipbuilding capacity today is roughly 230 times greater than America's. Many Japanese elites, most notably Admiral Yamamoto himself, were extremely skeptical of the idea that any sort of combination of tactics and strategy could make up for the gulf in industrial potential between Imperial Japan and America, and yet that advantage was an order of magnitude less than the advantage enjoyed by China today. It was far closer to 10 to 1 than 100 to 1. To add insult to injury, one of the central themes of the ultimately disastrous Japanese doctrine of Kantai-Kessen, decisive naval battle doctrine, was to leverage the vast size of the Pacific Ocean itself to partially make up for the difference in industrial capacity. The ultimately vain Japanese hope was that America would have to stretch its supply lines to the point where the Imperial Japanese Navy could still hope to engage in set-piece battles under locally favorable conditions. The Japanese imagined themselves using the tyranny of distance to draw America into one or several confrontations in the mold of the Battle of Tsushima, after which the American public or its military planners would hopefully conclude that a protracted war in the Pacific simply wasn't worth it, resulting in a negotiated settlement where both sides recognized the other's sphere of influence. The disastrous failure of many of the assumptions underpinning this doctrine would end up dooming the Japanese Empire, but at least the Japanese doctrine made some measure of basic sense. No Japanese planner, no matter how optimistic they were about Japan's chances, even considered for a second the idea that a war with America was somehow going to be winnable if it had to be fought off the Californian coast. Today, the Navy is fairly candid about the fact that it lacks enough vessels to actually escort sealift ships across the Pacific. For its part, Military Sealift Command is equally candid about the fact that there aren't enough ships to actually resupply American forces anyway. Darkening the picture even further, the closure of the Red Hill underground fuel storage facility at Honolulu has left a large hole in America's Pacific-facing logistical network, with no realistic replacement seemingly in the pipeline. Pacific wargame scenarios regularly have the American side running out of precision weapons weeks or days into the fighting, with almost no capacity to replenish stocks. This admitted inability to actually sustain munition logistics for the long haul probably doesn't even matter, however, as American defense companies likely cannot source replacements to Chinese subcomponents and materials at anything approaching necessary scale. In addition to these problems, the Navy today cannot even keep up with peacetime repair and maintenance demand on its vessels. With surge capacity and spare dry docks already close to non-existent, the capacity to repair any significant number of vessels damaged in combat is simply beyond American capabilities at present. It is often said that wars are won through logistics, and this is doubly true when those wars are supposed to take place thousands of miles of open ocean away. Yet before the first shot has been fired in anger across the Taiwan Strait, the American military has already admitted that it cannot build enough ships, cannot staff the ships that are being built, cannot repair ships that get damaged, cannot protect seaborne logistics, and cannot source enough sealift vessels for those seaborne logistics to matter, and in any case it currently lacks the sailors for those ships anyway. All of these points are not actually controversial in and of themselves. They are all regularly discussed inside the Beltway establishment. What is controversial and in fact incredibly sensitive, however, is to combine all these points of incontrovertible data into the kind of military conclusion that would have appeared as natural and indeed fully inevitable to any sane American or Japanese war planner in the 1930s. Thus, what appears as a basic kind of irrationality inside the Constellation program actually makes a good deal of logical sense. The official premise of the Navy's activity, preparing to fight China on the other side of the Pacific Ocean is openly nonsensical and cannot realistically be achieved no matter what Navy leadership does or does not do. The FREM frigate design might be cheap, proven, and effective, but it is just a ship. The moment it is commissioned, it is a known quantity. For every FREM-like frigate America can roll out, China can realistically roll out 10, 50, or even 100 equivalents. On the most basic level of military analysis, it essentially doesn't matter whether the Navy builds another frigate or not, because the math of the situation is simply too overwhelming. On top of that, some of the Navy's obvious lack of urgency when it comes to getting more ships on the line as quickly as possible likely stems from the fact that it has its hands full just trying to find enough sailors and dry dock time for the ships it already has. If one considers that the stated purpose of the Navy today is to build ships and win wars, the Constellation program is a disaster in the making. If, however, one considers that the actual purpose of the Navy is to project an image of credibility, then non-finalized, concurrent, ever-shifting designs that never get done and always seem to be just around the corner, just waiting for the inclusion of some game-changer bit of technology, is actually rational and reasonable. The constant, obsessive fixation with various illusory game-changers was never in much evidence in America in the 1930s and 40s, when it enjoyed true industrial supremacy. Now, it is endemic to every branch of the U.S. military, and it makes complete sense given the institutional and ideological pressures that military leadership faces. For its part, given the impossibility of the military math it is faced with, Navy leadership is increasingly standing under the leafless tree and waiting for Godot. Sacrificing the ability to actually build ships on time is not such a great loss, after all, because no ships that can be built today have the power to upend a basic 200-to-1 ratio in favor of the enemy. Maintaining a narrative that the next American ship, whenever it appears, will have some sort of radical capability that will transform the basic calculus of war actually carries with it demonstrable benefits and a low amount of drawbacks compared to all the other alternatives. Especially if the careers and self-image of people in Navy leadership are to be considered, it represents the safest and most reliable choice. This is hardly a point limited to the issue of shipbuilding contracts, or even to the Navy itself. In point of fact, the entire U.S. military today is mired in the same deadlock between an increasingly nonsensical and unfeasible official institutional purpose and the implicit demands placed on these institutions. The need to maintain ideological credibility, projecting an image of strength vis-a-vis any peer competitor. The suicide epidemic inside the U.S. Army is just one good case study among many with regard to the costs of maintaining this front. It is no coincidence that the most suicide-prone units inside the Army today are the armor units. Both the Army Times and the New York Times have published reports depicting the massive strain these armor units are under today, as they are constantly rotated around the world in an effort to demonstrate that the U.S. military is ready and able to fight whenever and wherever it is called upon. Using increasingly ancient equipment that is prone to mechanical breakdown, with spotty and sometimes insufficient supplies of spare parts, the soldiers inside armor units regularly work truly nightmarish hours. This has predictable effects on these soldiers' families, as well their own physical and mental health. The constant churn of deployments, exercises, and endless maintenance is rapidly wearing down both the vehicles and men inside units like the 66th Armor Regiment. This is not just a problem of growing malaise and bitterness among the soldiers, but one that has real implications for current and future Army retention. Yet again, with respect to the official purpose of the Army, this habit of backbreaking, counterproductive exercise, and deployment schedules seems like an irrational state of affairs. As long as we only consider the practical warfighting aspect of this situation, the problem seems entirely self-inflicted, and the fix is both obvious, simple, and free. If the grueling tempo of your exercises and rotations, ostensibly meant to improve or at least demonstrate unit readiness, is actually having a negative effect on your ability to fight, simply do fewer exercises and relax the operational tempo. But the point of an institution is what it actually does. For the Army, this means that it is more concerned with convincing the American public and a gerontocratic, increasingly senile American leadership class that it is still the same Army as it was back in the good old days. Today, that adage is increasingly only true for the wrong reasons. M1A1 tank production ended all the way back in 1992, but the image of the high-tech, cutting-edge, materially superior U.S. military has carried on for decades. In 2025, 19-year-old mechanics are trying to keep 30- or 40-year-old tanks running for yet another show of forced deployment overseas. But the American political class is very obviously still stuck in their own timeless neverland, still imagining that what was new in 1992 or 1978 is just as new and groundbreaking today. This outdated ideological belief, together with the reality of aging equipment and the changing requirements of warfare, means that all the services are now trapped, like Alice in Wonderland, by the curse of the Red Queen's mirror. In order to stay in the same place and not move an inch, they must run faster and faster every year. The Air Force is saddled with maintaining bomber airframes whose production lines ended decades ago. The Army is cannibalizing its own motor pools and driving its own soldiers to quit the service or take their own lives in order to keep appearances going. The Navy now has fewer than 300 total vessels in the fleet, but it is still being given the same amount of forward presence missions as when it had twice that number. It still deploys its carrier strike groups regularly across the world, but the actual number of ships deployed in those strike groups has shrunk dramatically since the 1990s. Faced with this creeping crisis inside the military, the political class in Washington seems happy to contribute to it further by issuing increasingly out-of-touch demands and edicts. For example, the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, carried with it a new statutory requirement that the Navy maintain at least 31 operational amphibious warfare ships. Of course, this statutory demand arrives when the readiness of the Navy's fleet of amphibious ships is already in steep decline. The likely result of Congress simply mandating a 31 operational ship requirement at a time when the Navy lacks the practical capacity to actually fulfill it is a situation often mocked in old jokes about the most dysfunctional parts of the Soviet Union. Going forward, the Navy will in all likelihood simply lie and pretend that non-seaworthy, de facto mothballed ships are actually operational, and Congress will mostly go along by pretending to actually believe the lie. Yet an even more glaring illustration of the gap between ideological projections and reality came more recently in the form of the military's embarrassing and ultimately fruitless attempts at constructing an aid pier in Gaza. Most coverage of that event focused on the political issues surrounding the pier and the general geopolitical context of the Gaza crisis that the U.S. military was recklessly being thrust into. What fewer people picked up on, however, was that the mission was doomed to fail from the start, purely due to technical reasons. The Joint Logistics Over-the-Shore (JLOTS) system being put in place was simply not rated to handle the regular sea states in the area. The almost immediate scuttling of the Gaza pier due to damage from rough seas was not a freak accident, or attributable to some sequence of bad luck. It was a completely foreseeable and indeed inevitable outcome. The relevant point that needs to be made regarding the Gaza pier has nothing to do with the Gaza crisis itself. Rather, it is that the military was made to expend real logistical assets which are in increasingly short supply, on a mission that could not work even on paper. No one with relevant experience inside the military would have been ignorant of something so basic as looking up a sea state chart. Yet at no point was the practical impossibility of the mission allowed to prevent it from going forward. To put it bluntly, the military was given a deeply ideological mission, one that would assuredly result both in failure and damage to or destruction of limited logistical assets. Military leadership, knowing which side their bread was actually buttered on, complied. The mission duly failed, and the limited equipment was damaged and destroyed. The amount of fraud and deception that goes into maintaining this ideological, implicit institutional purpose of the American military is difficult to overstate. Nor is it even a real secret. As far back as 2015, the Army War College published a report on this very issue, in which the authors laid out their findings of widespread juking of stats and lying about requirements, personnel levels, and so on. This widespread epidemic of lying, already serious enough back in 2015, was not due to individual moral failings, nor bugs in the system. More ominously, most of the lying actually formed a sort of institutional grease that was increasingly becoming required just to keep the wheels turning. The more recent New York Times article on military suicides gives a particularly macabre example of how this works in practice. Here, a unit commander compels a soldier with acute suicidal ideation to deploy overseas just so he can include that soldier in the readiness statistics. Once he arrives, he is then immediately sent back stateside again, as he cannot actually legally participate in the exercise or even be trusted in the presence of any loaded firearms. Yet again, from a war-fighting perspective, this behavior shouldn't actually be happening. But it is happening because within the institutional setting of the military, which is heavily shaped by the expectations set by a deeply ideological civilian and uniformed leadership, this sort of behavior not only makes sense, it is often required. To buttress this point with a non-Army example, a major theme covered in the reporting of the 2010s USS Fitzgerald and USS McCain collisions, which together led to the loss of 17 sailors and constitute two of the most serious disasters the Navy has ever suffered in peacetime, was that ship captains were expected to sail even if their personnel situation or maintenance backlogs should not have allowed it. Captains lied to their admirals, who in turn lied to their political superiors. Rather than grapple with how lying had become an institutional requirement inside the 7th Fleet, The Navy instead chose to blame these accidents on the ship captains themselves, even though the captains had repeatedly issued warnings to their superiors about the risk of serious accidents. Here, we must finally make a very basic critique of the entire national security establishment in America, and particularly of the people intending to bring about reform. No thinker, no policy wonk or international relations buff inside the Beltway would have any problem whatsoever with the suggestion that the military apparatus inside a rival country like Russia, China, or Iran was in fact not a pure kinetic instrument but also a tool of ideology. Indeed, the suggestion that modern-day Russia possesses a pure military, completely shorn of any function as a tool of regime legitimacy and regime ideology, would typically be dismissed inside the Beltway. Of course, the Russian military faces a steady flow of demands on its behavior conditioned by the Kremlin's desire to appear credible and tough. Of course, this happens even in cases where this competes with the practical demands of warfighting. This dual nature of the Russian or Chinese militaries, both tools of kinetic warfare and tools of ideology, is simply accepted without argument in DC, just as everyone willingly accepts, without the need for any particular evidence, that the tension between these two functions often results in a meaningful degradation of capability and readiness for these militaries. Yet, for all this casual acceptance of the very real nature of this dangerous and destructive institutional dynamic abroad, America's most serious thinkers generally display a shocking naivete and lack of awareness about how this same sort of dynamic plays out inside America itself. The purpose of an institution is what that institution actually does. The Army and Navy today both prepare for war, and also sacrifice their own resources and cannibalize their own readiness in order to maintain a Potemkin village of capability for public and congressional consumption. In the case where these two demands intersect, narrative maintenance tends to win over practical warfighting concerns. The Army unit commander who sends a suicidal soldier to Poland or Romania for 38 hours in order to juke the stats is only punished if the media get a hold of the story. The commander who refuses to do so and voluntarily files poor readiness reports to his superiors is punished by default. America's military brass regularly respond to impractical or nonsensical demands from the political leadership through lying or juking the stats. Army unit commanders and Navy ship captains, faced with similarly impossible requirements, lie to their superiors. Their subordinates, in turn, lie to their commanders, and so on it goes all the way down through the ranks. In this context, reform is impossible without first addressing why this entire sprawling network of institutionalized lying has come into being in the first place. Criticizing the logic of the Navy endlessly waiting for Godot in terms of frigate design without ever examining the even more lopsided logic of how the Navy is supposed to use that frigate is self-defeating. Currently, the idea is that the Navy will use said frigate to fight a war on the other side of the Pacific against an industrially superior power, while lacking the capacity to sustain logistics, replace casualties, or repair combat damage. No serious American military planner from the mid-20th century, back when the United States enjoyed a massive industrial advantage compared to the rest of the world, would consider this to be a coherent or practical goal to begin with. Let us thus put the real nature of the issue at stake in the most blunt terms possible. The Navy is being asked to maintain the dream of the American empire. Lacking a political class willing to seriously acknowledge or address the very real crisis this empire now faces, the burden of that political crisis is being shifted onto the shoulders of admirals and generals who were never intended to take on that role in the first place, nor do they have the capability to do so. Yet even so, by promising some unspecified, undefinable capability at some hazy point in the future, the Navy is, in its own peculiar way, doing the best job it can with the hand it has been dealt. This job cannot be done by delivering a handful of unremarkable Italian frigates. Frigates the Navy cannot realistically repair in wartime nor fully crew in peacetime in any case. The Navy is not just building ships. It is trying to shield an increasingly fragile American leadership class from reality, and like the other services, it is paying a ruinous cost to do so. The task facing the serious military reformer in 2025 is not actually to look for points of irrationality inside the Pentagon that can then be treated with various quick fixes. While there is much inside the American national security apparatus that is broken and in need of repair, efforts to do so will come to nothing unless the most basic question of all is answered first. What is the intended point of the U.S. military? Is it to fight wars and physically protect America? Is it to protect the ideological credibility and legitimacy of the current American political class? Is it some possible mix of the two? If you cannot answer which one of these purposes your fixes to the military are meant to address, your efforts at reform will invariably be defeated by institutional pressures for which you have no answer. Additionally, credibility or regime legitimacy are in no way frivolous or unnecessary requirements. In the years leading up to the bankruptcy that sparked the French Revolution, the Comptroller General of Finances to Louis XVI consciously did not try to cut back on frivolous spending at Versailles, reasoning, probably quite correctly, that cutting this very obvious waste would cost more money than it would save, as it would likely signal to creditors that France had passed the financial point of no return. For the American empire, facing a recruitment crisis, a hollowed-out defense industrial base, and looming fiscal ruin, ideological credibility may be just as important as physical capability. Today, the most earnest policy wonk in D.C. finds himself tumbling, like Alice down the rabbit hole, into a strange world where the rules make no sense and where things are all out of place. Fixes are proposed, panels are held. Good, sensible reforms are constantly suggested. Yet nothing works, everything keeps getting worse, and there seems to be no way out of the crisis. But the strangeness of this world is all an illusion, an effect of the blindfolds put on by those inside it. To the average American war planner of the early 20th century, the things that are being spoken of as normal today would have appeared as truly insane. Yet the people inside the Beltway today are no more mad than their more confident 20th century predecessors. They are simply acting rationally in the context of a very different set of institutional pressures. The missing link inside the American policy establishment today is a basic discussion about the future and sustainability of the empire in light of America's industrial weakness and cultural confusion. Powerful ideological and political constraints, however, currently make such discussions not just impossible but also career-ending for any individual who would dare to attempt them. The result of this chronic unwillingness to even acknowledge basic first principles inside Washington is to trap the Navy, Army, and all the other branches of the U.S. military on the far side of the Red Queen's magic mirror, forcing them to constantly make impossible trade-offs and sacrifices just to postpone necessary discussions a little bit into the future, dooming them to running faster and faster just so that America's leadership class won't ever have to move an inch. In this clash between ideology and reality, ideology is almost always the victor, and it is winning at the cost of destroying the U.S. military itself. To a student of human history, the woeful state of America's national security establishment does not appear as some sort of great mystery. It is far from unique. In fact, it might not even be noteworthy. It is just the normal stuff of human history going back thousands of years. The USSR is still very much in living memory. What went on in that empire in its final decade wasn't all that different from what is happening in America today. Despite all the hype, America's empire is not actually very exceptional. It is far more similar to than different from history's many other empires that have all risen to wealth and glory only to then fall away. The cancer eating away at the U.S. military is of a similar genus to that which once ate away at the Red Army. The oblivious and out-of-touch responses coming from elites inside Washington aren't particularly different from the attitudes of Soviet elites of days past. Having foolishly succumbed to the slow-acting poison of an ideology that proclaims that America possesses the first and only non-ideological military in the world, America's civilian and military elites now find themselves trapped in a grim and decaying wonderland of their own making. We begin with our conclusion. China has surpassed or will soon surpass the United States in many key dimensions, including economic growth, healthcare, education, 5G network rollout, and the development of artificial intelligence. Today, 103 years after the Russian Revolution, central planning can finally be effective and strategic, thanks to the volume of available data and, even more important, the models and algorithms available to make sense of those data. Data-dependent algorithms today schedule buses and trains, select medication based on patients' genetic markers, set time-of-day electricity prices, and much more. No less liberal and market-oriented an authority than the editorial staff of The Economist has admitted that big data may well have changed the prognosis for socialism. The operations room of Project CyberSyn, short for Cybernetic Synergy, was created by Chile's President Salvador Allende in the early 1970s as a place from which the country's newly nationalized and socialized economy could be directed. Allende had thought that, with state-of-the-art 1970s communications and computers, it would be possible for government to optimize an industrial economy. The success of market and semi-market-based economies since then has made the notion of a planned economy seem like a thing of the past. But were a latter-day Allende to build a CyberSyn 2.0, it could now gather data via billions of sensors rather than a few telex machines, and crunch them in data centers with tens of thousands of servers. Given enough power, might it not replace the autonomous choices on which the market is based? But the ability to plan effectively is not enough. In addition, as Keynes noted frequently, There must be a coherent set of goals, a destination that is understood and, whether through mass support or coercion, economic actors marching toward them. From these goals and their broad support comes China's track record of launching new homegrown industries. Consider electric vehicles, EVs. Forecasts project such vehicles will account for 15 to 20% of all cars and trucks sold in the United States in 2030. In China, they will make up 80 to 100%. Why? Quite simply because the Chinese government requires it. The state can set fuel prices at levels that will make EVs desirable, mandate their production, guarantee a nationwide charging infrastructure, and force regional authorities to ban non-EVs from streets and roads. Nor are EVs an isolated case. The hybrid command economy has already achieved equally dramatic breakthroughs in energy extraction, power generation, solar cells, aerospace engineering, and the construction of shipping ports and dams throughout China. And it increasingly extends these achievements across much of Asia and Africa, where China is making state-directed or state-catalyzed investments on a scale the United States has not even attempted since World War II. Not only, as we discussed below, do China's continuing public investments dwarf those of the United States and the European Union relative to the size of their economies. This investment is also guided by a unified strategy that aims at increasing the living standards of its people by ensuring that China dominates the key technologies of the future. Literally thousands of investments and de facto loan guarantees are made each year, creating whole new cities that specialize in particular technologies. The scale of China's investment is staggering. In 1970, gross capital formation was 21.4% of GDP in the United States and 25% in China. In 2018, it was 21% in the United States but 44% in China. About one-third of China's 2018 capital stock was due to direct government investments, but two-thirds was private investment. The unchallenged power of the central state to make, guide, and catalyze those investments is a huge advantage. China can also mobilize resources quickly. Earlier this year, it built a 1,000-bed hospital in which to quarantine and treat coronavirus victims in Wuhan in just 6 days. In the United States, that would be an impossibly tight schedule even for getting a building permit. The state can command both state-owned companies and private, profit-motivated ones to undertake major expansions, and those companies can enjoy full confidence that the additional production capacity will be put to use. Of course, private construction companies run by Communist Party members have an advantage, but this comes at little or no cost to the efficiency of the projects on which their companies work. In the West, greater political freedom often manifests itself as the freedom to block an investment from ever being made or to run up its price. If Chinese businesses must play nice with the local or regional Communist Party, Western businesses must play the same game with lenders, insurers, and regulators, not to mention politicians. If they are in large-scale real estate development in big cities, they often must get along with more clandestine players, sometimes tapping the laundered funds of foreign oligarchs to avoid relying too much on the regulated financial sector. In the United States, public investment almost always collides with private interest. Elite-dominated, civic organizations raise NIMBY objections to both public and private investments, even if they promise social benefits. For example, millionaire Nantucket homeowners banded together to kill an offshore wind farm that would have blocked their pristine ocean views. The projects that do go forward take years to execute and nearly always cost significantly more than their initial estimates. For example, the new Freedom Tower at One World Trade Center cost $4 billion and took 8 years from the first day of construction to the first tenant's occupancy, both twice the initial estimate. The additional costs generated by the litigious culture of Western societies, especially of the United States, also constitute a serious barrier to any substantive new development. Private developers therefore work hard to capture local government in order to reduce these costs. Worse, what little public investment is made here is not tied to any particular set of strategic goals, but at best aims at providing minor economic stimulus through a few shovel-ready projects. Of course, even with the full backing of the state, some of China's big public investments don't pan out. In the United States, however, every visible government investment is subject to being tagged as the next Solyndra and held up as proof of government's incompetence and the market's superiority. In China, on the other hand, such failures are understood as the inevitable and quite minor downside of a largely successful strategy that has yielded 5 to 13% annual GDP growth for 3 decades and has provided its people with affordable shelter, education, medical care, sanitation, and world-class trains and public transportation. In 3 short decades, 1988 to 2018. China's real per capita GDP has risen 700% from barely $1,000 to about $8,000. For the world as a whole, real per capita GDP grew from roughly $7,000 to just under $11,000, or 57% in the same period. 16 If China is excluded from the global numbers, the increase in the rest of the world was from $8,180 per capita to $11,350, or just 38%. And in the West, a significant percentage of that relatively paltry growth went to the top 1% and especially the top 0.1%. Of course, China's 700% increase in real per capita GDP began from a low base and has had multiple drivers, among them burgeoning net exports to the West and, no doubt, an ample amount of intellectual property theft. But no reasonable analyst can ignore the catalytic role of huge public investments. Imagine what American infrastructure, education, R&D, and productivity would look like if our federal government had invested even half as heavily as China did during the last 30 years. We in the United States, and increasingly in many other Western nations as well, don't build transit systems and other infrastructure at anywhere near pre-1980 rates. We don't even keep up on the maintenance of roads, bridges, dams, sewer systems, or water treatment plants. We look more and more like the third world, sharing their high Gini coefficients and allowing a relative handful of rich people to prosper even as the underpinnings of majority living standards are allowed to erode. By leaving almost all investment decisions to private actors, we fail to mobilize the wealth already in hand, which was a major fear of Keynes. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway sits on $128 billion because it cannot find any companies to buy at bargain basement prices. Nor is Buffett the exception. Non-financial corporations in the United States are sitting on roughly $3 trillion in cash. Except for military procurement, the U.S. government has been AWOL from the productive economy since the mid-1970s, when the nation's last full-blown transit systems, California's Bay Area Rapid Transit System and the D.C. Metro, opened. Between 2010 and 2015, China's average annual infrastructure investments came to $1.15 trillion, or 8.3% of GDP. For the United States in the same period, such investments averaged just $483 billion, or 2.3% of GDP. If we look beyond infrastructure spending to all non-defense federal government investment, the trend is even worse. It has fallen by 2/3 since the mid-1960s and by half since just 2002. Nor is there any reasonable prospect of this changing soon. Except in the military economy, the crucial government functions required for monitoring and guiding policy have been massively hollowed out. Even the Washington office buildings in which they were long housed are now mainly occupied by lobbying firms, law firms, corporate government relations offices, and partisan think tanks. Many of these, to be sure, are reputable operations, but most are either servants of oligarchy or defenders of rent-seeking professionals. The core of the problem is the accelerating ability of the richest 0.1% of American families to claim most of the economy's increasingly meager growth. In the United States, and increasingly across the European Union as well, the ultra-rich possess more and more of the total wealth and of both pre- and post-tax income. This is problematic, as we will show, because as a group they are investing their burgeoning wealth in ways that fail to spur growth and employment. As a result, all but a relative handful of oligopolies and larger companies, mainly the FANGs, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google, find themselves starved for affordable capital and forced, if they can borrow at all, to pay near double-digit rates or even give up equity, at a time when official interest rates are at record lows. For lenders, it comes down to risk and reward, and a shift toward higher-yielding private credit markets, as opposed to traditional commercial lending, driven by the wealthiest investors. The owners and managers of big American oligopolies may claim to be personally appalled by the violation of liberal norms on the part of populists like Donald Trump and Jair Bolsonaro. But they are hardly demanding a more egalitarian social contract or taking steps to address the social and economic conditions that give rise to populism. Instead, they are resolutely resisting trade unions, spending $340 million on union avoidance in 2018 in the United States alone, and capturing what used to be labor income at record rates, even as they lament tariffs that add uncertainty to global trade. The U.S. model emphasizes tax cuts, the gutting of regulations and safety net programs, and ceaseless, if groundless, warnings about the coming insolvency of entitlements. Most big U.S. companies are spending the bulk of their recent trillion-dollar tax cut not on new investment but instead on stock buybacks. Following the tax law passed in late 2017, U.S. companies set a record by using the windfall to repurchase $1.09 trillion of their shares in 2018. They followed that up with the second biggest buyback ever the following year, spending an additional $900 billion and further driving up share prices. Since the bottom 50% of the income distribution does not even own stocks and the top 10% owns 84% of tradable shares of U.S.-based companies, this non-productive corporate behavior drives financial market bubbles that generate yet more inequality. Until the 1980s, there was a reasonably robust set of pathways for wealth to make its way into the U.S. economy. In the 1990s, however, a great consolidation began. According to the Securities and Exchange Commission, in 1987 there were fully 10,000 broker-dealers, groups of professionals seeking out opportunities, some proven, some less mature but more exciting, to invest the money under their management. Today, by contrast, there are likely fewer than 3,900 broker-dealers. This consolidation in wealth management has been amplified by the appearance and growth of index funds in recent years. According to Bloomberg Businessweek, the portfolios of the three biggest indexing companies, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, hold about 22% of the shares of the typical S&P 500 corporation. To be clear, the investments made by such companies are simply bets about the level of the S&P and other indices. They do not provide capital to the actual companies whose share prices make up the index. As millions of investors have done the most sensible thing financially, Bloomberg notes, they've also concentrated shareholder power, generating concern about capital concentration and its harm to consumers and workers. Smaller banks, once a crucial source of capital for subnational businesses, have been badly squeezed. The number of commercial depository banks in the United States plunged from 14,400 in 1984 to fewer than 4,600 in mid-2019. Private credit is supplanting depository institutions, and private equity is playing a significant role in taking companies out of public markets and concentrating their ownership in private hands. Unlike the core financial services industry of the pre-1980s period, private managers typically do not broadly survey the economy for startups and growth companies. Instead, they only bet on a small slice of the nation's companies, contributing greatly to the overvaluation of the FAANG corporations, and spend most of their time making speculative trades trying to beat the S&P's yields through shorting, arbitrage, financial engineering, and participation in direct lending activities, the so-called shadow credit market, where rates are often 2 to 3 times the major banks' rates. Private equity and private credit funds are not the only cause of the disintermediation of the past few decades, nor are they the only culprits in the development of a financial services industry that is failing to mobilize wealth for the benefit of the broader economy. As the rich get richer, more and more of them see little reason to pay large fees to brokerage houses or to hedge, credit, and equity fund managers. Instead, they are opening family offices, in which a relative handful of managers working on behalf of ultra-high-net-worth families look for a small number of deals into which to put a few $1 billion at a time. Such family offices now run upwards of $9 trillion. Compared to pre-1980s Wall Street, these offices do not have a deep bench of analysts scouring dozens of economic sectors. Instead, even more than hedge funds, they focus primarily on safe bets, typically trading in a narrow set of blue-chip bonds and equities. At the same time, they are leading the shift of more capital out of public markets. So-called direct investments now account for approximately 40% of total family office investments, a proportion that is expected to grow as funds shift out of public securities and into higher-yielding, less liquid assets. Co-investment deals involving multiple rich families are becoming more popular, which will move even more wealth out of the broader capital markets. This should come as no surprise. These family offices' charge, after all, is not to expand the economy but to preserve the wealth of their rich investors. It is equally unsurprising that one of the things at which some family offices are quite skilled is placing money offshore. As more and more wealth resides in fewer and fewer hands, the central purpose of investment changes from looking for ways to grow the economy to trying to preserve stocks of wealth that are already as large as their owners will ever need. With interest rates negative in much of Europe, the flight from risky investments is taking on some bizarre forms. In Switzerland, some billionaires reportedly are moving cash out of bank accounts paying minus 0.75% per year and into home safes in hardened rooms and other proverbial mattresses. The firms that dominate Wall Street today, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Citibank, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, Vanguard, and Fidelity, have consolidated the financial services industry into what amounts to a capital hoarding oligopoly. As a result of their tremendous size, their corresponding need for operating leverage, and the increase in risk-adjusted capital requirements for the banking business, These firms can no longer afford to service those far below the top 0.1% who need a place to put their savings. Instead, they have to reinvent banking for the ordinary investor and saver through financial technology and other automated services. This consolidation of financial institutions is now in its third decade, with traditional Wall Street also bleeding jobs due to consolidation, disintermediation, and the reinvention of banking. Alana Akhtar recently predicted in Business Insider that the 2020s could be an apocalyptic decade for Wall Street as artificial intelligence takes over the most popular jobs in finance. Jobs in banking are some of the most sought after for job seekers, but plenty of roles may not be around much longer. Algorithms that model prices or build portfolios could wipe out 6 million high-paying jobs in finance. She notes the warning of Cornell professor Marcos Lopez de Prado, who recently told the U.S. House Committee on Financial Services that, while artificial intelligence might not replace jobs entirely, few current finance employees are trained to work alongside new technology. His testimony aligns with a 2019 IHS Markit report which forecast that 1.3 million U.S. finance jobs, particularly among stockbrokers, fund managers, and compliance and loan officers, could disappear by 2030. The Brookings Institution found that white-collar employees in tech and finance are more susceptible to AI job loss than social workers, teachers, or cooks. For the U.S. economy, this implosion of diversified investment and broad lending, and its replacement by a burgeoning sector focused on very specific investment opportunities and mere wealth preservation, is quite disastrous for smaller firms and, crucially, for new ones. Consider the following developments. 1. New businesses represent a declining share of total businesses. According to U.S. Census data, new firms represented as much as 16% of all firms in the late 1970s. By 2011, that share had declined to 8%. 2. Not only are there fewer new firms, but those startups that do exist are creating fewer jobs. The gross number of jobs created by new firms has fallen by more than 2 million. 3. Startup activity has been subdued across the country since the Great Recession. Firm entry rates were lower between 2009 and 2011 than they were between 1978 and 1980 in every state and in all but one metropolitan statistical area. All but the largest firms are starved for funds or forced to pay exorbitant rates to borrow. As younger, smaller firms stagnate and fail, favored oligopolies and larger companies, which had access to vast pools of capital when they were young and dynamic, get bigger and bigger, yet less and less innovative, hoarding cash and buying out potential competitors. These developments in the financial services sector since the early 1990s have starved American innovation, denying needed funds both to the innovators and to the entrepreneurs that commercialize their inventions and thereby create jobs. The resulting system is not only growth inefficient for the private sector but also data inefficient for both the private and public sectors. Amazon, having bought Whole Foods, plans a few fully automated grocery stores. In China, however, nearly all transactions at all stores flow through the newly allied Alibaba and TikTok apps on consumers' handheld devices. This data-driven economy permits central capture of every detail of supply and demand, including the time it took for a given consumer to reach the store on a bus or train, since the same device also holds data from transit ticket purchases. Not only is the data big, it is also complete and, crucially, if perhaps worrisomely, fully visible to the state for planning purposes. Armed with coherent goals, comprehensive data, and powerful analytical tools, the Chinese state has put canes on steroids, investing massively to dominate a global future of clean energy, electric cars, aircraft, facial recognition, 5G and 6G telecommunications, and the broad application of artificial intelligence. U.S. trade negotiators demand that China abandon its industrial policy and subsidies and scale back its ambitions to dominate high-end manufacturing and high-tech industries. But these demands are patently laughable, amounting to an inept, profligate also-ran demanding concessions from a risk-taking victor, the first nation-state to possess enough data, and to have developed the necessary analytical tools to make central planning succeed. Kai-Fu Lee has cataloged the incredible advances China has made and the competitive advantages it enjoys in big data, the fuel for machine learning and artificial intelligence, through its culture of near-universal online access and centralized purchasing technology. Nor does the Chinese government's strategy for mobilizing and directing investment require much political coercion. It apparently enjoys broad support in a nation with strong collectivist underpinnings. And while this remains a subject worthy of further study, it is not inconsequential that China, unlike the United States, does not use up capital on external wars and has a military budget that, in relation to GDP, is half the size of ours. One should not draw overly deterministic conclusions from this situation. Other forces, as Salo observes, are at work and shape technological change. It is simply the case that China makes more of its wealth available for innovation. At the moment, however, the future is not seriously in doubt. Public investment drives productivity, which, unless the gains are overwhelmingly appropriated by the rich, as they are in the United States, lifts wages, which in turn legitimizes the government and supports national consensus rather than extreme partisanship. Western capitalists, by remaining silent and therefore complicit in capitalism's slide into mere wealth preservation, have more or less ensured the system's self-destruction, gutting its legitimacy and dodging the taxes required to finance the extension or even the reproduction of its infrastructure. Everywhere in the West, mobile private capital has held the public realm hostage, starving it of the capital needed to sustain itself while simultaneously demanding ever larger subsidies. In every Western capitalist nation, the rich are pulling away from the rest of the public, albeit at somewhat different rates from country to country. Rising inequality in incomes, in wealth, in access to health care, and even in the exercise of rights, is represented as a natural process that, however regrettable, is better than socialism. Economists chalk it up to the skills that working people were too lazy or too self-indulgent to acquire, but are largely silent on the pernicious effects of shadow markets, anti-competitive concentration of ownership, hedge fund tax breaks, and corporate and family office hoarding of existing wealth. These, along with rampant tax evasion, permit the very rich to prosper ever more while the majority struggles to stretch still 1970s-sized paychecks until the next Friday. While the wealth of the rich keeps growing, as if by magic, but really through the particular evolution of the financial markets and the forbearance of the regulatory state, the original and continuing source of this growth has been the rich's capture of more or less all productivity gains since 1980. Prior to that, 60% of those gains typically went to labor. Thus, doing something about pre-tax incomes is the logical starting point. In this context, large increases in the minimum wage and its extension to occupations now exempt from it would be all to the good. So too would be sharply more progressive income and/or wealth taxes, though these would matter less if the pre-tax income distribution could be improved. And philanthropy, which depends on the largesse of the very rich, is by itself no substitute for an activist state. That's why, even among business elites, for example, in the Salesforce.com CEO's speech at Davos 2020, there is talk of an imminent tipping point toward crisis absent progress away from short-termism and, for shareholders only, and toward some version of stakeholder capitalism. But such initiatives presuppose a significant shift in political power away from oligarchs and the very rich to the majority. With the former more or less firmly in charge both economically and politically, that is a tall order, especially when half of the poorest 99% of the U.S. population still votes for the party that purports to support a smaller, less intrusive government. Not that it is not, in principle, easy to conjure up an ambitious prescription. In the post-war years, U.S. taxpayers were the early-stage venture capitalists that provided financing for the space race and later, for the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency DARPA, the Central Research and Development Organization for the U.S. Department of Defense. DARPA is widely credited with having created the Internet, without which Amazon, Facebook, Google, and Netflix would not exist. Were the public and the state to take and retain lasting ownership, immune from both share dilution and future privatization, of even 20% of the shares in these four companies, and logically in Apple, Cisco, GoDaddy, Microsoft, Oracle, and other major technology firms, that equity could fully fund a broader social safety net. Indeed, this is what conventional taxation is supposed to achieve, but in an era of widespread tax arbitrage, perhaps it makes more sense for states to simply appropriate equity stakes. It would make Andrew Yang's proposed $1,000 monthly stipend to each adult seem modest indeed. It would be an enduring form of redistribution and a far better way to grow the economy than letting the income flow into the pockets of the few. This would, ironically, be capitalism at its core, with risks and rewards flowing to the cowboy money that finances basic R&D and the venture capital to which profits are returned irregularly but also spectacularly. Such ownership should less resemble an individual stake like in an employee stock ownership plan. Instead, it should be a public stock ownership program that could help finance public goods. Even if such a fix cannot be achieved at present, history reminds us that long strides toward the seemingly impossible are sometimes just a few general strikes or mass protests, of the kind seen recently in the streets of Paris, Beirut, and even the United States, away from plausibility. That may be what it takes to generate public pressure for an elite acceptance of something more like the activist state of Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal. This time, such a state would have a lot to learn from China about setting and realizing goals for increasing the public good, while also ensuring that the process remains underpinned by a far more robust democracy than the Chinese state allows. There is broad support for such a reactivated state, not least among the millions of young Americans who reject capitalism as it has come to be. In a recent issue of The Economist, the editors warned that growing inequality is tarnishing the image of capitalism. Capitalism has suffered a series of mighty blows to its reputation over the past decade. The sense of a system rigged to benefit the owners of capital at the expense of workers is profound. In 2016, a survey found that more than half of young Americans no longer support capitalism. This loss of faith is dangerous, but is also warranted. A revolution is indeed needed, one that unleashes competition, forcing down abnormally high profits today and ensuring that innovation can thrive tomorrow. But are abnormally high profits combined with flagging capital investment, growing income inequality, and mass disaffection transient outliers, or are they problems endemic to capitalist economies? It is tempting to see these outcomes as primarily a function of the rightward turn of the Republicans and their prioritization of tax cuts for the rich. But since the mid-1970s, inequality has increased under Democratic as well as Republican administrations and Congresses. In retrospect, the 4.5 decades from 1933 to 1978 were a historical aberration. The longer-term trend toward more inequality in capitalist economies, which prevailed before this period, has resumed after it. That leads us to conclude that there may well be no technocratic or tax policy fix for capitalism's tendency to generate ever more inequality. This conclusion is obviously less optimistic than the one reached by Thomas Piketty in his seminal 2014 study of income inequality, which argues for ameliorating income share outcomes by raising taxes on the rich. The financial panic of 1929 at first seemed like many others in the pre-New Deal era, from the Panic of 1797 onward. But it quickly turned uncommon. The Panic of 1929 triggered the Great Depression, with real GDP falling 30% in the United States and 15% worldwide from 1928 to 1932, while U.S. unemployment rose to more than 20%. Popular pressure and the mass mobilization spearheaded by industrial unions forced the Democratic Party to advance a broad set of initiatives that came to be known as the New Deal, implementing the Keynesian prescription of deficit spending and large-scale public works. Federal government spending grew from 5% of GDP in 1928 to 10% in 1935 to 20% in 1942, and it has been above 20% every year since 1952, though spending after 1975 began shifting away from discretionary domestic programs. The larger federal government was a clear success. From 1933 to 1973, real GDP grew by an average of 5% per year. Moreover, these increases were broadly enjoyed, creating the U.S. middle class. Average real earnings nearly quadrupled, while the richest 1%'s share of total personal wealth declined by more than half from 48% in 1929 to less than 22% in 1978. In percentage terms, the drop in the wealth share of the top 0.1% was even more dramatic. Now compare these events with the response to the financial crisis of a decade ago. In the summer of 2007, a panic at Northern Rock Bank in England cascaded across the capitalist world, ushering in a global banking crisis and a financial collapse in 2008, the most dramatic financial crisis since 1929. In 2008, Northern Rock was nationalized by the British Labour government. In the United States, Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers became insolvent. Bear was acquired by J.P. Morgan, and Lehman declared bankruptcy. Bank of America purchased the insolvent mortgage lender Countrywide Financial as well as Merrill Lynch. Citi received a bailout from the U.S. Treasury, while Goldman Sachs and other financial institutions became bank holding companies to access funds from the Federal Reserve. That was merely the beginning of the retrenchment in U.S. capital markets, which included the sharp devaluation of derivatives tied to residential mortgages and defaults across a wide spectrum of credit products. By late 2009, U.S. real GDP was down 4.3% from 2007, employment was 7.5 million, or 5%, lower, and average real household earnings were down $2,500, or 4.2%. They would fall by another $2,500 from 2009 to 2012. Nor was the damage confined to the United States. The CIA's World Factbook offers a succinct and sober analysis. The international financial crisis of 2008-09 led to the first downturn in global output since 1946 and presented the world with a major new challenge: determining what mix of fiscal and monetary policies to follow to restore growth and jobs. while keeping inflation and debt under control. Financial stabilization and stimulus programs that started in 2009 to 11, combined with lower tax revenues in 2009 to 10, required most countries to run large budget deficits. Treasuries issued new public debt, totaling $9.1 trillion since 2008, to pay for the additional expenditures. To keep interest rates low, most central banks monetized that debt, injecting large sums of money into their economies. Between December 2008 and December 2013, the global money supply increased by more than 35%. Partly as a result of the 2007 to 8 financial collapse, Americans elected Barack Obama by nearly 10 million votes, and the Senate flipped to the Democratic Party, which already controlled the House. But despite the government being fully in the Democrats' hands for 2 years, a set of initiatives very different from those of 1933 to 35 was launched. A policy agenda focused on shoring up the major banks, insurance companies, and the financial subsidiaries of select industrial corporations. The 2009 Obama stimulus program, despite being smaller than what most mainstream economists counseled, received not a single Republican vote. This was to prove a harbinger of the fate of every subsequent Obama program, including the Affordable Care Act, insufficiently ambitious, indeed, in some respects less ambitious than the plan shepherded through the Massachusetts legislature in 2006 by then-Governor Mitt Romney, yet still unable to generate any support from across the aisle. The recovery from the 2008 crisis was, not surprisingly, anemic except for corporate profits, which rose 63% from mid-2009 to mid-2018. During the same period, real GDP grew just 2.1% per year, employment a mere 1.3% per year, and average real weekly earnings by less than 0.1% per year. Unlike the thoroughly Keynesian approach of the 1930s, which was mostly sustained until the mid-1970s, federal policy since 2008 has been focused on ensuring that the wealth of the rich was protected, with the majority more or less left to the mercy of the market. The great exception in U.S. economic history, the brief period beginning in 1933, was not only an anomalous period of decreasing inequality but one that also established America's unrivaled economic and political dominance. That success was built upon a hard-to-reproduce, 5-part perfect storm. 1. Expropriation. The capitalism of the pre-New Deal era had regularly been plagued by the panics we now call depressions. The 1929-32 version was so severe that much of the wealth of the rich was lost, written down, and, crucially, allowed to flow back into the productive economy rather than being channeled into idle asset accumulation. 2. Demand stimulus. FDR utilized, especially after 1936, a full-blown Keynesian economic approach to stimulate the economy, spending generously on both public works and relief in his New Deal. 3. Unionization. Trade unions have historically been the bedrock of social democracy, and their ranks expanded by 300% between 1933 and 1945. The UAW's Walter Reuther was an ardent anti-communist, and hence no friend of some of the most militant unionists, but he clearly favored a capitalism with many more public goods, including universal health care and higher education. He understood that the provision of these public goods was, and is primarily a function of whether government can effectively oblige the rich and near-rich to pay the taxes to finance them. The labor movement was essential to most of FDR's legislative victories. That should not be surprising. The state is not some agnostic, neutral arbiter of interests. Rather, it reflects the relative power of social classes. And, of course, the state can favor the interests of the already rich, as it increasingly has done since the late 1970s and especially since 2001, or those of the majority, as it did briefly from 1933 to 78. 4. War production. What allowed workers to gain significant income share was that the explosion of industrial unionism coincided with World War II. This resulted in truly full employment, which in turn, once the wartime pay freeze was lifted, provided factory workers with the bargaining power required to join the middle class and exercise the consuming power that fueled the post-war expansion. By pulling infrastructure investment forward, the New Deal set the stage for that expansion. 5. Post-war economic hegemony. Victorious in the war and, unlike Europe and Japan, emerging with an enhanced capital stock, the United States alone could be the main architect of the post-war Western order, opening world markets to U.S.-made products and the unmatched dominance of industrial oligopolies during the period of post-war Reconstruction under the Marshall Plan. No single economic, financial, or political factor in isolation explains the U.S. post-war economic trajectory, though we see the inverse correlation between unionization and inequality as compelling. The following chart makes clear that long-term trends toward inequality were only interrupted and then slowed by a surge in workers' bargaining power, and a paring back of the wealth share of the top 1% of households. It thus appears that the real culprit in ending the Great Exception and the resurgence of income inequality has been the erosion of employee bargaining power vis-a-vis employers, from the near absence of private sector strikes to the inability of most recent college graduates to get and keep middle-class jobs. And this is not something that elections alone are likely to change. Only when pressured by a burgeoning political union movement in the 1933 to 45 period was the Democratic Party forced to support the kind of mass mobilization that reduced inequality and then held it in check into the 1970s. In the 4 decades since, average real hourly earnings for non-managerial private sector workers have actually declined. Unionization began meeting strong resistance as early as the mid-1950s, but there was a lag effect of nearly 2 decades before inequality resumed its pre-1929 climb. The key inflection point appears to have been 1973, the year in which real hourly wages peaked. After that, the Gini coefficient begins a steady climb, and by 1978 the top 1%'s wealth share resumes its rise. Note that more than 3/4 of the gain in the top 1%'s wealth share went to just the top 0.1%, whose portion of total U.S. personal wealth nearly tripled, rising from 7% in 1978 to 20% in 2012. On the other hand, even though the federal and state agencies created during the New Deal and the 1960s were biased toward providing ancillary support for workers and consumers by restraining the power of corporations, they proved unable to slow down the growth of inequality once trade union membership and bargaining clout began their decline. Average hourly earnings for non-managerial private sector workers were $22.65 in July 2018, down $1.03, or 4.3%. From the inflation-adjusted average hourly earnings of $23.68 in January 1973. It is no accident that the libertarian right, led by the Koches, has focused on breaking or defunding unions, mainly through the courts. Whether they know it or not, without the support of these institutions, Democrats either lose or have to reorient their appeal to independence in Republican-light suburbs. In the last few years, the libertarian right has focused on public sector unions, because they are related to the size of the state. Reduce federal, state, and municipal budgets, and you eliminate the public sector union problem. But buoyed by the Supreme Court's recent Janus decision, the courts are again going after unions' financial viability in the private sector as well. While economies have their own laws of motion, one should not ignore the influence of politics on economic thought and, hence, on the economy itself. Starting in the 1870s and especially after 1917, as fears of socialism intensified in the wake of the Russian Revolution, and later as a result of the emergence of strong unions, powerful forces on the right began funding movements and institutions to press for a less redistributionist capitalism, holding that freedom depends on privileging property rights. This movement has, of course, morphed over time and has seldom had a single line of march. What has united the seemingly disparate list of right-wing libertarian institutions and activists over this period has been opposition to the federal government's provision of public goods, particularly when done after 1914 with the help of progressive taxation. Franklin Delano Roosevelt's election in 1932 was, for this libertarian right, a seminal disaster. FDR had promised to multiply the size and breadth of government income transfers and, even worse, to support workers' rights to organize labor unions and contend collectively for a larger share of national income. The second disaster for the right was that, as we have already noted, the New Deal in the United States and social democracy in Europe, contrary to the right's predictions, led to robust economic growth. The New Deal and social democracy ignited economic development through public investment and then sustained it through the growth of a larger middle class. The widening of inequality was even halted and reversed. Critical to this success was massive public investment in education and infrastructure. In today's dollars, the federal government added $1 trillion to its annual budget. At its peak, just one New Deal program, the Works Progress Administration, WPA, employed 3.3 million Americans and accounted for 7% of all U.S. jobs. From mid-1935 through mid-1942, the WPA built 4,000 schools, 130 hospitals, 29,000 bridges, and 150 airfields, laid 9,000 miles of sewer lines, and built or paved 280,000 miles of roads. The right ignored these data. James Buchanan's public choice theory won him the only Nobel Prize ever granted to an economist who marshaled no quantitative information to support his thesis. Instead, he merely asserted that the New Deal political order rewarded sloth, overregulated business, and gave birth to self-dealing bureaucracies. By combining libertarian economics with some culturally conservative attitudes, the libertarian right found a winning strategy for subverting the equalization produced during the 1929 to 79 period, and the U.S. economic decline of the 1970s provided an opportunity to implement it. The Keynesians had no adequate response to oil shocks, inflation, and various other problems of that period. And even though libertarian theories like monetarism were quickly discredited, the Reagan landslides of 1980 and 1984 reflected the abject failure of the Democrats to address the economic impacts of increasing import competition, especially on the working class. After the Reagan presidency, however, Republicans also lacked a compelling economic program or even capable economic theorists. Since 1989, their electoral success has relied on voter disengagement, if not systematic voter suppression, amped-up gerrymandering, exploiting the Republican bias implicit in the Electoral College, and divisive if often disingenuous culture warring. Meanwhile, the Democrats abandoned their traditional working-class base and sought new allies among financial and professional elites. The net result is that the political elite has now more or less undone the income equalization wrought by the New Deal, returning capitalism to its long-term, pre-New Deal trajectory of rising income and wealth concentration. To fully understand the problem of widening inequality, it is important to address a question posed, though seldom out loud, by Republicans and third-way Democrats alike. If the pie is growing for nearly everyone, does it matter if it's growing disproportionately more for the rich? The appeal of concluding that it does not matter is clear. Democrats can then pursue policies that leave capitalism's upward distributing logic undisturbed, but use progressive taxes and more generous safety net programs to keep majority living standards rising despite growing inequality. But it does matter. Upward income redistribution is self-reinforcing because, as it continues, the rich acquire more and more savings that they cannot fully employ in ways that maximize the productive capacity of the nation's economy. Indeed, the excess accumulation of effectively inconsumable wealth saps mass consumption and employment, further reducing incentives for the rich to invest productively across a broad range of firms. The reduction in investment leads to lower productivity, which slows demand further and results in an economy underperforming its potential. Indeed, the U.S. economy has not only grown more unequal, but also more extractive. The rich are increasingly seeking to separate themselves from the rest of the economy and isolate their financial assets from the risks involved in productive investment. For example, after 2008, the ultra-wealthy, the top 0.1%, were able to protect their fortunes by reinvesting their ordinary income and capital gains in, and thereby driving up the value of portfolios of public and private equities and real estate designed explicitly to preserve their wealth. Contrary to some complaints, Dodd-Frank in fact offered a golden opportunity for sophisticated wealthy investors who had long participated in lending to non-rated private companies. To find a historical parallel, one need only look at the emergence of Drexel Burnham Lambert as the primary underwriter and agent for high-yield securities in the 1980s. At its high point, it achieved a 70% market share in the high-yield market, providing capital to small and larger fallen angel and emerging industry companies that were to some degree locked out of the primary capital markets at the time. In fact, Drexel Burnham Lambert might be viewed, in hindsight, as the 1980s version of today's larger shadow credit market. In the 2010s, as Dodd-Frank led to sharply contracted lending by the regulated banking sector, investors already involved in the shadow credit market were offered higher quality credits formerly served by commercial banks. They were also provided with the opportunity to reprice the higher quality asset class by charging higher rates than the regulated banks had charged before the passage of Dodd-Frank, in what amounted to a classic supply-demand imbalance in the credit market. As a result of Dodd-Frank's restrictions on regulated depository institutions making loans to lesser quality credits, sophisticated investors were able to earn significantly higher returns by participating in the much expanded unregulated shadow credit market of non-depository institutions that took over the underwriting of these lesser quality loans. It is in no way surprising that these investors rebalanced their own portfolios to go all in to the shadow credit market, which explains its dramatic recent growth rate. The shadow credit market is defined as financings of $5 million to $100 million to non-public, unrated operating entities or pools of assets with not more than $50 million in earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. This market grew globally from $30 trillion in 2002 to $79.8 trillion in 2014, with the United States hosting the world's largest shadow banking sector, $25.7 trillion in 2014. This higher-yielding, unregulated market has in many respects replaced the regulated depository institutions for many sophisticated investors, who are seeking higher yields in a low-yielding capital market environment and who do not feel the need for expansive regulatory protection such as that offered by Dodd-Frank. Nevertheless, because these investors are still somewhat risk-averse, most are inclined to fund only entities and projects in a narrow range of industries, which results in the majority of small businesses in the United States not having ready access to affordable credit. Thus, Dodd-Frank has had the unanticipated effect of amplifying the long-term trend of commercial banks reducing their lending to entrepreneurs, certain emerging industries, and small businesses, where much of U.S. job growth occurs. Coinciding with changes in credit markets, from 1990 onwards, U.S. private and public equities markets have also become more restrictive, limiting access to capital for entrepreneurs as well as small and medium-sized businesses outside of certain sectors. That has stifled firm performance, retarded wage and economic growth, and inhibited innovation and competition. Out of this economic and financial stagnation comes a large swath of entrepreneurs and businesspeople who have been subsumed into Trump's political base. The top 0.1% are thus both the fuel for and the principal beneficiaries of the new credit market. Meanwhile, small enterprises and households were hit hard by reduced bank lending. The ultra-wealthy and large corporations also have more opportunities to engage in substantial tax avoidance and evasion activity, which reduces both government receipts and the size of the general economy. A 2012 study by the Tax Justice Network found that $21 to $32 trillion in wealth has been moved into tax havens. The roughly $2.5 trillion added to this figure annually comes to nearly 2% of world GDP. Economists and journalists alike have noted that income and wealth concentrations were last at their current levels in the mid to late 1920s. Beyond a certain point, which had long since been reached by 1929, and which since 2012 has been nearly matched again, the reallocation of national income to the already rich is, in effect, a tax on economic growth. As we noted, the truly rich are increasingly taking their savings out of the productive economy. This point was totally lost on, or ignored by, congressional Republicans in passing the Trump tax cuts. From 1934 through 1973, both profit and wage growth were linked to productivity advances. But since then, nearly all of the gains from productivity growth have flowed to companies and to the wealthiest 0.1% of households. A front-page article in the October 23, 2018, New York Times highlights today's disconnect between employee compensation and company performance. Half a century ago, a typical Sears salesman could walk out of the store at retirement with a nest egg worth over $1 million in today's dollars, feathered with company stock. A warehouse worker hired now at Amazon who stays until retirement would leave with a fraction of that. Much as Sears has declined in the intervening decades, so has the willingness of corporate America to share the rewards of success. Shareholders now come first and employees have been pushed to the back of the line. This shift is broader than a single company's culture, reflecting deep changes in how business is now conducted in America. Winner-take-some has evolved into winner-take-most or all, and in many cases publicly traded companies are concentrating wealth, not spreading it. Profit-sharing and pensions are a rarity among the rank and file, while top executives take home an increasing share of the spoils. What's happened is that shareholders' interests have squeezed out other stakeholders, said Arthur C. Martinez, who ran Sears during the 1990s and was credited with a turnaround. The mantra is shareholders above all else. The fact that income inequality grew during every U.S. presidential term starting with Carter's, accelerated during Reagan's, and continued under Clinton, Bush, Phil's, and Obama, makes clear that the sunset of social democracy is not merely a product of Trumpism or Reaganism. The populist right's attack on what it sees as cosmopolitan elites is made credible by the unfortunate grain of truth in its claim that those elites don't really care about working people and have done nothing to restore their incomes or bargaining power. This abandonment of the working class has also done much to destroy the Democratic Party brand with non-college educated Americans. As we have explained, America's two greatest financial collapses begot two very different government responses. The 1929 stock market collapse had the effect of expropriating a significant amount of the then 1%'s wealth. But this expropriation, which blew up the first so-called Gilded Age, and by doing so freed up future national income for public investment and mass market consumption, was a success not to be repeated in the post-2008 period. Instead, the main effect of the first large-scale federal government intervention since the New Deal was to shore up the holdings of the top 1%, and particularly of the top 0.1%, by saving the financial sector giants. The period from 2008 to 2010 saw the first real test of James Buchanan and Friedrich Hayek's liberal economic tools in a full-blown crisis, and the results have proven to be both increased inequality and ugly politics. To be fair to Obama, the perfect storm of the 1930s and 1940s was unavailable for his century's crisis. He was no FDR, philosophically or politically. But even if he had been, there was no emerging union movement or wartime mass mobilization to back up a more robust progressive response. Instead, the union movement had long been declining from its apex in the 1950s, and China, shrewdly combining the Keynesian recipe of vast public investment with conscious industrial policy, had displaced America's dominance of global trade. As The Economist noted in 2006, the U.S. economy was 5 times or 400% bigger than China's. In 2017, it was just 60% bigger. China's rise clearly contradicts libertarian economic theory, but the deindustrialization of the United States has also made labor organization and corrective policy reform more difficult. In recent years, economists and politicians have looked to tax policy to ignite investment, productivity, and economic growth. The U.S. economy, with a less regulated liberal capitalism and shrinking state agency, is often seen as the perfect testing ground for aggressively stimulative tax policy. The following chart is revealing in that regard. It suggests that the drastically reduced tax rates in the 1920s may well have contributed to the equity bubble that resulted in the 1929 collapse, and it illustrates that FDR paid for his New Deal and for the war with tax revenue raised largely from the wealthy. Starting in 1964, the top rate was cut, but still strong unions were able briefly to hold off rising inequality. By 1980, unions had weakened significantly. Partly as a result, lower top tax rates did not lead to investments that benefited the working classes, in terms of either increased incomes or improved government services. But the cuts do closely correlate with the Gini coefficient resuming its pre-New Deal climb. For all of the so-called third way's insistence that smart, centrist policymaking would replace more traditional class antagonisms, when in power its leaders have failed to restore prosperity or to address the precarity that many middle-class households feel. And despite the decline of unions during the last several decades, their continued importance can be seen in recent mass mobilizations. In France, and even more so in Spain, students and unionized workers in the streets have beaten back austerity budgets. Though opposed by respectable policy elites, these movements' victories have actually improved economic growth. In New York, mass mobilizations saved the union at Verizon and won a $15 minimum wage. Teachers' strikes in Chicago, West Virginia, Arizona, and Oklahoma have not only won better contracts, but generated public pressure for states to spend more on schools, even if doing so would require increases in taxes. Most notably, the French Gilets jaunes, Yellow Vests movement has metastasized into an anti-income inequality movement whose demands, polls suggest, enjoy the backing of most of France's population. A clear majority, most of whom have low or modest incomes, see Macron as the president of the rich only. This framing of politics as a conflict between classes makes this a potentially more explosive revolutionary moment than 1968. Whether or not Macron survives in the long run is beside the point. Reflecting on a poll taken after Macron's concessions to the protesters' demands, the BBC reported from Paris. They wanted more than just a politician's promises. They wanted measures, banknotes in their pockets, a tangible change in their impoverished daily lives. President Macron got the message. In fact, he had no choice. To have blathered about future challenges and the need for nation-building would have driven the Yellow Vests to distraction. So here, at the core of the address, were 4 simple changes: a rise in the minimum wage, the removal of tax and social charges on overtime, encouragement to employers to give workers a tax-free bonus, and an end to a surcharge on most pensions, plus a note of contrition, and a promise of a new national contract built on electoral change and wider consultation with the provinces. Chuck in the concessions already given, an end to the fuel tax rise and mobility grants for people who drive to work, and the Yellow Vests suddenly appear as one of the most successful protest movements of modern times. For weeks after their first Facebook videos were posted, they have forced a total reorientation of French social and economic policy, and without even making out a formal list of demands. France is a test tube. Just as the Gilets jaunes are faced with the decision of whether to throw in with Le Pen on the right or with Mélenchon on the left, so too may many downwardly mobile Americans face a choice between Trump or Sanders, who, unlike their establishment rivals, lead unruly political movements and not just bureaucratic political parties. Trump is the Bonapartist figure and Sanders the democratic socialist. In the United States, as in France, inequality, and persistent downward mobility are the issues, and in both countries much of the citizenry appears to have lost faith in the elite's technocratic non-solutions. This radicalization in France partly explains Macron's capitulation as a way to try to put the genie back in the bottle. Nevertheless, it remains hard to imagine scaling up these examples and sustaining them for the number of years it would take to reverse the gains in the wealth share of the top 1%, and especially of the top 0.1% since 1977. The young, always central to such undertakings, are less likely to work in unionized workplaces than their elders. The gig economy further undercuts their attachment to particular workplaces. The capture of their attention by social media makes them even less able than previous generations to distinguish fact from opinion. Their historically low voter turnout in 2010, 2014, and 2016 played a large role in getting us to where we are today. Paradoxically, most young people's disengagement from formal politics may increase radicalization in the long run, as the election outcomes permitted by party elites will be insufficient to address the scourge of ever-growing inequality. Even a President Sanders would not be able to achieve single-payer health care or a free college, or sharp cuts in military spending simply by encouraging Congress to legislate them. He'd need millions of people in the streets for weeks and months demanding them. Indeed, one proof that democracy has been gored is that large majorities of the public support various policy demands but cannot get them met legislatively. And with unions smaller, weaker, and less militant than in FDR's day, which institutions, which leaders, could bring people into and keep them in the streets long enough to win meaningful concessions? It is hard to imagine in advance the nature of such institutions and leaders. Whatever form it might take politically, an organization tasked with restoring the interests of the majority would need to match the financial and institutional scale and, most importantly, the ideological unity of neoliberal interests simply to level the playing field. With wealth as concentrated as it has become, that will be difficult to achieve. In short, only a larger, stronger federal state that is underpinned by national workplace organization, which today would need to include the gig economy as well as underemployed and unemployed workers, could possibly moderate the tendency of capitalism to generate inequality. If this doesn't happen, then full employment and sufficient improvement in worker pay will not occur, prolonging slow economic growth. Unfortunately, there is little evidence to suggest that a renaissance in collective bargaining or some comparable organizational structure on par with that of the 1930s and 1940s is in the offing, without which even a modern progressive's presidency would look more like Obama's than FDR's. In the absence of such a renaissance, or its equivalent, enabled by something analogous to the perfect storm of 1929 to 45, the long arc of capitalism will continue to bend toward income inequality, with growth underperforming the economy's potential and a continued decline in living standards for the U.S. middle class. It is here that we locate both the millennials' Angst 17 and the material basis for populist movements on both the right and the left. Young Americans are losing their faith in American capitalism, while the content of future New Deals, green, for example, is not yet apparent in mass politics. Our analysis of the past 100 years of U.S. capitalism's performance convinces us that the nearly half-century from 1929 to 78, notable for reduced inequality and faster economic growth, was an exception, and that the more than 4 decades since, with corporations and the wealthy less constrained, show a return to the pre-New Deal norm. The record provides evidence that the neoliberal policy approach protected and nurtured the wealthiest 1%, especially the wealthiest 0.1%, at the expense of the majority. The result has proven to be a weaker economy and a political leadership comprised more and more of plutocrats who are ever less accountable to the masses. Buchanan and Hayek might have smiled at the continuing disintegration of the redistributive state in the absence of strong workplace organization, even as they decried libertarians' involvement in a political coalition with evangelicals and foreign policy primacists, but the long-term trend of rising inequality and weaker growth does not bode well for the coexistence of capitalism and liberal democracy in the future. The ongoing drumbeat of mostly hostile media commentary on the new right suggests that some kind of realignment may in fact be occurring among Republicans. Despite its limited impact on policy to date, the new right likely deserves some credit for the increasingly robust efforts of Governor Ron DeSantis and other Republican officeholders against woke capital, and it has seen primary victories for a few of its favorite candidates. But another realignment may also be underway, one whose success or failure has the potential to be at least as consequential. This is the realignment that appears to be emerging within the mainstream of the Democratic Party. For the first time since the Clinton administration, when neoliberal New Democrats seized control of the party, A few centrist liberals seem to be looking for novel narratives and policies to differentiate themselves from progressives. In the 1980s and 90s, these third-way efforts focused on economic policies that broke with the big government legacies of the New Deal and Great Society. They also included symbolic statements in defense of political and cultural moderation, such as Bill Clinton's Sister Souljah moment. The defining issues for today's center-left include opposition to defunding the police and defending free speech against woke excesses. Economically, centrist Democrats range from rearguard neoliberals to a rising group of supply-side progressives, in opposition to socialist welfarism. What is notable here is not the emergence of a conflict between centrist and progressive wings of the Democratic Party, a long-standing and perhaps permanent feature of partisan politics, especially in a two-party system, but the change in the underlying terms of the debate. At least in recent decades, centrists and progressives have typically differentiated themselves along a developmental axis rather than a strictly ideological one. In other words, centrists usually claimed to support the same goals as progressives, but presented themselves as more mature, serious, and realistic in their approach to achieving them. This dynamic was especially visible in the primary battle between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. For example, Clinton's characterization of Sanders' proposals as promising America a pony, as well as Clinton's primary campaign against Barack Obama and Obama's relationship with the progressive left. The main thrust of centrist arguments was not that they repudiated progressive commitments, only that they were more practical about how to achieve them. But more recently, especially in the wake of the defund the police movement, an increasingly self-marginalizing woke identitarianism, and rising inflation, this dynamic has begun to shift. On some issues, centrist Democrats have shown a willingness to not merely chide the left for its lack of policy pragmatism but to openly reject its premises. President Biden explicitly spoke of funding the police in his most recent State of the Union address. The same issue played a prominent role in Eric Adams's successful New York mayoral campaign. Texas gubernatorial candidate Beto O'Rourke recently said he was against teaching critical race theory in schools, while several members of the San Francisco School Board were recalled earlier this year, demonstrating, as The Atlantic put it, that woke racial politics have their limits, even in one of the wokest cities in the country. San Francisco subsequently recalled Chesa Boudin, its soft-on-crime district attorney. Senator Joe Manchin dominates the media coverage of internal Democratic opposition to expansive spending bills, but larger divides between centrists and progressives have set the tone for the Democratic Congress. Meanwhile, articles warning that woke activists and dogmas have made liberal organizations and campaigns unmanageable now appear with surprising frequency, and new policy paradigms are percolating in niche and increasingly mainstream media. Since realignment became a topic of conversation around 2016, it has usually been conceived as either a cross-partisan populist alliance, based on the overlapping themes of the early Trump and Sanders campaigns, or the takeover of either party by its radical or populist wing. But realignment could also take the form of the Democratic Party establishment recasting its agenda and reshuffling its coalition. This form of realignment remains somewhere between a distant possibility and a complete fantasy, especially as recent Supreme Court decisions have refocused attention on conventionally polarizing issues like libertarian and gun rights, and as Donald Trump has begun hinting at another presidential campaign. But a centrist liberal realignment is worth exploring, both on its own terms and in contrast to any potential Republican realignment. The theoretical underpinnings of a democratic new centrism have received relatively little attention, especially compared to the intellectual currents of the new right, but a multifaceted and growing body of work supports this nascent movement. The most theoretically ambitious effort to date is the Liberal Patriot blog, led by John Halpin, Rui Teixeira, Peter Jewell, and Brian Catchless, all longtime fixtures of Democratic think tank circles. The Liberal Patriot consistently challenges the tactics, goals, and assumptions of the progressive left on a range of issues, including economic policy, healthcare, climate, crime, immigration, and others. As the name of the blog suggests, the authors advocate for liberal nationalism, which involves the reaffirmation of a shared American national identity and the repudiation of woke discourse and culture war polarization. In terms of policy, the Liberal Patriot often argues for an industrial policy agenda aimed at strengthening manufacturing and other key sectors while remaining skeptical of highly partisan projects like the Green New Deal. The authors oppose neoliberal marketization and call for shoring up the welfare state, but are also critical of progressive approaches like Medicare for all. They are harshly critical of defund the police and open borders movements. In many respects, this liberal nationalism has much in common with certain elements of the nationalist right, and one could imagine cooperation between the two under certain circumstances. Contributors to the Liberal Patriot are also highly attuned to polling and have closely analyzed Democrats' declining support among key constituencies, particularly Hispanic voters. They argue that ultra-progressive cultural messaging and policy preferences are largely to blame. A second intellectual current behind the new centrism, called popularism, focuses primarily on these electoral problems. It was initially popularized by David Shor, a veteran of the Obama campaign. Popularism is the idea that Democrats should focus on the parts of their agenda that poll well and avoid the issues that do not. For example, popularism would suggest that Democrats talk less about defunding the police or Green New Deals and more about federal price negotiation for prescription drugs or capping credit card interest rates. Much less adversarial toward the left than the authors of the Liberal Patriot, the proponents of popularism do not explicitly reject progressive goals. Typically, they claim to share them. But in practice, because the progressive activist agenda is so unpopular, popularism often functions as a repudiation of it, and is often treated that way by the left wing. Popularists have also directly criticized progressive intellectuals and organizations for being out of touch with the concerns of voters. A third movement that can be classified under the new centrism is supply-side progressivism. More policy-oriented than campaign-oriented, supply-side progressives basically argue that, instead of endlessly subsidizing access to health care, education, housing, and the like, Democrats should pursue policies that would increase the supply of these public goods. To borrow Ezra Klein's example, supply-side progressivism would combine measures to control the price of prescription drugs with efforts to support new drug development, like additional research funding, or support access to housing by altering zoning rules and increasing the housing stock. It prioritizes public investment in key areas and is generally skeptical of simply increasing transfer payments. Supply-side progressivism has been percolating among Democratic-leaning economists for some years, but has gained momentum recently as supply chain issues have come to the fore and inflation has raised both economic and political obstacles to welfare expansion. The Biden administration itself occasionally gestures in this direction, though not always to this label, for responses to supply chain problems and inflation. Indeed, supply-side progressivism seems like an idea whose time has come. Not only are supply-side issues in focus after disruptions from COVID-19 and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but Republicans, who have typically claimed the mantle of supply-side reform, have not thought seriously about these questions for 2 generations. For them, the supply-side agenda has essentially been reduced to tax cuts. Yet this approach fails to account for the changes in business behavior and financial market dynamics that have occurred since the Reagan administration, as shown by the failure of the Trump tax cuts to meaningfully increase business investment. In short, new solutions to supply-side problems were critical even before the pandemic, and the challenge has only grown more urgent since. Taken together, supply-side progressivism, popularism, and liberal nationalism offer a promising policy agenda, a sensible electoral strategy, and a coherent ideological framework, a solid foundation for a new democratic center. Whether separately or as a whole, however, these currents have not yet come to dominate Democratic Party policy, messaging, or popular image. As with the Republican Party, any potentile realignment faces significant obstacles and opponents, particularly in the near term. But considerable forces also work in its favor, and they may be gaining strength. At this point, the most obvious motivation behind Democrats' search for new agendas is simply the collapse of the Biden administration's popularity and its declining electoral prospects. These developments require little elaboration at this point. Republicans are poised to retake the House and possibly the Senate in the 2022 midterms, and seem likely to enjoy an even more favorable position in congressional elections beyond that. The 2024 presidential election appears uncertain, at best. The Biden administration not only faces low approval ratings, but appears rudderless and confused. During the 2020 campaign, Biden opportunistically alternated between promising moderation and a return to normalcy, on the one hand, and visions of a transformational presidency on the other. In office, he has delivered neither. The most ambitious parts of his agenda were defeated by the Democratic Congress, yet his administration remains highly polarizing. Presiding over significant economic deterioration, Democrats and their media allies have tried to generate enthusiasm around issues like voting rights, student loan forgiveness, Ukraine, the January 6th hearings, gun control, and abortion, all without much success. This combination of progressive signaling and little in the way of results, though the Manchin reconciliation deal, pending as of this writing, may offer some policy wins, seems to be alienating both moderates and progressives, and Biden's ratings continue to slide. Earlier, seemingly forgotten executive orders, like the one canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, also revealed an administration more focused on checking off progressive wish list items than on policy substance or efforts to win over moderates. It is easy to assign blame for these failures to Biden personally, especially amid growing rumblings about the president's age, even from typically sympathetic quarters, but it's not clear that any other politician could navigate these issues or manage the Democratic coalition more effectively. Possible successors, at this point, appear even less popular than Biden. Democrats' electoral struggles may be the least of their concerns. However, even if the Republicans retake Congress and the White House, they have explicitly renounced any positive policy agenda, and internal divisions will make it difficult for them to offer one. Yet many challenges facing the country require constructive solutions. From a purely electoral perspective, Democrats need only wait for the next Republican disappointment to reclaim the majority. But other problems facing the center-left coalition go much deeper. Outside of electoral politics, two sources of left-liberal power may be drying up. The first is corporate political activism. For several years, major corporations, particularly in the tech sector, have used their economic power to advance left-liberal political goals. They have threatened to boycott states that pass conservative legislation on, say, transgender issues and have censored right-wing figures, including a sitting president, on social media platforms. At the same time, major asset managers and large corporations have narrowly tailored ESG investment guidelines to conform to left-wing priorities, like phasing out fossil fuels and enforcing management diversity. Until recently, conservative deference to market principles and business interests has prevented Republicans from using political power against the corporate sector. But that is slowly changing. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis's move to terminate Disney's Special Development District and accompanying tax and permitting privileges, in response to the company's public advocacy against state legislation, is highly significant, even if it is eventually blocked by the courts. At the very least, CEOs will now have a ready excuse to resist the demands of their woke employees. And with more and more high-profile corporations relocating their headquarters to Republican states, this trend may strengthen. Since the neoliberal turn, economic power has concentrated in major liberal superstar cities. More recently, however, Democratic metropoles are in noticeable decline relative to more conservative regions, and their rampant inequality, homelessness, and deteriorating public infrastructure symbolize the failures of progressive governance. Rising interest rates, slowing growth, and intensifying antitrust scrutiny may also diminish corporations' willingness to take controversial political stands. A struggling Netflix, for example, recently told employees to find work elsewhere if they objected to its content, before cutting staff and some planned productions for business reasons. Moreover, a number of Republican state officials have threatened to boycott asset managers whose environmental commitments include divestment from fossil fuels. Republican challenges to corporate political activism still suffer from fundamental contradictions, mostly arising from the false pretense of market or political neutrality. But woke capital seems likely to face more emboldened, organized opposition, among other constraints, going forward. Meanwhile, progressive cultural cachet is eroding. Left liberals have dominated cultural institutions, from Hollywood to academia, for generations, all while maintaining the liberatory, anti-establishment conceits of 1960s adversary culture. The result, in the words of James McElroy, is that both high art and popular entertainment revolve around permanent, oligarch-approved rebellion and revolution or transgression against already toppled hierarchies. They are also almost invariably stifling, humorless, and boring. Conservatism is not cool, but progressivism is increasingly cringe. The enthusiasms of the Obama era or the Bernie campaigns have become embarrassing, never mind innumerable protest art projects attacking middle America, religion, or the patriarchy. The political significance of all this is difficult to evaluate. There is still no right-wing artistic or literary movement producing work that could vie for cultural dominance, nor even one that is clearly definable. Yet, to the extent that any transgressive cultural vanguard exists, it tends to engage in some more or less ironic flirtation with the radical right and feature some more or less open mockery of progressive dogmas, even if it does not explicitly identify as right-wing. Perhaps the strongest indication that a cultural shift may be underway is that liberals themselves have taken notice. In a New York Times column entitled the awful advent of reactionary chic. Michelle Goldberg lamented that backlash politics could somehow become fashionable, and noted the rising cultural energy in the opposition to the progressive norms and taboos that are derisively called wokeness. The one thing the left could count on in recent years is its cultural capital, Goldberg added. What happens if that is squandered? Liberals, it seems, recognize that they have significant problems, and they also possess nascent policy and intellectual frameworks to address them. In some ways, the prospects for a Democratic realignment might even appear more promising than those for a Republican one. On the right, the proponents of realignment seek to replace their party's establishment, and they are opposed to varying degrees by significant conservative donors, politicians, and institutions. Centrist Democrats, by contrast, are the establishment. Not only do they have ample access to donors and funding for their own causes, but they could likely divert resources away from unpopular progressive organizations, many of which rely upon liberal largesse. Whereas Republican elites typically take a skeptical or even contemptuous view of their grassroots, liberal donors in recent years have fetishized activism. For example, Sam Adlerbell, in a New York Magazine piece, highlighted an April 20th Medium post from Arabella Advisors, a consulting firm founded by Clinton White House alum Eric Kessler, which advises rich liberals about their political giving. It reads in part, "Movements matter. Donors must be willing to embrace direct action tactics such as hunger strikes or civil disobedience that bring litigation and reputational risks. They must relax their insistence on measurable outcomes." It concludes with great fanfare. The dangers we confront will bring a reckoning, one that will be painful but will also create opportunities to imagine and build a more equitable and resilient society. But several articles blaming activists for paralyzing left liberal organizations have appeared in both liberal and progressive media over the last few months, suggesting that this trend may be changing, or at least could change. I have personally heard more than one prominent liberal complain about the outsized importance of activist groups within the Democratic coalition in recent years. Beyond ideological and electoral considerations, the preponderance of activists tends to be a massive drag on productivity. In addition to the organizational issues recently cataloged in The Intercept, anyone who has participated in activist-dominated conferences knows that the enumeration of pronouns, land acknowledgements, and other ritual invocations that must take place at any progressive gathering can waste a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, discussions are always in danger of being hijacked by identitarian moral blackmail. Almost any policy idea can be effectively filibustered simply by claiming that it ignores this or that identity group. And even though such posturing has done nothing to improve outcomes for the purported beneficiaries, or in some cases has been shown to be counterproductive, liberal centrists almost invariably lack the self-confidence to resist it. Should liberals find the resolve to act, however, whether because of strengthened ideological convictions or the simple fear of losing power, these dynamics could shift surprisingly quickly. The upper echelons of most progressive foundations, university administrations, and similar institutions are staffed by pragmatic operators who are flexible in their ideology and moderate in their temperament and tactics. There is no iron law that requires them to continue funding counterproductive woke activism instead of serious policy efforts around, say, supply-side progressivism, and the same holds for the typical Democratic oligarch. Jeff Bezos, who has shown a willingness to attack the Biden administration on social media, owns The Washington Post. Likewise, the controlling shareholders of the New York Times are not nearly as radical as its junior staffers. Should the new center gain self-consciousness and motivation, one could imagine new editorial lines being handed down, controversial media personalities reassigned, and politically and intellectually questionable efforts like the 1619 Project replaced with more liberal nationalist fare. Perhaps some extreme left-wing professors could be removed from teaching roles, as some right-wing professors have been, and left-wing websites dropped from Amazon Web Services. Grant-making priorities could shift, along with a rollback of symbolic diversity, equity, and inclusion rituals across left-of-center institutions. What would be the impact of an energized center asserting itself to realign progressive institutions? There would doubtless be some wailing and gnashing of teeth, along with opportunistic allegations of sexual harassment and a few vandalized statues, but little more than that. Progressive strength resides in the college-educated professional class, yet this is also its weakness. Most of its activists are risk-averse careerists who followed elite patronage and social cues in adopting progressivism, and they would do the same if asked to abandon it. In the previously cited article, Adlerbell quotes Daniel Schlossman's mordant description of this astroturfed activism. If you're your average foundation-funded NGO, you now want to say, I am a social movement, not just a foundation-funded NGO. But it turns out it's all money from Ford and Open Society. And they're not doing much of anything except talking to each other. In the face of an energized centrist establishment asserting its power, most of these activists would either follow the money or fade away. A movement that cannot win a San Francisco recall election has no meaningful popular base or policy accomplishments to fall back on. On the other hand, a Democratic Party freed from woke baggage, particularly on crime, open borders, gender, education, and the accusatory moralism around diversity, would stand a much stronger chance of reclaiming working-class voters who have defected to the Republicans in recent years without any real risk of losing constituencies to their left. The GOP has done nothing to incorporate its new voters into a permanent constituency and still remains trapped in some unpopular Reagan-era paradigms. A liberal nationalist defense of state intervention to protect against the vicissitudes of late neoliberalism, combined with updated supply-side policies, could find broad support. As Ezra Klein has pointed out, what's funny to me is that the things right-wing populists want seem to resemble what the current Democratic Party is, which is vaguely true at the level of political economy and with respect to certain factions of the Democratic Party. Moreover, as right-wing culture wars increasingly turn inward, non-woke Democrats may be able to position themselves as moderates on cultural issues, at least in some areas. Of course, the thought experiment outlined above has little to no prospect of becoming reality in the foreseeable future. Even if the center-left can be said to face relatively few financial and electoral obstacles, it is severely inhibited by a lack of policy ambition and ideological motivation. If anything, prominent Democrats seem more focused on funding Trumpist candidates in Republican primaries, in the often misguided hope of setting up easy opponents, than addressing their own shortcomings. As with the internal divides of the Republican Party, tracing the obstacles to realignment is often more illuminating than analyzing its protagonists. In terms of policy, popularism and supply-side progressivism constitute a promising foundation for a realignment. But in their current form, they are not sufficiently ambitious. Popularism is based on, and is perhaps little more than, the common-sense notion of highlighting policies that are popular and avoiding ones that are not. It is, in other words, a style of campaigning, not an agenda. As a result, popularists have been reluctant to break from unpopular progressive ideas, even as they are accused by their opponents of doing so. Nor have they been willing to openly advocate for moderation on its own substantive merits, rather than merely as a means to win elections. In a sharply polarized society, however, simply avoiding unpopular issues is often insufficient. It is necessary to publicly criticize them. That is what made the Sister Souljah moment notable, after all. As critics of popularism have pointed out, simply downplaying the issue of critical race theory, CRT, in schools did not work for centrist Democrat Terry McAuliffe in the Virginia governor's race. And any competent Republican strategist knows, at this point, to simply ask Democratic candidates what the definition of a woman is, and force them to choose between alienating their progressive base or public opinion. For different reasons, supply-side progressivism in its present form is also insufficiently radical. It is too often conceived of and presented as an alternative means of delivering on conventional welfare's promises, for instance on housing or health care, rather than a new economic paradigm aimed at improving growth and productivity, strengthening supply chains, and bolstering industrial and state capacity. Targeted measures to outflank, say, NIMBYism or poor health care incentives may appear more likely to attract a broad coalition. But whatever the merits of such proposals, or the larger views of their proponents, a narrow version of supply-side progressivism faces both policy challenges and political risks. On the one hand, in order to be effective, supply-side reforms need to alter the incentives for capital allocation across the economy, as they did in the neoliberal revolution, not merely in a few opportunity zones. On the other, limiting the focus to conventional welfarist aims, or attempts to smuggle in too many Green New Deal programs under a different guise, will provoke conventional partisan resistance while generating little offsetting enthusiasm. Counterintuitively perhaps, reforms that are in some ways more structurally ambitious and aim primarily at strengthening the underlying economy probably have a greater chance to attract moderates and even the right. Supply-side progressives might also benefit from closer collaboration with the revived antitrust movement, which could be the Biden administration's most important legacy, and which includes a good portion of the relatively few thinkers capable of analyzing the actual behavior of firms and financial markets. In a highly concentrated economy suffering from a lack of competitive investment, antitrust policy can at least occasionally be essential supply-side policy as well. At the same time, supply-side progressives and democratic centrists generally have shown little ability to marshal corporate lobbies in support of their broader agenda, unlike the Democratic Leadership Council of the Clinton era. Bipartisan supply-side measures like the USICA/Competes Act, for example, which originated as an attempt to counter industrial and technological competition from China, languished for months. In the closing days of the recent legislative session, the more ambitious proposals in the bill were stripped out, leaving only a narrow version that offered subsidies to semiconductor incumbents to build fabs in the United States. Then, at the 11th hour, Democrats, at the behest of the Semiconductor Industry Association, inserted a loophole into the bill that would allow firms receiving subsidies to more easily continue investing in China, undermining a major premise of the legislation. They also killed a previously agreed-upon amendment intended to prevent research funding from benefiting foreign adversaries. Congressional Democrats showed little interest in opposing these dubious revisions, much less in assembling industry lobbies into a larger coalition to push for a more ambitious agenda. In light of this bad precedent, robust supply-side policy may be more difficult going forward. Further inhibiting any centrist realignment are the limitations of liberal ideology itself. If centrist Democrats are to overcome the significant political obstacles in their path and address major policy failures, they will need to internalize, or at least appreciate, fundamental critiques of the liberal economic and political order from opponents to their right and left. First, centrist liberals have, by and large, failed to confront the structural problems facing the U.S. and major Western economies. Perhaps because they are, more than anyone else, responsible for the creation and maintenance of the current system, they have preferred to avoid systemic criticisms of it. Or perhaps the abstract modes of economic analysis associated with neoliberalism simply cannot contemplate certain essential issues. A world in which investment hurdle rates diverge from the cost of capital or financial returns diverge from profits and overall growth is utterly incomprehensible to neoliberal economics. But that is the empirical reality we live in. Conventional economics also fundamentally misapprehends intellectual property rights, the Asian development model, and other foundational issues. Hence, centrist liberal policy agendas have focused on minor tweaks to the tax code and welfare system or stale retreads from previous eras, like endlessly subsidizing education, all of which are intellectually and politically inadequate. Perhaps policy change can only occur incrementally, and centrists continue to dominate technocratic wonkery, but even technocratic governance will be incompetent if the underlying intellectual framework ignores reality. Instead of shoring up the failing neoliberal order, centrist liberals must come to see their task as building a new national development paradigm appropriate to a period of deglobalization, which is now upon us. Although it is often presumed that a commitment to neoliberalism is what defines liberal centrism, this characterization is somewhat misleading. It is not an ideological adherence to neoliberal theory but rather a commitment to private wealth generation. Yet neoliberalism's wealth-generating capacity seems to be fading anyway, and other models of political economy may therefore become more promising. At the same time, liberals have a critical lesson to learn from the more radical right, namely that not everyone aspires to be a professional-class urban liberal. Since the end of history, especially liberals have come to assume that anyone who does not already embrace their values, institutions, and policies must be prevented from doing so either by some external force or by an irredeemable sin. The possibility that anyone could consciously oppose liberalism on the basis of reasonable interests or equally respectable value systems is something that liberals simply cannot admit or perhaps even imagine. Initially, this blinkered view mainly applied to foreign populations. Liberals assumed that the peoples of Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere enthusiastically desired Western-style liberal democracy, which supposedly would flourish as soon as these societies were liberated from evil totalitarian regimes. In spite of the foreign policy disasters that proceeded from this mode of thinking, however, the same logic has more recently been turned inward on domestic constituencies. Today, anyone who votes in a way that liberals disapprove of is seen to be a hapless victim of disinformation or an inveterate racist, that is, someone who ought to be disqualified from participating in the political process until after liberal intervention. This perhaps ironic inability to tolerate, to use the classical terminology, or empathize with, in contemporary parlance, differing worldviews is a crippling political liability. It not only precludes ordinary compromise and coalition building, but causes centrist liberals to dramatically miscalculate in their campaigns against political opponents, whether right-wing populist movements or liberals' new enemies on the woke left. Against the latter challenge, liberals have failed to exploit any of their financial or institutional advantages. Instead, their main response has been to recapitulate 19th century arguments in favor of free speech or other liberal norms, as well as conservative bromides about postmodernism from 40 years ago. This might be an effective strategy if indeed all ideas and social norms were voluntarily chosen, as liberalism assumes, in a competitive marketplace of ideas. But it cannot account for or address any of the material or institutional factors, such as growing professional class precarity in an unbalanced service economy, or the peculiar structure of contemporary universities and workplaces that motivate the adoption of a particular species of radicalism among the college-educated, much less the disaffection of the declining middle and working classes. Even more ambitious anti-woke efforts like founding new universities, which do nothing to fundamentally alter elite credentialing systems and repeat similar conservative failures of recent decades, seem likely to accomplish little more than demonstrating centrist liberals' incapacity for structural thinking. Liberals, from Hobbes and Locke to Hayek and Rawls, have displayed a unique genius for foundation myths and universalizing abstractions, as well as a special talent for obscuring the application of power and the assignment of responsibility. But the liberal tradition offers few resources for making sense of multilayered social phenomena that complicate distinctions between the voluntary and involuntary, e.g., concepts of base and superstructure. If there is to be a centrist liberal realignment, its champions will have to overcome these limitations of the liberal perspective in order to offer something to those who do not already share their premises. Liberalism, after all, was originally presented as a political system that could secure practical needs like peace and material prosperity without requiring universal assent in matters of religious faith or metaphysical principle. To be sure, that original self-conception was always something of a noble lie, but it was once compelling in a way that it no longer is. Rather than merely insist upon the moral superiority of their values, today's liberals must demonstrate that their institutions and policies can provide practical benefits to those who do not necessarily share their underlying worldview. At this point, it might seem that the further one proceeds with this thought experiment of centrist liberal realignment, the more dismal its prospects appear. In addition to obstacles involving fundamental matters of personnel, policy, and ideology, the recent intensification of decades-old culture wars and the possibility of another Trump presidential campaign militate against any reshuffling of the left-liberal alliance. On the other hand, hardly anyone would have predicted a few years ago that San Francisco would recall its school board and district attorney for being too woke. The obvious deficiencies of contemporary progressivism and the ongoing Brazilianization of the post-industrial West will continue to fuel efforts toward a larger political realignment, on the left as well as on the right. This exercise also reveals the key differences between right and left versions of realignment that will shape American politics for the foreseeable future, even if no realignment is actually completed. These issues revolve around fundamental questions of constituency and legitimaki. In the modern era, the right has essentially lacked the ideological basis and intellectual confidence to put forward a positive agenda. Instead, it obfuscates its substantive goals behind various indirect mechanisms: the market, as imagined in classical theory, the separation of powers, federalism, narrowly defined constitutionalism, and so forth, in order to borrow legitimacy from liberal proceduralism. Even now, its most enthusiastic campaigns are entirely negative. NCRT, dismantle the administrative state, eliminate ESG, and the like. It does not, by and large, promote its own comprehensive, substantive vision, much less detailed plans, for what education should look like, how the modern executive should function, how capital should be allocated, or how actually existing markets should be structured. Indeed, much of right-wing populism could be characterized as an attempt to offer an ideological and political basis for the right to act directly and positively on behalf of its constituencies and the nation as a whole. Progressives face a different problem. Unlike the right, they are capable of acting aggressively to advance a positive agenda, even if the locus of that activism has shifted toward NGOs or major corporations and away from formal government institutions or mass organizations. The problem is that this activism has grown increasingly disconnected from, and overtly hostile to, the sources and instruments of actual political power, including the American electorate and the American state. Academic discussions of legitimacy tend to focus on what legitimates an elite in the eyes of the people. Yet equally or perhaps even more important is what legitimates an elite in its own eyes, what gives it the confidence to act as an elite, to lead and even to coerce the people toward some higher aim. Political crises erupt when an elite's internally legitimating ideology contradicts or undermines that elite's popular and performance legitimacy. Centrist liberals recognize that such a crisis is now underway, and they also recognize that the conservative retreat to a purely negative and indirect approach to governing is inadequate. Yet it is unclear whether they possess the resources to escape a post-imperial, post-Christian, and post-material prison of their own making. Unlike previous generations, who were able to define and act on behalf of a bounded political community, today's liberals seem unable to acknowledge sources of legitimacy outside the liberal abstractions of the individual and the universal. Without a recognizable political community on which to ground claims of performance legitimacy, however, liberalism appears merely as one competing value system among others, rather than as a means of transcending cultural conflict. Without a credible vision of a shared past or a shared future, centrism is reduced to the self-serving manipulation of the moralism of the left and the indirection of the right in defense of an illegitimate status quo. As long as that is the case, America will remain trapped between a self-confident, but also self-marginalizing faction of elites, on the one hand, and competing factions who refuse the responsibilities of government on the other. With the rise of China, talk of a second Cold War has intensified. This is typically explained in economic terms. A morality tale in which the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, flirted with the virtuous free trade order and its political corollaries only to fall to the temptation of state capitalism. Like a laboratory study in which the subject failed to defer gratification, China is portrayed as a barbarian who insists on bartering rather than using coins. Meanwhile, those who place China's ideological commitments in the foreground are framed as naive. This is understandable, as parts of the political lexicon have degenerated into empty buzzwords. In an age colored by political convergence, tired tags such as communism, liberal democracy, or free markets easily attract derision. They evoke sepia images of the Cold War, not future conflicts. Yet even without any freedom versus tyranny narratives, the relationship between the West and China has been profoundly shaped by ideology. A better grasp of these ideological differences can shed light not only on present conflicts but also on why both sides have misunderstood each other for decades. Perhaps the most visible sign of the strength of ideology in China is Beijing's refusal to repudiate almost any of its past. The closest it has come are admissions that Mao made secondary errors, which had little to no bearing on his merits. Such beliefs are crucial because they determine to what degree players are willing to limit their actions as well as how a polity views itself. To define a rival as illegitimate is to suggest that it should not only be contained but overhauled. The Persians, for example, sacked Athens in 480 BC, but it was the Macedonians who demolished their democracy roughly a century and a half later. Similarly, Constantinople might have fallen in 1453, but that was long after Crusaders stabbed the ideology of Romanitas in the back. What use was a universal identity that could barely defend its core in 1204? Since the CCP's inception, elites have been drilled in a Marxist eschatology which sketches the contradictions of capitalism as provoking crises that will eventually liquidate the capitalist world, upheavals that only socialism with Chinese characteristics can contain. Such is the strength of this idea that no matter how many powerful individuals might suspect, mock, or refute it, none dares to do so in public. Another element is the CCP leadership's ability to say or do anything, even indulge in counter-revolutionary practices, the socialist version of taqiyya, if it furthers the communist long game. Beneath former General Secretary Jiang Zemin's circumlocutions, his 3 represents was precisely such an exercise at the turn of the millennium. Jiang's 3 represents, Sange Daibiao, enlarged the CCP's ruling constituency from the working classes to the public. The latter was a euphemism intended to obscure the inclusion of capitalists, precisely the class Marxists were meant to undermine. In essence, the party sacrificed a core message in order to secure its survival. The West is not immune to its own ideological enthusiasms. Between Tiananmen Square, 1989, and China's creation of the artificial islands in the South China Sea, 2014, U.S. political and business leaders remained convinced that Beijing's market reforms were a backdoor through which liberal norms would spread. Deng Xiaoping was essentially seen as a stooge who would institutionalize the party, code for having it abandon its revolutionary pretensions. A view perhaps most fully articulated in Richard Nixon's book Victory, Without War, 1988, in which the former president claimed communist administrations were best undermined by supporting ideologically compromised candidates who might stealthily navigate the party toward a politically liberal path. This hope was confirmed by President Clinton in 2000 when he claimed, "China is not simply agreeing to import more of our products. It is agreeing to import economic freedom." General Secretary Zhao Ziyang was also touted as a prospective quisling, and his subsequent fall from grace given a liberal sheen by Western commentators who lamented his potential as a lost Gorbachev. In reality, Zhao was brought low because his political base, centered on attempts to build bridges with the party elder Chen Yun, was narrow compared to that of Premier Li Peng, whose views on using violence in 1989 dovetailed neatly with those of Deng and the rest of the leadership at a time when Zhao dithered. In contrast to Hu Yaobang, the previous general secretary who had seasoned his Marxism with liberalism, or perhaps more accurately simply did not indulge in xenophobia toward Western norms, Zhao was a dyed-in-the-wool Marxist. His only sin in the eyes of the leadership had been to recoil from using violence against the masses. Nevertheless, the fact that institutionalization has consistently been of lesser importance than the informal distribution of power since Tiananmen, and that China has only moved in one political direction since Zhao, has, until very recently, failed to dent the resilience of Western liberal projections. Despite the American and Chinese narratives hiding in plain sight, Western analysis remains wedded to the fact that ideology constitutes nothing more than a branding exercise for economic policy. For decades, each side has overlooked the other's ideology to cooperate in a mutually beneficial economic system. The British historian Neil Ferguson called this unit Chimerica, while others dubbed it a G2. In reality, however, this interpenetration, essentially U.S. debt financing consumption from China, undergirded by dollar-denominated borrowing, was possible only because each nation had carved an ideological niche for the economic pact to occupy. In short, each party reckoned it had made a dupe of the other. The United States believed the Tiananmen massacre to be a watershed moment, a funnel to a meltdown that would force China into absorption, like Russia in the 1990s, into the global system. The United States considered this a relatively risk-free gamble because the trade deficit it runs is financed by dollar-denominated debt, which is needed abroad as part of the financial infrastructure of trade. With China alone, the deficit has fluctuated between $318 and $418 billion over the last decade, the rough equivalent of Denmark's GDP. In essence, the United States can buy a lot on credit until its hegemony ends. Meanwhile, China reckoned that America suffered from such a selfish and disordered constitution that Washington would ignore Beijing's transparent disingenuousness, posing as ready to become a responsible global stakeholder, while transforming itself into a peer competitor and anchor of an alternative geopolitical order. The CCP thus deflected attention away from its ability not only to maintain political control and push forward with developmentalist state policies, essentially the basic model of export-oriented development that the United States had afforded to allies in the past, but also to erect a sphere of influence abroad. The U.S. perspective can be traced back as far as 1957, when Secretary of State John Foster Dulles claimed that peaceful means could be used to accelerate the Soviet Union's evolution toward democracy. At the time, Mao noted that the United States wants to subvert us, corrupt us by a peaceful evolution. These sentiments crescendoed after Tiananmen when Deng affirmed Mao's narrative and his new General Secretary, Jiang Zemin, added, "The imperialist world tries to make us abandon the socialist road and turn us into a vassal of international capitalism. They use a number of methods to ideologically infiltrate our country, mainly propagating sham notions of democracy, freedom and human rights to incite and support the ideological trend of bourgeois liberalization." It was under Jiang that document number 7 warned that the West's ideological infiltration sought to win without striking a blow. Deng, the supposed fulcrum in China's pivot to liberalism, according to the American framework, stated Beijing's resistance to it most explicitly in his announcement that only socialism can save China. Only socialism can develop China. The solution, in a word, was to marry socialism and nationalism. In the West, National Socialism almost always refers to its German variant, Nazism. China, which fought with the Allies in World War II, is hardly National Socialist in that sense, and the CCP's legitimacy is not grounded on the superiority of the Han. With almost no immigration and a fairly subdued periphery since 1949, there is no need. But Chinese socialism has always contained nationalist elements, and from its origins to the present has focused on restoring China's place after its humiliation at the hands of foreign powers. Moreover, in the global discourse, nationalism has a peculiar and somewhat antiquated ring. In the free, rich world of the Cold War and end of history, it was deemed passé at best and barbaric at worst. Safe in its avuncular role as a hyperpower, the United States lauded multilateralism as the aspirational framework for post-war politics. It was in Washington's interests to paint globalization as a win-win for all. especially in the 1970s when it countered its economic and geopolitical crisis by building a neoliberal empire. But like a paterfamilias whose authority has not evaporated just because he is not at home, beneath the globalist rhetoric U.S. interests remained predominant. U.S. political and intellectual culture has simply refused to articulate these motives in direct terms. Perhaps more familiar but less rigorously studied is the role of corporate interests in the erosion of strategic thinking in America. Put simply, China promised U.S. corporations market share, and in return they pressured Washington to grant Beijing's economic requests. Between the presidencies of Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, U.S. corporations essentially performed the role of lobbyists for Beijing. As a result, human rights were never added as a condition of China's most favored nation status, despite their centrality in America's own ideological rhetoric. This mutual deception benefited both parties, or at least the elites of both countries, but only while the economic entanglement remained politically muzzled. In the United States, this coyness was possible in part because organized labor, centered around the Midwestern Rust Belt, which had once formed the world's manufacturing base, had lost its privileged position, and the energies of foreign policy hawks were focused on the Middle East. Equally, in China, high importance was attached to Deng's maxim of biding one's time. This allowed the CCP to weather nationalist complaints that Beijing was too compliant, including perceived timidity over the Taiwan Strait Crisis, 1996, bombing of the Belgrade Embassy, 1999, and the U.S. spy plane crash, 2001. 3 decades after China's incorporation into the global market, the U.S. prognosis, that China would be reshaped in a liberal image by market reform, looks empty. The state maintains control over the economy via both formal avenues in state-owned enterprises and informal ones, such as rewarding successful entrepreneurs' party titles, an act that forces adherence to higher agendas than business. Moreover, private property rights have not been fully established, leaving the state as the owner of all land, with capitalists in possession of no more than temporary rights to its use. China has also succeeded in enticing Western corporations with the bait of market share only to steal patented technologies, subsidize Chinese competitors, and create unfair legal environments, all of which help to limit foreign competition in its domestic market, especially in strategic industries. By 2008, political rhetoric from China had become progressively more adversarial. One of Xi Jinping's favorites, Vice President Wang Qishan, is reported to have told Secretary of the Treasury Henry Paulson that "We aren't sure we should be learning from you anymore," amid an increasingly skewed playing field. Yet the United States continued to plow more funds into China. While foreign direct investment, FDI, lingered between $11 and $30 billion from 2000 and 2007, a period said to constitute the glory years of Chimerica, it rose from $54 billion to $118 billion from 2008 to 2021. China, however, decided to use the 2008 financial crisis as a turning point to seize the geopolitical narrative and expand its position on the world stage. Between the economic crisis and a series of failed military interventions, America had faltered badly for the first time since the Vietnam War. The crisis weakened the idea that Western banks possessed a universal model and strengthened China's resolve to keep control of its financial sector. Just as Chinese leaders began to openly celebrate lessons from history on the rise of imperial powers such as Spain, the Netherlands, Great Britain, and America, they also repackaged their own economy's falling profits and redundant capacity into a strength by externalizing their domestic stimulus program. This paved the way for the export of China's overcapacity in infrastructure investment abroad, an initiative marketed as the Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, mainly throughout Eurasia, a landmass that handily avoided confronting the Indo-Pacific's 5th and 7th U.S. fleets. Chinese outward FDI, however, presents a confused picture because more than 70% is directed to offshore financial centers where it sits in holding companies or real estate, indicating its real nature, capital flight. Nevertheless, the BRI benefited many domestic players. Its capital export, for example, created a sphere of influence where Chinese goods and firms enjoyed privileged access compared to local or foreign competitors. Brands such as Sany and XCMG rose from insignificance to the 3rd and 4th largest construction machinery companies in the world. Meanwhile, Chinese demand for commodities drove up global commodity prices, leading much of the developing world, especially Latin America, to repudiate industrialization and increase reliance on commodity exports, an instinct reinforced by Beijing's efficient, low-cost manufacturing. Despite rhetoric about carrying the anti-colonialist torch or leading the global south, Many of China's trade partners have witnessed deindustrialization and a return of the resource curse. At home, the pivot was also bittersweet, as Beijing did not enjoy a particularly good crisis. Its export-led boom stuttered, and while its $580 billion stimulus program supported a form of recovery, it was driven by debt-financed fixed-asset investment. As exports weakened, state banks relentlessly expanded their investments. This sent outstanding debt in China to over 250% of GDP in 2017, a figure that surged to more than 330% during the COVID-19 pandemic. The loans have led to a debt time bomb among major financial players. While the government can contain the domestic debt crisis by repeatedly bailing out state debtors, this is not an option for large investments abroad. Hence the bad optics of the investment in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port, for example, which continuously lost money after it opened, forcing a Chinese operator to take out a 99-year lease on it. But if China is not doing especially well, neither is the West. Indeed, Beijing must be bemused that while dual circulation, a policy initiative launched in 2020 that aims to reduce the role of foreign trade in driving the economy while improving the quality of trade, may be a long shot, it still seems more likely than the West's wish to decouple. Beijing's assumption is based on the fact that the West will find replacing the most basic components of supply chains far harder, at least on short notice and with little price disruption, than Beijing will find shunning or substituting the West's financial infrastructure. Beijing is also increasingly focused on Western decadence. While the Chinese have undergone a supply-demand roller coaster for the last 7 to 8 decades, mainly thanks to the CCP's desire for autarky, the electorates of liberal democracies remain extremely vulnerable to supply-side shocks, perhaps eventually to the extent that they prioritize wealth and security over the small print of constitutional arrangements. Historically, the CCP was renowned for its defensive posture on the world stage, in part because it did not possess a UN seat until 1971. Overall, it aimed to prevent criticism of its human rights abuses, affirm sovereignty over Taiwan, and limit international interference with its domestic toolbox. In recent years, China's ambitions have grown considerably. In 2017, China's leader Xi Jinping ominously claimed, using a phrase that would later become ubiquitous, that his nation was experiencing great changes unseen in a century. A year later, he called for his nation to lead reform of the global governance system with the concepts of fairness and justice. This effectively translates to a development model that promotes extensive state control over society and a mix of market-based practices and statism in core economic sectors. To do so, Beijing explores ways in which it can exploit the current system. For example, it heads 4 of the 15 principal agencies of the UN and hands out aid in an opaque manner, asking potential recipients to approach it for support without soliciting formal proposals. Moreover, since 2017, 3 Central American countries, Panama, El Salvador, and Nicaragua, have switched diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to China. So too has the Dominican Republic. At least 65 countries now owe China more than 10% of their external debt, and 21 of them, including Malawi and Sri Lanka, are in default or seeking restructuring. Yet the details of such contracts are rarely clear, as they tend to contain strict confidentiality clauses. China is also building a parallel currency system for trade with key partners, alternative multilateral institutions, and an imposing security apparatus. Trying to internationalize the renminbi has been its least successful endeavor, mainly because it is not a freely convertible currency, and this looks unlikely to change anytime soon. The rapid growth of the cross-border interbank payment system, CIPS, an international China-led clearing system and rival to the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications, SWIFT, has been more impressive, especially as the former bundles together a payments and communication system, while the latter only includes payment instructions. The $29 billion loan book of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, of which China is the largest shareholder with 31% of the capital, is also notable, as is the alliance building and norm pushing of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. China has also promoted new surveillance technologies and companies such as SenseTime, an AI firm blacklisted in America for its role in spying on Uyghurs in Xinjiang. In the past only used by international renegades such as Venezuela, this is fast changing. Last September, for instance, Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund announced a $207 million joint venture with SenseTime to build an AI laboratory in the kingdom. Against all odds, China's refusal to ideologically submit to America since 1989 has paid off. As a Cold War masterstroke, the United States tried to pull Beijing into a multilateral trading system with a view to breaking the back of its nationalism and state capitalism. Instead, China persisted on its own developmental path and grew to dominate key industries and increasingly technologies, pushing the rest of the world to rethink their trade strategies. Under Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, the United States will subsidize clean technology, which includes nuclear, and protect various supply chains in key industries to the tune of $369 billion. This led the EU to claim it is developing a subsidy package that reshores supply lines and locks its inhabitants into buying European. This may be idle rhetoric, however, as Western Europe remains notoriously reluctant to build up its own hard power. This dithering can be ascribed to a lot of factors, but perhaps most fundamental is the fact that the EU believes it will thrive as a cultural superpower, in other words, a museum, a strategy that post-Angkor Cambodia would probably advise against. No matter who wins these future conflicts, China can claim its ideology altered the narrative. Choosing between national rejuvenation and economic rationality is a fool's errand when national resurgence can remold the economic map around its own interests. Norm-pushing often requires intellectual gymnastics, and China uses the West's globalist ideology against it, mainly by adopting a global rhetoric of its own that deprivileges Western voices. To give one example, Beijing routinely questions the widely held belief that international law is a sustainable form of universal order. Chinese theorists explore the ways in which international law's history is closely connected to the European experience and fails to account for the non-European realities that influenced its formation. China also mocks U.S. multilateralism by co-opting its rhetoric to create alternative institutions, an act that reveals the emptiness of both varieties but is more damaging to the West, as Beijing faces lower expectations. This was a particularly effective strategy under the Trump administration, when Germany and France struggled with the U.S. president's penchant for explicitly communicating the terms and conditions of American hegemony, which had the effect of pushing European powers to weaponize China's rhetoric on multilateralism as a counterweight. In short, China exploits America's own ideological metamorphosis, its insistence on defining itself not as a national player engaged in realpolitik but a pseudo-theological actor. The West created a globalist framework when its dominant position seemed assured. China now emphasizes the fact that the West respects globalism only as a canvas for its own brush when authentic globalism should respect alternative ideologies. It accuses the United States of eroding traditional notions of sovereignty by erecting issues of supranational importance, peculiar to its increasingly particular cultural agenda, and asserting that non-compliance justifies alienation or ostracism from the US-led global order. In Beijing's own words, issued in a joint statement with Moscow in February 2022, the West pushes its own standards on others, monopolizes the right to assess the level of compliance, and draws dividing lines on the grounds of ideology. Beijing's strategy does not seek to deny the existence of national interests but rather to manipulate the price other nations must pay, in political and economic terms, to participate in a Sinocentric system instead of an American one. Sinocentrism is a civilizational matrix with several ideological imbrications. In general, Beijing's preference is to present itself as only interested in developing other nations. This could evolve, however, into preferential trade with those who express deference to socialism with Chinese characteristics. Despite Western insistence, China does not see socialism as having been defeated as commentators often claim. Instead, it views the socialist project as having been deferred or sublimated. Socialism is the last or latest, depending on the hue of nationalist, avatar of Chinese power tragically stymied by external forces from the Xiongnu to the Americans. For the sake of a spiritual wrapper, China may massage Asian values, the region's authoritarian history, into its initiatives in order to form an Asian bloc that demotes Japan to little more than a West Pacific version of Hawaii. Its narrative will probably focus on the world being a dangerous and insecure place and that only submission to states, in turn defer to a sort of Beijing consensus, will offer security in economic and military terms. This bloc would look to dominate international groups through Asia's size and weight, which dwarfs the West by most metrics and catches India on the horns of whether to identify as a Western or Asian power, thus supercharging its importance. In a world that is truly equitable, where states are given equal opportunity to develop outside a neoliberal Weltanschauung and non-liberal ideologies are equally respected, the West's power has an expiry date, and its views look increasingly parochial. Instead, the world in aggregate looks more like Asia, which China happens to dominate. While analysts often find themselves carefully salami-slicing how much significance to grant either the Chinese or communist ingredients of the CCP, in reality they form a single Mobius band. The CCP draws the majority of its legitimacy from the claim that it ended centuries of foreign exploitation. Hence its grounding of every diplomatic move in the context of the century of humiliation, and its insistence on stamping every policy initiative with Chinese characteristics. This nationalist socialist ideology is also the most obvious explanation for moves such as the redefinition of the South China Sea as a core interest. Policymakers such as Dulles were clear-headed about this tendency as far back as the 1950s, when he remarked that the CCP was dedicated to expelling the U.S. from the Western Pacific. Yet the West insists on prioritizing an economic lens, denying China national agency, and reducing the CCP to a puppet of economic concerns. This despite the fact that, at every turn, the CCP has indicated that it rules the free market, not vice versa. For decades, ironically, the West deluded itself into believing that economic determinism would inevitably undermine the CCP's authority, all while conceiving of its own actions in terms of the purest liberal idealism. Meanwhile, Marxist China has carefully calibrated its economic policy to support national and civilizational ambitions. Today, with its economic superiority increasingly in doubt, the liberal West seems unsure how to respond. The ideological rationalizations of Chimerica have collapsed. It is no longer possible to pretend that the CCP will be duped into political liberalism through commercial activity. But no coherent intellectual framework has replaced the end-of-history view, except perhaps more strident and parochial forms of liberal fideism. Behind the West's outlook lies a skepticism about the ability to exert political agency, to be a live player and create one's own script, in the language of political scientist Samo Burja. This tendency forms the darker side of economic determinism and is exacerbated by several trends. Western academia entertains Nietzschean Übermenschen, Promethean souls, or great statesmen as possible, but only in the way that nuclear fusion is technically possible. The vast majority of people and leaders have their individual agency caged by structural determinants, including corporate interests. Americans too often see this impotence mirrored on the diplomatic stage by states who resemble non-player characters, NPCs, thanks to the unipolar dominance of the United States since the late 1980s. CCP elites share this mechanistic outlook when those lower on the social scale are in its crosshairs, but consider themselves above the puppet show. Whether this impulse can be attributed to past imperial grandeur or to a certain interpretation of Marxist literature, Chinese apparatchiks see themselves as steering, not being steered by history. Quote, "The charismatic Democrat and reformer Franklin Delano Roosevelt was sworn in as President of the USA in 1933. Despite the worst depression in their history, Americans had not succumbed to any radical or totalitarian temptation, but had elected a man who would lead the country out of the crisis with reason and a sense of proportion." End quote. This unreservedly friendly appraisal of the Americans and their great president, which is committed to the historical truth, appeared in the Black Book USA, of all places, and therefore cannot be meant to be so. The author continues, "To this day, this is a source of pride for many Americans and an argument for the superiority of their political culture over that of Europe." End quote. Although this statement is also completely true, this time the German reader is forewarned, as he knows that American culture cannot possibly be superior to European culture and that such overconfidence, even hubris, is the basis for radical and totalitarian temptations to which Americans repeatedly succumb. The chapter from which the quote is taken also indicates where the journey is heading. It is entitled Hitler's Involuntary Helpers: The USA and the Road to the Second World War. Concrete is already one step further. In the 1930s, the methods of rule in the USA and Germany were so similar that it is not really possible to distinguish between them. Quote, "As far as politics could contribute to the upswing, it used similar means of economic policy and propaganda in the USA and in Hitler's Germany." End quote. How the Abendroth student George Fulberth arrived at this insight will remain a mystery. What is known, however, is that the Völkischer Beobachter came to a similar conclusion in June 1933 as Concrete did in June 2005, when it wrote approvingly of Roosevelt's public statements. Some sentences could have been written by a National Socialist. In any case, one can assume that Roosevelt has a great deal of understanding for the ideas of National Socialism. End quote. The professor from Marburg certainly knows that it did not take the Nazis long to fight the New Deal as Jewish crap. Robert Lay. However, neither Fulberth nor the majority of other authors dealing with the New Deal phenomenon are interested in answering the question of which specific means of crisis management were used in the United States and for what purpose. They are structuralists and believe they know that if, at the same time as National Socialism, a republic relied on state interventionism to overcome a crisis, it would be easy to find similarities between the two systems going as far as collaboration. 10 years before the Shinran Antitrust Act became law in the USA in 1890, Friedrich Engels had already analyzed the centralizing and monopolizing character of the capitalist mode of production. Quote, "Either way, with or without trusts, the official representative of capitalist society, the state, must eventually take over the management of production. This necessity of transformation into state property first emerges in the case of the large transportation companies, post, telegraphs, railroads." End quote. Engels, who felt compelled to add a lengthy footnote to his use of the word must in order to reject false covetousness in the party, in which he dismissed the nationalizations carried out in the Bismarck era as false socialism, would never have entertained the idea that the American antitrust law sought to prevent the formation of monopolies in the economy without making the state an alternative monopolist. And yet that is exactly what happened in the USA. The first antitrust law was not intended to promote the nationalization of the postal service, telegraph system, and railroads, but to abolish existing monopolies and prevent new ones in the future in order to preserve or restore free competition on the market. Since the law was applied across the board from 1901 under Theodore Roosevelt's presidency, earning him the reputation of the trustbuster, the anti-monopolistic character of the U.S. state has not fundamentally changed. The stock market crash of 1929 did not only lead to the Great Depression because the United States became the world's largest creditor through lending during the First World War. The fusion of bank capital with industrial capital, as Lenin, citing Hilferding, quite appropriately defined the term finance capital, was nowhere as advanced as in the USA. Although the state prevented the formation of monopolies on the market, activities against mass and risky lending, or even the prevention of direct share subscriptions or the purchase of companies for speculative purposes by bank capital were largely absent. The belief in eternal prosperity characterized American society in the 1920s, whose economy had annual growth rates of between 4 and 5%. An unemployment rate of no more than 2.5% fed the belief in eternal full employment, which kept the general need for the welfare state within narrow limits despite miserable working conditions. But also because the state offered hardly any social security, 9 million Americans sought their fortune as small shareholders by the end of the 1920s. A quarter of the total population of around 122 million became dependent on stock market fortune. Mass consumption as a condition and result of mass production also steadily increased demand. When the stock market crash on October 24, 1929 caused the total value of listed companies to fall by $11 billion in just 2 hours, this corresponded to around 1.5% of the annual gross national product at the time. This led to the collapse of 9,000 banks, which had previously abruptly stopped making further loan payments or demanded that borrowers immediately repay their loans, including interest. Companies went bankrupt in droves, and those made redundant could not be absorbed by the thin net of partly private and partly municipal aid. Unemployment rose to almost 25% in a very short space of time. By 1933, the gross national product, foreign trade, industrial production, and private assets had halved. Republican President Hoover, who was in office until Roosevelt's election, exacerbated the prevailing Great Depression by raising various taxes because he was convinced that the state should not run up massive debts, especially during a crisis. His unshakable belief in laissez-faire and the invisible hand led him, like so many others, to misjudge the scale of the crisis. His helpless statement, "Some tremendous force has entered the mechanism, and its functioning has been temporarily disrupted," sums up the helplessness not only of the U.S. government at the time. As early as the beginning of 1929, Roosevelt was one of the few who saw a catastrophe coming that would shake American society to its very foundations. He wrote to a Democratic Party friend, "The business world is not particularly interested in a clean government, and as long as the stock market soars and the new capital mergers are left alone, it is satisfied with Republican control under President Hoover. The problem for Republican leaders is that sooner or later the present conditions must come to an end. When that time comes, I want the Democratic Party to have a healthy radicalism that will bring the disenchanted to it and thereby bring it to power." End quote. The radicalism with which Roosevelt wanted to reshuffle the cards and agree a new deal from the moment he took office on March 4, 1933, was met with a social mood that also put democracy at risk in large sections of the population in the USA. As if to confirm Engels' prediction of nationalization, Wolfgang J. Hellich points out in his biography of Roosevelt that even Congress would have agreed to far more radical measures than the president demanded. Few observers doubted that Roosevelt could have pushed through the nationalization of the banks on March 9, 1933. End quote. But Roosevelt did not nationalize the banking system, he reorganized it. In addition to the obligation to publicly register securities, Securities Act, the Glass-Steagall Act introduced the so-called separate banking system, the strict division of banking transactions into investment banking and commercial banking. While the latter comprised the traditional banking business of lending, savings deposits and transfer and foreign exchange services, and at the same time strictly prohibited commercial banks and bankers from engaging in other forms of banking business, the act relegated financial capital exclusively to investment banking, where securities and share trading was permitted in cooperation with stock exchanges and brokers, strictly separated from small savings deposits. On this new basis, where the wallets of small investors could not disappear en masse in investment transactions as before the 1929 crash, savings deposits were guaranteed by the state up to a level of $5,000. As a result of these laws, the financial system recovered noticeably and general confidence in the banks actually grew. Even if one disagrees with the assessment that Roosevelt's first measures had led to the financial heart of the country being moved from Wall Street to Washington, Roosevelt did bring the state onto the scene as a regulator of the relationship between banking and industrial capital. These restrictions imposed on the banks were implemented without stirring up the people against bank capital through essentially fascist mass mobilizations, as was common in Europe at the same time. Roosevelt seems to have been aware of this danger, which Franz Neumann named years later as a key indicator of the rise of fascist rule. Whenever a cry of indignation against the rule of bank capital is inculcated into a popular movement, it is the surest sign that fascism is on its way. Roosevelt, unlike the fascists, sought to restore the confidence of the masses in the banking business. His drastic-sounding words at his inauguration in 1933, referring to conditions within the American financial world, should be understood against this background. The money changers have fled from their high seats in the temple of our civilization. Now we can rededicate this temple to the old truths. We will succeed in this restoration to the extent that we recognize nobler social values than the mere monetary value of profit. This is not exactly a call to destroy the temple, even if the popular image was probably not chosen by chance. Henry Ford's hostility towards Jews was not exceptional in the USA of the 1930s, and quite a few of the disenchanted people Roosevelt wanted to win over to his policies were anti-Semites. In Roosevelt's image, however, the merchants were not driven out of the temple. Rather, according to the message, they had not faced up to their responsibility to conduct serious banking business. Roosevelt always consciously played the popular father role of a Democratic-type leader, as evidenced by his famous fireside speeches on the radio, which aimed for mass appeal sentence by sentence. However, Roosevelt had completely different ideas of leadership and persuasiveness than his European colleagues and opponents. Even the warm and cordial, seemingly private intonation of his speeches was intended to make clear the difference to the Duce and the Führer, of whose fans and imitators there were quite a few in America. Against popular opponents such as the Jew-hater Charles Edward Coughlin, who reached up to 40 million listeners a week via CBS, Roosevelt had to win an ether battle for the minds of listeners in order to successfully pursue his New Deal policy. Coughlin's regular calls for the expulsion of the money changers from the temple, in other words a pogrom, make it clear that Roosevelt used the parable of the money changers to pick up on prevailing resentments, which he wanted to remove their highly dangerous content. His firm belief in fair competition, a term that became a household word during his presidency, led him and his advisors, the Brain Trust, to the realization that it was not the system itself, but the capitalists who caused the trouble with capitalism, as the chronicler of the New Deal, Arthur Meyer Schlesinger, put it. The New Deal policy was not directed against either Jewish or economic character masks of capital. It was directed against capitalist adventurers who discredited capitalism in Roosevelt's eyes. What is astonishing about this personalization is that it did not involve anti-capitalist resentment and therefore did not culminate in a call for the condemnation and liquidation of pests of the people. The actionism of the Roosevelt government was neither blindly nor ideologically predetermined. It was not without good reason that Keynes enthused at the time. Here, not in Moscow, is the economic laboratory of the world. Roosevelt's famous Brain Trust brought together a wide variety of ideas and currents. There were supporters of social democracy, those of Soviet and fascist planned economies, and also people who flirted with Ataturk's policies. They belonged to the collectivist group, who saw rigid state control of the economy as the salvation from the crisis. They were opposed by the group of regionalists, who wanted to strengthen federalism and thus put a stop to the monopolization of the economy. The so-called Brandesians, who gathered around the Supreme Court Judge Brandeis and the legal scholar Felix Frankfurter, were the most stubborn advocates of economic decentralization and wanted to break the power of finance capital, which, as Brandeis put it, made unacceptable profits with other people's money at the expense of workers, farmers, and my businessmen. Because Frankfurter, Brandeis et al. Were Jews, some opponents of the New Deal felt compelled to speak disparagingly of the Jew deal. It was under the influence of the collectivists that the centerpiece of New Deal policy of the first 2 years, the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, came into being. Strangely enough, it was precisely thanks to these state-loving collectivists that antitrust legislation was suspended in large parts of the economy, thus giving in to a long-standing demand from businesses. The suspension of the antitrust provision was tied to compliance with a Code of Fair Competition, which was compiled by a representative group from all branches of industry. This code was based on a minimum plan laid down by Roosevelt, which provided for a minimum weekly wage, a 40-hour week, and the abolition of child labor. Companies that adopted the code were allowed to use the Blue Eagle logo for themselves and their products. This was intended to encourage the public to voluntarily boycott companies and products without the code and thus enforce free and socially acceptable market and price regulation. The beneficiaries of such a practice were primarily the large companies, which got rid of masses of smaller competitors by means of uniform prices, agreements on production limits, and distribution quotas. These monopolistic practices, Schlesinger, also ran counter to the Roosevelt administration's efforts to increase demand through public procurement in line with Keynesian deficit spending. Under the conditions of a tendency towards monopoly formation, the idea of encouraging companies to hire new workers and raise wages by awarding contracts could not work. In contrast to occasional verbal radicalism, in practice Roosevelt focused on forcing the concrete confrontation between capital and labor. When he emphasized in a speech in 1934, "I want to weld our society, rich and poor, manual workers and brain workers, into a voluntary brotherhood of free men who will stick together and work together for the common good of all," he was not talking about an American counterpart to the German Labor Front, which aimed at the forced harmony of capital and labor. Roosevelt did not want the working American of the forehead and fist. He rather encouraged the workers to stand up to the employers and show their fist. The balance he drew in September 1941 was also the positive balance of his policy. Quote, "The trade unions have won the working man the dignified position in society that he deserves. The present position of labor in the United States as an integral part of national life, from which it cannot be removed, has not come by accident. It is the result of a process of development in a healthy functioning democracy." End quote. For Roosevelt, the basic understanding of fair competition necessarily included the independent representation of workers' interests. The NIRA guaranteed them the right to organize and bargain collectively through representatives of their own forest, as well as the condition that this had to take place without interference, restraint, or coercion on the part of employers or their agents. The New Deal was therefore not intended to slow down or prevent the conflict between capital and labor in order to overcome the crisis. Rather, the government saw itself as an animator who wanted to help the labor struggle from below from above and, according to its self-image, even had to do so to overcome the crisis. In order to enforce workers' rights, the National Labor Board was established in August 1933 under the leadership of Senator Robert F. Wagner. This institution was complemented by the establishment of a Labor Affairs Committee, which was to enforce by all means the election of independent employee representatives in accordance with the NIRA. Friends of the German trade union movement regularly qualify the American movement as follows: a movement that explicitly represents the interests of only a small group of workers, and only to the extent that they are organized, is tempted to solve organizational crises not by a comprehensive reorientation, but by individual groups or members seeking individual ways out of the dilemma. If one accepts that the relationships between individual workers are shaped competitively by the capitalist form, then it follows that perspectives of individual improvement of a worker's life situation dominate his fantasies of collective social change. Rainer Erd, Die Amerikanischen Gewerkschaften im New Deal 1933–1937, pages 58 and 203. The author thus expresses the deep and incredulous amazement of a European trade union collective at the articulation of the individual material interests of his American colleagues. In the case of trade unions, which despite manifold social conflicts in the 1930s never ideologically questioned the legitimacy of capitalist commodity production Ibid page 22. This must be a kind of institutionalized betrayal of the workers' actual interests. Consequently, Erd complains that the American trade unions are not oriented towards the idea of solidarity of the entire workforce. Ibid page 127. This also indicates what Erd and his peers understand by the overcoming of capitalist commodity production, the gathering of the collective whole worker under the umbrella of the authoritarian state. A look at the largest trade union federation until the 1930s, the American Federation of Labor AFL, founded in 1886, makes it clear that the AFL is virtually a counter-design to the corporatist-oriented German model. Instead of using the state to demand workers' rights, the AFL, under its programmatic leader Samuel Gompers, insisted on not using the state in this regard for fear that it would curtail its own autonomy in labor disputes. For the AFL, the state was not a free-floating neutral entity that only needed to be seized in order to strengthen the workers. They did not misunderstand the state as an impeded overall anti-capitalist like LaSalle and still the DGB, but understood it as an ideal overall capitalist that should be mistrusted because of its anything but neutral role. When a split in the AFL in November 1935 gave rise to what would later become the largest trade union federation, the Committee for Industrial Organization, CIO, nothing changed in the trade union's understanding of the state. It is probably no coincidence that the unions reunited in the 1960s under the name AFL-CIO were among the signatories of a protest declaration against their British counterparts' call for an anti-Israel boycott, alongside 30 individual American unions. The reason was the disagreement on the question of skilled workers' union or industrial workers' union. Schlesinger, the AFL saw itself as a rallying point for skilled workers, primarily from traditional industry, to which around 10% of trained and qualified workers belonged at the beginning of the 1930s. According to the traditionalist wing, workers in the automotive, steel, and electrical industries, which had been booming since the introduction of the assembly line and further automation, had no place in the AFL because these assembly line and assembly workers were regarded as unqualified specialists. The formation of the CIO was also the result of numerous strikes directed against the refusal of a number of workers in the newer industries to recognize Section 7A of the NERA. Strikes doubled to 1,560 in 1933 over the previous year, 1,860 in 1934, and over 2,000 the following year. This unrest in the country suggested that the New Deal policies were beginning to take hold, even though the NERA was in need of amendment precisely because it favored monopoly formation and price fixing. The real threat to the New Deal came from another quarter. In May 1935, the Supreme Court struck down the NERA as unconstitutional on the grounds that Congress cannot cede legislative power to the president to exercise unbridled despotism. This ruling reflected the struggle between the supporters of laissez-faire and those who were struggling to redefine state tasks in response to the crisis. The ruling was not primarily directed against inadmissible authorizations by Congress. Rather, the Supreme Court was obviously concerned with ushering in a return to the horse and buggy era, as Roosevelt commented on the decision, while the opponents of the New Deal hailed the College of Judges as a modern St. George slaying the dragon of state socialism. The cassation of the NERA did not bring New Deal politics to a standstill. Emboldened by the Democratic victory in the November 1934 congressional elections, Senator Wagner, head of the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, in particular, worked to push through Congress what later became famous as the Wagner Act. To this day, this law forms the basis of American labor law. It obliges the state to guarantee the strict autonomy of trade unions, as a stable social peace can only be guaranteed through the direct resolution of conflicts between employers and employees. By ratifying the law as early as June 1935, Roosevelt had not only beaten the Supreme Court, but also all opponents of the New Deal. In August of the same year, the New Deal government went one better. The Social Security Act was passed, the first law that obliged the U.S. state, in conjunction with the federal states, to provide Social Security even outside times of crisis. Employers and employees in companies with 8 or more employees were each required to pay 1%, until 1949, 3% of their payroll to the state via the employer as insurance for old age pensions. Employers were also obliged to pay 1%, 3% from 1937, of wages paid as unemployment insurance. In addition to companies with fewer than 8 employees, the self-employed and people earning over $3,000, agricultural workers, casual workers, domestic and public employees were excluded from the obligations and therefore also from the entitlement to benefits. Old age pensions from 65 and unemployment benefits between 14 and 26 weeks, depending on the state, were little more than symbolic due to their low level and were not suitable for replacing the private pension system. Roosevelt described the Social Security Act as a cornerstone of the building we are constructing. However, this building was never to become a welfare state based on the Bismarckian model, although Roosevelt saw a radical break with the American tradition of laissez-faire as necessary, as he emphatically proclaimed during the 1936 presidential election campaign. Quote, "The royalists of our economic order, who admit that political freedom is the government's business, but who claim that economic slavery is nobody's business. These economic royalists whine that we want to overthrow America's institutions. What they're really complaining about is that we want to take away their power." End quote. But Roosevelt was never even remotely convinced that the economy had to serve the state, and therefore the people, as a Nazi pamphlet on the character of the national economy put it. This delusion, which leftists of all stripes flirt with just as much as their supposed counterparts, and which was a precondition for the establishment of concentration camps and the Gulag system, always remained the dream of minorities in the USA who had no real chance of gaining a majority in the population. Instead, Roosevelt, the supposed democratic revenant of Hitler in economic policy, thought about the withdrawal of the state from economic and social policy. Just 9 months after taking office in 1933, he declared to representatives of all government agencies, quote, "One must also ask what the government cannot do. We are in effect being asked to finance the entire United States. There's a general feeling that it's up to the government to take care of everything and everybody, financially and otherwise. We have to assume that things will somehow work themselves out. We must not assume that we will have a permanent economic crisis in this country." End quote. Despite the Wagner Act or Social Security Act, these words make two things clear. Firstly, Roosevelt was not fully aware of the scale of the crisis, and secondly, they prove that both laws, unlike the labor and social legislation in Germany, were only intended to serve the practical management of the crisis and were not aimed at an authoritarian reconciliation of market and state. The job creation measures in the USA only reduced the unemployment figures slightly, never below 14%. But this did not lead to the creation of a second or even third quasi-nationalized labor market as in Germany. Rather, the principle was that any competition between state measures and the private sector should be avoided, which quickly led to a fundamental questioning of the nature of all job creation measures. Between 1935 and 1941, 110,000 schools, hospitals, and other public buildings were renovated, 13,000 playgrounds and 1,000 airfields were built, and around 1 million kilometers of roads were renewed through job creation measures, including the largest and best-known dam construction project in Tennessee. These measures were supplemented by the establishment of the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, in which mainly young men volunteered to spend several weeks far away from the city's reforesting, laying hiking trails and similar work for $1 a day. One exception to the premise of only awarding contracts to the private sector was the public contracts and state funding for artists and humanities scholars. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, financed concerts, theater productions, the decoration of public buildings, the publication of travel guides, and various scientific studies. The cohesive power of this temporary state support, which not least ensured the survival of many suffering left-wing intellectuals and is also referred to as the Red Decade, is illustrated by the rapturous speech given by the writer and editor of the communist newspaper New Masses, Michael Gold, at the 35 Paris Writers' Congress. There are about 400 workers' theaters in America, more than 100 proletarian bookstores, societies for proletarian music and dance, for film artists, painters, and sculptors. End quote. It is one of the ironies of the history of left-wing American artists that their radicalization against capitalism took place against the backdrop of their, albeit mostly forced, state support. The tragicomedy of this situation is illustrated by the New Masses call to the American Writers' Congress on May 1, 1935. The capitalist system is shrinking so rapidly before our eyes that today hundreds of writers, poets, dramatists, critics, short story writers, and journalists recognize the necessity of personal effort to promote the destruction of capitalism and the establishment of a workers' government. End quote. When Roosevelt told Congress in January 1936 that means must be found to adapt our legal forms and the interpretation by our judges to the real present national needs of the greatest progressive democracy of the modern world, it became clear that he meant to change the composition of the Supreme Court. A few weeks later, he proposed expanding the Supreme Court from 9 to 15 judges and at the same time, by introducing a maximum age, breaking the rule that a new appointment was only possible upon the death of a judge. With this attack on the Holy of Holies, he triggered a storm of indignation not only among his opponents, but also among some of his supporters, who accused him of intending to pack up the Supreme Court, to which Roosevelt countered that his aim was precisely to unpack it. To the surprise of everyone involved, the Supreme Court confirmed the constitutionality of both the Wagner Act and the Social Security Act at the same time as Roosevelt's declaration of war, so that the rejection of his reform proposal by Congress only hurt him to a limited extent. Roosevelt commented on his furious victory in the 1936 presidential election with the words, "We were against the revolution. That is why we waged war against conditions that cause revolutions, against the inequalities and the resentment they breed." The American people in 1933 were not trying to redress grievances by destroying their institutions. It was made clear to Americans that grievances can be and have been redressed within the framework of their institutions. We proved that democracy can work. End quote. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a self-declared counter-revolutionary, whose re-election in 1936 was even called for by the Moscow-affiliated USCP, and whose New Deal can be described as an event to prevent an uprising of the masses. Is this not the highest praise for the achievement of a man who prevented the real danger of the USA sliding into authoritarianism? In Germany, people see things differently. As absurd as it may sound to describe Roosevelt as a man of the monopolies, in Germany they do. And just as stubbornly as the Dimitrov or Comintern definition of fascism seems to be passed on from generation to generation in Germany, fascism is rediscovered again and again in the USA, starting with the New Deal. The 1930s were also potentially fascist times in the USA, albeit with one decisive caveat. As Adorno demonstrated in his studies on authoritarian character, the potentially fascist individual was to be found above all among the opponents of the New Deal and not among its supporters, i.e. among the opposition and not among the forces responsible for the New Deal and providing the governments. One wonders why people whose thinking revolves around power, if they really regard Roosevelt's policy as a pronounced dictatorship, do not support it with joy. They scream dictator because they realize that the New Deal was never a dictatorship and that it doesn't fit into the authoritarian scheme of their ideology. Why authoritarian propagandists, of all people, made the accusation of dictatorship can be explained as follows. In America, where, unlike in Germany, the democratic idea has a great tradition and strong emotional appeal, it would be highly inappropriate for the fascist leader to attack democracy itself, as the National Socialist propagandists openly did. The American fascist is generally willing to accept democracy as a cover for his own purposes. There is no doubt that the generally ambivalent role of the president as a father figure, which Adorno attests to Roosevelt, has always remained questionable. However, because this father, even if he had wanted to go over the top in an authoritarian manner, would have failed due to narrow limits deeply rooted in public opinion, the 1930s in the USA only tended to be fascist and the prospects for fascist politics are still miserable today. The average opinion seems to consider a certain degree of state control to be essential, but sees this as a fundamental contradiction to the principles of economic liberalism. Government intervention still falls among the necessary evils. Of course, the American social character is not anti-authoritarian, but Americans still seem to agree with Karl Marx in one respect. In his critique of the Gotha program, Marx tried in vain to convince German social democracy that freedom only arises from the desire to transform the state from an organ superior to society into an organ entirely subordinate to it. The fear that a country's foreign policy can warp its internal social order is a perennial anxiety, in the United States and elsewhere. Usually, it takes the form of the claim that warfare or imperialism will trigger the militarization and regimentation of society at home, transforming the homeland into what the political scientist Harold Lasswell, in an influential 1941 article called The Garrison State. The perception that domestic social order can be shaped by a country's interactions with the rest of the world is correct and profoundly important. Curiously, however, this subject has been neglected in traditional Western political philosophy. Typically, Western political philosophers have promoted an ideal political regime, usually a slightly idealized version of their own, the polis for Aristotle, the bureaucratic monarchy for Hegel, liberal democracy for John Rawls. Questions of war, diplomacy, and trade have been afterthoughts. But there is a minority tradition, exemplified by thinkers like Machiavelli, with his distinction between republics for expansion and preservations, and the German historian Otto von Hinze, that emphasizes the interaction between world politics and internal political structures. This approach is found as well in Alexander Hamilton's argument from Realpolitik for the need for union among the American states which had separated from Britain. In Federalist No. 8, in the course of arguing that rival post-colonial confederacies in North America would become militarized because of mutual fear, Hamilton explains the different internal constitutions of liberal Britain and autocratic continental powers in terms of their respective geopolitical environments. The Kingdom of Great Britain falls within the first description. An insular situation and a powerful marine, guarding it in a great measure against the possibility of foreign invasion, supersede the necessity of a numerous army within the kingdom. This peculiar felicity of situation has, in a great degree, contributed to preserve the liberty which that country to this day enjoys, in spite of the prevalent venality and corruption. If, on the contrary, Britain had been situated on the continent, and had been compelled, as she would have been by that situation, to make her military establishments at home coextensive with those of the other great powers of Europe, she, like them, would in all probability be, at this day, a victim to the absolute power of a single man. For generations, Americans opposed to foreign wars have warned that they might result in the conversion of American society into a garrison state. But there are other ways in which foreign policy can undermine the economic, political, and social foundations of a democratic republic like the United States, to the point at which it becomes a different kind of regime. There are two other categories of American nightmares that can be discerned in addition to the garrison state. One is what I call the tributary state, the other the castle society. The garrison state is a regime that sacrifices domestic liberty to preserve national independence. The tributary state pursues the opposite strategy. It sacrifices national independence to preserve domestic liberty. In contrast to both of these, the castle society does not choose between national independence and domestic liberty. It fails to achieve either. Indeed, state institutions are so weak or corrupt in a castle society that describing it as a society rather than a modern, institutionalized, bureaucratic state is appropriate. Government institutions are too feeble to protect individuals even from rampant crime or terrorism on the country's own soil, forcing individuals and associations who can afford to do so to withdraw into their own secured enclaves or to hire private security forces. In such a quasi-anarchic society like that of the Wild West or Al Capone's Chicago in the United States, there may be no formal restrictions on individual liberty, but in the absence of effective policing and non-corrupt judiciaries, personal and commercial freedom are hardly possible. The category of the castle society includes many countries that are colloquially described as failed states. The four regimes, the Democratic Republic, the garrison state, the tributary state, and the castle society, can be envisioned with the help of a diagram, with one axis standing for national independence and the other axis standing for civil liberty. In the 20th century, opponents of U.S. intervention in great power struggles in Europe and Asia frequently argued that U.S. participation would inevitably turn America into a garrison state. In response, proponents of U.S. intervention in the world wars and of U.S. participation in international alliances flipped this argument on its head, claiming that failure to intervene to prevent the German conquest of Europe would force the United States to defend itself by becoming permanently militarized and mobilized. Following World War I, President Woodrow Wilson argued that the United States must take part in the League of Nations, an international collective security system, in order to create a concert of power that could avert future great power conflicts. The alternative would be an endless cycle of world wars, in which the United States, whether it took part or remained on the sidelines, would have to be permanently armed and mobilized. In that case, Wilson told an audience in St. Louis in 1919, "We must be physically ready for anything to come. We must have a great standing army. We must see to it that every man in America is trained to arms. We must see to it that there are munitions and guns enough for an army that means a mobilized nation. And you know what the effect of military government is upon social questions. You know how impossible it is to effect social reform if everybody must be under orders from the government. You know how impossible it is, in short, to have a free nation if it is a military nation and under military orders." The Roosevelt administration and its allies made a similar argument that the defeat of Nazi Germany and its allies in the short term would avert the necessity of permanently converting the United States into a fortress America, besieged in the Western Hemisphere by German and Japanese empires. Douglas Miller, a U.S. diplomat, warned that in a world dominated by the Axis empires, we should have to be a whole nation of Minutemen, ready to rush to arms at the first sight of invasion. Lewis L. Douglas, Roosevelt's former budget director, argued, "To retreat to the cyclone cellar here means, ultimately, to establish a totalitarian state at home." The same theme informs NSC 68, the 1950 Truman administration state paper that laid out what became the containment strategy toward the Soviet Union, rejecting the alternative strategies of the tributary state and the garrison state without using those terms. As the Soviet Union mobilized the military resources of Eurasia, increased its relative military capabilities, and heightened its threat to our security, some would be tempted to accept peace on its terms, while many would seek to defend the United States by creating a regimented system which would permit the assignment of a tremendous part of our resources to national defense. Under such a state of affairs, our national morale would be corrupted and the integrity of and vitality of our system subverted. The goal of the Cold War containment policy was to prevent the Soviet bloc from ever obtaining so much relative power that Americans would be forced to choose between their national autonomy and their domestic liberty. According to NSC 68, in essence, the fundamental purpose of American strategy is to assure the integrity and vitality of our free society, which is founded upon the dignity and worth of the individual. Truman's successor, President Dwight Eisenhower, made the same point in his famous warning about the military-industrial complex in his farewell address to the American people on January 17, 1961. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or our democratic processes. Eisenhower's speech is often misconstrued by those who claim that war profiteers control the government and are inventing fictitious threats to enrich and empower themselves. But that is not what Eisenhower argued. In the preceding paragraphs, he argues that the military-industrial complex, as dangerous as it is a necessary response to genuine foreign threats like the Soviet Union. A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisations of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Generations of isolationists on the libertarian right and anti-interventionists on the radical left have caricatured Woodrow Wilson, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and their successors as militarists. But these policymakers themselves argued for limited, defensive militarization and U.S. participation in the World Wars and Cold War as a strategy that was less threatening to civil liberty and political pluralism than never-ending, defensive mobilization in a United States besieged in North America by triumphant Eurasian empires. From their perspective, the two wars against Germany and the Cold War against the Soviet Union were temporary preventive wars. Their aim was to prevent Imperial and Nazi Germany and the USSR from establishing direct control or obtaining informal domination over the major industrial nations of Europe and East Asia. They conceded that a few years of World War and a few decades of Cold War would warp civil liberty and democracy in the United States, but to a much lesser degree than would occur in an isolated, permanent fortress America. Ironically, the celebrity aviator Charles Lindbergh, one of the leaders of the anti-interventionist America First movement in the run-up to U.S. entry into World War II following the Pearl Harbor attack, agreed that the alternative to destroying the German and Japanese empires before they could be consolidated was creating an American garrison state. He thought it was a nifty idea. Lindbergh declared, "The men of this country must be willing to give a year of their lives to military training, more if necessary." And Lindbergh called on the United States to invade its neighbors, to create a secure North American empire from which the Germans, Japanese, and others could be kept out. He demanded U.S. bases throughout North America, wherever they are needed for our safety, regardless of who owns the territory involved. Both interventionists and anti-interventionists in the United States, then, have maintained that their preferred policies would minimize the long-term threat that the American Republic would be replaced by a militarized Spartan garrison state. Advocates of intervention to prevent German or Soviet hegemony in Eurasia conceded that the temporary sacrifice of a degree of liberty and democracy during a war or Cold War could be harmful, but would be less harmful to the way of life of a civilian, democratic, and liberal republic than the alternative, permanent defensive militarization of American society in an environment of regional empires and recurrent world wars. The anti-interventionists disputed this argument, claiming that U.S. participation in World War or Cold War would turn America into a garrison state immediately and permanently. Which side was right? One result of the global conflicts of the 20th century has indeed been the emergence of a large, permanent military and defense industrial base, along with a permanent and powerful intelligence community. The World Wars and the Cold War diminished the authority of Congress in foreign affairs, while giving the president vastly enhanced discretion in military affairs. Even worse, the War on Terror that followed the al-Qaeda attacks on the United States on September 11, 2001, led a panicked Congress to delegate to the president the construction of a surveillance state which genuinely threatens the civil liberties of American citizens, who, for example, may be put on secret no-fly lists by government agencies without being told. But even when these deformations of the American constitutional order are acknowledged, it is clear that the United States overall is not a garrison state. America is not an autocracy. There is no president for life. Following Roosevelt's 4 terms in the White House, the Constitution was amended to limit a president to 2 terms. Indeed, 2 of the last 4 presidents have been impeached by Congress. Conscription. Even at the height of the early Cold War in the Truman administration, proposals for universal military training were so unpopular with the public that the United States instead adopted the more limited selective service lottery system, which itself came to an end in 1973 following popular discontent with the costs of the Vietnam War. Mobilization of industry. From Bill Clinton to Barack Obama, successive presidents, singing the praises of globalization, complacently ignored the deindustrialization of the United States thanks to the offshoring of industry by U.S.-based multinationals, to China in particular. They also ignored the damage done to American industry by the mercantilist policies of U.S. allies like Japan, South Korea, and Germany. When Barack Obama left office in 2017, the U.S. military had to purchase rocket engines from Russia, U.S. astronauts had to hitch rides to the International Space Station on Russian rockets, and America had nearly lost its capacity to make many critical tech components, including silicon chips. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed that the United States was almost completely dependent on Chinese factories for many crucial medical supplies, from masks to the chemical precursors used in common drugs. What kind of garrison state makes itself dependent for industrial supplies on a hostile strategic rival like China? Overgrown military. In 1944, U.S. defense spending engrossed 1/3 of GDP. Then, between 1945 and 1950, it plummeted to less than 5%. As a share of GDP, U.S. defense spending rose to 11.3% at the height of the Korean War in 1953 and 8.6% at the height of the Vietnam War, hardly Spartan levels of military consumption. Following the end of the Cold War, defense spending dropped to around 3% of GDP, a number to which it has returned after a brief uptick to 4.5% at the apex of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan in 2010. A country that spends 3% of GDP on the military is not one in which military expenditure threatens to choke off the civilian economy. As for the standing army, that nightmare of generations of Americans, the U.S. military has been radically downsized since the Cold War ended. The number of active-duty military personnel shrank from around 2 million in 1990 to a little more than 1 million today. Even when private contractors are considered, this has hardly the swollen military of a totalitarian state. Should Social Security and Medicare be cut to provide more money to the Pentagon? The idea that entitlements like Social Security and Medicare should be slashed in order to free more resources for the Pentagon and other national security agencies is sometimes found on the center-right. Entitlements for the middle class and defense spending are the 2 biggest components of the federal budget, and it might seem logical that cutting the former could free resources for the latter. But those who hold this view fail to understand the economics and politics of modern industrial society. We are still living in the industrial era, even though only a shrinking minority of workers worldwide still works in factories, thanks to automation. Since the Industrial Revolution began, no country has been able to be a great power without having its own major domestic manufacturing base. And since the early 20th century, every great power has had, not merely a means-tested safety net for the destitute, which is often termed welfare in the U.S., but also expensive welfare state policies for middle-income citizens to provide for their income security in old age and illness. Most welfare state spending, like Social Security and Medicare in the U.S., goes to the middle classes, not the poor. When this welfare spending on the middle class is added to other government spending, it boosts the typical government share of modern developed nations to more than 40% of GDP. It is no coincidence that all modern great powers have large welfare states of some kind. Nor is it a coincidence that welfare state policies were promoted by Bismarck in the 19th century and by Churchill and the Roosevelts in the 20th. The modern welfare state, in its various national varieties, promotes national security in 3 ways. The middle-class welfare state promotes national manufacturing by lowering domestic labor costs and boosting domestic consumption, and it secures public support for defense spending. If the modern welfare state were abolished, and every worker had to pre-fund personal savings accounts for all of these purposes. Either middle-income citizens would have to accept greatly reduced living standards during their working years, or employers would have to pay far higher wages to enable their workers to save more to enjoy a middle-class retirement. The socialization of part or all of the costs of unemployment, retirement, and health care for middle-income workers reduces labor costs for all employers, including those in the manufacturing sector. In addition to lowering labor costs, the middle-class welfare state helps the national manufacturing base by enlarging the domestic mass market. The welfare state does so by maintaining a level of consumption on the part of the retired, the disabled, and the temporarily unemployed that is much higher than would be the case in its absence. Manufacturing industries, including defense manufacturing, tend to be characterized by increasing returns to scale. That is, the longer the production run, the lower the cost of each additional unit. The bigger the consumer base within the nation's borders, the more efficient the national industry can be. While government can provide a single consumer with deep pockets for specialized military manufacturing, the most successful great powers of the modern era, like the U.S., have had large dual-use manufacturing sectors made efficient by mass production for civilian use as well as for defense, national automobile and aerospace industries, for example. In wartime, a flourishing civilian industrial base can be converted for defense production. Furthermore, product and process innovations can flow back and forth by means of military-to-civilian spin-offs and civilian-to-military spin-ons. Mass civilian industrial production requires a mass market of middle-class consumers with adequate personal purchasing power. That is why the transnational firms that dominate many global industries tend to be based in the three most populous middle-class nations, the US, Japan, and Germany. Contrary to popular mythology about globalization, the most successful transnational manufacturing firms tend to have 40 to 50% of their consumers in their home countries, which provides springboards for foreign expansion, chiefly into neighboring countries in the same region. The modern welfare state supports mass industrial production by supporting domestic mass consumption, in part by minimum wages imposed by government or negotiated by employers with unions, and in part by means of the redistribution of purchasing power from the rich minority to the majority through welfare state programs. In every modern welfare state, horizontal redistribution of income within the middle class, from working-age citizens to retired, unemployed, or disabled citizens, is complemented by a degree of vertical redistribution from the rich to the middle class and the poor. If there were no redistributive element to the welfare state at all, if middle-class workers took out only what they put in, then domestic mass consumption would suffer, and with it national manufacturing capacity, to the detriment of national military power. In practice, if not in rhetoric, most conservative politicians in the U.S. support a substantial degree of after-tax redistribution. They propose to use taxation to redistribute purchasing power by means of vouchers or tax credits for retirement savings, health care, and child care, rather than by means of social insurance or in-kind public services. Today's American right may call its favored approach to redistribution privatization, or competition, or market-based policy. But in the early 20th century, this method was accurately described as voucher socialism. As far as defense-critical manufacturing is concerned, it doesn't really matter how the welfare state maintains mass consumption by an artificially expanded middle class through the redistribution of purchasing power, as long as this is done by one method or another. Highly unequal societies with small middle classes have not been great military powers in the industrial era, and are unlikely to be great powers in the future. Their middle classes lack the purchasing power to support large-scale, efficient mass production for domestic mass markets. Specialized, small-batch, or customized craft production for rich oligarchs, a domestic luxury yacht industry, say, as opposed to a commercial shipping, automobile, or aerospace industry, cannot be converted easily to defense production. Outside of the gated communities of the rich, the local majority in an oligarchic economy can only afford local goods or cheap imports that are inferior by world standards. In theory, the oligarchs in a highly unequal society can be taxed to support a separate, inefficient defense-only industry. In practice, the political power of the oligarchs is likely to limit spending on defense as well as welfare. Inadequate domestic mass consumption, by crippling domestic manufacturing, has ensured that highly unequal Latin American societies like Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina punch far below their weights in both manufacturing and military power. The welfare state thus helps the dual-use domestic manufacturing base on which military power depends in two ways: directly by lowering the labor costs of manufacturers, and indirectly by expanding domestic mass markets for the products of industry through the redistribution of purchasing power, not only from workers to those unable to work but also from the rich to the rest. In addition to these indirect subsidies for manufacturing, the modern welfare state also helps national security in a third way by assuring political support for defense spending. In the age of industrialized world wars and Cold Wars, it has not been enough for governments to promise rewards only for soldiers like land grants or military pensions. In a modern economy, all citizens contribute to national defense, if only by working on the home front or paying taxes. For this reason, all modern developed nations have won support for wars and peacetime military spending by promising generous welfare state benefits for all citizens, not merely soldiers. Libertarians have long derided the warfare-welfare state. But all modern great powers, including the US, are warfare-welfare states, by this definition. The leaders of China realize that their newly industrialized country needs to develop a modern system of tax-based social welfare to replace the security once provided by collective farms. China also needs to redistribute purchasing power and raise the wages of Chinese workers in order to shift from excessive dependence on foreign markets to greater domestic mass consumption for its industrial production. From all of this, it follows that those who call for cuts in American welfare spending to pay for increases in defense spending are not only economically illiterate but also politically naive. There might be a few hawkish donors who support less welfare spending and more military spending. But among American voters, there is no significant constituency that favors slashing Social Security and Medicare for the middle class in order to send more money to soldiers and defense contractors. In an aging population, if voters are given a choice between middle-class entitlements and the Pentagon will lose. To be sure, substantial welfare state savings are possible in the U.S., but they need not come at the expense of the American middle class. Without harming middle and low-income Americans, significant money can be saved by means of medical price regulation and the abolition of too generous tax breaks for the rich. The U.S. could reduce both public and private healthcare costs if it emulated all other developed nations, including free market, small government Switzerland with its private healthcare system, and used government-imposed fee schedules to regulate the prices charged by monopolistic and oligopolistic drug companies and hospitals and the physician cartel. By means of all-payer regulation, which treats the medical industry as a price-regulated public utility, other developed countries avert American-style medical profiteering and provide comparable levels of health care to larger percentages of their populations at much lower cost, without sacrificing quality. With respect to retirement, the focus of intelligent fiscal reform should be not on cutting Social Security benefits, on which most Americans depend in old age, but on cutting tax-favored private retirement accounts like 401ks and IRAs, most of the benefits of which go to the upper middle class and the rich. Rather than support reductions in the already meager average Social Security benefit, $1,294 a month or a near-poverty income of about $15,000 a year in 2014, those who are sincerely and not just rhetorically concerned about the federal budget should demand an end to the use of the tax code to subsidize the retirement lifestyles of well-to-do investors, managers, and professionals. Cutting wasteful retirement subsidies for America's economic elite could be achieved by, among other reforms, lowering the absurdly high annual contribution limits to tax-deferred 401ks. In 2015, for a worker over 50, the annual contribution limit from all sources, employer and employee, is $59,000. This, in a nation in which the median weekly earnings total in the fourth quarter of 2014 was $796, or around $41,000 a year, meaning half of Americans make less. Ending favorable tax treatment for the private retirement savings hordes of the fortunate few would increase federal tax revenues, which could be used for national defense, among other purposes. Those who want more guns and less butter are confused. The only coherent positions are held by libertarians, fewer guns and less butter, at the cost of America's status as a great power, and by progressives and big government conservatives, both guns and butter as the basis of America's status as a great power. President Ronald Reagan, who temporarily boosted defense spending to win the Cold War, even as he refused to cut Social Security and Medicare and called for the complete federalization of Medicaid, understood this reality, even if some of his putative disciples do not. The American Republic is not in danger of becoming a garrison state. Not now, nor in the foreseeable future. But that is not to say the American Republic is not in danger. The excessive militarization of society in a regimented state is not the only way that our Republican social order can give way to a different kind of social order, with its own kind of foreign policy. America's democratic republic could be warped to the point at which it ceases to be a democratic republic in all but name and morphs into a tributary state or a castle society. The best-known example of a tributary state, in the sense in which I am using the term, was Finland during the Cold War. The term Finlandization was coined by West German political scientists to describe the process by which Finland accommodated the Soviet Union in foreign policy in order to maintain its nominal sovereignty and domestic autonomy. The term is unfair to Finland because it is commonplace for small and weak states to pursue foreign policies that avoid provoking the wrath of powerful neighbors. This is certainly true in America's neighborhood, where the United States in the last few generations has invaded the Dominican Republic, Grenada, Panama, and Haiti while engaging in proxy war and covert action to install client governments in the region. The lack of attention to tributary states by theorists of international relations is puzzling, because the category includes the vast majority of regimes in recorded history. Pre-modern empires and kingdoms were not centralized bureaucratic states, but loose conglomerations of semi-autonomous lesser kingdoms, satrapies, provinces, city-states, duchies, bishoprics, and other entities. Typically, in return for fealty and tribute, the imperial government allowed a high degree of internal independence in subordinate units. Sovereignty in the modern sense did not exist in such systems. There were only degrees of suzerainty. The ubiquity of pre-modern tributary states, including dominions and colonies of the European empires that enjoyed various degrees of self-government before post-1945 decolonization, suggests that the assumption of academic neorealist theory that most states seek to maximize their relative power is too simple. The mistake of crude realism is to confuse states with elites. If the state is not an autonomous agent but merely the instrument of a social elite, an assumption shared by Marxists, populists, and others, then it may be in the self-interest of a dominant elite to maintain or increase its own status within its local society by sacrificing the state's external sovereignty and making it a protectorate of another regime, particularly if the foreign protector can guarantee the security of the local ruling class against challenges from below. To secure its status, the social elite may even give up national independence altogether in favor of annexation. This is what the Scottish elite did with the Act of Union of 1707, and what the short-lived Republic of Texas decided when it joined the United States as a state in 1846. The Confederate States of America, CSA, had it survived the Civil War, would have been a de facto tributary state of the British Empire, formally independent, but in practice an economic colony of industrial Britain. Apologists for the Confederacy who claim that the secession of the Southern states was motivated by fear of tariffs rather than the defense of slavery have always been unpersuasive. Nevertheless, it is true that the Confederate planter class planned for their agrarian economy to complement, rather than compete with, industrializing countries, including the United States as well as Britain, France, and Germany. In his first inaugural address, Confederate President Jefferson Davis made it explicit that the CSA would specialize in exporting cotton to the factories of Britain and the shrunken remnant of the United States, rather than seek to compete with them in manufacturing. An agricultural people whose chief interest is the export of a commodity required in every manufacturing country. Our true policy is peace, and the freest trade which our necessities will permit. It is alike our interest, and that of all those to whom we would sell and from whom we would buy, that there should be the fewest practicable restrictions upon the interchange of commodities. There can be but little rivalry between ours and any manufacturing or navigating community, such as the northeastern states of the American Union. The South's lack of the military-industrial capacity of the northern state meant that an ignominious defeat was all but inevitable in the absence of British intervention. By the end of the Civil War, the Confederate elite was confronted with a stark choice. It could maintain its independence by centralizing power in the new national government, engaging in a crash program of state-sponsored industrialization from above, and perhaps freeing and arming Southern slaves, in other words, by revolutionizing the very social order that secession was supposed to preserve. In any event, following Reconstruction, the Southern oligarchy, through anti-black terrorism and the repression of white populists, managed to restore and maintain a privileged position that was only undermined generations later by the mechanization of agriculture, the industrialization of the Sun Belt, and federal civil rights enforcement in the second half of the 20th century. Like the Southern planter class, many oligarchies in Latin America have preferred to be the dominant elites in de facto resource colonies that export commodities to the industrial nations rather than risk the loss of their own social positions that might result from the enrichment of the majorities in their countries by state-sponsored programs of national industrial modernization. And as Roberto Unger has pointed out, The refusal of Latin American countries to participate in the world wars, except at the margins, forestalled the danger that armed and mobilized masses would demand more political power and a greater share of the wealth in return for wartime sacrifice. A similar pattern can be seen in post-colonial regimes in the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere, in which reliance on exporting commodities like oil and gas allows local oligarchies to avoid empowering their subjects. In the case of the petrostates of the Persian Gulf, despotic monarchies like that of Saudi Arabia and Qatar do not even have to arm and enfranchise their own people to defend their countries. They can depend on the U.S. military to protect them. The fact that socioeconomic elites, not states, are the actual actors in world politics explains two puzzling historical episodes. The failure of Britain in the 1900s to respond to the rising industrial power of Germany and the United States, and the latter's massive offshoring of its own manufacturing capability to communist China from the 1990s to the 2010s. In each case, a powerful bloc of economic interests chose to sacrifice the national military power and independence of their own country to maximize their short-term personal profits. Between the 16th century and the 19th, Britain became the first industrial nation in the world by pursuing a sophisticated program of national development based on protectionism, bans on the export of technology, skilled immigration, and laws requiring its North American and Indian colonies to buy British-manufactured goods rather than manufacturing for themselves. In the 1840s and 1850s, no longer needing to protect its domestic industries and seeking to open up export markets, the British abruptly abandoned protectionism and began to preach global free trade. Free trade, they hoped, would help to lock in Britain's lead in manufacturing by encouraging Britain's trading partners to forego manufacturing for themselves, while competing with each other to provide British factories with cheap inputs like cotton and other raw materials and British factory workers with cheap food. Most Latin American countries, along with the short-lived Confederate States of America, accepted the offer to function as resource colonies for industrial Britain. But the British offer was rejected by the United States during and after the Civil War and by Imperial Germany after it was consolidated in 1871. Abraham Lincoln's America and Otto von Bismarck's Germany used protectionism and other policies to build up their own industries to compete with those of the United Kingdom. By the late 19th century, British manufacturers were being driven out of their home market as well as global markets by floods of American and German imports. Members of the British National Efficiency School, a diverse coalition of liberal nationalists like Joseph Chamberlain, hawkish conservative imperialists, and technocratic collectivists like Sidney and Beatrice Webb, H.G. Wells, and George Bernard Shaw, called upon Britain to defend its industrial might by consolidating the entire British Empire, or perhaps only the home islands and white dominions like Canada and Australia, into a single protected market. Instead, Britain clung to the unilateral free trade policy which it had adopted in the mid-19th century, and which had made sense only when Britain had no major industrial rivals. The warnings of the National Efficiency School were vindicated when Britain was subjected to attack by technologically advanced Germany in the two world wars, while losing even industries it helped to invent like the jet airliner and television and computer industries to the United States. Today, post-imperial Britain is, in effect, a tributary state of the United States. Why did Britain spurn the protectionist industrial policies that might have preserved more of its manufacturing leadership and military power a century ago? The reason is simple: the British elites which benefited from free trade, chiefly the financial interests of the City of London, had more influence over British policy than British manufacturers. British investors were not threatened by the American imports that wiped out factories in the British Midlands. Indeed, while high tariffs kept out American manufactured goods, American industry welcomed British investment. British rentiers were enriched by their overseas investments even as British industry declined. The pattern has been recapitulated in the United States, from the end of the Cold War to the present. In one industry after another, American corporations have offshored production to China since the 1990s, rendering the U.S. dependent on Chinese factories for many critical supply chains and manufactured goods, from iPhones to drugs and personal protective equipment that were essential in the COVID-19 pandemic. The toleration by the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations of this massive transfer of industrial power from the United States to the Chinese dictatorship, a regime seeking to eliminate U.S. hegemony in Asia and the world, is an even more remarkable case of national military-industrial suicide than that of Britain a century earlier. It is as though the British Parliament in the 1900s had encouraged the offshoring of British industry to Imperial Germany, even while engaging in the Anglo-German arms race. As in Britain in the 1900s, In the United States, in the 2000s, capitalist elites with no interest in the health of the national industrial base. The managers and shareholders of Silicon Valley companies like Apple that were offered cheap labor and subsidies by the Chinese dictatorship, Wall Street firms salivating at the prospect of access to Chinese financial markets, and agribusiness corporations that are content to export foodstuffs to China in return for manufactured imports, defeated the U.S. military elites and America's national manufacturers who viewed China as a threat. The struggle between these domestic coalitions explains the paradox of American policy toward China. America's financial and commercial elites for the most part welcome the role of the United States as a deindustrialized resource colony of industrial China, as long as they can make money accessing China's vast domestic market and pool of cheap, unfree labor, while American military hawks and populists and the remnant of private organized labor seek to decouple the U.S. and Chinese economies and rebuild American manufacturing. Paradoxically, given the ostentatious social liberalism of Silicon Valley and Wall Street, America's tech elites and financial elites have adopted something like the voluntary tributary state strategy of Jefferson Davis and the other Confederate leaders, with 21st century industrial China replacing 19th century industrial Britain as a source of manufactured imports, and a post-industrial United States which exports farm products, raw materials, and tourist and professional services to industrial Asia and Europe, playing the role of the cotton-exporting confederacy. While the garrison state saves national independence by sacrificing civil liberty, and the tributary state sacrifices national independence to preserve civil liberty, at least for local elites, the castle society sacrifices the state and loses both national independence and civil liberty. If Cold War-era Finland symbolizes the tributary state, Somalia or post-Gaddafi Libya might symbolize the castle society today. The erosion or collapse of state institutions and central authority produces anarchy, in which individuals and communities are forced to defend themselves or seek protection from stateless mafias or insurgent groups. Elements of the castle society have always existed in the United States. The movement of settlers into western frontier areas in advance of adequate law enforcement produced the anarchic conditions of the Wild West, with bloody clashes among Native Americans and settlers and widespread crime. Criminal gangs, often specializing in the sale of prohibited alcohol and drugs, have dominated urban neighborhoods in many American cities over the generations, sometimes in collusion with corrupt police and politicians. For its part, between Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Revolution of the 1950s and 1960s, the American South was a de facto state within a state, with the paramilitary Ku Klux Klan often allied with the local social and political elites who controlled the one-party democratic regime. In the post-World War II era in which U.S. troops occupied Japan and parts of Germany, the federal government was still struggling to assert its authority in the states of the former Confederacy. A democratic republic is defined in part by the limitation of the objects of government. But within its legitimate realm, a democratic republican government must be able to protect its citizens from invasion, crime, economic immiseration, and disease, at least in part through public agencies staffed by civil servants and soldiers who are paid out of taxes. The high-water mark of democratic republicanism in the United States was reached in the decades after World War II. Without becoming a tyranny, the government was strong enough to protect the borders, dismantle racial segregation, regulate the economy, eliminate diseases like polio, and wage Cold War against the communist bloc. At the same time, informal checks and balances operated in the social sphere, with powerful trade unions, political parties, and churches exercising what the economist John Kenneth Galbraith called countervailing power against concentrated industrial capital. In contrast, the last half-century has seen the replacement of nation-building by nation dismantling in the United States at the hands of an increasingly homogeneous, rich, and powerful national oligarchy. The American managerial elite has crushed organized labor to the point that fewer private sector workers, around 6%, enjoy the benefits of collective bargaining than was the case under President Herbert Hoover. The political parties, once federations of autonomous state and local organizations, have become mere labels captured by billionaires who, like Donald Trump and Michael Bloomberg, view the national political parties as brands to be captured. America's managerial elite, based now more in Silicon Valley and Wall Street than in the old industrial sectors of oil and gas and manufacturing, have employed tax avoidance to starve the federal government of revenue by means of offshore tax havens. In 2015, for example, U.S.-based multinationals reported 43% of their foreign earnings as coming from 5 notorious tax havens: Bermuda, Ireland, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Switzerland, even though only 4% of the workforce of the same companies resided in these jurisdictions. Like many American corporations, many of America's rich are scofflaws, using tax shelters to avoid paying taxes. And those who do pay taxes frequently benefit by paying a lower tax on capital gains than cashiers and janitors and truckers pay on their labor income. Using libertarian ideology as an excuse for slashing the government's capacity to provide basic public order, the bipartisan American elite in the last half-century has deinstitutionalized many of the mentally ill, with the result that every large American city has a homeless population of individuals suffering from untreated psychiatric disorders or drug addiction. Meanwhile, under Democrats and Republicans alike, the U.S. government has tolerated the migration of millions of illegal immigrants to the United States to provide American employers with a pliant, low-wage workforce which is unprotected by labor laws and civil rights. Authoritarianism has been redefined in American public discourse to stigmatize what were formerly considered ordinary functions of government. For example, attempts to crack down on cross-border labor trafficking are often met with cries of fascism. In the summer of 2020, following the death in police custody of George Floyd, left-wing calls to defund the police contributed to the greatest wave of vandalism and murder in American cities since the urban riots of the 1960s. As the public realm has been taken over in much of the country by mentally ill and sometimes dangerous vagrants, drug addicts, criminal gangs, and left-wing Antifa protesters, many Americans have retreated to fortified homes in suburban or rural areas and bought guns to defend themselves. Following the example of the Latin American upper classes, America's managerial oligarchs tend to live in secure apartment towers or gated communities with their own private security forces. Many of the same progressive elites who denounce the idea of a wall on the American border pay top dollar for the walls that protect them and their families from anarchy and squalor inside American borders. Not content to allow public authority to wither, America's new ruling class has begun to govern the American people informally but directly, through the private institutions it controls, social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook, and retail platforms like Amazon, as well as by older infrastructures like the banking system. Twitter purged a president of the United States. YouTube and Amazon disappear content at variance with the left-wing social norms of the American plutocracy and its professional class courtiers. The United States is drifting ever closer to adopting a Chinese-style social credit system that freezes citizens guilty of wrong think out of bank loans, savings accounts, and air and bus and rail travel, albeit a social credit system run by nominally private corporations and financial institutions. In the middle of the 20th century, a case could be made that prolonged mobilization for war threatened to turn the United States into a garrison state. Today, despite numerous small peripheral wars and the overhang of presidential emergency powers from earlier crises, the United States is in less danger of becoming a garrison state than ever. The greatest threat to America's future comes not from a totalitarian state bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., but from unchecked private power at home and authoritarian state capitalism abroad. Saving the United States from geopolitical weakness and domestic chaos requires a reassertion of the democratic Republican state, at the expense of oligarchs at home and hostile great powers and labor and drug trafficking gangs abroad. Such a limited rebuilding of national state capacity will not turn America into a garrison state, but it may save the American Republic from degenerating into a combination of a tributary state and a castle society. American government is crippled, but not for the reasons most people think. Hopeful talk of an imminent American political realignment too often elides its premise, that an alignment exists to be rearranged. Of course, this assumption holds for the electoral aspects of American politics. Running on that endlessly renewable energy that aims not so much to inform as to entertain, the cottage industry that spins polls into prophecies will always have the latest map to work with. But as at least one or two, though still too few, commentators have pointed out, shifting red and blue patchworks seethe like froth atop the deeper and more determinative currents of power controlled by corporate coalitions. In divining the governing alignments that matter most in the long run, it is more important to understand the incentives of the Fortune 100 than the 100 desks in the U.S. Senate. The dysfunction characterizing contemporary American politics is best understood not as the consequence of any specific alignment between corporate America and U.S. political institutions, but rather the current lack of any meaningful alignment between them at all. We live in an age in which corporate America has both lost its historic use for an empowered government and continues to see little benefit in re-empowering it, a situation that, all other things equal, appears likely to persist indefinitely. Consequently, the decisive question is whether either major political party, though most likely the Republican Party, as neoliberalism's current party of the opposition, can implement a timely strategy to short-circuit corporate drift and bring this era to an organic conclusion. Some measure of corporate alignment with governmental institutions and the citizens they purportedly serve. Put too glibly, there is no power in American politics without corporate sponsors. Unlike software, a capital-light, high-margin product, durable political movements are capital-intensive, low-margin propositions. In the long run, legislative seats are like vote factories requiring reliable, long-term financing and incentives. The highest visibility manifestation of corporate power's influence over government lies in active lobbying efforts, but as the literature on lobby efficacy demonstrates, the link between these activities and particular regulatory outcomes is likely more tenuous than popularly conceived. Indeed, the success of business lobbying groups appears to lie primarily in their aggregate scale. There are simply a greater quantity of them than citizen-backed groups, redounding to what Pepper Culpepper describes as quiet politics, a kind of muted corporate influence favoring a hospitable and predictable business regulatory environment. 3 visible corporate lobbying efforts, in other words, might best be understood as a superficial manifestation of deeper influence rather than its determinative tool. Enduring realignment victories, then, are the result of ascendant corporate coalitions either actively coordinating or, more powerfully, positioning themselves to exert passive, enduring influence to protect their interests, a governing consensus that, over time, generates a new bipartisan center. In the modern era, this has happened 2 or arguably 3 times, first with William McKinley's associationalism in 1896, next with Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal in 1932, and third, the arguable case, with the Reagan-Clinton neoliberalism of the 1980s and 1990s. Functionally speaking, that last identifiable realignment neoliberalism inaugurated not so much a new corporate arrangement as a dearrangement, an age of corporate non-alignment. Through the 1960s and 1970s, for reasons having to do with both shifting global macroeconomic conditions and intentional foreign policy decisions, the détente that the New Deal brokered between labor and capital broke down as the returns to domestic industrial production began to diminish. Consequently, the paradigmatic incentive structure for corporate America shifted away from capital investments in new domestic productivity gains, and instead to different forms of government-enabled, and later, even encouraged, arbitrage. Substituting domestic labor for inexpensive foreign alternatives, domestic capital investment for cheaper foreign partnerships, derivatives engineering, and share repurchase programs. Simultaneously, and perhaps more importantly, corporate structures themselves began to shift. The vertically integrated Fordist models of the early to mid-20th century were abandoned in favor of Nike-fied structures that isolated intellectual property as a pure rent in asset-light holding companies and subcontracted most operations, heavy capital investment, and labor liabilities to commoditized low-margin firms. The net effect, far from trickling down as neoliberal theory predicted, wealth largely flowed uphill and melted into the air above southern Manhattan, enriching an ever-shrinking number of Americans through the course of the 1980s to 2010s. Decade by decade, however, the trade-offs began catching up with us. Domestic working-class wages began stagnating in the 1970s, followed by the less-discussed stagnation of professional-class wages in the early 2000s. Neither kept pace with the costs of the milestone goods that traditionally characterized middle-class American lives: family formation, home ownership, healthcare, and education. Along the way, government attempts to correct for the externalities of the neoliberal shift have mostly failed, leading to the system's partial collapse in 2008. Demand-side corrections, various forms of debt-fueled redistribution, have either been inflationary or insufficient, and any benefits of supply-side counterparts, usually in the form of tax cuts, have redounded mostly to the wealthiest members of the shareholding class. The clearest benefits of the age of non-alignment, for most Americans cheaper consumer goods, have been meager compensation for the compounding losses of so much else. Especially following the 2008 financial crisis, the stagnation affecting so many individual lives has certainly inflamed, if not caused, a host of social and cultural problems plaguing the country today. Diminishing social mobility and a staggering wealth gap, massive regional imbalances, an increasingly insular and defensive ruling elite, hardened identity politics, and racial animus. To make matters worse, recourse to government institutions, lacking the needed support of now non-aligned corporations, has to the public long felt like an exercise in futility, an appeal to so-called guardians that seem increasingly feeble and incompetent. Seen this way, the electoral turbulence of the last decade is best diagnosed as the depressing finale, not the cause of the despair and general bad feeling that for decades had boiled, repressed, beneath the surface of the public square. Despite the failure of tinkering at the margins of the neoliberal model, no practical alternative has formed because there is no corporate constituency interested in driving one. This is for two related reasons. First, capital is currently interested in American citizens primarily as consumers, not as producers, the necessary foundation for both associationalism and its New Deal descendant. Second, maintaining its U.S. consumer base does not require capital to support any coherent positive agenda within the government, only that the Federal Reserve continue to jealously guard the dollar's status as reserve currency, a relatively low bar at least in the near term. All other things equal, the non-aligned stance is corporate America's lowest net cost option, and thus its most predictable course. Put in slightly different terms, almost no capital interests are aligned with increasing investment and productive capacity within the United States and, by extension, in American workers primarily as units in their productive processes, the alignment required for generating an alternative governing model to neoliberalism. Conversely, in the event that some critical mass of the non-aligned corporations could be induced to enter a beneficial policy compact with the state, those corporations would in turn have incentives to support a coherent, positive policy agenda. One that would protect their new productive interests domestically and, in foreign policy, guarantee stable demand and set more balanced terms of exchange in markets abroad. Further, this new political coalition could serve as the requisite beachhead for negotiating a broader suite of reforms in administrative governance, labor regulation, family policy, and so forth. If reform movements fail, it will not be for lack of strong critiques of the current system, compelling theoretical countermodels, or articulate exponents. It will be because they neglected to attract, or more tragically, never sought out, a capital constituency to serve as aegis and partner. Whether some reformers overestimate the degree to which popular sentiment drives changes in governance, or underestimate the degree to which corporate power historically underwrites government power, too many continue to believe politics is more like software than industrial production. In one application of software as politics, many reformers seem to believe either that relatively capital-light political campaigns and cults of personality can exert charismatic influence that scales, like a software adoption curve, into effective party structures. In another version, others believe that capital-light policy shops can download their agendas into parties over time. Despite neoliberalism's obvious failures to secure either performance or popular legitimacy, these mental models may explain why contemporary reform movements have been, and may continue to be, so disappointing. In both their right and left-wing permutations, any sporadic electoral success they may enjoy in coming years will sour into frustration if they continue attempting to exercise de jure legal power without de facto economic power. Additionally, the elite orientation of the administrative state, which many reformers have identified as a possible counterweight to corporate power, does not exempt it from these same natural laws. Righteous wrath may serve as a disruptive force for a season or two, but it cannot provide enduring fuel for an alternative to neoliberalism. In the long run, capital can be steered by government but not overcome. Within the age of non-alignment, the Republican Party has become neoliberalism's current party of the opposition. After the Clinton administration's courting of Wall Street and Silicon Valley, the Democratic Party grew culturally hegemonic within the most powerful institutions in America: the university system, mainstream and elite media, Hollywood, and among members of professional sectors like consulting, finance, and law. Even as the Democratic Party has drifted far from the substance of the New Deal, it retained, more successfully than Republicans, its generally progressive spirit and adapted it to contemporary managerial imperatives. Thus, in policy terms, the Democratic Party is now the primary guardian of the core neoliberal structures that enable corporate non-alignment while promising, but rarely delivering on, progress at its margins. Ironically, because Democratic politicians and operatives are the beneficiaries of non-alignment, when they hold electoral power they are incentivized to be less than energetic in advancing anything resembling a real progressive agenda: aggressive tax reform and collection, entitlement expansion, or administrative reform. Neoliberal Democrats engage in little more than pushing the largest possible appropriations bills through the same faulty plumbing, an outcome that non-aligned corporate America can live with and often even profit from. To be sure, there is a substantial neoliberal skeptical reform faction within the Democratic Party, but it is likely to continue playing the same role vis-a-vis the moderate establishment faction that social conservatives played in the Reaganite three-legged stool coalition, extracting occasional concessions while leaving the core economic structures untouched. Any meaningful reform movement emerging from the Democratic Party will likely not originate in Washington, but rather through state governors who oversee and understand successful, cutting-edge technocratic regimes, Jared Polis of Colorado being foremost among potential bellwethers. But this outcome is more to be hoped for than expected. For Democrats, even those as capable as Polis, the incentive structure weighs heavily towards status quo maintenance. The Republican Party, meanwhile, has no durable corporate constituency, leaving it as the most likely partner for some new corporate coalition focused on domestic investment and production. Some reformers have called for the GOP to become a multiracial, working-class party, implying that it should fully embrace the role of neoliberalism's American Labor Party to the Democrats' Tories. While an admirable end goal, the strategy seems to lack the requisite means. Without strong, pre-existing labor unions or urban machines, this version of the Republican Party will either be permanently marooned, perhaps supplying occasional ammunition for ongoing cultural conflicts, or forced to wait indefinitely for these institutional footholds to emerge. Even if all this were to occur, such a version of the GOP would likely fight a grinding war of attrition to extract concessions from a unified opponent, an undifferentiated, non-aligned corporate sector. A crusading GOP positioning itself to fight a forever war against the Democrats, the elite, the media, the university system, Hollywood, China, and corporate America might sound heroic to some, and might even have some basis in theory, but seems highly unlikely to succeed practically. In generating an enduring alternative to neoliberalism, it seems far more profitable to focus on splitting off a corporate coalition to serve as a partner. Driven by recent global events, fissures have emerged in the neoliberal non-alignment agenda. These emergent trends represent points of leverage for coordinating a successful corporate coalition, one with profit-based interests in a partnership with the American government to drive domestic investment and productive capacity. First, the Russian-Ukrainian war has foregrounded clear policy trade-offs between energy security and environmental issues. The result, energy shock, is forcing policymakers to confront the underlying tensions, even paradoxes, that the previous decade of cheap fossil fuels covered over. Second, the COVID-19 pandemic has spotlighted policy trade-offs between rigid public health regulation and efficient healthcare outcomes, forcing apologies by American public health authorities and delegitimizing a return to the policy status quo ante. Third, the ascent and hostile behavior of China has heightened the contradictions between strategic U.S. industrial autonomy, on the one hand, and, on the other, high levels of Sino-American economic entanglement. Fourth and finally, the above three trends, combined with domestic political tensions, have promoted a newfound consciousness about the role that corporate governance frameworks play in properly balancing competing societal goals. In light of these considerations, the most likely candidates for generating a post-neoliberal corporate coalition are as follows. 1. Oil and gas, nuclear energy, mining. 2. Emerging biotechnology, non-incumbent tech. 3. Regional financial firms. 4. Defense primes, amplified and led by a disciplined counter-elite. A clear, digestible, effective policy agenda might look something like the following. National defense and economic security. To prevent Chinese hegemony in Asia, the United States must harden its defense perimeter by accelerating the arming of regional allies and partners for self-defense. In partnership with U.S. defense primes, who would exchange short-term incentives for medium-term ones, the GOP would coordinate an increase in top-line defense spending with preferential contracting treatment for primes. Such a policy package could take the form of direct budget increases within the U.S. Department of Defense and, potentially, indirect increases by financing allied defense budgets to effectively increase their real purchasing power. In exchange, the primes would support the foundation of a defense industrial bank to fund and scale the next generation of high-value military technology projects, some of which would inevitably translate into dual-use civilian applications. Ideally, in partnership with DARPA and RPE, Congress would capitalize such a bank and ensure dedicated funding streams to a broad spectrum of companies, from established primes to startups. Should such an approach prove politically infeasible, however, alternative means for creating such a bank via executive power bear further exploration. For example, the Departments of Defense and State, through their jointly facilitated Defense Security Cooperation Agency, DSCA programs, such as the Foreign Military Sales, FMS, and International Military and Training, IMET, might have the rulemaking latitude to facilitate a bond purchase program for funding foreign defense primes to continue arming their own countries in the medium term. These assets might then be functionally lent against, effectively expanding the U.S. defense R&D budget via leverage. Depending on structure, regional financial firms, smaller fund managers based in cities like Dallas and Denver, might be given priority over multinational banks for jointly overseeing lending terms and matching funding, given their connections to and familiarity with local military bases and defense-adjacent structures and personnel. National energy security. As the party of smart conservation, the GOP would champion oil and gas as the present and future guarantor of American energy security, supporting extraction of fossil fuels in the present, ensuring price stability in an uncertain world, while simultaneously laying track for a real transition to clean nuclear energy within a few decades. In policy terms, oil and gas would receive a long-term, renewable, guaranteed purchase and revenue agreement from the federal government to dramatically expand the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, SPR, both to protect American consumers from price shocks and to facilitate more LNG sales to European nations weaning themselves off Russian reliance. The fossil fuel industry, especially shale drillers likely facing exhausted well inventories within the next decade, is in search of its next financial paradigm. An attractive alternative model based on an investment partnership with the federal government could be designed and facilitated by the GOP. Such a policy could take two possible forms. One approach would feature Congress passing legislation modeled on a farm bill for the fossil fuel industry, which would authorize federal funds for purchase agreements between producers and refiners administered by the Department of Energy, which has jurisdiction over the SPR. As part of these negotiations, Congress might need to consider raising the authorized volume of the SPR, which is currently capped at 1 billion barrels by statute. Alternatively, as suggested by Alex Williams, Arnab Dutta, and Skundar Amarnath of Employ America, another approach could feature the Treasury Department using the Exchange Stabilization Fund, ESF, to guarantee forward demand and thus de-risk investment in new projects. Deploying a combination of both put option purchases and loan guarantees, Treasury could effectively lower industry investment hurdle rates, the return rate firms require to justify greenfield investment, to facilitate drilling for smaller and more speculative well projects. In either case, in exchange for the federal government underwriting these new revenue streams, oil and gas would agree to divert some percentage of those revenues to funding next-generation nuclear energy projects, the intelligent re-regulation of which the GOP would prioritize. At the state level, the GOP would fund candidates and lean on state legislatures in favor of reversing moratoria on new nuclear energy facilities, which are currently active in 12 states. Modeled on extant red state policies incentivizing data center investment, passing state-level legislation to further incentivize nuclear investment via tax credits would make a natural addition to state GOP platforms. Simultaneously, at the federal level, the party would prioritize confirming commissioners to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NRC, who favor the repeal of the highly restrictive, as low as reasonably achievable, ALARA, standard for regulating radiation exposure. Introduced and codified in the 1970s, ALARA has effectively strangled new nuclear projects, even in jurisdictions where they are legal. Even though a recent, expert-backed NRC petition to repeal the standard was unsuccessful, ALARA continues to fail the test of common sense and is a target ripe for the GOP to attack. As Emmett Penny has put it, if we used ALARA for any other industry, we would shutter the airlines immediately, evacuate every Colorado mountain town, and bulldoze the DeVargas Skate Park in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which sits on a granite deposit shot through with uranium. All three of these expose portions of the population to elevated levels of radiation on a regular basis. But we don't do that for any other industry, just nuclear. Moving beyond this standard is the key regulatory enabler for a GOP-led effort toward a long-overdue revolution in American energy production. In addition to financing the nuclear projects themselves, new infrastructure projects necessary to retool the electric grid and to service new reactors would be of interest to the aforementioned regional finance firms, smaller outfits which could again be granted state contracting priority over multinational banks, justified by the former's greater state and local expertise and relationships with regional utilities. The U.S. mining industry would also benefit from the spillover effects of these policies. Mandating domestic production and refining of the rare earth elements necessary for widespread build-out would require federal re-regulation and, potentially, financing. The Treasury Department's Exchange Stabilization Fund, ESF, mechanism could also be applied here to pull demand forward and lower hurdle rates for new rare earths projects. Finally, placing the GOP's full weight behind a nuclear transition could split the corporate governance thought universe, providing a spine upon which to build practical ESG criteria advanced as an alternative to Wall Street and Democratic Party-backed commitments to unreliable renewables and a marginalist approach to environmentalism. While the efforts of West Virginia State Treasurer Riley Moore's coalition to pull red state funds from ESG-influenced institutions might check ESG overreach at the margin, the GOP might profit from having more than just a negative thesis on corporate governance. In fact, an alternative, positive framework favoring GOP-backed nuclear energy could be a vehicle for advancing other coalition agenda items, such as investment terms favoring family policy, labor regulation, and national security objectives, call it, say, CSG or conservation and security governance. Further, in foreign affairs, such a framework could also generate an alternative to onerous IMF and World Bank ESG-laced loan terms for the developing world swing states at the center of competition with China. National health security, better protecting Americans from future pandemics, and driving down the cost of healthcare as the Medicare budget expands with baby boomer retirements, requires championing the model pioneered by the most successful U.S. government program of the 21st century, Operation Warp Speed, OWS. As David Adler has pointed out in American Affairs, the success of OWS was predicated upon its effective use of two government contracting mechanisms: other transaction, OT, agreements, which permit greater speed and flexibility in finalizing government contract terms, and emergency use authorizations, EUA, which trigger accelerated, but still rigorous, FDA evaluations to permit products to go to market while awaiting full FDA approval. Taking care to address well-founded concerns over these mechanisms' abuse, the GOP would prioritize expanding these authorizations or adapting their structures for statutory reforms. A GOP-led effort to re-regulate pharmaceutical biotechnology testing and production on the OWS model is of high material interest to insurgent biotechnology and dissident tech circles within Greater Silicon Valley, which might drive use cases for more speculative but potentially profitable industries like bioprinting, biobrewing, and an expanded 3D printing industry. Further, under the banner of national security, the GOP could play a policy role in solving the scale-up problem for reshoring generic pharmaceutical and pharma commodities manufacturers. Large government contracts could justify new investments in domestic supply chains that venture capital, which is primarily interested in software products scaling at zero cost, declines to fund. Relatedly and notably, Republicans have been unwilling or unable to replicate the successful Clinton Democrat courtship of ascendant 1990s industries for the contemporary moment. The GOP has overwhelmingly failed to cultivate a broad donor class within Greater Silicon Valley. This seems like an overlooked opportunity, to put it mildly, as the group is much more variegated in its politics and attitudes than the hostile, monolithic caricature presently lodged in the Republican mind. That Peter Thiel remains so singularly prominent as a defector from this powerful socio-economic group should strike GOP leaders as strategically unhealthy, especially as Greater Silicon Valley enters into a period of economic and political transformation. Induced by the global crises of the past few years, especially the rise of a more hostile China, the political allegiances of this group might increasingly be up for grabs, as evidenced, for example, by the exodus trend from California to more business-friendly red states like Texas and Florida. Tweets from venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, who once argued against Peter Thiel's thesis on technological stagnation, favorably highlighting the theories of James Burnham and the popular success of projects like the All In podcast, which features a quartet of prominent tech investors critically discussing American politics while positioning themselves as centrists. For the next GOP, a commitment to tech policy reform, which could certainly include antitrust action but should not be narrowly limited to it, might serve as a basis for facilitating substantive engagement with this patronage class. Presented separately, these policy proposals are likely to wither on their own vines, but pursued in combination, and perhaps championed by a future GOP presidential campaign, some version of this agenda might broadcast the required demand signal for enough molecules in corporate America to cease drifting, cloud-like above the country, and instead condense and fall back down to earth to pursue government-enabled profits in the real economy. The specifics may shift as different fissures in the neoliberal model appear and recede over time, but the singular goal will always be clear. Turning the page on corporate non-alignment requires that one party first generate a corporate alignment, that oft-elided premise for the realignment so many correctly think necessary. Then, and only then, might new foundations for somewhat saner and more constructive political cycles begin to reemerge. Weak growth is far and away the most important economic problem facing the United States. This problem is not simply the result of the financial crisis or the severe recession that followed. The period of low growth began in 2000. Rather, it is the result of a much earlier reduction in business investment. While short-term growth depends on demand, it is rising supply, the ability of the economy to increase output, that determines economic success over time. America's problem is the slow growth of its potential to supply goods and services caused by 2 decades of underinvestment. Although commentators have blamed this weakness on various issues, the data show that the major cause has been a change in the way company managements are paid. The 1990s saw the arrival of the bonus culture, which massively shifted management incentives and thus changed management behavior. Sadly, the change did immense damage to the economy. Managements were encouraged to invest less and, with lower investment, growth faltered. The change in how managements were paid had immediate and profound impacts on their behavior. Before 2000, companies increased investment in response to corporate tax cuts, but afterwards they stopped doing so. There are, of course, other things that affect investment, such as the invention of new technologies. But government policy can influence these outcomes, at best only indirectly. A more straightforward, and likely more effective policy approach would seek to restore investment and strong growth by reversing the damage done by the bonus culture. Had the U.S. economy continued to grow as rapidly over the past dozen years as it had before, the incomes of Americans, as well as spending on schools, law enforcement, and public health, could be 20% higher than they are today, without any increase in tax rates or public debt. Not only would there be more prosperity and less poverty, there would also be more resources available to address other problems. Restoring growth should therefore be the major priority for the United States, and that will require higher levels of investment. Why has U.S. economic growth been so poor since 2000? Roughly two-thirds of the slowdown in growth during this period has been due to weaker productivity, and one-third to aging. We can do nothing about aging, so boosting productivity should be the key policy objective. Unemployment fell rapidly after the 2008 recession but has recovered, suggesting that a lack of demand, or some hangover from the financial crisis, is not the main issue. It is supply rather than demand that has been the problem. Output has risen slowly because the economy's ability to increase production has deteriorated. Companies have cut back on investment, preferring to spend money on acquisitions and share buybacks. I illustrate this change in behavior in Figure 1. Investment fluctuates with the cyclical state of the economy, so I use 10-year averages for both series to iron out these blips. The chart shows a steady fall in tangible investment and a similar rise in cash payouts. Compared with the average for the decade from 1990 to 2000, investment has fallen from 90% of U.S. non-financial companies' cash flow to 73%, while money distributed to shareholders via dividends and buybacks has risen from 26% to 45%. Investment depends on two things: the rate at which technology improves and the willingness of companies to spend money on new equipment. As technology improves, there are more opportunities for profitable investment, and the extent to which these opportunities are seized depends upon their expected return. Companies seek to preserve or improve the return on their equity capital, which is the net worth of their assets after deducting their debt. When the expected return on equity for a new investment exceeds a minimum level, known as the hurdle rate, companies invest. If it falls short, they don't. Expectations also depend partly on confidence, so the three things that determine the level of investment are changes in technology, the hurdle rate, and those swings in confidence that Keynes called the animal spirits of entrepreneurs. The fall in investment and the rise in cash payouts to shareholders followed directly after the revolution in the way senior executives were paid, which occurred in the 1990s. As I show in Figure 2, a significant change occurred in both the total compensation amount, which rose by more than 3 times, and in the proportion of compensation that was paid in bonus arrangements rather than as basic salary. Since the purpose of incentives is to affect behavior, we should not have been surprised, as we appear to have been, that the change in the way managements were paid altered the decisions they took. Unfortunately, the new incentives discouraged investment and damaged the economy. With the arrival of the bonus culture in the 1990s, the changes in management compensation had the effect of raising hurdle rates, and thus caused investment to fall. Before 2000, companies would demand a lower expected return threshold on new investments than they do now. We can show that this has occurred by comparing the impact on investment of changes in corporate taxes before 2000 with the effect afterwards. The prospective return on new investment goes up if the corporate income tax rate falls and down if it rises. We would therefore expect to see cuts in corporate taxes followed by a rise in business investment and vice versa. As Figure 3 shows, this is what happened from 1951 to 2000, but it stopped happening afterwards. As a fall in corporate tax rates should lead to a rise in investment, the scale for the level of investment is inverted so that the two series move up and down together in the chart. Since 2000, even large reductions in the tax rate have not produced rising rates of investment. Companies can use the cash they generate, plus cash from additional debt or equity raises, in a variety of ways. They can finance acquisitions, distribute cash to shareholders through share buybacks and dividends, invest in the creation of new assets, or increase worker pay, among other things. In making these decisions, company managements consider the interests of their companies and perhaps the overall economy and society, but they are also motivated by their own self-interest. When it comes to compensation incentives, bonus systems vary, but virtually all are profit-related and typically depend on short-term changes in earnings per share, EPS, or total shareholder returns, TSR. In the short term, the less a company spends on capital investment and the more it spends on acquisitions, buybacks, and dividends, the better these metrics will look and the higher management's pay will be. Furthermore, the bonus element is usually so sensitive to profits that small improvements can cause large jumps in pay. In the longer term, however, it is dangerous for companies to invest too little. If your competitors invest more than you and are not uniquely bad capital allocators, they will be able to improve their efficiency and lower their costs of production. They can then undercut your prices or spend more than you on marketing. Either way, you risk losing market share. Decisions to invest thus depend on the balance between the longer-term risks of losing market share and the shorter-term benefits of higher management bonuses. The arrival of the bonus culture in the 1990s shifted this balance and encouraged managements to increase the longer-term risks to their companies for the sake of higher pay in the short term. Because of the attention given to current share prices, this change in incentives and thus behavior is more pronounced for publicly traded companies than for private ones, including the U.S. subsidiaries of foreign companies. We would therefore expect to see a greater cutback in capital investment by public companies relative to others, and this is just what has occurred. Companies have considerable flexibility in the way they publish their profits, and we would expect them to respond to the higher rewards for short-term profits by changing their financial presentation. In tough times, profits fall, and there is little that management can do about this. They don't get bonuses, but they don't get a salary cut either. It therefore pays for them to write down their company's assets as hard as they can during unprofitable periods, a process known as throwing the kitchen sink at it. The value of inventories, trade credit, and tangible and intangible assets are matters of opinion, not fact. Auditors will seldom, if ever, object when management suggests that their balance sheet values should be written down. When they are, this year's profits fall, but future profits will be higher. When the inventories are sold and creditors pay their debts, the profits recorded will be higher if their values were previously written down, and they will also benefit from a lower charge for depreciation. When a company's profits take a dive, it is also common for the performance targets that determine bonuses to be reset. Executives will argue that there can be no incentive if the targets are clearly out of reach, and remuneration committees generally accept this dubious argument. Senior executives may be sacked when profits fall, but whether the company is run by survivors or new arrivals, both will want a bad year to be as bad as possible, so that profits will rise sharply in the future. These subsequent forecasts belong to a rare group of management promises, those that are usually met. Figure 4 shows the extent to which companies have changed the way they report profits since the arrival of the bonus culture. The chart compares the volatility of profits after tax as shown in the national accounts with those published by the companies in the Standard & Poor's 500 index. Until the 10-year period which ended in 2002, the volatility of the two series moved closely together, but published profits then became more volatile. Around 2008, especially, companies took advantage of the recession to throw the kitchen sink at their published profits, thus allowing an exaggerated recovery thereafter and producing a sharp rise in volatility as shown in the chart. There are other possible explanations for the poor levels of U.S. investment and growth. It certainly seems that the pace of improvement in technology is slow, and animal spirits among entrepreneurs may be at a low level. In addition to these issues, some economists, such as German Gutierrez and Thomas Philippon, have pointed to claims that monopoly power has increased and suggested that this may have depressed investment. Their arguments are based on the assumption that high profits resulting from lower competition reduce any motivation to increase profits through investment. If monopoly power has increased in the United States, however, it has not produced historically high profit margins. A reduction in competition is not the only factor that can cause temporary fluctuations in profit margins, of course, so the chart does not prove that monopoly power has not increased. But profit margins tend to be high when demand is strong and unemployment low, so below-average margins are unexpected when, as in 2019, unemployment was exceptionally low. On the other hand, a high exchange rate tends to depress profit margins, and the dollar has been relatively high in recent years as U.S. interest rates have been above those offered in most currencies. One probable reason why profit margins fluctuate is that prices and wages respond to a recovery in demand at different speeds, with prices typically rising more quickly than wages. This fits with the recent pattern in which margins expanded in the first 5 years of the recovery after 2008, but, more recently, they have narrowed as wages have caught up. Short-term fluctuations in profit margins are not, therefore, evidence that competitive conditions have changed, nor are the latest data, which show profit margins in the first 9 months of 2019 to be below average, conclusive evidence that competition has strengthened. But they do suggest that any decline in competition has been insignificant. There are other possible explanations for the poor levels of U.S. investment and growth. It certainly seems that the pace of improvement in technology is slow, and animal spirits among entrepreneurs may be at a low level. In addition to these issues, some economists, such as German Gutierrez and Thomas Philippon, have pointed to claims that monopoly power has increased and suggested that this may have depressed investment. Their arguments are based on the assumption that high profits resulting from lower competition reduce any motivation to increase profits through investment. If monopoly power has increased in the United States, however, it has not produced historically high profit margins. A reduction in competition is not the only factor that can cause temporary fluctuations in profit margins, of course, so the chart does not prove that monopoly power has not increased. But profit margins tend to be high when demand is strong and unemployment low, so below-average margins are unexpected when, as in 2019, unemployment was exceptionally low. On the other hand, a high exchange rate tends to depress profit margins, and the dollar has been relatively high in recent years as U.S. interest rates have been above those offered in most currencies. One probable reason why profit margins fluctuate is that prices and wages respond to a recovery in demand at different speeds, with prices typically rising more quickly than wages. This fits with the recent pattern in which margins expanded in the first 5 years of the recovery after 2008, but, more recently, they have narrowed as wages have caught up. Short-term fluctuations in profit margins are not, therefore, evidence that competitive conditions have changed, nor are the latest data, which show profit margins in the first 9 months of 2019 to be below average, conclusive evidence that competition has strengthened. But they do suggest that any decline in competition has been insignificant. On the other hand, the contribution to growth made by improvements in technology, measured by total factor productivity, TFP, has declined since 1981. The great expansion in R&D spending has thus produced a steadily falling return. Either companies are spending increasing amounts for less and less benefit or, as anecdotal evidence suggests, companies have succeeded in gaming the system and have been claiming increasing amounts of the tax credit without necessarily increasing their spending on real or productive R&D. The cynical view is that companies have steadily shifted the way they designate the time spent by their employees, with a rising proportion being devoted to R&D and a falling proportion to their more traditional management duties. Alternatively, in creating IP, companies may have shifted to inventing patents over patenting inventions. Regardless, further R&D tax credits are unlikely to accelerate the rate at which technology improves. While it would be most helpful to improve TFP and accelerate innovation, we seem to have no clear way of doing so. Until we find one, we will have to look elsewhere for an effective way to accelerate the growth of labor productivity. As neither tax subsidies for R&D nor a tougher competition policy are likely to significantly increase investment, the best way to improve growth rates would be to reverse the damage done by the bonus culture. Success in reversing the negative impact of the bonus culture is also likely to boost the animal spirits of entrepreneurs, further improving growth. There are 3 ways in which the damage caused by these bad compensation incentives might be ended or even reversed. The least radical approach is to improve our knowledge of the productivity performance of individual companies. The most radical and least plausible is to regulate the terms under which bonus-type payments are made. And the one most likely to succeed is to reform corporate tax policy so that management is incentivized to increase rather than depress investment. Companies do not currently publish their productivity data. This is not because the data would be difficult or expensive to collect, but because they are not required to do so. It is said that what gets measured gets managed, but it's probably more accurate to say that what gets reported gets managed. The productivity of a firm or an economy is its output per hour worked. Companies would incur virtually no additional cost if they published their output and the hours that their employees work, as they already have these data. Output, for both companies and an economy, is the sum of labor income plus profit. And as companies know these figures, they must be able to publish their output at virtually no additional cost. They must also know the hours that their employees are contracted to work and any overtime for which they pay. If they are required to publish these figures, we will know their productivity and can compare the change from year to year. It would be especially useful if the data were available separately for companies' U.S. operations as well as for their worldwide activities. While some companies are more generous than others, most basically pay their employees the market rate. Hence, those that have above-average improvements in labor productivity will have rising profit margins and, either through more competitive pricing, more marketing, or more investment in new equipment, will be able to improve their market share and grow rapidly. If companies publish their data on productivity, their managements would take note and seek to improve the results, and they would encounter adverse comments from analysts if they failed to do so. These concerns would be given an added push if bonuses were linked not only to changes in EPS and other profit-related metrics but also to the achievement of some productivity target. Companies which introduced such bonus schemes would improve their reputations, which have suffered from the rise in management pay at a time when overall economic performance has been poor. Probably the most effective way to boost corporate investment would be to introduce tax credits for tangible investment rather than for R&D. It is difficult for management to pretend, at least to anywhere near the same extent that occurs with R&D, that their salaries are spent on installing new equipment, which is largely purchased from suppliers rather than fabricated by a company's own employees anyway. Furthermore, it is important that the reduction in the tax paid by companies should come from a credit rather than accelerated depreciation, because of the difference in the impact on published profits. The level of corporate tax could also be adjusted to be revenue neutral, after deducting the tax credits earned from tangible investment, but companies spending more on investment would pay a lower tax rate, while companies spending little on investment would pay higher rates. Under the current system, companies tend to have lower profits in the short term if they invest, and they certainly have less cash available for dividends and buybacks. If tax credits were given for tangible investment, the situation would reverse so that profits after tax would rise with investment in the short term. The change would therefore not just remove the current disincentive to invest, it would reverse it and change the economic impact of the bonus culture from perverse to beneficial. This reform of the corporate tax code is thus likely to be the most effective way to stimulate investment and boost growth by improving labor productivity. The decline in business investment has not only stultified growth, but has also depressed the level of intended investment in the U.S. private sector below the level of intended savings. As savings and investment must be equal, this imbalance will either be resolved by falling incomes and rising unemployment, or offset by rising debt. But this only exacerbates the growing U.S. debt problem, which is already significant in both the private and public sectors. The debt of the private sector, which includes both individuals and companies, is lower than it was at its peak in 2008 because the household sector has reined in its borrowings. But the business sector's debt, after initially receding, has now reached a new peak. On the other hand, the contribution to growth made by improvements in technology, measured by total factor productivity, TFP, has declined since 1981. The great expansion in R&D spending has thus produced a steadily falling return. Either companies are spending increasing amounts for less and less benefit or, as anecdotal evidence suggests, companies have succeeded in gaming the system and have been claiming increasing amounts of the tax credit without necessarily increasing their spending on real or productive R&D. The cynical view is that companies have steadily shifted the way they designate the time spent by their employees, with a rising proportion being devoted to R&D and a falling proportion to their more traditional management duties. Alternatively, in creating IP, companies may have shifted to inventing patents over patenting inventions. Regardless, further R&D tax credits are unlikely to accelerate the rate at which technology improves. While it would be most helpful to improve TFP and accelerate innovation, we seem to have no clear way of doing so. Until we find one, we will have to look elsewhere for an effective way to accelerate the growth of labor productivity. As neither tax subsidies for R&D nor a tougher competition policy are likely to significantly increase investment, the best way to improve growth rates would be to reverse the damage done by the bonus culture. Success in reversing the negative impact of the bonus culture is also likely to boost the animal spirits of entrepreneurs, further improving growth. There are 3 ways in which the damage caused by these bad compensation incentives might be ended or even reversed. The least radical approach is to improve our knowledge of the productivity performance of individual companies. The most radical and least plausible is to regulate the terms under which bonus-type payments are made. And the one most likely to succeed is to reform corporate tax policy so that management is incentivized to increase rather than depress investment. Companies do not currently publish their productivity data. This is not because the data would be difficult or expensive to collect, but because they are not required to do so. It is said that what gets measured gets managed, but it's probably more accurate to say that what gets reported gets managed. The productivity of a firm or an economy is its output per hour worked. Companies would incur virtually no additional cost if they publish their output and the hours that their employees work, as they already have these data. Output, for both companies and an economy, is the sum of labor income plus profit, and as companies know these figures, they must be able to publish their output at virtually no additional cost. They must also know the hours that their employees are contracted to work and any overtime for which they pay. If they are required to publish these figures, we will know their productivity and can compare the change from year to year. It would be especially useful if the data were available separately for companies' U.S. operations as well as for their worldwide activities. While some companies are more generous than others, most basically pay their employees the market rate. Hence, those that have above-average improvements in labor productivity will have rising profit margins and, either through more competitive pricing, more marketing, or more investment in new equipment, will be able to improve their market share and grow rapidly. If companies publish their data on productivity, their managements would take note and seek to improve the results, and they would encounter adverse comments from analysts if they failed to do so. These concerns would be given an added push if bonuses were linked not only to changes in EPS and other profit-related metrics but also to the achievement of some productivity target. Companies which introduced such bonus schemes would improve their reputations, which have suffered from the rise in management pay at a time when overall economic performance has been poor. Probably the most effective way to boost corporate investment would be to introduce tax credits for tangible investment rather than for R&D. It is difficult for management to pretend, at least to anywhere near the same extent that occurs with R&D, that their salaries are spent on installing new equipment, which is largely purchased from suppliers rather than fabricated by a company's own employees anyway. Furthermore, it is important that the reduction in the tax paid by companies should come from a credit rather than accelerated depreciation, because of the difference in the impact on published profits. The level of corporate tax could also be adjusted to be revenue neutral, after deducting the tax credits earned from tangible investment, but companies spending more on investment would pay a lower tax rate, while companies spending little on investment would pay higher rates. Under the current system, companies tend to have lower profits in the short term if they invest, and they certainly have less cash available for dividends and buybacks. If tax credits were given for tangible investment, the situation would reverse so that profits after tax would rise with investment in the short term. The change would therefore not just remove the current disincentive to invest, it would reverse it and change the economic impact of the bonus culture from perverse to beneficial. This reform of the corporate tax code is thus likely to be the most effective way to stimulate investment and boost growth by improving labor productivity. The decline in business investment has not only stultified growth, but has also depressed the level of intended investment in the U.S. private sector below the level of intended savings. As savings and investment must be equal, this imbalance will either be resolved by falling incomes and rising unemployment or offset by rising debt. But this only exacerbates the growing U.S. debt problem, which is already significant in both the private and public sectors. The debt of the private sector, which includes both individuals and companies, is lower than it was at its peak in 2008 because the household sector has reined in its borrowings. But the business sector's debt, after initially receding, has now reached a new peak. Economic policy aims to preserve stability by keeping inflation stable and unemployment at historically low levels. Decisions about how to achieve these aims are inevitably based on some theory, and these theories fall into two main groups: those which are usually described as neo-Keynesian, and those based on dynamic stochastic general equilibrium (DSGE) models. For all practical purposes, however, this division does not result in central bankers having to choose between different theories when making policy decisions. Several fundamental assumptions are common to both groups, including the view that the day-to-day job of economic management is simple in theory, even if difficult in practice. It is agreed that there is only one equilibrium which must be maintained to preserve stability, and this is the balance between intentions ex ante, to save and to invest. Keynes showed that the economy did not always achieve this balance through prudent adjustments of short-term interest rates. Sometimes, in conditions he termed a liquidity trap, it is also necessary to boost demand through fiscal policy by increasing the size of the budget deficit. This conclusion is common to both the neo-Keynesian and DSGE approaches, and they also agree that if this ex-ante balance between savings and investment is maintained, it is sufficient to achieve stability. Consensus economic theories have therefore been labeled as one deviation at a time models. The problem with these single equilibrium models is that this conclusion is not only wrong but dangerous, as it results in monetary policy decisions which destabilize the economy while seeking to stabilize it. Hyman Minsky was sadly correct in remarking that modern orthodox economics is not and cannot be a basis for a serious approach to economic policy. Unfortunately, the efforts of current policy to support demand by preserving the ex-ante balance between savings and investment have created other forms of instability, and greatly increase the risk of another financial crisis. As Ricardo Caballero observes, the core approach to macroeconomics, as it is taught in most graduate programs and as it appears in leading journals, begins with a neoclassical growth model. According to these models, the cost of finance, which is termed the user cost of capital, determines the level of business investment. A company will buy plant and equipment if management expects the return on the money spent to match or exceed the user cost of capital, and they will not invest if they expect returns to fall short. These models also assume that this user cost of capital determines asset prices and varies with real short-term interest rates. While these assumptions are universally agreed upon and are fundamental to consensus models, there are increasing concerns about their validity. They have recently been criticized by Nobel laureate George Akerlof on the grounds that consensus theory has oversimplified Keynes and leads to a lack of attention to financial crashes as a macro topic. An intrinsic belief that underlies consensus assumptions is that the user cost of capital cannot be directly measured, and thus economists must derive an estimate of it from their models. While this used to be justified by the lack of data on returns from financial markets, empirical data have, over the past 30 years or so, become generally available. Consensus economists, however, have ignored these data, understandably perhaps since they show that the models they use are invalid. Before these data became available, the models were untestable because the user cost of capital was derived from the models and therefore had to be consistent with them. Consensus economists like them, as Doyne Farmer observed, because once you assume equilibrium, it is simple to derive results. But on the other hand, if that's not how the world works, it's not what's underlying the economy, then the whole thing ends up wasting time. Thanks to the work of financial archaeologists, we now have the returns from the various forms of financial capital. In the case of the United States, for over 200 years, debt comes in a range of different maturities, but financial capital in all its forms can, for simplicity of explanation, be usefully divided into short-term interest rates, long-dated bond yields, and equity returns. We now have reliable and long-term information on each of these forms of finance, and we can use these data to test the consensus models. We can, for example, see whether these models have been correct to assume that there is only one equilibrium with which policymakers need to be concerned. When these tests are made, the results are clear. Consensus theory and one deviation at a time models are unsound. Policy based on them not only fails to preserve economic stability, but from time to time, and now may be one of those times, the measures taken by central bankers create a high risk of financial crises. We therefore need to use the data we now have to build a better model, one which can be used to reduce the risk of financial crises. I call this the stock market model. The key difference between consensus and stock market models is that consensus models ignore the data on returns to the different forms of financial capital, and the stock market model uses them. Financial market data show that the consensus model is invalid in several ways. 1. It is incorrect to assume that investment fluctuates with real short-term interest rates. When considering whether investment responds to real or nominal interest rates, Ray C. Fair concludes that the results are strongly in favor of the nominal interest rate. 2. We know from the relationship between changes in interest rates and share prices that the assumption that the user cost of capital varies with short-term interest rates is true only in the short but not in the longer term. As James Mitchell found in 2009, given the likely codependence of share prices, earnings, and interest rates, it is necessary to study their relationships simultaneously rather than separately or on a bilateral basis. This can be carried out via multiple regression analysis, specifically using so-called vector autoregressive (VAR) models. In the long run, defined forecast horizons of 5 years or greater, interest movements do not appear to affect stock prices. This is consistent with the absence of a long-run relationship between interest rates and stock prices. 3. The difference between short-term interest rates and long-dated bond yields is not mean reverting, stationary. So long and short-term interest rates do not fluctuate together. 4. The ratio of the returns from long-dated bonds and equities is not stationary. 5. The real returns on equities appear to be mean reverting. As stationarity cannot be proved, only shown to be probable, this can be denied by those who wish to defend consensus models. But as these models are already invalidated by the above points, this obscurantism cannot be used to defend the validity of consensus models, but only to deny the improved understanding that comes from recognizing the stationarity of real equity returns. If this feature of the stock market is accepted, the cost of equity at any time can be calculated. And as we have data on U.S. corporate leverage and debt interest payments, we can calculate the user cost of capital and show that investment does not vary with it. Financial market returns not only show that the consensus model is invalid, but we can also deduce from them that there are at least two equilibria which must be maintained for economic stability, defined as avoiding high levels of unemployment or inflation, or both at the same time. One is the balance between savings and investment, and the other is the ratio between companies' net worth and their market value, or Q ratio. Short-term changes in near-term interest rates affect share prices, but the impact does not last. This temporary boost to share prices raises the market value of public companies relative to their net worth, which is the current replacement value of their assets after deducting the amount financed by debt. Replacement values are derived by the BEA from surveys of equipment prices. This is the equity Q ratio, which is stationary, and the strength of its mean reversion rises with the level of Q. The upward push to share prices caused by a fall in short-term interest rates comes from their impact on long-dated bond yields and is therefore exacerbated when the gap between short-term interest rates and long bond yields, the yield curve, narrows. QE does this and has helped to drive Q to a record high level. Because stock market values fall much faster than they rise, and large falls are often accompanied by financial crises, there are therefore at least two separate equilibria which need to be achieved to avoid dangerous economic imbalances. It is not only important to maintain the 0x anti-net savings balance, whose importance was demonstrated by Keynes, but we must also avoid large misalignments between the market value and the net worth of corporate equity, which is Q. A major problem, however, is that policies designed to help improve the X anti-net savings balance, such as lowering interest rates, can readily destabilize Q. Increases in debt often drive up Q, and easy access to debt stimulates excessive financial risk-taking. It thus seems probable that disequilibria can arise from excess debt as well as high Q ratios, suggesting that Q and X anti-savings are not the only equilibria which need to be maintained for economic stability. Debt and Q, however, generally move together, so we may nonetheless have a two deviations at a time economy to manage. The essential difference between consensus economic models and what I call the stock market model is that neo-Keynesian and DSGE-based models ignore the data on financial market returns, while the stock market model relies heavily on this data. Consensus models are therefore untestable and thus fall on the wrong side of Karl Popper's famous demarcation between science and non-science, while the stock market model, by using and testing itself based on these data, justifies its claim to be scientifically valid. In addition, the stock market model shows that several of the assumptions of consensus theory are demonstrably wrong. Consensus economists' determination to nevertheless stick to accepted assumptions and ignore the evidence that their models are invalid shows that they have much in common with hobbits, who like to have books filled with things that they already knew, set out fair and square with no contradictions. Contrary to one of the key assumptions of consensus models, Ray C. Fair shows that the level of corporate investment responds to changes in nominal rather than real interest rates. This fits with the data on U.S. corporate profits and interest payments, the ratio of which appears to be stationary, except when access to long-dated bond markets was restricted to the government during World War II, as shown in Figure 1. Companies are more exposed to the impact of inflation if they borrow short-dated debt, as the short-term change is many times greater for debt interest payments than for profits. A rise of 1 percentage point in inflation will, if reflected evenly in both nominal interest rates and profits, raise pre-tax profits by 1 percentage point but would increase interest payments by 50% if the short-term nominal rate was previously 2%. Companies therefore prefer to borrow long-dated bonds, but they have no incentive to pay more for debt which has a longer life than the equipment in which they are investing. And as the average life of private non-residential fixed tangible assets is 16 years, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the yield curve is essentially flat for longer-dated maturities. Nominal long-dated bond yields will rise in line with inflation if this inflation is reflected in short-term interest rates and the yield curve is unchanged. If inflation then stabilizes, interest payments will also, while nominal profits will continue to rise more rapidly with the higher rate of inflation. Companies seeking to maintain a stable ratio of interest payments to pre-tax profits will, therefore, initially seek to reduce their leverage and then to increase it as profits rise. The behavior of equity prices in response to changes in interest rates conflicts with another basic assumption of consensus models, that both the user cost of capital and asset prices vary over all time horizons in line with short-term changes in real interest rates. James Mitchell exposed this assumption as a fallacy by showing that there is a short-term but not a long-term impact on equity prices. This finding also allows for an explanation of the mechanism by which monetary policy designed to stabilize the ex-ante net savings balance can create dangerous imbalances in asset prices. Equity Q, which is the ratio of stock market value to net worth, is mean reverting through changes in share prices rather than in net worth. Declines in short-term interest rates push up share prices while having much less impact on net worth, but they only push up Q on a temporary basis. The effect on share prices and therefore Q levels is short-lived. Stock's subsequent retreat is nevertheless dangerous because share prices fall much faster than they rise, and sharp falls are often accompanied by financial crises. Short-term interest rates impact share prices via their effect on long-dated bond yields. Hence, this effect is exacerbated if the yield curve is flattened, as it has been through the Fed's bond buying under quantitative easing. There is a third major divergence between the assumptions on which consensus models depend and the data for financial market returns, which show that real returns on equities are stationary. Figure 2 shows the historic data for real returns in the United States measured in log percentages, which avoids the apparent distortions that appear to the eye if ordinary percentages are used. With log percentages, a fall balanced by a subsequent rise of the same amount leaves the average and trend unchanged. The close similarity of these two measures indicates the high probability that these returns are mean reverting. One result of mean reversion is that after a prolonged period of high returns, future returns are likely to be poor, while above-average returns are likely to follow a sustained period of poor ones. Mathematically, this results in real returns exhibiting negative serial correlation, and from this we can also test the strength of mean reversion over different time horizons, which is shown in Figure 3. In the absence of two major exogenous shocks, government expropriation, e.g., Russia in 1917, and massive capital losses from war, as in Germany and Japan in 1945, real equity returns are stationary in every geographical equity market. This is shown both by those returns and by their negative serial correlation. Cheap markets are ones which provide investors with above-average returns. By looking at these returns, we can assess the market's value at any time in history. Cheap markets do not necessarily rise in the following year, and over any number of years the return will depend as much on the market's value at the end of the period as at the beginning. As it is the starting value that we need, we must not use a set number of years to measure returns but average them for every subsequent year after the starting date. Happily, we only need 30 years of subsequent returns to do this, as the values that result from using more years barely differ. We should not, however, use shorter time periods as the results from these can differ significantly. We can therefore value the market with the use of hindsight if we have 30 years of subsequent returns and can thus assess the value of the U.S. stock market by this method from 1801 to 1991. Because real returns on equity and Q are mean reverting, we can value the stock market not only by hindsight but by reference to Q and cyclically adjusted price-to-earnings ratios. Both Q and cyclically adjusted price-to-earnings, CAPE, track the fluctuations in value shown by hindsight, though Q does so more closely, as is shown by the R2 correlations with the values shown by hindsight calculations. These are 0.80 for Q and 0.52 for CAPE. These close correlations not only demonstrate the validity of these methods but also the reliability of the data on which they are based. The cost of a bond when held to maturity is the same as its return. Equities are irredeemable, but because their returns are stationary, we can measure their long-term performance by dividing their average real long-term return, which is around 6.5%, by their current hindsight value. Thus, when equities are 3 times overpriced, the cost of raising equity capital is 1/3 of the long-term return, which is approximately 2.2%. If, as consensus models assume, companies sought to maximize the present value of their net worth, conventional profit maximization, they would invest more when capital is cheap than when it is expensive. But they do not, as shown by testing returns using the method described above. Profit maximization follows from the consensus economic assumption that shareholders are concerned with the present value of their company's net worth, and that managements aim to run their companies to maximize this value. This strikes me as implausible, and I am yet to encounter anyone who, like me, has worked in financial markets, who disagrees. In my experience, both shareholders and managers are concerned with the present value of their companies, but they focus more on the value which is shown by the stock market, not net worth. In other words, increasing Q is in practice often more important than increasing investment or maximizing profits to grow net worth. Furthermore, although both managers and shareholders share this concern with stock market values, they do not have the same interests or behavior. The existence of these different interests is ignored or denied by consensus economics. But this corporate veil is impermeable, and modeling the economy thus requires a clear separation between the public, household, and business sectors, not just between public and private. Shareholders and business managers differ in their concerns and in their areas of action. Corporate managements decide on leverage, the level of investment, and how much cash they distribute to shareholders through dividends, buybacks, and debt finance takeovers, or obtain from them by new equity issues. The household sector decides on its purchases and sales of financial assets and thus on its portfolio preference, which is the proportion of its long-term savings that it seeks to hold in equities or bonds. The interaction between these two groups of decision-makers determines the equilibrium levels of returns on long-dated bonds and equities. 50 years ago, Robin Maris questioned the assumptions needed for profit maximization and suggested that it was more likely that those who run companies make their decisions based on their own interests, in economic terminology, their own utility functions, not on those of shareholders. Consensus models ignored this idea, but we now have the data needed to judge between the two views. The data show clearly that Maris was correct. While managers have many concerns, they are particularly anxious to keep their jobs and like to be paid well. The two main threats to their jobs are takeovers and large falls in share prices. Underleveraged companies are vulnerable to debt finance takeovers, and overleveraged ones are at risk of needing an injection of equity in recessions. Shareholders are largely indifferent to payout ratios, but dislike rights issues. Hence, both too much and too little debt present risks for management, and we should therefore expect to find that companies maintain, on average, stable leverage ratios over time. The data shown in Figure 1 confirm this hypothesis. In the short term, bond and share prices fluctuate as the optimism of managers and shareholders varies. The vast resources of the financial securities industry have been flung at predicting these swings or reducing their volatility, to little avail. It thus seems that short-term price movements are just noise in the statistical sense, and to obtain information on how markets operate, we must find the signals that are provided by the longer-term data, notably the stationarity of real equity returns and the shape of the yield curve. The relationship between long and short-term interest rates depends on investors' portfolio preferences, with the flatness of the slope for long-dated maturities following from the average life of fixed-produced business assets. The stationarity of equity returns follows from the relative price elasticity of bonds and equities. The demand and supply of each of these asset classes varies over time, with changes in the government fiscal policy, the age of the population, the retirement age, how soon people enter the workforce, and the share of pension schemes which are based on defined benefits or contributions. These changes in demand and supply must result in changes in their relative returns either through bond or equity yields changing, and this depends on the ease with which a change in price alters their returns or, in economic terms, their relative price elasticities. As bonds give only half or a third of the returns available from equities, it is bond yields, not those of equities, that adjust to changes in the relative demand, which thus allows the real returns on shares to be stationary. The relative elasticity of equities and bonds explains the stationarity of real equity returns, but not the large gap which exists between the average long-term returns of bonds and equities. The latter must depend on the extent to which investors demand higher returns on equities to offset their volatility. Though bonds have differing repayment dates, their returns, if the bond is held to maturity, do not vary, while the returns on equities fluctuate even, as Figure 3 shows, if held for 20 years. Shares typically give relatively high returns but are very volatile in the short term. They are therefore only suitable for long-term investors, who are mostly those who save for their retirement and for whom long-dated bonds are the main alternative. The extent to which investors require higher returns in exchange for accepting less certainty on the return depends on their aversion to risk. It seems that populations benefit from including individuals with varying degrees of risk aversion. The risk aversion of households varies in the short term as optimism waxes and wanes, but over time it is stable. If there were no changes in government debt or foreigners' holdings, the leverage of businesses would have to match the household's ownership of debt and equity. The equilibrium level of bond yields therefore varies with government borrowing, methods of pension funding, and demographic changes. In the short term, bond yields will also fluctuate with short-term changes in interest rates and the yield curve. Companies and households will, however, differ in their response. Lower bond yields will cause companies to increase their debt levels relative to their net worth, but with unchanged investment preferences, households will seek to have unchanged ratios of debt and equity assets measured at current market prices. Declines in bond yields thus have the short term, but as James Mitchell showed, only short-term impact off raising share prices relative to the ratio of market value to net worth, which is Q. This ratio is, however, mean reverting, and the boost given to share prices is only temporary. Monetary policy designed to support demand and keep ex-ante savings in balance can therefore destabilize the economy by driving up Q. Consensus models are wrong to assume that there is only one equilibrium that must be maintained to ensure economic stability, and economic policy based on this error readily creates the conditions in which financial crises become probable. High levels of Q are not only unstable, they are dangerous because they often lead to rapid market falls and financial crises. Since there are at least two disequilibria, we need at least two policy tools to deal with them. The question is whether the two that we have, fiscal and monetary policy, are sufficient or whether we need a third. So, what it should be. Monetary policy regularly creates dangerous levels of Q. Fiscal policy, on the other hand, doesn't obviously do this, and we would be in a less parlous position today if in recent years greater reliance had been placed on increasing the budget deficit rather than putting so much emphasis on monetary policy and, in particular, using QE. Relying solely on rising budget deficits, however, raises serious long-term problems. If monetary policy is neutral, such that short-term interest rates are unchanged, these deficits must be funded by the issue of either long-dated government bonds or short-term borrowings. If funded, the supply of bonds will accelerate, and without any change in household portfolio preference, the yield curve will steepen and corporate leverage will fall, a process known as crowding out. Crowding out reduces the trend growth rate of the economy unless two conditions are met: that the rise in the fiscal deficit must result only from increased government investment, and that this investment must be as efficient as private sector investment. Large, continuous fiscal deficits lead to ever-rising ratios of government debt to national output. If this debt is funded through long-term bonds, it is likely to become a self-reinforcing process and accelerate as crowding out slows the growth of output. If the fiscal deficits are not funded, on the other hand, then banks, households, or companies must increase their ownership of short-term government or central bank liabilities, and either the money supply or the monetary base will expand. This will occur more slowly than has been the case with QE, but the longer-term impact is likely to be similar. The rise in the monetary base has been followed by a sharp rise in money supply and inflation. Opinion is, to put it mildly, divided over whether this is the result of QE or accidental and whether rises in money supply cause inflation. Whatever view is taken, relying on fiscal policy alone to solve an ex-ante imbalance in the private sector is likely to create major problems, and it would be better if we had another policy tool that we could use to avoid these problems in addition to monetary and fiscal policy. Happily, such a tool is available through shifting the burden of taxation from investment to consumption. We know that fluctuations in the corporate income tax rate have not been associated with changes in the real return on equity. There was, for example, no federal corporate income tax in the 19th century, but it has been levied, often at high levels, since 1919, and the real return on equity was the same in the 19th century as it has been since. Reductions in the revenue from corporation tax, matched by rises in taxes on household incomes or consumption, would leave the budget deficit unchanged. But if the tax reductions are properly targeted to incentivize investment, they would counter imbalances in private sector ex-ante net savings without the need for either fiscal or monetary stimuli. The revenue from corporation tax does not depend solely on the headline rate, but on inflation, which effectively reduces allowances for depreciation, and on tax credits. In the UK, the rate of corporation tax is being raised, but the revenue from it will probably fall due to the introduction of tax credits for tangible investment. If well designed, these tax credits will raise profits after tax, and thus earnings per share, for companies which invest heavily. These specifically targeted policies need to be distinguished from tax reductions that reward companies whether they invest or not. As management bonuses are heavily dependent, either directly or via share prices, on this metric, tax credits will have the added benefit of reversing the disincentive to invest that the introduction of modern remuneration methods has fostered. The failure of consensus economics to use the data we have on the returns from short-term debt, long-dated bonds, and equities has resulted in their models being incompatible with the data and thus demonstrably wrong. The conclusion of these models, that the only equilibrium which needs to be achieved for economic stability is the net ex-ante savings balance, is also incorrect. By relying on these faulty models, monetary policy results in periodic financial crises. In contrast, by using the data on the returns from these separate financial asset classes, the stock market model demonstrates that there is more than one equilibrium needed to maintain economic stability and shows how this can be achieved. We have so far failed to appreciate the inadequacies of one deviation at a time models despite the severity of the 2008 crisis. I hope that we do not now suffer another financial crisis, though recent policies have made the risks of one high. Whatever the short-term outlook, we need to reduce the long-term risks of such recurrent crises. And to do this, we must discard current economic models and build on another foundation, one which is consistent with the data on returns from financial capital in its various forms. The economic performance of the United States and other major developed economies in the 21st century has been appalling, whether in comparison to the period of nearly 80 years since World War II or with the rest of the world over the past 2 decades. Having suffered the most severe post-war financial crisis in 2008, we now face a high risk of another one. Real output and incomes have stagnated and inflation has shot up. This abject failure has dangerously damaged liberal democracy. Voters are angry and faith in experts has fallen. Central bankers have been blown off course by COVID and the Ukraine war. But while the pandemic and Putin's invasion have been damaging, they are only a small part of the problem. The stagnation of income goes back to the beginning of the new century, and the upsurge in inflation was underway well before Russia launched its attack. So, even allowing for bad luck, policy errors have made a major contribution to our current malaise. This may not, however, indicate operational incompetence by governments and central bankers. Policy is necessarily based on theory, so mistakes can arise either from poor judgment in applying a sound theory or from the inevitable failures of implementing a bad one. In the 18th century, doctors were probably more deadly than disease. This was not because doctors were incompetent. It was because they had been taught nonsense. Similarly, the disastrous start to the 21st century follows from the errors of economic theory rather than from mistakes in its application. Like 18th century medicine, the economics of today is basically unscientific. It is incompatible with the evidence. Until current theory is replaced, we will continue to suffer from stagnation and regular financial crises. Better theory is, however, available and, if used, would provide the tools we need for a well-managed economy, in which growth will replace stagnation amid low and broadly stable levels of unemployment and inflation. Consensus macroeconomics rests on 2 assumptions. The first, which is termed profit maximization, is that companies invest with the aim of maximizing the value of their net worth. The second is that this is done by investing when returns compare favorably with the cost of capital, which varies with real short-term interest rates. From these assumptions, it follows that we live in an economy whose stability can be maintained as long as demand matches the supply available. In the words of Ricardo Caballero, consensus theory holds that we have a one deviation at a time economy. But these assumptions are wrong and, as a result, so are the consequent conclusions. We live in a world where there are at least 3 equilibria which must be maintained for economic stability. In addition to balancing demand, we must avoid excessive levels of both asset prices and money supply. 3 problems require 3 solutions, and the solution to one must not create another disequilibrium. In other words, if demand is weak, we must have a way of boosting it without pushing up either asset prices or money supply. We must therefore understand the policies needed to keep each equilibrium independently in balance. At any time, there is an equilibrium rate of unemployment consistent with a stable rate of inflation. This is the non-accelerating level of unemployment NAIRU, which is constant unless there is a change in expectations about inflation. In the absence of such changes, inflation and unemployment will be stable if demand changes at the same rate as potential output, which is the trend growth rate. The twin tasks of demand management are thus to avoid demand growing either faster or slower than trend, and for this to take place at a low and stable level of inflation, so that inflationary expectations do not rise. It used to be assumed that demand could be kept in balance by changes in short-term interest rates, but Keynes showed that demand did not always rise and fall to match rate changes. In these conditions, known as a liquidity trap, intentions to save exceed those to invest, and unemployment will rise unless there is a boost to demand. When monetary policy ceases to be effective, another source of demand is needed, and for this Keynes proposed changing the government's budget deficit, fiscal policy. When government spending rises more than its income, the government's savings fall, and this reduces the economy's total savings. In neo-Keynesian terminology, changes in budget surpluses and deficits enable an ex-ante surplus of savings over investment to be brought back to zero without the need for any rise in unemployment. Keynes assumed that liquidity traps would be temporary affairs resulting from short-term falls in investment in response to the ebb and flow of business optimism. He therefore ascribed temporary weakness in business investment to a decline in the animal spirits of entrepreneurs. But our experience this century is not only for such temporary losses of confidence, as occurred after the financial crisis of 2008, but a longer-lasting tendency for investment to be insufficient to match the desired level of savings. We thus have an economy with positive net ex-ante savings, which tends to be structural. It is difficult to combat such a situation with persistently high levels of budget deficits, which can lead to an ever-rising ratio of government debt relative to GDP. This becomes particularly threatening when, as so far this century, trend growth is near zero. A liquidity trap which appears to be long-lasting rather than cyclical presents central banks with a major dilemma. Their attempted solution has been to try and boost demand by buying long-dated bonds through quantitative easing, QE, which has depressed their yield relative to short-term interest rates, flattening the yield curve. In terms of supporting demand, the policy has been successful. By preventing excess net ex-ante savings, central banks have been able to maintain demand at the trend level of output. Had the consensus model been correct, this would have produced economic stability. But it isn't, and therefore it hasn't. QE has destabilized the other equilibria needed for stability. It has produced excessive levels of both asset prices and money supply. Fiscal policy is the appropriate instrument to offset short-term cyclical declines in demand but not for prolonged liquidity traps. We therefore need another policy instrument to ensure that short-term interest rates do not fall to levels at which they cannot on their own be used to control demand. For short periods, declines in short-term interest rates boost equity prices, but the effect falls off quickly and is virtually non-existent over 5 years. Such changes have a much smaller impact on the value of corporate assets, so declines in short-term interest rates have the temporary effect of pushing up share prices more than net worth. Q, which is the ratio of the stock market value of companies to their net worth, therefore rises. But Q is mean reverting, so the stock market will tend to fall back unless short-term interest rates keep declining, and the fall will be enhanced by the degree to which Q is above its mean reverting average. The strength of Q's mean reversion is like that of an elastic band. The more it is stretched, the stronger is the force bringing it back and the faster the change is likely to be. A sharply falling stock market thus becomes more likely at higher levels of Q, and the likelihood of sharp declines is even more probable if they are reinforced by rising short-term interest rates. It is therefore dangerous to boost demand by reducing short-term interest rates unless Q is near or below average. As Q rises when interest rates fall, using cuts in interest rates to maintain ex-ante net savings at zero ignores the risks of one disequilibrium while seeking to balance another. This would be impossible if the consensus model were correct, as there would only be one disequilibrium to worry about. Unfortunately, the model is wrong. Cutting interest rates can lead to financial crises. QE involves central banks buying long-dated bonds, and this naturally pushes up their prices and reduces their yields. Share prices respond to long-term as well as short-term interest rates, so Q is pushed up by QE. When central banks buy bonds, the sellers' holdings of cash rise. If the sellers are banks, this shows up in their holdings of deposits with the central bank. In the United States, QE has caused a massive rise in the ratio of such deposits with the Federal Reserve. These deposits are the main constituent of base money, M0. QE has thus caused the ratio of the monetary base to GDP to rise to levels which are way above any previously seen. Cutting short-term interest rates is dangerous when Q is above average, and the danger is enhanced if such cuts are accompanied by QE. This is illustrated in Figure 1, which shows that the ratio of the monetary base to GDP fell from 1950 to 1984, at a time when Q declined, rose slowly to the year 2000, and then shot up from 2009. As Q responds to short-term interest rates as well as changes in the M0/GDP ratio, the two ratios do not move exactly together, but the influence of QE on the overvaluation of Q fits neatly with Figure 1. The decline in Q from 1950 to 1984 was accompanied both by rising interest rates and a fall in the ratio of the monetary base to GDP. The rise in Q from 1984 to 2000 was a period in which interest rates fell sharply and Q rose. The post-2000 fall in the stock market was halted in 2009 at a time when M0/GDP rose at a record-breaking pace, and both ratios have since risen to record-high levels. James Mitchell has shown that share prices respond to profits as well as interest rates, so I am not suggesting that the stock market's level could be predicted solely from accurate forecasts of interest rates and the monetary base, even if such forecasts were possible. But current policy calls for the Fed's holding of government debt to be run down. This will produce a fall in the monetary base, which seems likely to have an important and negative impact on U.S. share prices. Considered from the viewpoint of economic policy, the use of QE to boost demand at a time when it is unresponsive to short-term interest rates is extremely dangerous if Q is elevated. The danger of using QE applies also to funding policy, which depends on whether governments choose to borrow by issuing long-dated bonds or short-term treasury bills. Funding policy can thus have the same effect on bond yields as QE and should be avoided for the same reasons. People judge their wealth largely from the level of share prices, so when Q is high, they overestimate their long-term prosperity. Their apparent need to save therefore falls as the value of Q increases. Share prices decline more rapidly than they rise, and this tendency is enhanced to the extent by which Q is above average. The economy is thus vulnerable to falls in the stock market and particularly to rapid declines, which have a marked effect on both households and companies. Savings rise as people seem poorer, and experience justifies their worries that a weak stock market is often followed by rising unemployment. These concerns also affect business confidence, so the animal spirits of entrepreneurs weaken. Companies become cautious about borrowing and investing. Lenders become nervous about providing finance, and companies worry that additional debt may not be available if needed. Sharp falls in the stock market thus regularly result in sharp rises in ex-ante net savings, so that a boost to demand becomes necessary to stop unemployment rising. If Q is above average, it will be dangerous to cut short-term interest rates. It is then better to use fiscal rather than monetary policy to stimulate demand. But neither response is satisfactory if the tendency for ex-ante net savings to be positive is a structural rather than a temporary cyclical problem. Boosting demand with low interest rates in QE drives up private sector debt as well as Q and makes financial crises likely. Using fiscal stimulus to solve a long-term problem raises the specter of an ever-rising ratio of debt to national income. As neither fiscal nor monetary policy are suitable instruments to deal with the structural tendency for ex-ante net savings to be positive, these conditions, which have predominated this century, require an additional policy tool to boost demand. When fiscal policy ceases to be politically possible or even sensible, when Q is at or above average, and demand then threatens to be insufficient to maintain unemployment at the NERU, a third policy instrument is essential. The relationship between money supply and inflation is, to put it mildly, controversial. It is generally recognized that a large jump in the ratio of money supply to output is typically followed by a marked rise in inflation, but attention to monetary data has become unfashionable in recent years because their fluctuations have appeared to have been of no practical importance. As Figure 2 illustrates, the ratio of money to GDP fluctuated between 1963 and 2013 without any apparent relationship with the rate of inflation. It was only in 2013 that the ratio moved above its post-1963 level. It then increased sharply, followed by inflation rising sharply from 2019 onwards. As a paper in the Scandinavian Journal of Economics concludes, central bankers and economists generally appear to have made a serious error by ignoring the data on money supply. When inflation is low, it seems that the link between money and inflation is weak or absent. The practical conclusion is that short-term fluctuations in the ratio of money supply to GDP provide no useful guide to demand or inflation, but that a large rise in the ratio must be avoided. Jumps in money supply do not necessarily signal that current demand has become too strong to allow inflation to be stable. Inflation seems to respond quickly to excess demand, but in the words attributed to Milton Friedman, its relationship with money supply has lags which are long and variable. The disequilibrium that arises from excessive growth of the money supply has a different timescale from that caused by excess demand. We thus have three possible disequilibria in the economy. Demand must be controlled so that unemployment is at its non-accelerating level, NERU, and neither Q nor the ratio of money supply to GDP must be allowed to become elevated. Short-term fluctuations in the ratios of Q and money supply to GDP do not, however, appear to cause problems and can be treated in statistical terms as noise rather than signal. But, as we have three disequilibria that must be maintained for economic stability, we cannot successfully manage the economy with only the two currently available instruments of fiscal and monetary policy. Demand needs to be boosted when ex-ante net savings threaten to exceed zero, and unless the problem is a short-term cyclical one, neither monetary nor fiscal policy provide viable solutions to it. Monetary policy will not be suitable if Q is elevated, and fiscal policy will be equally inadvisable if it threatens to result in an ever-rising ratio of national debt to GDP. These are the conditions that we have experienced this century, and which have been termed secular stagnation. From the viewpoint of economic policy, they are best described as a liquidity trap which is structural rather than cyclical. This highlights the fundamental nature of the problem. It is structural rather than short-term when intentions to save threaten to be greater than those to invest for so many years that attempts to avoid the trap through monetary policy is inappropriate, not only because it causes unstable levels of asset prices, but also because prolonged low levels of interest rates tend to result in dangerously high levels of private sector debt. Seeking to avoid a prolonged liquidity trap by fiscal policy offers the prospect of an indefinite rise in the ratio of national debt to GDP. This rightly raises political obstacles and can cause a collapse in both bond and foreign exchange markets, as the UK showed when a large fiscal stimulus was proposed by Liz Truss, and the market reaction cut short her stay as Prime Minister to only 50 days, the briefest on record. Among other characteristics, the third policy tool thus needs to be one which avoids driving up debt ratios in either the public or private sectors to levels which financial markets consider to be unsustainable. Tax policy is available for this role. There may be other tools as well, but I know of no other concrete suggestions. Tax policy is not the same as fiscal policy, as it involves no change in the government's budget deficit. It consists in raising tax revenue from one source and cutting it from another. To be effective, the tax cut must stimulate investment and the tax rise should reduce, or at least not increase, savings. If these twin aims can be achieved, then investment intentions will rise more than those to save, thus giving the required boost to demand. Corporation tax provides revenue to the government, which must be paid by someone, and the taxpayer will have less money to spend elsewhere. Corporation tax could be passed on to shareholders, or to incomes from employment, or fall on companies' own spending which, as they don't consume, must be investment. Figure 3 shows that corporation tax cannot fall on shareholders. If it did, shareholders would be worse off and receive lower returns on their shareholdings when corporation tax is high. But, as the chart shows, real shareholder returns have rotated around a stable average of about 6.6%, and this has been the same whether there was no corporation tax, as was the case for most of the 19th century, or since 1917 when it has always been significant, subject only to the amount of profits that could be taxed. The lack of pain for shareholders is also shown by the fluctuations of returns over the past century, which have been totally unrelated to the current rate of corporation tax. Yet no tax can be levied without hurting someone or something. Shareholders might have avoided corporation tax by simply passing its burden onto consumers by leaving wages unchanged. If this has occurred, then profit margins would have had to rise, and employees' share of output would have fallen. But we have data on the division between profits and employment, which together amount to 100% of output. As Figure 4 shows, there has been no connection. Corporation tax thus has no negative impact on the incomes of shareholders or employees. It therefore cannot fall on the amount that either group has available to spend on consumption. Hence, it must fall on private sector investment. Cutting the revenue from corporation tax will thus increase the level of investment above what it otherwise would be. As there are many other things which affect how much companies will invest, its level also changes independently of any variation in corporation tax revenue. We cannot therefore expect investment to rise and fall each year in line with its changes. But we can see the effect of corporation tax if we look at longer-term data and, as illustrated in Figure 4, we know that investment will be greater than it would have been if the tax revenue from corporation tax is reduced. Tax policy, as distinct from fiscal policy, requires that the government's budget deficit does not change. The fall in revenue from corporation tax must therefore be matched by a rise in revenue from a tax that hits consumption, not investment. Whichever way taxes on consumption are raised, they always reduce people's spendable income. When incomes fall, households seek to reduce their consumption by as little as possible and do not respond by increasing their savings. The level of household savings does not rise and may well fall with increased taxes on consumption. The combination of reduced revenue from corporation tax and higher taxes on consumption thus boosts business investment without increasing household savings. Although corporate savings tend to rise with capital spending, the net effect is to raise spending more than savings, stimulating total demand as well as shifting it from consumption to investment. Tax policy is needed to avoid the problem of our current prolonged liquidity trap, as attempts to use monetary or fiscal policy to do so have resulted in today's multifarious problems. Tax policy carries with it the prospect of a double benefit in that it should not only free us from policies which have resulted in rapid inflation and a high risk of another financial crisis, but also free us from the longer-term problem of low-trend growth with which the 21st century has so far been cursed. The capital stock of the economy consists of buildings, equipment, inventories, natural resources, and land. We cannot add to the last two, which are natural endowments, and, while inventories are necessary, the need for them rises in line with output. We can, however, add to our stock of buildings and equipment, which is the amount of fixed produced tangible capital. As Figure 5 illustrates, there is a stable and probably mean-reverting ratio between the level of this capital and that of output. If we boost the rate at which such capital expands, we will also speed up the rate at which output grows. To do this, we need only increase the ratio of tangible fixed capital investment and, if this is accomplished, we will also increase the trend growth rate of the economy. Spending on intellectual property, IP, is much less effective in boosting growth than money spent on tangible capital, because trend growth moves in line with the value of the stock of capital and IP is depreciated over 4 times faster than tangible capital. Whatever else may be wrong with economics, its starting point is correct. People do indeed respond to incentives, writes Martin Wolf. A corollary of this truism is that the more you tax something, the less you have, and the more you subsidize, the more you get. A key principle of sound tax policy is to achieve as much beneficial change as is possible from the smallest degree to which tax rates are altered. The revenue from corporation tax can be lowered either by reducing the headline rate or by giving subsidies in proportion to the amount invested. Given the choice between subsidies which encourage investment and cutting corporation tax to reduce the disincentive to it, we should prefer positive incentives. The boost will be most effective if it causes a rise in earnings per share, EPS. Because the weakness in investment this century, which is illustrated in Figure 6, has been caused in part by the way business managers have been paid in recent decades. The 1990s saw a huge increase in the pay of senior executives, mainly via bonuses. This shifted the balance between the two major concerns of senior executives, which are to keep their jobs and to be highly paid. Jobs are at risk if companies invest either too much or too little. Shareholders like rising EPS, which investment tends to reduce, as the benefits it brings are often delayed until sales have risen, while its costs, including more depreciation, are more immediate. But investment is also essential for improving productivity and, unless it advances, companies risk having higher production costs than their competitors. They then risk losing their market share as their competitors' lower costs allow them to spend more on marketing or reduce their prices. Once companies start to lose market share, their survival is at risk. The PE multiple, which is the ratio of share price to profits per share, EPS, is the single most important criteria used for share evaluation. As share prices are heavily dependent on EPS, bonuses are usually linked to them either directly or via total shareholder returns, TSR. The arrival of the bonus culture thus increased the benefits to managers of a rise in EPS and shifted the degree of importance placed on being highly paid in the short term compared to the longer-term goal of keeping the job. Short-term rewards became more valuable and reduced the pain of being dismissed. The weakness of capital spending by business this century is thus partly due to the dramatic arrival of the bonus culture in the previous decade. On the other hand, subsidies to companies which result in increases in EPS will shift the impact of the bonus culture from inhibiting investment to encouraging it. The return on capital is equally unaffected either by cuts in the rate of corporation tax or subsidies for investment, but their impact on the EPS of individual companies will differ. Subsidies will raise EPS more for those who increase their level of investment than those who don't, while this incentive is absent when the overall rate of corporation tax is changed. Subsidies are thus likely to raise investment by more than the same loss of tax revenue from a cut in the rate, particularly if the accounting treatment is favorable. Bonuses tend to move with EPS, and the extent to which they will rise thus depends on the way they are measured. The accounting system used is therefore important, and this is likely to be different if the incentive takes the form of accelerated depreciation or is a cash credit proportionate to the amount of the investment. A credit leaves future depreciation allowances unchanged, whereas they decline when they are accelerated. The improvement in this year's EPS will be smaller if allowances made in the accounts for the higher future tax payments that will result from lower future depreciation. Subsidies for investment should not therefore result in any reduction in future tax and should not take the form of accelerated depreciation but be cash amounts paid as a proportion of investment. The importance that incentives can have on stimulating tangible investment is illustrated by their powerful impact on intangible spending, IP. As Figure 7 illustrates, from 1961 to 1981 U.S. business investment in intangibles fell slightly as a percentage of total investment, but following the introduction of the tax credit for research and development, R&D, introduced in 1981, it has risen from 13.7 to 41.4% of business investment and from 2.0 to 5.4% of GDP. As R&D expenditure is fully allowed as a deduction for corporation tax, the accounting treatment resulting from the tax credit brings an immediate benefit to EPS, and Figure 6 illustrates how effective it has been for IP investment. The sharpness of the rise in R&D in response to the subsidy raises the reasonable expectation that one for tangible investment would also have a sharply positive impact on the growth of the capital stock and output. This is, however, subject to 3 important provisos. 1. the effect would not be offset by other negative factors affecting investment, such as weak demand or rising inflation with its resulting increase in the effective rate of corporation tax. 2. The credit is seen as a long-term policy change, since tangible investment takes time first to plan and then to implement. 3. The accounting treatment should be favorable and lead to a rise in earnings per share, EPS. The greater the increase in EPS, the larger will be the rise in investment. In addition to the way tangible business investment is taxed or subsidized, its level depends on many things including the way technology advances, the disincentives of the bonus culture and expectations, the animal spirits of entrepreneurs, over which governments have little if any influence. All we know is that investment will be higher than it would otherwise have been if it is subsidized, not taxed. As we need more investment to avoid inflation and financial crises, we have been foolish to tax investment and should now subsidize it. We have been foolish because corporation tax does not reduce our current consumption, only our future prosperity, and because it is widely and wrongly believed to be paid by shareholders. Both these follies follow from the consensus economics ignoring the data on the return on equity, which is ignored because it proves the consensus model is wrong. Figure 8 shows that this century has seen declines in business investment and in the effective rate of corporation tax. It also shows that the trend of the decline in each case has been very similar, as have the swings from year to year. This does not prove that the decline in the tax rate has boosted business investment above the level it would otherwise have been, but it is consistent with such an assumption. This conclusion is confirmed by the data set out in Figure 6, which shows that investment has held up in the United States more than it has in the United Kingdom, where, due to the abolition of ACT, the rate of corporation tax has risen since 1997. To jumpstart investment today probably requires a greater immediate incentive than will subsequently be required to maintain the improvement, because the bonus culture has reduced the incentive to invest not only by increasing the short-term reward for increasing EPS but by reducing the risk that competitors will raise their spending on tangible capital. Before 2000, companies increased investment in response to corporate tax cuts, but afterwards, they stopped doing so. The bonus culture is possibly the most important reason for the low level of tangible investment this century. The use of specific investment tax credits will reverse the impact of bonuses from inhibiting to encouraging capital spending, and we should make the initial change particularly strong by making managements fearful that their competitors will be increasing their level of investment. Corporation tax receipts are currently running at about 1.2% and tangible business investment at 7.2% of U.S. GDP. So a 20% credit for tangible investment would offset the current revenue from this ill-considered tax which falls on investment. It would amount to a positive net subsidy if, as seems probable, investment rises as the economy recovers and should provide the kickstart needed to overcome 2 decades of inertia. Despite the urgent need for more business investment, tax changes proposed in both the United Kingdom and the United States will depress it to a lower level than it would otherwise be. The associated failure to use tax policy as a tool of economic management will also make it more difficult to avoid inflation and financial crises. The folly of government policy is due to a poor understanding of economics and is therefore unlikely to change until the current consensus model is scrapped and replaced. Well-managed economies grow at a decent pace while keeping unemployment and inflation at low and stable levels. By these criteria, all major developed countries have been run incompetently for the past 2 decades. They have experienced stagnation of output and incomes, the worst recessions since the Great Depression, and, more recently, a surge in inflation. Support for liberal democracy has been seriously endangered by this failure of economic policy. I explained that while economic policy has been appallingly bad, it is wrong to blame either central bankers or governments. Official policy must be rationally based on accepted theory and, as today's consensus theory is wrong, the economy cannot be well managed until this theory is replaced. It would have been unfair to blame 18th century doctors for bad medical practice, and it is unfair to blame economic policymakers today for their bad management. We should not blame the ignorant for their ignorance. Economists in central banks and treasury departments believe what they were taught when young, and students are still being taught similar nonsense when they study macroeconomics at universities and finance at business schools. Academic economists today are making a similar mistake to that made by British generals in the 1700s. In the words of James Thomas Flexner, Washington learned the lessons of the American War because he had no conventional lessons to unlearn. The British and the Hessians, on the other hand, suffered the confusion common to acknowledged experts when their expertise ceases to function. The basic errors of the current consensus were introduced when the discipline was being developed after World War II. Macroeconomics barely existed as a discipline before the Depression. It was assumed, with little debate or analysis, that output rose steadily, with its fluctuations being unfortunate but mild, as demand responded to changes in short-term interest rates and could therefore be boosted by central banks if it were weak. The Depression exposed the inadequacy of existing economic theory to deal with a dramatic collapse in employment and output. We were fortunate that John Maynard Keynes was able to show that massive unemployment could be avoided by using government budget deficits to boost demand. Keynes observed that there are circumstances, which he called liquidity traps, when cuts in interest rates could not always increase demand. When monetary policy is incapable of reducing high levels of unemployment, fiscal stimulus is needed, which involves increasing government expenditure or reducing tax revenue. Despite the great opposition that heterodox views always generate, events proved too powerful for change to be resisted, and the assumed expertise entrenched in academia crumbled. As old ideas were no longer held to be gospel, economics was in turmoil after the war. It had become an exciting subject, and great intellectual efforts were made to produce a macroeconomic theory which incorporated Keynes's ideas and included a way to manage the economy through the combined use of both monetary and fiscal policy. The result would eventually become the consensus theory, which is currently taught to undergraduate and graduate students. Following much hard work, the result is a mathematically coherent model of the economy, whose conclusions follow logically from a small number of assumptions. Its only fault is that these conclusions are wrong. In any model of how the world operates, be it about physics, medicine, or economics, if the assumptions are wrong, it is highly likely that the conclusions which follow from them will also be wrong. This is what happened with the neoclassical synthesis. Its mistaken assumptions have become, over the past 70 years, so deeply embedded in academia that they are exceptionally hard to change. It is not only difficult for academics to unlearn what they learned when they were students. They must accept the bitter pill that their teaching and the papers on which their prestige rests are fundamentally invalid. Economists are often accused of excessive reliance on math due to physics envy. As Paul Krugman wrote in 2009, the economics profession went astray because economists, as a group, mistook beauty, cloaked in impressive-looking mathematics, for truth. This is a criticism, however, to which I only partly subscribe. The failure of consensus economics is not primarily caused by an excessive reliance on algebra, but through basing sound mathematical reasoning on mistaken assumptions. The glaring errors of current consensus economics come from a failure to insist that hypotheses must be capable of being tested against data and prove to be robust when so tested. Nothing in science is ever proved. Knowledge is encapsulated in models, and the one currently assumed to be correct is simply the best we currently have, and we arrive at the decision about which model is best by debate. The debate involves three main processes. One consists in testing the model's conclusions to ensure that they follow logically from the assumptions, and the others are to test both the assumptions and the conclusions which follow from them to see that they are consistent with data evidence. Algebra is an excellent tool for checking that a model is self-consistent and is, therefore, a valuable tool for economists, though Krugman is correct that mathematical rigor, which shows the self-consistency of a model's assumptions and conclusions, is sometimes assumed to validate the assumptions. Mathematics is a useful tool for checking models, but it produces dangerous nonsense when the consistency of the model is assumed to justify the assumptions. As Ricardo Caballero and others have pointed out, this is a far from rare mistake among economists. Such errors are often the sad result of bad luck rather than bad judgment. When the consensus theory was being developed, there were little data available which could be used to check the model. It could not be based on evidence and was, by necessity, a prioristic, founded on assumptions whose validity cannot be tested. A prioristic models, insofar as they are untestable, cannot have the status of being scientific. When data started to become available, the consensus model became testable. And when tested, the evidence falsified the model. Consensus theory has therefore moved from being unscientific, because it was untestable, to being simply wrong because it fails when tested. Without data, consensus theory was necessarily a prioristic and had the bad luck to choose its assumptions badly. Even at the time, this did not go unnoticed, as several economists held that serious errors were present in its assumptions. 4 of these critics, in particular, stand out in hindsight as having been proved correct. When Nicholas Kaldor criticized consensus theory for its a prioristic and thus unscientific approach, he wrote that one must not fall into the error of supposing that assertions about reality can be derived from a priori assumptions. Whether well-behaved, homogeneous and linear production functions exist or not is a question of fact. They cannot be presumed to exist as a consequence of some basic postulate. He also remarked on the intellectual sterility engendered by the methods of neoclassical economics. Robin Maris criticized the way in which the new consensus oversimplified by dividing the economy into only three sectors: government, private, and foreign. By failing to make a distinction between the business and household sectors, the neoclassical model assumed that those running companies would behave as if they owned the companies they ran. He argued that it was necessary to divide the private sector into two: a household sector and a business sector, as the decision-makers in the business and household sectors were motivated differently. They had, in economic terms, different utility functions. He therefore began from the proposition that corporate directors may subject corporate policy decisions to utility functions of their own. Fortunately, the distinction between companies and their owners is so obvious that national accounts separate the data on businesses from those that apply to households. It is therefore easy to show, from the way the two sectors behave, that Maris was correct in his criticism. Nevertheless, the error of consensus theory in conflating business and households into one sector was compounded by another. The model also assumes that shareholders are concerned with the value of their company's balance sheet net worth rather than with their share prices. This has led to considerable confusion in economic analysis and policy. Hyman Minsky argued that the economy could not be kept in balance by any combination of monetary and fiscal policy. These tools could not prevent the bouts of instability engendered by financial speculation and the periodic crises that followed. Minsky therefore claimed that modern orthodox economics is not and cannot be a basis for a serious approach to economic policy. Milton Friedman pointed out that, while the consensus model sought to include interest rates, it had no role for money, and claimed that ignoring the relationship between the amount of money in circulation and the size of the economy's output was another serious error, notably with respect to inflation. These four criticisms were ignored when the neoclassical model was developed, and, now that data have become available, not only does each of these objections seem totally vindicated, but eminent economists have recently added another major criticism. Nobel laureate George Akerlof and MIT professor Ricardo Caballero have argued that we do not live in an economy whose stability can be maintained solely by keeping demand at its equilibrium level. The conclusion of consensus theory, that we live in a world in which stability can be maintained if one single equilibrium condition is achieved, follows logically if the cost of the capital needed to finance new investment varies only with fluctuations in real short-term interest rates, but Akerlof has argued that this assumption oversimplifies Keynes's work. All models simplify by cutting out variables that do not affect their validity. Oversimplification means cutting out too much, so when applied to any specific example, it is a polite way of saying that the model is wrong. As equity provides the bulk of the capital needed to finance investment and is more expensive than debt, this oversimplification of consensus theory requires that share prices and equity returns fluctuate with short-term real interest rates. Yet, as I show in the economics of the stock market and illustrate in Figure 1, they don't. As the chart shows, the returns on equity fluctuate around a stable mean, whereas those for short-term interest rates and bonds wander in unrelated ways. Thus, while the logic of the neoclassical synthesis has been impeccable, its failure is simply due to its assumptions. Looking back at the post-war history of economic thought, the criticisms of Kaldor, Maris, Minsky, and Friedman should not have been ignored, and this failure can be summarized by saying that we live in an economy which does not have a single equilibrium. Akerlof, paraphrasing Caballero, has called this mistake one deviation at a timissime. Economic theory must therefore be revised so that these criticisms are no longer ignored, and economists must accept that we live in an economy in which several different equilibria must be maintained for stability. Yet it is not enough simply to show that the current consensus is wrong. It must be replaced by a better one, not only for teaching theory but also for policy. We must have a sound theory if we are to avoid the failures of economic management which have been such a sad feature of the 21st century. To be an improvement, the new model must be as logically coherent as consensus theory, but differ crucially in that its assumptions must be testable and robust when tested. As all four of the older historic criticisms, together with the more recent questioning of its single equilibrium conclusion, are valid, the model that replaces the current consensus must satisfy all five of these objections. This requires replacing the assumptions of the consensus model with empirically derived postulates, along with the pragmatic addition of policies which avoid rapid growth in the ratio of money to output. I call my attempt at a new theory the stock market model, and its most important difference versus the consensus model is that it acknowledges that the return and cost of equity revolve around a stable average, with fluctuations being unrelated to changes in short-term interest rates or long-dated bond yields. We have 221 years of annual data which we can use to test this assumption, and, as I show in Figure 2, it is strongly supported by the evidence, as demonstrated by the trend return and the average return being virtually identical. Because real equity returns are mean reverting, the stock market gives above-average returns when it is cheap and below-average ones when it is expensive, and the extent to which it is over or undervalued will determine the extent to which the return at any one time differs from the average. We can therefore measure the cost of equity by dividing its long-term return by the current value. Thus today, when the U.S. stock market is around twice overvalued, relative to its historical mean, we know that the cost of equity is around 3.35%, or 6.7% divided by 2. The stock market does not revert to its mean over any set timescale. If it did, its behavior would be predictable, and the effective arbitrage of investors, who would sell when it is high and buy when it is low, would ensure that the market could never be misvalued. As the speed of mean reversion varies and cannot be predicted at any one time, however, neither can the return over any set number of years. But when calculating the value of the stock market at any time in the past with the benefit of hindsight, we need to look at subsequent returns not over a specific number of years but over the long term. I have shown that once we average returns from any given starting point, the average of those returns over future years will vary considerably, but that 30 years of data are sufficient for measuring value by hindsight, as adding more data for additional years ceases to make any significant difference to the results. The mean reversion of the real return on equity is the central key assumption of the stock market model and, as Figure 2 shows, it can be tested and is supported rather than falsified by the data. It thus avoids Kaldor's criticism. With Maris, it insists on dividing the private sector between business and households, and by showing how asset prices become misvalued, it not only includes Minsky's view of financial instability but shows how this can be avoided. While money supply is not part of the model, it allows for the introduction of a third policy instrument which enables the problem noted by Friedman to be avoided. We can measure the cost of equity by dividing its long-term average real return by the current level of the stock market's value, and we can estimate this by using the term Q or CAPE, the cyclically adjusted price-earnings ratio, which I illustrate in Figure 3. These two measures agree with each other, as valid measures must, and they can also be checked and confirmed by hindsight, which involves checking the values derived from historic returns where we have 30 years or more of subsequent data. The resulting calculations show the validity of Q and CAPE as measures of stock market value. This allows us to calculate the cost of equity capital at any one time even without 30 years of hindsight data. As we know the ratios of equity and debt used to finance companies at any one time, and the cost of that debt in terms of the interest paid, we can calculate the user cost of business capital and test the assumption of consensus theory that investment fluctuates with it, a test which, as Figure 4 shows, consensus theory fails. That shareholders are concerned with the value of their company's net worth, rather than their share prices, that company managers behave as if they were owners, and that real interest rates and returns on equity fluctuate together, are all key assumptions of the consensus model and are all incompatible with the data. One conclusion which follows logically from these assumptions is that management's decisions to invest fluctuate with the cost of capital to business, termed the user cost of capital. And this is falsified by the data, as Figure 4 illustrates. Another, which is that we live in a single equilibrium economy, depends on the assumption that equity returns and real interest rates fluctuate together, which is incompatible with the evidence illustrated in Figure 1. The evidence therefore demonstrates that both the assumptions and conclusions of consensus theory are false. Yet economists who are aware of these data often choose to ignore them. As Kieran Driver noted when reviewing the economics of the stock market, macroeconomics does not seem embarrassed to ignore inconvenient findings. Those who accept that there is a problem to be addressed can choose to incorporate the conclusions that follow from the data on equity returns in a revised model of the economy, or they can assume that the data are wrong. Model revision has so far been the least common response, while those who choose to find fault with the data provide an illuminating insight into the sociology of the economics profession. Once it is recognized that the data conflict with the model, one of the two must be wrong. Those who claim that the data are wrong in preference to the model typically show a degree of certainty which I think is irrational and seems more appropriate to discussions of theology than science. Stephen Wright pointed to one example of blaming the data rather than the model when setting out concerns about the Federal Reserve's economic policy under Alan Greenspan. The most celebrated exponent of this approach has been Robert Hall. He proceeds on the assumption that markets must be efficiently priced, and therefore that measured Q must miss out on large amounts of unmeasured intangible capital, which he names E.capital. Apart from its intangible and hence rather ill-defined nature, Hall's unrecorded E.capital is just like the conventional type, and thus it can only have been produced by savings and investment. Both must therefore have been massively under-recorded in recent years. A more recent example was provided by Olivier Blanchard in his presidential address to the American Economic Association. He noted the increase in the value placed by the stock market on current profits that has taken place since the early 1980s, despite the relative stability of the return on replacement cost. Put another way, Tobin's Q has substantially increased. There are two potential interpretations of this fact. First, the capital at replacement cost does not fully capture intangible capital. Second, an increasing proportion of earnings comes from rents. It is obvious that, in addition to the two ways in which the data might be wrong, there is a third possibility, which is that the model is the culprit. The wording of Blanchard's paper gives the strong impression that, for him, the idea that the model is wrong has become almost unthinkable. Just as the Depression exposed the inability of conventional wisdom to explain or reverse the massive rise in unemployment, the past 2 decades have shown that consensus economic theory is today equally at sea over growth, inflation, and financial crises. A marked improvement in the way we manage the economy is desperately needed, and there are 2 changes required to make this possible. We must scrap current consensus theory and accept that we live in an economy for which at least 3 conditions must be met for steady growth to be accompanied by low and stable levels of unemployment and inflation. Today we only have 2 adjustments, those to interest rates and budget deficits, to control all 3, and the economy is thus unmanageable without a third policy tool. In my previous article, I showed that this third instrument could be provided by tax policy. This differs from monetary policy as it leaves the budget deficit unchanged, but switches the burden of tax from depressing investment to reducing consumption. When Keynes pointed out that cutting interest rates sometimes failed to stimulate demand, he called these conditions a liquidity trap, and it has been assumed in the neoclassical synthesis that such traps are short-term cyclical ones and that, once the necessary medicine of fiscal stimulus had been applied, the economy would speedily recover and the rise in the budget deficit would be reversed. The 21st century has shown this to be a myth. For more than 2 decades, we experienced rising deficits and falling interest rates. This structural liquidity trap has also been called secular stagnation. While these 2 phrases are descriptions of the same phenomenon, they have different policy implications. The term secular stagnation carries with it the implication that it cannot be cured by boosting investment, as any short-term increase in capital spending will be offset by a compensating fall in the future. This assumption is consistent with current consensus theory and implies that the real rate of interest has some natural or neutral level. In other words, consensus theory assumes the existence of an animal, the natural rate of interest, for which there is no evidence. In reality, the rate of interest is determined by political decisions, including those about the level of corporation tax and the budget deficit. For the real rate of interest to be natural in the accepted meaning of the word, it would have to be the natural consequence of the way people behave. It would have to be endogenous, not the result of their conscious political decisions and thus exogenous. Since it is exogenous, it is possible to escape from a structural liquidity trap by stimulating more business investment through tax policy. There are widespread hopes that current developments in technology, notably through artificial intelligence, will boost investment and thus bring secular stagnation to an end without the need for tax policy. I hope that these expectations will prove justified, but we would be unwise to rely on them, particularly as there are today 3 major forces which encourage developed economies to have structural liquidity tie traps. The first is the bonus culture, which has changed the incentives for corporate managers so that they require higher prospective returns on the equity needed to finance net investment. I expect the impact of this to ease over time, but it appears to remain a current hindrance to corporate investment. The second problem is the rise in buybacks compared to dividends as the preferred way to distribute cash to shareholders. Those who receive dividends treat them as a certain contribution to their income, but treat any capital gains, which over time is the offsetting benefit from buybacks, as an uncertain benefit. The rise in buybacks therefore tends to enhance household savings. The third problem is China, which is now large enough to have an important impact on other developed economies. One way to understand China's natural trade surplus is that the rule of law there is insecure. The rich therefore wish to export wealth even if the return on it is lower than in China. The government seeks to prevent this by controlling the direct export of capital, but these regulations can be easily circumvented by pricing exports too low and imports too high, with the margins producing profits in the hands of friendly agents overseas. To this problem is added the current reluctance to stimulate domestic demand. This structural excess of intended net savings in the private sector can be offset either by more investment or less savings and more consumption. In the run-up to the Greek euro crisis, Mediterranean countries chose more consumption, and it ended tragically. We face the same choice and will suffer unless we choose investment. Descriptions of a system do not allow us to understand it. For this, we must extract a model by deciding which information is irrelevant and what can be ignored. The post-war development of the consensus model suffered from some unfortunate accidents. The first was that there were no data then available that could be used to check the validity of any model, and the one chosen was thus inescapably a prioristic. The second was that the choices turned out to be bad ones, and another was that they were accepted with such strength that the objections made to the emerging model were ignored. This century, the resulting errors in economic theory and management have proved very harmful, and we must replace the current consensus theory with the alternative that is available and provide the additional policy tools needed for successful economic management, if we are to avoid perpetuating the resulting grief. Changing methodology is far more difficult than persuading scientists to adjust an assumption, as this requires an understanding of epistemology, which is the philosophy of knowledge, and scientists are often advised to simply get on with their job, stop worrying about what it is, and leave philosophy to the experts. For a working scientist, doing philosophy is not part of the job description. As one review of a book on physics recently put it, ignorance of epistemology has been noted by several distinguished physicists as the cause of so much bad science, but the faults of economics dwarf those of physics. Even the most notable revolutions in science usually involve only the adjustment of the previous paradigm rather than requiring its wholesale scrapping. Newton's laws remain in place and have been supplemented rather than thrown out by the introduction of relativity and quantum mechanics. Nonetheless, the arrival of relativity was a profound shock. We seemed to crave certainty, and nature appeared to provide a feeling of security, as Alexander Pope observed when he wrote, "Nature and nature's laws lay hid in night. God said, 'Let Newton be,' and all was light." As J.C. Squires Riposte underlined, however, Einstein's adjustment was profoundly unsettling. It did not last. The devil howling, "Ho, let Einstein be," restored the status quo. The shock involved in replacing the current economic consensus model with one which falls on the right side of Karl Popper's demarcation between science and non-science will be much worse, as it does not leave the assumptions of current economic theory undisturbed but requires them to be completely discarded. Economists, having first built the consensus model on assumptions which were at the time necessarily untestable, have refused to discard them when data became available that showed them to be invalid. The problem is not the absence of an alternative to replace consensus theory. It is that of persuading economists to accept change. This is never easy, but it is exceptionally difficult in this instance, precisely because the methodology which has been used to create the current model is unscientific. John Maynard Keynes recognized that countries with persistent current account surpluses posed a threat to the world economy, but no agreement was reached at Bretton Woods, nor in any subsequent discussions on how countries might be dissuaded from running them. The burden of accommodating or altering these imbalances thus falls on the deficit countries, and what has for many years been a chronic problem has now become acute. Demand matches supply worldwide, but not necessarily for individual economies. Countries that seek to save more than they invest have inadequate internal demand, and, if they invest abroad, this depresses their exchange rates, allowing those with weak domestic demand to avoid unemployment by exporting more than they import. Countries run trade deficits because investing in such countries appears more attractive than elsewhere, in terms of the expected returns and risks. The exchange rate that results produces the trade surpluses and deficits that match investors' preferences. As with all market prices, exchange rates reflect the short-term equilibrium because buyers and sellers must match, but exchange rates are unstable as both trade flows and investor preferences are constantly changing. It is, however, easier to change the prices of currencies than the flows of goods and services. So trade responds more to exchange rates, which move with changes in international investment preferences, than exchange rates do to trade. Exchange rates fluctuate, and their changes are often ephemeral. So the experience of traders encourages feedback loops which introduce considerable short-term instability in currencies. Accurate forecasting seems impossible, because, without the benefit of hindsight, we cannot distinguish ephemeral wobbles from fundamental alterations in investors' preferences. The theory that exchange rates must in the long term adjust so that currencies have similar purchasing power is reasonable, but it provides little help to forecasters for two reasons. Mispriced currencies can adjust through variations in comparative inflation rates as well as exchange rates, and the equilibrium rates vary with relative rates of productivity. The United States has run current account deficits every quarter since Q2 1982. These deficits have been too large and persistent to be ignored, or sensibly attributed merely to the commercial importance of the dollar, even though it is claimed that 3/4 of world trade is invoiced in dollars. The world has been happy not only to denominate its transactions in dollars but to hold U.S. assets rather than those of other countries. If the same returns are expected in all countries, investors will favor the one where they perceive the risks to be lowest. Investors' preferences change as expectations vary, but the country where risks are lowest will still on average have a currency that is overvalued by other criteria. The United States has been perceived as a safe haven for assets, just as China has provided the opposite example. Chinese companies and their rich owners wish to diversify their assets so that they are not all at risk from arbitrary government expropriation. The U.S. deficit is particularly high when it reflects the pull of above-average expected returns as well as low perceived risks, while China's surplus reflects the weight given to the perception of risk even when expectations for returns are not depressed. As the problem of trade imbalances has moved from chronic to acute, the authority of consensus economics, which provides the arguments against trade barriers, has collapsed. The proximate cause for macroeconomics' loss of status is the relationship between trade and fiscal imbalances, and its fundamental cause is the failure of consensus economics to offer, let alone provide, solutions to the problems presented by these connected deficits. Efficient production in one place leads to rusting equipment in another. Trade heightens competition and provides bad political publicity when foreigners appear to win. From the end of the colonial era to World War II, the United States was mostly a high-tariff country but grew so well that its success has been used as supporting evidence by opponents of free trade. Growth was, however, even more rapid and accompanied by lower trade barriers for many years after 1945. But the post-war period of low U.S. tariffs is now over, and the instinctive response from other countries, as France's protective attitude over European rearmament has shown, is often to amplify rather than ignore the impact. We are witnessing a change in one of the accepted principles that determine policy, which is unlikely to be reversed. It is the change of attitude that matters rather than the details of tariff negotiation. Concessions made to reverse higher tariffs risk encouraging further threats. You can pay Danegeld, but you cannot be rid of the Dane has been a common response to the UK's trade concessions in the face of high US tariffs on steel and cars. It refers to Anglo-Saxon England's failed attempt to stop Danish attacks by paying blackmail. In negotiations between two countries, the weaker one cannot expect deals to be final unless shame is part of the stronger one's psychology. Countries have trade deficits when they spend more than their income and budgets. Fiscal deficits have the same characteristics for governments. Their close connection, however, only becomes obvious when they are large. Keynes showed that unconventional policies were needed to prevent massive unemployment when the private sector seeks to save more than it invests. The solution is for governments to run budget deficits that reduce the economy's total savings and bring them into balance with intentions to invest. These deficits are only necessary on those occasions when interest rates are so low that further cuts fail to boost demand and are labeled liquidity traps. While Keynes's analysis is an accepted part of consensus theory, it has been tacitly assumed that liquidity traps are temporary or cyclical problems. But this was not the case in the 1930s and has not been so during the 21st century. In both eras, we have suffered from long-lasting, that is, structural liquidity traps. U.S. trade deficits measure the gap between the income generated at home and the amount spent on consumption and investment. Without the U.S. government's deficits, spending demand would have been lower and, unless the trade deficit fell by the same amount, domestic output and employment would have fallen. As the United States had a structural liquidity trap, either the trade deficit had to fall, unemployment had to rise, or the United States had to run a large persistent budget deficit. The decision made in favor of budget deficits was not because they were welcome. Rather, the alternatives seemed either unattainable in the case of lower trade deficits or unbearable in the case of unemployment. It is, however, a policy that is no longer viable because the rate at which the national debt is rising is much faster than the trend growth rate of national income. The 21st century suffers from a repetition of the private sector liquidity trap the global economy experienced in the 1930s. In the 1930s, it could have been alleviated by the Keynesian solution of using government deficits to reduce savings, but today, this has ceased to be a sustainable policy. The liquidity trap is not short-term but structural. Fiscal deficits are connected to the large trade deficits which surplus countries have been reluctant to relieve, and national debt ratios cannot rise indefinitely. As the problem has become acute and foreigners provide no help, the United States has been forced to act and, in the absence of guidance from sound economic theory, it has chosen the policies of raising tariffs and threatening to impose taxes on foreigners' U.S. income. For tariffs to help, they need to cause output to shift from foreign countries to the United States. Trying to judge whether this will be successful can be approached either by assuming that some general equilibrium model can provide the answer, or by attempting a detailed assessment of the impact on different industries and countries. The second, which is a partial equilibrium approach, strikes me as hopeless. The impact of tariffs fall on one industry, and one country has a knock-on impact on others, and we can't solve equations which have several unknowns and whose values are not fixed or mutually dependent. It may not be possible to assess the impact of tariff changes on economies, but if it is, we must use a general equilibrium approach, which compares the trade deficit in equilibrium conditions with different tariff levels. If the deficit is not due to the superior efficiency of foreign production, it follows that the level of the U.S. trade deficit is not due to U.S. inefficiency in particular forms of output but to the excess of imports over exports, which is needed to offset the flow of inward investment. Making the United States a less attractive home for investment will thus alter the level of the current account external deficit, while tariff changes will not. This is not an easily testable conclusion. It follows from the theory of comparative advantage, which has been found robust when tested, but it also requires that exchange rates respond more elastically in the short term than trade flows to changes in international investment preferences. While a reasonable assumption, this is also not a completely testable one, though it has support from the evidence of most usual short-term impacts, which show that trade balances rise rather than fall when currencies weaken. This is known as the J-curve, and the empirical results mostly are supporting the J-curve effect. The initial impact reverses, hence its J-curve name, as trade deficits are not permanently improved by currency appreciation. U.S. financial markets are large and open to foreigners. Investors enjoy greater protection than elsewhere. The U.S. courts are more favorable to creditors than those in most other markets. Such was the explanation of the attractions of the United States as a home for other countries' excess savings published shortly before the new administration took office. The proposed Article 899 of the administration's One Big Beautiful Bill would have given the U.S. Treasury the power to tax foreign companies and individuals on their U.S. income, which undermines the idea that America is a place of consistent investment laws. Dubbed the revenge tax, it was eventually dropped in exchange for concessions from allied economies at the recent G7 summit. Even if not passed, investors will feel less welcome and expectations of the risk of future harm, previously barely considered, will change. While the Trump administration is unlikely to succeed in reducing the trade surplus by its tariff policy, it may well succeed by weakening the dollar. It will then no doubt claim the result as a triumphant vindication for its tariff policy. Even if, as seems likely, the J-curve effect results in the short-term combination of a deteriorating trade balance and a lower exchange rate. Absent any weakening in demand, tariffs push up worldwide prices, which a weak dollar will reinforce for the United States. Experience shows that we are bad at forecasting the main short-term economic variables, and the common escape clause that forecasting is particularly difficult today has more than usual credibility. Whatever the outcome, it is likely to have been rendered worse by the undermining of trust signaled by threats over tariffs and taxes. Such policies also fail to address the problem, whose causes include China's approach to the rule of law and surplus countries' smug contentment with their international balances. Over time, trade deficits may switch between countries, but other changes, such as a major fall in the stock market, will likely be needed for the U.S. trade balance to improve. So long as the world suffers from its current structural liquidity trap, countries must, in aggregate, run fiscal deficits, and so long as developing economies cannot or do not run trade deficits, the developed ones must run them. As national debt ratios in liberal democracies generally exceed 100% of their slowly growing national incomes, ever lower real interest rates are needed to avoid ever-rising national debt ratios. Low real interest rates without significant inflation require the lower nominal rates from which we have habitually suffered this century, and which accompany and signal structural liquidity traps. It is, therefore, a rational analysis that has led many to the view that much higher rates of inflation are both likely and required. The implicit assumption in this analysis is that growth cannot be increased. Fortunately, it can, but the possibility is ignored or denied by consensus economists. Capital inflows are not necessarily damaging, as it is possible to benefit from them, thus substituting a positive advantage for the harm that results from increasing domestic unemployment or pursuing the negative sum policy of tariffs. Ideas always meet resistance when they upset conventional wisdom, but this one faces the additional problems of requiring an understanding of depreciation and the impact of corporation tax on investment, both of which pose great difficulties for consensus economics. Trade deficits can be damaging or helpful depending on whether the inflow of capital takes the form of debt or equity, and on what they are used to finance. Subject to important but minor caveats, capital inflows are heavily favorable in either form if they finance business investment, rather than consumption. If the inflows are predominantly debt, they will be exceptionally beneficial if they finance business investment and extremely dangerous if they do not. The Greek crisis of 2009 provides a vivid example of the damage done by inflows of debt financing consumption. Had the inflow, which averaged around 10% of GDP in the run-up to the crisis, financed additional business investment, the taxable capacity of the economy would have risen much faster than interest payments, and, while budget mismanagement might still have provoked a crisis, it would neither have been inevitable nor as significant. We have a worldwide structural liquidity trap, which cannot be solved by pushing the trade deficit from one country to another, nor can it be solved just by trying to cut fiscal deficits. Any serious attempt to improve government finances would cause massive unemployment and could easily fail, since tax revenue falls with declining profits and rising unemployment. As these twin deficits cannot be eliminated, they must be accommodated. So the only workable policy solutions are those that use the surplus savings of countries with trade surpluses to finance investment, and thereby accelerate the growth of countries with trade and fiscal deficits. This solution is easy to understand but rarely proposed, and it seems to occur more easily to fund managers than to economists. The failure to propose growth as the answer to our most important economic problem is a symptom of the confusion shown in public debate over both savings and investment. Technological progress is believed to be exceptionally rapid but too slow to stimulate enough investment, and the wish to save is seen as both too high and too low to finance more investment. The ability to fund higher investment is just one necessary condition of faster growth. There must also be opportunities in which to invest. Growth means change and so requires innovation. There are two common fallacies in the public debate over growth. The first, which is the implicit assumption that private sector savings need to rise to finance growth, is nonsense when the government runs a large budget deficit. Generating more savings is a political and not an economic problem, as it only requires a cut in budget deficits. The economic problem lies in cutting the deficit without creating unemployment, which is solved by more investment. The second fallacy is that opportunities to invest are absent without greater innovation. The world is seeking to save more than it wishes to invest. The gap need not be met by lower savings. It can be met by higher investment. Innovation is only needed if existing technology is already being exploited fully. The consensus is happy to rationalize the high investment and growth in emerging economies as the natural result of catch-up modernization, but it assumes, while not pausing to explain why, that this does not apply, even in a weakened form, to all countries less advanced than the United States. Even in the United States, current technology is unlikely to be fully exploited as the average age of business capital is 20 years, and this has risen steadily by 5 percentage points since 1980, as Figure 1 illustrates. The assumption that there is no equipment that can be installed that is not more productive than business capital, which is on average 20 years old, is without evidence and not a sensible claim. When investment rises, savings also need to rise, but the wish of the private sector to save is the problem, and policy has aimed at thwarting this by a combination of low interest rates, which discourage it, and fiscal deficits, which offset it. These policies will cease to be needed if growth rises, and as cutting deficits seems a sure way of creating unemployment, the aim must be to boost investment without increasing tax or cutting government expenditure. A change in business behavior is needed, and this requires a change in motivation. Whatever else may be wrong with economics, its starting point is correct. People do indeed respond to incentives. A corollary of this truism is that the more you tax something, the less you have, and the more you subsidize, the more you get. Cutting the tax that discourages investment and increasing subsidies that boost it should therefore increase investment. If other taxes are raised, the budget deficit need not be changed. As faster growth will follow from higher investment, a reduction in the budget deficit and the high unemployment that will follow will cease to be needed unless there are insufficient savings to finance the additional investment, and, if there are, these can be provided by cutting the budget deficit. Shifting spending from consumption to investment will raise the sustainable level of the world's fiscal deficit, and, if the higher investment is not matched by higher intended private sector savings, it will allow government deficits to be reduced without raising unemployment. 3 options are open to policymakers: to do nothing and risk a financial crisis, to cut budget deficits and create high unemployment, or to accelerate growth by changing business incentives. Growth has been slow in the 21st century, not only in the United States but in all major developed economies, and this has aggravated the problem of sustained high fiscal deficits. Tax credits for expenditure on research and development, R&D, were introduced in 1981. As such expenditure is usually a deductible expense for corporation tax, the credit amounted to a subsidy. Tangible investment has received some similar but only relatively minor encouragement, and depreciation is only allowed over several years. so corporation tax on the profits from tangible investment has remained significant. As far as tax and investment subsidies have been used to encourage growth, they have been heavily weighted toward intangible intellectual property, IP, rather than tangible investment, despite the occasional introduction of temporary, full expensing and other measures, such as those in the latest U.S. tax bill. Since the introduction of the R&D credit in 1981, IP investment has risen from 3 to 9% of non-financial companies' net output, and tangible investment has fallen from 19% to 13%. See Figure 2. While the growth rate of the economy has probably slowed since 1975 and the trend has continued this century, the policy appears, therefore, to have been very effective in stimulating IP investment and totally unsuccessful in boosting growth, which has presumably been its purpose. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results has been labeled insanity, so a new policy is clearly needed. As the R&D credit has been successful in raising investment in IP but unsuccessful in stimulating growth, a change from subsidizing IP to tangible investment, or simply adding incentives to boost tangible capital, seems like the sensible and pragmatic step to take. There is, however, no apparent pressure to do this, for the following reasons. 1. It's a new idea. The difficulty lies not in the new ideas, but in escaping from the old ones. As Keynes implied, those who teach, while usually quick to learn, are often slow to unlearn the errors they have been taught, particularly if they have also taught them. This is even more prevalent in macroeconomics, where theory has barely changed since the Keynesian Revolution. 2. It is unfashionable. Technology has come to be defined as intellectual property alone, to the exclusion of the many physical production inputs required to realize its benefits. The stock market boom has favored IP and software-based tech companies, and this has often led investors and financial journalists to confuse the stock market with the economy and to forget the importance of tangible capital. These commentators often place their hope in some deus ex machina, an unexpected power, with AI as the prime suspect, which will save us from the seemingly hopeless situation presented by fiscal deficits. 3. Growth benefits labor incomes. It does not, however, increase the return on equity, as numerous studies comparing stock market returns and growth for individual countries have shown. Management bonuses are most generally linked, directly or indirectly via share prices, to earnings per share, EPS. And these can rise through buybacks or through tangible investment. Buybacks are less risky, unless competitors are reducing their production costs by investing, so those who run companies dislike rather than applaud incentives for tangible investment. The dramatic change in management remuneration that occurred in the 1990s and the stock market bubbles have benefited those whose skills lie in finance and intellectual property, rather than in assessing the rewards and risks of tangible investment. This has led to opportunities for high returns from more mundane forms of investment being neglected, which has made a major contribution to the rise in the average age of the capital stock. See Figure 2. Incentives that encourage spending on tangible capital are thus likely to have unusually high returns. The real return on equities is mean reverting at about 6.7%, as shown in Figure 3. It is totally unrelated to the effective rate of corporation tax. The lack of any connection might be explained in one of two ways: that the level of corporation tax is unrelated to the return, or that the return changes in the same proportion to the change in tax. The second explanation appears to be impossible given the mean reversion of the return on equity, as it requires new investment to be made, despite a rise in corporation tax, in assets whose value is less than their cost. While this can happen through occasional misjudgments, it is not plausible on average over time. Companies pay corporation tax on their profits after depreciation. As tax does not reduce operating profits, it must reduce depreciation, which fluctuates with several variables that economic policy cannot alter, and with the growth rate of labor productivity. Policy decisions, including those which affect the revenue from corporation tax, can only alter depreciation when it results from changes in labor productivity, as the other causes of depreciation are, at least in aggregate, exogenous and thus impervious to policy. Changes in corporation tax thus have a direct impact on depreciation and thereby on growth via labor productivity. That an economy with a low effective rate of corporation tax will grow faster than one with a higher rate is shown by the exact match, under equilibrium conditions, of changes in the revenue from corporation tax, the level of depreciation, and the growth rate of net domestic product, NDP, which equals the combined income of the economy from wages and profits and equals GDP minus depreciation. NDP also measures the taxable capacity of the economy. The extent by which growth needs to exceed the cost of interest payments on the national debt should be measured using NDP, not GDP. Any government that hopes to tax depreciation will be very disappointed. As the fall in revenue matches the change in the equilibrium growth rate, a cut in corporation tax revenue, CT, will raise the equilibrium growth rate by a matching amount. A cut of 1% in CT raises the equilibrium growth rate by 1 percentage point of NDP. We do not know the economy's trend growth rate, but we know that it will be increased proportionately by a cut in CT, and we can thereby estimate the reduction needed to make a given level of fiscal deficit sustainable. Cuts in CT must be matched by balancing rises in other taxes. They will otherwise be inflationary. Balance changes do not involve this risk but will nonetheless accelerate the growth rate of NDP and thereby the level of the fiscal deficit that is sustainable. The assumption that the real return on equity is mean reverting allows the impact of CT on growth to be known because it is a conclusion which follows from a general, not a partial, equilibrium analysis. It is not, therefore, affected by other variables, such as the level of education, changes in interest rates, or climate change, which may well partly determine the rate of growth by accelerating the speed at which it adjusts to reductions in CT. Thus, altering CT does not allow us to predict the economy's growth, only the change it will make to it. Another unknown is the amount of investment and savings that will result from a change in CT. This is because the share of NDP needed to accelerate its trend growth by a given percentage depends on the efficiency of the additions to the tangible capital stock. These additions will be less efficient than those which would have been made had CT not changed. As there are limits to the proportion of NDP that can be saved and thus not consumed, cuts in CT cannot be used to boost growth beyond a certain rate. Advances in technology provide a limit to the growth rate of the economy, but the rate achieved may be well short of the speed that technology makes possible. Keynes showed that, if left to its own devices, the economy is capable of operating at below its full potential, not just temporarily, but semi-permanently. Corporation tax has the comparable impact of causing the economy to operate semi-permanently below its full potential growth rate. The rate at which the economy would grow in the absence of any change in the effective rate of corporation tax is not knowable. It depends, among other things, on the rate at which technology improves. AI may cause such a boost to tangible investment and growth that the United States, along with other countries that both have trade and fiscal deficits, can cease to worry as the growth in taxable income outstrips the growth of national debt. But it may not. Improvements in computing technology have had underwhelming impacts on growth and productivity in recent decades. Growth also depends on the negative impact of climate change. The output of hydroelectricity falls as rivers dry up, floods increase the cost of maintenance, and air conditioning becomes essential where it was only a luxury before. There are other unknowns. We are not only ignorant as to how fast we will grow without a change in corporation tax, but our ignorance extends to what has caused growth to fluctuate in the past. So we cannot judge the impact of changes in corporation tax from short-term changes in growth or the level of tangible investment. Public debate is sadly dominated by competing claims for which opposite conclusions can readily be drawn by choosing different periods. The assumption that the real return on equity is mean reverting allows the impact of CT on growth to be known, however, because it is a conclusion that follows from a general, not a partial, equilibrium analysis. We are lucky to have enough data, 223 years of it, to be able to use a general equilibrium approach. Partial equilibrium approaches strike me as hopeless not only for assessing the impact of tariff changes but for growth policy. We also know that the effective rate will rise if inflation goes up, though this does not show up in companies' profits, only in those national accounts in which inflation allowances are made. We don't know how fast the U.S. economy will grow if the effective rate of corporation tax is unchanged, nor do we know how rapidly cuts in it will boost investment. But we know that investment and growth will be higher if we cut the effective rate of corporation tax. I am sure that we need faster growth and that relying on AI or good luck to get it would be reckless. So the question, then, is how to go about cutting this rate and boosting investment. Because subsidies depend on investment rising, they cannot be spent on dividends or buybacks. Therefore, I recommend that we cut the effective rate of corporation tax via subsidies specifically targeted at investment, rather than by cuts in the standard rate of corporation tax. Something changed in America in the 1990s. The U.S. federal funds rate began a decline from above 5% to reach the effective zero bound by 2009. U.S. 10-year Treasury yields declined from above 6% to levels not even recorded during the Great Depression. Credit to the U.S. non-financial corporate sector rose from 56% of GDP to a new all-time high of 87%, and U.S. government debt rose from 60% of GDP to a recent high of 106%, very near the peak level recorded during World War II. The valuation of U.S. equities rose from a cyclically adjusted price-to-earnings ratio (CAPE) of 15x to the current level of 34x, having reached a new all-time high of 44x in 2000. U.S. tangible investment declined from 7% of GDP to as low as just 1% of GDP, a level only previously recorded in the Great Depression and briefly in the hiatus of investment after World War II. The nature and scale of these adjustments are strongly suggestive of a structural change, rather than merely the rotations of any business cycle. The key structural change that led to these distortions was the creation of a new international monetary system in 1994, when China devalued its exchange rate and, through prolonged and extensive exchange rate management, imposed an international monetary order on the world. This international monetary system is now collapsing under the weight of its own debt and the geopolitical tensions that it played a key role in creating. In previous eras, we had an international monetary system that could have been named by any financier or businessperson and by many members of the public. Whether that system was called the gold standard, the Bretton Woods system, or something else, its name confirmed its existence. Most people took time to understand the system's operation and its consequences for credit, money, asset prices, and the economy. Today, we have an international monetary system that does not have a name. Just because something does not have a name does not mean that it does not exist, yet the lack of a name has obscured the profound impact that this system has had on distorting credit, money, asset prices, and the economy. Paul Volcker, who spent many years at the U.S. Treasury coping with the breakdown of the Bretton Woods system, referred to our current international monetary system as the non-system. It is a non-system to the extent that its terms and conditions were never agreed upon by all the parties involved, but instead it was born from choices made by a few, most notably China, that the other parties accepted and adjusted to. The extremes of interest rates, debt levels, asset price valuation, and investment in tangible assets in the United States are just part of that global adjustment to the new international monetary system that grew from China's unilateral decision to manage its exchange rate beginning in 1994. This system would never have been agreed to in any negotiation, as it was a system replete with distortions that would lead to dangerously large imbalances with dangerous political ramifications. Indeed, briefly, in the wake of the Asian financial crisis in 1998, there was a seeming realization that the international monetary system needed to be negotiated and reformed. Speaking at the meeting of the World Bank and the IMF in Washington, D.C., on October 6, 1998, President Clinton warned of the likely consequences should an international financial architecture not be agreed to as part of greater globalization, creating a global, financial architecture for the 21st century, promoting national economic reform, making certain that social protections are in place, encouraging democracy and democratic participation in international institutions. These are ambitious goals. But as the links among our nations grow ever tighter, we must act together to address problems that will otherwise set back all our aspirations. If we're going to have a truly global marketplace with global flows of capital, we have no choice but to find ways to build a truly international financial architecture to support it. A system that is open, stable, and prosperous. To meet these challenges, I have asked the finance ministers and central bankers of the world's leading economies and the world's most important emerging economies to recommend the next steps. There is no task more urgent for the future of our people. For at stake is more than the spread of free markets, more than the integration of the global economy. The forces behind the global economy are also those that deepen liberty, the free flow of ideas and information, open borders and easy travel, the rule of law, fair and even-handed enforcement, protection for consumers, a skilled and educated workforce. Each of these things matters not only to the wealth of nations, but to the health of nations. If citizens tire of waiting for democracy and free markets to deliver a better life for themselves and their children, there is a risk that democracy and free markets, instead of continuing to thrive together, will shrivel together. Nothing was done. We are now living with the imbalances that followed this failure to move away from the Chinese-imposed system, and we will have to create a new international monetary system that can unwind those imbalances while sustaining, hopefully, both democracy and free markets. Given the current breakdown in relations between China and the West, it is most likely that we are moving toward the establishment of two global monetary systems, much as we did in our last Cold War. The separation of China from the current international monetary system will be, given the country's integration into the global trading regime and its large holding of reserve assets, much more impactful than the exclusion of an already isolated Soviet economy in the aftermath of World War II. As President Clinton stated in 1998, there is more than money at stake as we develop this new system, and there is a risk that democracy and free markets, instead of continuing to thrive together, will shrivel together. The crucial distortion imposed by China's decision in 1994 was a decoupling of developed world growth rates from interest rates, the discount rates used in asset valuations, which many assume to be a new normal. When interest rates appear to be permanently depressed relative to growth rates, asset valuations rise, leverage increases, and investors are incentivized to pursue gain through rising asset prices rather than through investment in new productive capacity. The decoupling of growth and interest rates was driven by the People's Bank of China's, PBOC, appearance as a non-price-sensitive buyer of U.S. Treasury securities, and indirectly by the role China's excessive fixed asset investment played in reducing global inflation and hence interest rates. The box exchange rate intervention was financed by the creation of new renminbi reserves and continued for as long as there was upward pressure on the Chinese exchange rate. Throughout this period, the upward pressure on the Chinese exchange rate came both from a current account surplus and a large inflow of foreign capital, much of it foreign direct investment arriving to further boost fixed asset investment and China's productive capacity. The undervaluation of the Chinese exchange rate and the mobilization of the country's cheap labor encouraged developed world corporations to focus their fixed asset investment in China or to subcontract their manufacturing to companies based in China. The value of foreign direct investment in China by foreigners rose from $369 billion in 2004 to $3.6 trillion by 2023. For developed world companies facing the cheap resources, cheap finance, and cheap exchange rate of China, there was little incentive to invest in tangible assets at home. In the United States, in particular, where companies are managed to maximize return on equity and returns to shareholders, the corporation was able to benefit from both cheap Chinese production and the low interest rates that allowed balance sheets to be levered to buy back equity. In other countries with different social contracts and less focus on rewarding management via stock options, closing productive capacity and pursuing financial engineering were more difficult. Thus, it was U.S. corporations that most fully adapted to the new international monetary system. When the Bretton Woods system was established, severe restrictions were placed on the free movement of capital. The architects of that system recognized that maintaining exchange rate stability would not be possible if capital were allowed to move freely. Our current system permits, at least into and within the developed world, the free movement of capital. In this system, the private sector capital that left the developed world for China was transformed, via PBOC exchange rate intervention, into an accumulation of developed world debt securities financed by the creation of renminbi reserves. This shift in the stock of savings from the United States and elsewhere in the developed world financed both direct investment and the purchase of Chinese portfolio assets. The value of foreign holdings of Chinese portfolio assets rose from $99 billion in 2004 to $1.7 trillion in 2023. These capital inflows added to the upward pressure on the renminbi exchange rate created by China's current account surplus, and forced the PBOC to intervene to buy more U.S. Treasury securities and other developed world government debt, creating more renminbi commercial bank reserves in the process. The drive by foreigners to invest in China also added to the country's high levels of fixed asset investment and led to PBOC liquidity creation that facilitated greater lending by Chinese banks to fund fixed asset investment. Excess liquidity created by such intervention can lead to higher domestic inflation, but in China the state control of the commercial banking system ensured that this liquidity facilitated bank funding of investment more than consumption. Thus, in the peculiar alchemy of this system, foreign fixed asset investment in China supercharged the ability of the local banking system to fund higher levels of fixed asset investment by local entities. China's move to devalue its exchange rate in 1994 and manage its currency forced other countries to follow suit. Following the exchange rate devaluations of the Asian financial crisis, other countries also intervened to prevent their exchange rates from rising relative to developed world economies and to China. This supercharged the growth in central bank accumulation of developed world debt securities and domestic liquidity creation. In the period from 1998 to the end of 2019, China's foreign exchange reserves rose by $3 trillion, and the rest of Asia saw a rise in foreign exchange reserves of $3.2 trillion. The scale of non-price-sensitive buying of developed world debt securities, primarily U.S. Treasury securities, further decoupled interest rates from growth rates, encouraging more domestic leverage and higher domestic asset prices. The intervention to depress other Asian exchange rates also allowed cheaper exports from Asia ex-China to play a role in depressing global inflation. The world has never seen anything like the fixed asset investment boom that this new international monetary system facilitated. The value of China's fixed asset investment increased from $360 billion in 2000 to $7.9 trillion by the end of 2022. China's gross capital formation, already high at 35% of GDP in the mid-1990s, facilitated by the liquidity created as part of the exchange rate management program, rose to its current 43% of GDP. The provision of subsidized credit from state-run banks, combined with the mass mobilization of Chinese labor from the fields to the factories, flooded cheap manufactured products into the world and, in the process, undermined the return on capital of China's global competitors. China's export price index remains unchanged since 1994. Companies pursuing standard Western returns on capital could not invest and hope to meet their targets in a world where China pursued such large-scale investment, often without reference to future returns on that investment. In the developed world, corporate cash flow was redirected to investment in intangible assets, where Chinese competition was more muted, and in financial engineering, which would likely have a better return than investment in tangible assets subject to the most intense Chinese competition. In previous international monetary systems, the assets of central banks, their foreign exchange reserves, tended to grow slowly. The growth of reserves was limited either by the supply of gold or, in the case of the Bretton Woods system, the scale of the U.S. external deficits that supplied U.S. dollars to foreign central banks. In our non-system, there is seemingly no limit placed on the growth in reserves. The larger the surpluses run by China and other managed exchange rate regimes, the larger their reserves. Their reserves include a range of developed world currencies, and thus can reach higher levels than the external deficits run by just the United States. Importantly, this system came with the free movement of capital, and thus surpluses on the capital account could play a role in accelerating reserve accumulation. From the devaluation of the renminbi in 1994 to a peak in the second quarter of 2014, world global foreign exchange reserves rose from $1 trillion to $12 trillion. No system intentionally designed and negotiated between countries would ever have permitted the possibility of such rapid growth in foreign reserves. The architects of the Bretton Woods system would have been astounded by the scale of this growth. They would also be surprised that it did not create high inflation given the pace of growth in commercial bank reserves in those countries whose central banks were accumulating foreign exchange reserves. The ability of China, in particular, to focus that liquidity creation on the financing of supply and not demand may have curtailed the inflationary impact of the non-system, but this came at the cost of distortions to credit, money, asset prices, and the economy. These distortions, in turn, have generated the gross imbalances in the United States and elsewhere that we live with today. The growth in China's foreign exchange reserves and world foreign exchange reserves ended in 2014. To this day, however, China maintains an exchange rate policy that the PBOC explains as pursuing a managed floating exchange rate regime based on market supply and demand with reference to a basket of currencies. The country's gross capital formation as a percentage of GDP remains excessively high, above 40% of GDP, and its export prices are lower than their 2014 level. The country's managed exchange rate policy has restricted the growth in the PBOC balance sheet, but growth in investment and the economy has been sustained by running ever higher debt-to-GDP ratios. With the growth in money supply restricted by the continuation of a managed exchange rate policy, the country's total non-financial debt-to-GDP ratio has grown from 211% in 2014 to 290% in 2024, while higher nominal GDP growth in the developed world since 2022 has somewhat reduced debt-to-GDP ratios there. China's debt levels march ever higher. In just the first 3 months of 2024, China's total non-financial debt-to-GDP ratio rose from 284% to 290% of GDP. The country has falling property prices, falling producer prices, consumer price inflation just above zero, and significant distress in its credit system. Have we finally reached the stage at which the international monetary system, anchored upon China's managed exchange rate regime, no longer works for China? In September 2024, China announced a package of reflationary measures which may well prove to be incompatible with the continuation of the managed exchange rate regime. Measures focused on bank recapitalization to facilitate bank credit creation and more money creation are not what one would expect from a central bank seeking also to target the exchange rate. The PBOC has also begun to increase its holdings of local currency Chinese government bonds. This is not the action of a central bank whose balance sheet expansion and contraction will be driven primarily by its buying and selling of foreign currency-denominated government debt securities in an exchange rate management system. The initial reaction to these announcements was a positive move in the Chinese exchange rate. Foreign portfolio investors likely bought renminbi to fund their purchase of local equities, as they have been running underweight positions in these assets relative to their benchmarks. It will take some time for the local banking system to create the growth in credit and hence money that the authorities clearly see as the cornerstone of their reflation. Perhaps only then will we see that the new willingness to target the growth in the supply of renminbi is ultimately incompatible with the desire to also manage the exchange rate. If so, when the realization of the incompatibility of the two monetary targets dawns, the market will come to accept that China has moved to a flexible exchange rate and that the non-system is dead. Monetary systems fail fairly regularly. Our current system was born out of ad hoc monetary arrangements, such as the Plaza and Louvre Accords, patched together following the death of the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1971–73. Bretton Woods had been around since 1945, replacing a gold exchange standard that had collapsed in stages through the 1930s. Before that, there had been the gold standard, which largely ended with the outbreak of World War I. The end of the non-system should not come as a surprise. But it will for many people because the lack of a name for this system makes it difficult to define as the cause of the gross imbalances in interest rates, asset prices, debt, and investment levels, which we have long recognized but do not attribute to the global monetary system. The failure of the Bretton Woods system was foreseen by many commentators who understood that the continued, excessive deficits that the United States needed to run to supply reserve assets to the system also undermined the creditworthiness of the United States. Eventually, the U.S. deficit was so large, and the drain on its gold reserves so great, that the international monetary system known as Bretton Woods collapsed. China's inability to run sufficient surpluses since 2014 to generate sufficient broad money growth and prevent the escalation of its already high debt-to-GDP ratio is not widely recognized as a similar problem. Yet China's move to a flexible exchange rate to avoid a debt deflation and create sufficient growth in broad money to reduce its debt burden will end the non-system as surely as President Nixon's announcement that the US dollar was no longer linked to gold ended Bretton Woods. Few analysts understand the impact that this move will have on the international monetary system and the long-accumulating distortions to credit, money, asset prices, and the global economy. When China moves to a flexible exchange rate, it is difficult to foresee how just one new international monetary system could replace the non-system. Given current geopolitical tensions, the prospect of China and the United States hashing out a new Bretton Woods-style agreement is highly unlikely. The Bretton Woods system was effectively imposed upon the rest of the world by the United States as global superpower in 1945, but today that superpower cannot impose its will on China, and it may struggle to impose its will even on its partners. At Bretton Woods, the United States was the key creditor nation and the dominant military force. Today, it retains its position as the preeminent military force, though its weak defense industrial base is now a major chink in the armor. But the country is a debtor with a net international investment deficit of $22.5 trillion. America's net deficit on its liquid portfolio assets is $14.2 trillion, and foreigners' total ownership of U.S. portfolio assets is $30.2 trillion. In negotiating the structure of any new international monetary system for itself and its allies, the United States now speaks with the strength of the debtor and not the creditor. The new international monetary system will have to be based upon the U.S. dollar, as the existing holdings of dollar assets by the participants in the new system make it unrealistic that it could be shifted to other reserve assets. For those countries wishing to avoid this system, there is only membership in whatever new international monetary system will be devised by China. With foreign central banks holding just 2% of their allocated foreign reserves in renminbi, there are already clear indications that few see their future within the developing Chinese monetary system. Predicting how any new US-centric monetary system will develop is not easy, but such a system must allow for excessively high debts, the legacy of the non-system, to be inflated away. While much of the focus is on the high US total non-financial debt-to-GDP ratio of 255%, there are many countries in the world struggling under even higher debt ratios. Canada, 311%, France, 315%, Japan, 400%, Netherlands, 316%, Switzerland, 297%, etc. The rise of debt-to-GDP levels, a product of the gap between interest rates and growth rates under the non-system, will now have to be addressed. With austerity, default, hyperinflation, or very high real GDP growth unlikely to be the solution, a new global monetary system will have to be created that offers a path of moderation toward reducing debt to GDP levels. That path of moderation is likely to take the form of financial repression, such as that imposed upon savers in the aftermath of World War II, to force their savings to fund the investment needed for post-war reconstruction, but at interest rates that did not reward them for the current and expected levels of inflation. That is a world in which bankers will create more credit and more money and more inflation than they have in recent decades. Higher nominal GDP growth combined with imposed purchases of low-yielding debt securitized will, over time, reduce debt to GDP levels, just as it did in the decades following World War II. Whatever the new international monetary system looks like, it will have to accommodate the financial repression that will finally begin to reduce debt to GDP levels. Politicians are constantly proclaiming emergencies. Whether it is a climate emergency or a defense emergency or a supply chain emergency, the answer to all of these proclaimed emergencies is greater investment. We are currently disentangling our supply chains from China and pursuing what U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Janet Yellen has called friendshoring, and investing with more of a home bias. It is a world where governments will support the direction of private sector capital to fund the industrial policy that President Macron of France has just declared to be essential. National emergency will require the mobilization of national savings for national investment under government direction. To put it more directly, as President Macron did in a speech at the Sorbonne, every year our savings, amounting to around 300 billion euros a year, go to finance the Americans, whether we look at treasury bills or capital risk. This is absurd. With a government debt-to-GDP ratio of 106%, it is no surprise that the French government is turning to private sector savings to fund the industrial policy it believes is now essential. Whatever our new international monetary system will look like, it is unlikely to permit the free movement of capital. Governments need to bottle up their domestic savings to finance the investment they believe is necessary, and to inflate away the debts that threaten to engulf the developed world in a debt deflation spiral. The failure in the 1990s to negotiate a new international monetary system that could bring China into the global trade and capital regime without creating large and dangerous economic distortions has had dire consequences. The United States and the developed world have underinvested in fixed assets, in a belief that China's investment boom, unparalleled in global history, would always provide the tangible products that are still the bedrock of any economic system. Now things have to change. The international monetary system has to be reformed around a non-Chinese bloc, with a view to creating a system that allows the inflating away of debts and which drives much higher levels of fixed asset investment, now necessary for national survival. At the core of this new system will be limitations on the free movement of capital and the conscription of local commercial banks and savings institutions to fund this greater investment in fixed assets. This will not be a system that can permit credit to fund financial engineering by listed corporations or by private equity, as credit will be directed to fund fixed asset investment and the creation of new income streams, rather than the leveraging of existing income streams. For most U.S. corporations, particularly those with large market capitalizations deriving from their successful adaptation to the non-system, this is not good news. Yet, for those corporations at the forefront of the new capital expenditure boom, which could last a decade or more, there are brighter times ahead. U.S. policymakers need to agree with their trading partners, if possible, on a unified response to China's move to a flexible exchange rate and devaluation. All trading partners should be clear that a lower renminbi brings no trading benefits for China, but instead tariffs that will at least offset any competitive advantage gained through devaluation. In the initial storm that follows, a free float of the renminbi-dollar swap lines should be freely available to allow emerging markets to prevent their currencies from devaluing relative to the dollar. If their utilization of foreign reserves to sustain exchange rate stability is instead achieved through liquidating their dollar reserves, the Fed needs to be prepared to buy U.S. Treasury securities to prevent a dangerous spike in yields. If a new global monetary system is to be built, it is important that its foundations are built upon exchange rate levels as close to equilibrium as possible. A particularly large disequilibrium is likely should emerging market exchange rates not be defended by their respective central bankers in the aftermath of the free float of the renminbi. In the long period in which developed world debts will have to be inflated away, policymakers will have to take a view as to which section of society will bear the heaviest cost. One of the quickest and least painful ways to enforce a deleveraging is through encouraging a rapid re-equitization of the private sector. The ability of all corporations to deduct interest expense in calculating their taxes has to be reconsidered. In an era when much greater fixed asset investment is essential, the tax privilege of deducting interest expense should not be available to corporations using debt to lever up an existing income stream. Rather, the tax code should reward corporations using debt to build new businesses and new income streams. There are, of course, losers from such a change in taxation, but they are those who have been the winners from the prolonged period of falling interest rates and rising asset prices that have been the key feature of our now failing non-system. A long financial repression is in nobody's interest, and the longer it prevails, the more likely it will create wealth redistributions that threaten social stability. Proactive intervention to force reequitization upon a small section of society through the withdrawal of a tax privilege is painful for some but is a more equitable path to reducing high debt-to-GDP levels while facilitating greater investment. To reduce the high and dangerous debt-to-GDP ratios of the developed world, nominal GDP must grow faster than total credit. This can be achieved by increasing the growth rate in bank credit while limiting the growth in non-bank credit. While the non-system was a key driver of the rise of debt to GDP, the disintermediation of credit also played a key role. It is commercial bankers who create money, and if nominal GDP growth is to remain at a high enough level to reduce debt to GDP levels, bank balance sheets must grow faster than they have over the past 3 decades. As a candidate, Donald Trump promised to renegotiate or else repudiate the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which liberalized trade and other economic activity between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. This fall, his administration began formal talks toward redrafting the Clinton-era trade deal, which is nearly a quarter-century old. The NAFTA renegotiations have been anxiously decried on many sides while also praised as offering a chance to update what was once touted as the model of a next-generation trade agreement. What would a modernized NAFTA look like? Ironically, it may end up looking a lot like the failed Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, which all 3 leading presidential candidates said they rejected, and which failed to muster even fast-tracked congressional approval during President Obama's final term. Yet such is the force of conventional approaches to international economic integration, now extended to e-commerce, and with added protections for America's pharma and tech giants, that a redrafted NAFTA could end up resembling a 3-country TPP. President Trump's iconoclasm on trade needs no introduction. The NAFTA talks are, in this respect, a signal test of what an administration rhetorically committed to America First means by that slogan, and whether it can achieve its ends in the context of a multilateral negotiation among our closest allies. Predictably enough, given their formal purpose, the released negotiating objectives of the Office of the United States Trade Representative, USTR, provide few details of what to expect. But the reader could be forgiven for experiencing mild whiplash when moving between the president's aggressive tweets and the mildly reformist negotiating objectives laid out for congressional and public consumption. From the president's tweets and other statements by officials, and reading between the lines of the USTR objectives, it appears that what the Trump administration intends by America First is a slightly anxious defense of the global economic position of the United States, particularly in terms of its industrial competitiveness. The concern about the current account deficit and the decline in manufacturing has generated a rather conventional neo-mercantilist approach, a vision of economic nationalism that was loudly denounced when associated with former White House advisor Steve Bannon, but which has, in fact, been adopted by every past administration in one way or another. In the context of NAFTA renegotiations, such a neo-mercantilist approach will promote American commercial competitiveness in vanguard sectors such as tech, finance, and services while beefing up, or at least defending, traditional remedies, safeguards, anti-dumping, and the like, used to protect declining industrial sectors. The main contrast from earlier decades of neoliberal economic integration appears to be found in the public framing. This approach couples a defense of national capital, in directing government support toward the traditional and increasingly beleaguered industries of the heartland, with rhetorical jabs at and quiet support for the successfully globalized capital of the coasts. How feasible such a coupling will prove remains to be seen. But if the NAFTA renegotiations proceed in a primarily neo-mercantilist register, they will likely prove a disappointment in one area where America First might have meant something else. Not economic nationalism as a campaign slogan, but American leadership in reshaping the global order in another direction. Strikingly, what appears to be missing from the administration's current trade priorities is a commitment to rethinking one of the most controversial provisions of NAFTA: its special procedures for resolving disputes between private foreign investors and member states. These investor protections go by a variety of names: Investor-State Dispute Settlement, ISDS, most prominently, and were a major target of anti-trade criticism by the Sanders campaign and what has been dubbed the Warren wing of the Democratic Party. So far, the reform of ISDS has not been on President Trump's agenda for trade, in spite of some widely reported remarks of the U.S. Trade Representative last October that seemed to imply some skepticism about ISDS. It would be unfair, both cynical and too easy, to suggest that this is because Trump is himself a wealthy investor with many foreign projects. More fundamentally, his lack of concern about ISDS seems to track the divide between a neo-mercantilist trade agenda and an economically populist one of the kind advanced by the Sanders campaign, despite some overlap between the two. American corporations have no strong reason to criticize ISDS, even while it repeatedly features among the issues that ordinary Americans and the citizens of other states are most opposed to in new trade deals. In maintaining ISDS, President Trump is simply thinking like the billionaire CEO that he is, joined by the many other former CEOs that staff his departments of state, commerce, treasury, education, and elsewhere, and thus advancing a vision of America first interpreted through the interests of America's corporate executives. Leaving to one side the domestic class conflict this vision obscures, an internationalized version of what's good for General Motors will mean that the United States fails to join the revolt against ISDS gaining traction across a wide range of countries. What's worse, it may help contribute, as it did in the original NAFTA, to its further entrenchment around the world. While Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and other left-wing critics have made opposition to ISDS a part of their criticism of neoliberal trade policies, Republicans have tended to waffle on the issue because of its perceived benefits to big business. Instead, Republicans direct attention toward more visible but ultimately less consequential international institutions. This ambivalence about whether ISDS is good for America is partly due to the opaqueness of the arbitration system, which makes its critical evaluation difficult except to insiders. Not only do the details of this form of dispute resolution require a degree of technical training to grasp, the outcomes of investment disputes are often kept confidential by the parties, making it hard to assess its operation. Nevertheless, when the Obama administration pushed to expand ISDS as a part of the TPP and the planned Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTIP, the controversy over investment arbitration briefly captured public attention. Legal professionals were themselves split. A letter signed by over 100 law professors and economists denounced ISDS and asked that it be removed from the TPP negotiations, but it was soon answered by a letter defending ISDS by over 50 law professors and jurists, many of whom work actively in arbitration. More recently, a letter signed by over 230 scholars has requested that the Trump administration make the reform of ISDS a major focus of the NAFTA renegotiations. Whether it will heed this request is doubtful. What is ISDS and how could it inspire this controversy? ISDS involves the use of private arbitral panels composed of private sector lawyers to settle disputes brought by foreign investors against participating governments for alleged violations of promised investor protections. These include most prominently the obligation to pay adequately for any nationalized investments, non-expropriation, and to observe minimum rules of fair treatment, fair and equitable treatment, along with less controversial provisions, such as the obligation to provide the foreign investor the same treatment as domestic investors, national treatment, and, often, investors from other foreign countries, most favored nation. The interpretation of these and related obligations is left to the arbitral panels, which lack the procedural rules that would accompany formal judicial proceedings. The ISDS system is more or less administered by a handful of elite private lawyers who make a career doing repeat arbitrations, often representing both investors and the accused governments. In a seminal work from the mid-1990s, Yves Desilets and Bryant Garth observed that this elite group of lawyers was constructing a transnational legal order from whole cloth. It has generally remained a closed shop. In a recent social network analysis, Sergio Puig concluded that an enormous number of investment arbitrations are adjudicated by a core of just 25 grand old men, or power brokers who dominate the arbitration profession. None of this might matter much if the new transnational legal order were necessary and uncontroversial. Supporters of ISDS contend that it stimulates needed cross-border investment through these special guarantees. However, the extent to which foreign investment requires ISDS, especially in countries with established courts, remains widely disputed. Moreover, critics have both procedural and substantive misgivings about the system itself. Procedurally, the emphasis on confidentiality and on the case-specific mandates of arbitrators has hampered the development of arbitral jurisprudence and publicly accountable reason-giving. Procedural norms have developed glacially, if at all, and can in no way match the procedural protections of national court systems. Practices such as repeat appointments or the revolving door between arbitrators and elite arbitral counsel are not just largely unregulated, but have become routinized phenomena. Meanwhile, the very high threshold for the annulment of arbitral awards has licensed alleged excesses on the substantive front. In the first place, arbitrators sit in judgment of the sovereign functions of the states that find themselves respondents in the ISDS system. Regulations that diminish the value of foreign investors' private property are frequently the subject of regulatory disputes alleging indirect expropriation, as well as a failure of fair and equitable treatment. The result has been what is called regulatory chill. as in the widely reported decisions of numerous countries against enacting anti-tobacco legislation after Philip Morris filed, ultimately unsuccessful, claims seeking exorbitant damages from Uruguay for its regulations on cigarette packaging. Such cautionary responses are understandably more pronounced in developing countries, for which even the cost of pursuing ISDS proceedings, sprawling, multi-year affairs run by highly compensated counsel, can prove prohibitive. Exacerbating these structural defects are patterns of arbitral excess in interpreting treaty provisions, such as fair and equitable treatment, that resemble broad standards rather than tailored rules. These features of the ISDS system may prove less surprising when we consider its origins. The ISDS system began in the late 1950s to protect capital-exporting developed countries from the instability of new post-colonial regimes, whose national court systems were deemed inadequate or otherwise untrustworthy in adjudicating complaints brought by private foreign nationals against their government. From an initial bilateral investment treaty, BIT, signed by Germany and Pakistan in 1959, which protected investors in each country and provided for investment arbitration of disputes, the ISDS system has spread. The 1960s and 1970s saw its expansion in spite of, or perhaps because of, the wave of decolonization and the subsequent push for a new international economic order. The two main arbitral bodies were established in the mid-1960s, one associated with the World Bank, the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, the other with the UN, the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. Even after the increasing regularization of the ISDS system, however, it remained a mechanism mainly for protecting foreign investment from the rich world against the instability of new post-colonial governments. While obligations on states were, of course, reciprocal in the nature of a treaty, the investment flows were asymmetric. It was generally clear whose foreign investments were supposed to be protected, and which party was making guarantees to attract them. NAFTA changed all that. The inclusion of an investment chapter in the North American Treaty meant that two developed countries, Canada and the United States, were now bound in ISDS along with Mexico. With the end of the Cold War, what had been a tool for managing investment flows to countries without established judicial systems became a technique for managing a newly globalized economic integration. NAFTA set off a rush of global rulemaking to protect cross-border investment against possible interference by signatory states. The mechanisms for the expansion of ISDS included trade investment linkage, as in the inclusion of an investment chapter in trade treaties such as NAFTA, and the proliferation of standalone BITs with ISDS provisions. The UN Conference on Trade and Development, which tracks international investment flows, calculates a total of 367 international investment agreements signed between 1965 and 1989, compared with 2,663 new agreements between 1990 and 2007, with many more of the agreements in the latter period containing ISDS provisions. Moreover, prior to 1990, following decades of the slow expansion of ISDS, there had been only a single ISDS case, whereas in the succeeding period 1990 to 2007, there were 291 ISDS cases. Since 2008, another 316 ISDS cases have been recorded, as the system set in place began to operate at full steam. Following the financial crisis of 2008, we have seen two opposing trends in the global reach of ISDS. On the one hand, it is no exaggeration to diagnose a growing revolt against ISDS, particularly on the part of large democracies in the developing world. This major trend extends to many of the populations in the developed world, but not to their instrumentalities of government, as I discuss further below. On the other hand, the last decade has seen the further entrenchment of ISDS in the developed world through new trade agreements such as the Canada-EU Trade Agreement, CETA, and proposed ones like the TPP. Many major developing countries, which once willingly signed on to investment treaties in order to attract foreign capital, have taken a cautious step away from ISDS. A number of Latin American countries, particularly states that have unhappily borne the brunt of ISDS claims, have denounced the system altogether and triggered mechanisms for withdrawal from treaties such as the ICSID Convention. A much larger group of countries have reconsidered the terms of their engagement with ISDS and have suspended their commitments to standard treaty obligations in favor of alternative regimes for governing foreign investment. India, for example, has recently terminated the vast majority of its BITs with an eye towards replacing them, and is seeking to bilaterally impose new constraints on the interpretation of its remaining treaty obligations. It is widely accepted that this is in reaction to adverse arbitral awards. Brazil, which has always maintained caution regarding ISDS, has instituted an alternative regime altogether, Cooperation and Facilitation Investment Agreements, CFIAs, which promote cooperative and consultative investment governance rather than the adversarial ISDS. Substantively, CFIAs impose scarcely any constraints upon the regulatory autonomy of the state beyond minimal and uncontroversial obligations, such as non-discrimination. South Africa, meanwhile, has opted to govern its foreign investment through a domestic statutory scheme in place of supranational commitments through investment treaties, substituting the credibility of its domestic rule of law for reciprocal ISDS commitments with other states. These departures represent only a few of the many approaches to ISDS reforms that are being pursued throughout the developing world, particularly the democratic developing world. It is worth noting that the policy options available to countries questioning ISDS run the gamut from repudiating ISDS commitments in favor of a return to national courts, as India and South Africa have done, to setting up novel dispute resolution systems, as Brazil is now trying to do. A basic reform might be to reassert the familiar rule that local remedies must be exhausted before any move to international dispute resolution can occur. With very few exceptions, a presumption in favor of local remedies exhaustion operates across most international law. It is far from clear why the protection of cross-border investment should be made an exception to this default. A more limited reform would be simply to rein in the most ambiguous investment commitments in new or renegotiated investment agreements, for example, removing or clarifying the commitment to provide fair and equitable treatment, so that it does not become an open-ended invitation to creative arbitral decision-making. An alternative proposal, now gaining traction in the European Union and among some of its trading partners, suggests the reform of ISDS by eliminating its frequent ad hoc character and regularizing new supranational institutions for investment dispute resolution. This proposal fits with the opposing trend noted above, the continued consolidation of ISDS in the developed world, among precisely those countries which, on the traditional reckoning, did not need special investment protections given the strength of their domestic judicial systems. Note that, as with the developing democracies surveyed above, opinion polls suggest widespread opposition to ISDS by the citizens of the developed world. But their governments have been able, so far, to press forward with ISDS regardless, reflecting decades of growing insulation of international economic policymaking from the demands of domestic majorities. In the United States, fast-track procedures allow trade deals, including those with an investment chapter, streamlined treatment, and an up or down vote, which eliminates the ability of Congress to alter ISDS provisions negotiated earlier by the USTR. Likewise, in the EU, the European Commission's agenda has been at variance with both the European Parliament and many national populations which oppose ISDS, albeit with an openness to regularizing ISDS within a supranational investment court, after the usual manner of European unification. Canada, as part of its new trade deal with Europe, the CETA, has taken early steps toward a permanent appellate body for investment via a closed list of professional arbitrators. It is expected that future EU trade deals may similarly feature such a move toward regularizing ISDS in new regimes that would call states to account for alleged infractions. Thus, alongside a growing revolt against ISDS in the developing world, occasioned by an interest in reasserting state sovereignty over domestic regulatory agendas, is a continued consolidation of ISDS in the rich world, tied increasingly to an agenda of supranational institution building, particularly in Europe. How these two basically opposed trends will play out remains to be seen. China's role in this conflict remains ambiguous. As one might expect from a major capital exporter and the major recipient of foreign direct investment, it has moved from an oppositional stance to one that generally supports ISDS. In its early bits, which were negotiated at the beginning of its economic liberalization, with Sweden in 1982, Sri Lanka and Japan in 1987, it either rejected ISDS in favor of direct state-to-state arbitration, limited the extent of awardable damages, or predicated the use of ISDS on state consent. By the late 1990s, however, in line with its reorientation toward neoliberalism, and in parallel with its negotiations to join the WTO, China began allowing ISDS in its bits. While this move was initially meant to reassure its foreign investors, it now includes ISDS in new international investment agreements to protect its outbound foreign investment. China's stance toward reform proposals, from eliminating or curtailing ISDS altogether to establishing a permanent investment court, is therefore hard to predict, particularly as it appears interested in seeing its own arbitration industry mature and establish itself globally. The Trump administration's NAFTA renegotiation now provides a major opening for the United States to reconsider its commitment to ISDS, joining the growing movement to limit or repurpose investment arbitration. It could insist, for example, that U.S. courts are entirely competent to hear disputes between federal, state, or local governments and foreign investors with the same competence and neutrality with which they handle a wide range of other disputes, including ones in which the government is a party. Many existing international investment agreements already contain a nod toward local remedies, and the United States could insist on taking these seriously, renewing the Calvo Doctrine or some variant on it, for the world of 21st century capitalism. If national sovereignty means anything in juridical terms, it surely means that the U.S. court system should have a first crack at getting international disputes right, and that our life tenure professional judges are at least as neutral and competent as the elite lawyers who replace them in privatized arbitration under ISDS. Ironically, however, the United States can only insist on its own judicial priority by renegotiating a range of treaties, thus working with its trading partners to reimagine what investment protection should look like in a world of mature states and established judicial systems. This will require dialogue, persuasion, and a critical re-examination of the normative underpinnings of the rule of law, domestically and internationally. It would need to avoid isolationism precisely to recover its sovereignty. Indeed, upholding national sovereignty and the rule of law domestically will require working with our democratic allies to make the entire world safe for the responsible exercise of national sovereignty. In such an effort, the United States would need to join India, South Africa, Brazil, and many Latin American neighbors not only in opposing the ISDS system as it has been constructed but in making a joint effort to rework it altogether. The do-nothing alternative is to persevere in a system that faces increasing public opposition and whose ad hoc nature renders it vulnerable to ongoing crises of legitimacy. The predictable response to this circumstance will be to regularize ISDS, creating a permanent supranational agency in charge of investment arbitration. Many long-standing U.S. allies will push for this, and will do so with the support of powerful corporate constituencies that prefer the convenience and consistency of ISDS over navigating the foreign judicial systems of the countries in which they choose to invest. Perhaps the single most important reason for the United States to revisit its commitment to ISDS is its foundational premise: that national courts cannot be counted on to fairly adjudicate disputes between their home governments and foreign investors. The premise is attractive in an era of increasing supranational governance, which mistrusts state sovereignty and tends to sequester decision-making power beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. If followed out, its logic will also extend beyond investment disputes alone. For if national courts cannot be trusted to treat foreign investors fairly, why should they be allowed to hear the complaints of any foreign national, or indeed of any national citizen, against its government? Investor-state dispute settlement began simply as a contingent strategy for managing an alleged weakness in regions transitioning from being imperial colonies to independent states. Making it a permanent feature of a new world economic order would suggest that the rule of law can only be achieved by agencies outside, above or without, the state. Yet, because the rule of law depends essentially on the state and the sophisticated, neutral exercise of its capacities, such a move will prove ultimately self-undermining. With states cast as mere interested parties in an adjudicatory regime that is supposed to function above them, yet which relies on them all the same, the rule of law itself risks slowly coming apart. What will replace it remains unclear. Perhaps the rule of multinational corporations or global capital or technocratic elites, speaking on its behalf but ultimately undisciplined by law as we now understand it. It is not obvious that this point will be grasped by an administration that has tipped its hat to America first, rhetorically, while continuing the essentially oligarchic policies of past administrations, both Democratic and Republican. But it is not obvious that any other administration will have the temerity, or perhaps recklessness, to reopen NAFTA, and with it, the possibility of renewing the rule of law by reforming or repudiating our commitment to ISDS. Whether coping with pandemics, the effects of climate change, or the rise of a peer competitor, defense of the realm has become a more complex, multifaceted task than the pursuit of armed preparedness. National security is no longer conceived solely or primarily as a military affair relevant to the world of geopolitics. The confluence of strategic and economic concerns now looms large in policy decisions. The context framing this enlargement is the China challenge. Beijing's recent emergence as a peer competitor that pursues geopolitical economic superiority has motivated U.S. efforts to reclaim its high-tech leadership. A spate of bold new initiatives promulgated through the CHIPS and Science Act now target technologies considered central to U.S. strategic advantage, most notably semiconductors. As these commercially relevant initiatives move center stage, some see the United States rejecting an anti-statist mindset and embracing industrial policy in a new departure from established practice. But if we take account of their context, motivation, and intention, we find a strong precedent for the recent round of measures. Galvanized by geostrategic imperatives, the new techno-industrial initiatives build upon the well-established practice of economic statecraft that prevailed throughout the Cold War. While once the quasi-exclusive domain of the defense and defense-related agencies of the so-called National Security State, NSS, responsibilities now fall mainly to the Department of Commerce. My earlier book, America Incorporated, addressed the rarely considered question of why, after World War II, it was the United States, rather than some other country or countries, that emerged as the world's high-technology superpower. Being vital parties to this new status represented a marked shift for U.S. corporations, which hitherto, with some historical exceptions, were best known for their ability to improve upon innovations developed elsewhere. Extensive research found that over the course of the Cold War, the United States had put in place a unique innovation engine driven by the existential threat perception of a hostile rival, bent on remaking the world in its own image. Quick on the heels of Sputnik, the drive for innovation and the quest for qualitatively superior technology became the linchpin of a U.S. national security state determined to outflank the USSR and fend off surprise. Throughout that pursuit, Washington remained cool toward industrial policy while it excelled at economic statecraft. Yet, as Soviet hostilities receded and new asymmetric threats proliferated, the United States began to relax its laser-like focus on high-tech supremacy. In the absence of a peer competitor, the security-led innovation engine began to sputter. Its slow attrition over the course of the 2000s led NSS insiders and observers to issue numerous warnings that America's technology advantage was fast eroding. At the same time, an equally insidious erosion was occurring as great waves of manufacturing production, mature as well as advanced, migrated offshore, chiefly to China. Despite the massive consequences of this migration, loss of production know-how, decline of a skilled workforce, shrinking of supply chains and of the larger ecosystem, little corrective action was taken. America's loss became China's gain, but in U.S. national security assessments, there was little cause for alarm. China had become a manufacturing powerhouse, but its technological capabilities remained well below U.S. levels, thus posing little strategic threat. For political leaders, China was perceived as a rising economic and regional power which, with the right mix of incentives and deterrence, would see the benefits of playing by the rules. It took the launch of President Xi Jinping's China First policy in 2015 to turn that understanding on its head and present China as a credible economic and military adversary. Officially known as the Made in China Mike 2025 strategy, Mike set out a plan for achieving leadership in 10 critical emerging technologies. Its stated goal was not simply to indigenize technology, but to replace foreign suppliers, raising the domestic content of core components and materials to 70% by 2025, and ultimately to occupy the most advanced parts of global production chains. Backed by an industrial policy with financing and subsidies in the hundreds of billions of dollars, Mike 2025 effectively heralded Beijing's intention to supplant the United States as the new global military and economic superpower. The international backlash to the plan was sufficiently intense to move Beijing to expunge all references to Mike 2025 from Chinese Communist Party, CCP, documents and official speeches, while leaving Mike policies largely in place. Although rarely mentioned prior to 2015, let alone a topic of concern, it was clear that the world had entered a new era of great power rivalry. It wasn't China's rise that took the U.S. government by surprise. It was the clear assertion of China's geostrategic motivations. If there was any lingering ambiguity behind Beijing's intent, the broader context of China's drive for military-civil fusion, MCF, removed all doubt. As the State Department describes it, MCF is an aggressive, national strategy of the CCP to develop the world's most technologically advanced military and achieve military dominance. 6 MCF is based on the premise that security and economic strength are intertwined and mastery of advanced technologies, from microelectronics and artificial intelligence to quantum computing and biotechnology, is the common thread enabling military and economic preeminence in future decades. Launched in the same period as Mike, its core feature is the elimination of all barriers between China's civilian research and commercial sectors, and between its military and defense industrial sectors. Apart from lacking in transparency, there is nothing particularly sinister in China's MCF strategy. As an attentive student of U.S. prowess, Beijing has in fact modeled its initiatives on a close study of America's defense industry and innovation ecosystem. As Elsa Kania, analyst of China's defense innovation, observes, military-civil fusion is, in some ways, China's attempt to learn from and replicate certain strengths of the U.S. model, but reflected through a glass darkly and implemented as a state-driven strategy. But it goes much further. To implement this strategy, the CCP is using all means both fair and foul to acquire for itself the world's cutting-edge technologies. Point 8 Concern about China's MCF program stems in part from the effort to leverage Mike 2025 technological advancements for military development. But in addition to drawing on its own R&D resources, China seeks to supplant U.S. leadership in semiconductors through outright theft, forced technology transfers, and a deep pocket of funds for foreign acquisitions. The PLA Daily even uses the expression picking flowers in foreign lands to make honey in China to explain a less examined aspect of MCF, how the PLA leverages overseas expertise, research, and training to develop better military technology, often without the host institution's awareness. So whether shopping for tech startups in foreign countries, or importing the latest in high-tech equipment, or funding its PhDs to do research abroad, the CCP is picking flowers abroad to make honey at home. In combination with Mike 2025, military-civil fusion could hardly fail to resurrect the specter of great power rivalry that had died with the Soviet Union. China's audacious objectives thus proved effective in shifting Washington's threat perception and slowly but surely recharging its techno-security mission. This recharge of the techno-industrial system comes on the back of lengthy neglect and has experienced a slow takeoff. The protracted start toward remedial action, relative to the dire need, partly reflects the deep divisions within the U.S. polity, now more riven than during the Soviet era. This makes achieving bipartisan consensus on legislation a difficult and time-consuming task. Thus, it would take 2 years, and a special national security briefing of Republican politicians, to pass the CHIPS Act. Another significant difference from the previous era is that the challenge from China is more intense. China is more technologically savvy and more intent on surpassing the United States than the Soviets were, so the technology gaps are smaller and the determination is fiercer. A third important difference in the current story of great power rivalry is the new, much more expansive understanding of national security, which crystallized in the same period following the release of China's Mike 2025 plan. In a departure from Cold War practice, the U.S. national security mission is no longer conceived primarily as a military affair. Defense of the realm is perceived as a more complex, multifaceted task than the pursuit of armed preparedness alone. Although the superiority of the U.S. military still rests largely on its technological preeminence, security extends beyond technology designed for the physical battlefield to areas such as cybersecurity and intelligence gathering. AI, in particular, has deepened the threat posed by cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns, enabling autocratic regimes to infiltrate society, steal data, and interfere in democracy. Similar security concerns now apply to protection of personal data, critical infrastructure, and, not least, supply chains which, thanks to digitization, can also be weaponized by potential adversaries. In a recent report, the Department of Defense confirmed that adversarial infiltration into defense supply chains is substantial. More generally, military capabilities since the 2000s have become much more closely linked to the state of commercial technology in the advanced and tech-intensive industries, rendering the viability of such industries imperative for national security. Testifying before Congress on strategic technology competition as the unseen conflict, In-Q-Tel's CEO, Chris Darby, observes that whether in communications networks, computing infrastructure, power grids, or healthcare and financial systems, the new great game is about dominance in these areas. The resulting confluence of strategic and economic concerns has resulted in expanding the concept of national security in policymaking circles. As if reflecting this shift, a new phase in U.S.-China tech rivalry began to take shape with little fanfare in the lead up to the CHIPS Act. In 2019, the Trump administration took steps to limit access of Chinese companies to U.S. know-how. The Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, added to its entity list 5 Chinese companies with ties to the CCP's supercomputing program, blacklisting them from doing business with U.S. companies. BIS took similar steps with SMIC and its subsidiaries for their close ties with China's defense industry. Similarly, the Department of Commerce have the number of licenses allowing U.S. companies to deploy Chinese nationals on sensitive technology and engineering projects. Intel, Google, and Qualcomm severed business links with Huawei in response to a provision of the 2019 National Defense Authorization Act that bars any company, and executive agency or government contractor from receiving government financial support in using Huawei equipment. Meanwhile, attentive to the changing political environment, U.S. chipmaker AMD declined to extend licenses to its Chinese joint venture partner. Other measures of economic statecraft, both preemptive and proactive, soon followed. So, well before COVID-related supply chain shortages began to bite, especially in 2021 to 22. Some of the groundwork was being laid for a more serious response to China's geostrategic ambitions and U.S. techno-industrial erosion. By mid-2020, the United States had embarked on a course to regrow the all-important production of semiconductors, with a bill before Congress that would eventually become the CHIPS Act. Why start with semiconductors, also known as integrated circuits or silicon chips? At least 3 reasons leap to the eye. First is the foundational importance of semiconductors in the military and commercial world. The general-purpose, dual-use character of chip technology makes it ubiquitous, finding its way into every corner of the economy. As the lodestar of U.S. technology leadership, its significance has been neatly expressed as the new oil. Chips power almost everything that the modern economy has to offer, from the tiniest cell phone to the largest cruise liner, from autonomous cars to advanced military systems. As the building blocks of advanced technology, semiconductors have also sped new vaccine development by enabling rapid genome sequencing. Second, the dual-use character of the technology positions semiconductors at the heart of the high-tech agenda in national security strategy. As the CEO of In-Q-Tel observes, just as the success of any mission depends on semiconductor performance to power modern weapons and communication networks, so advanced manufacturing and the world of commerce are utterly reliant on the technology. Finally, and not least, semiconductors are central to a range of emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence and quantum computing, which are on the verge of transforming the world as we know it, and above all the character of interstate conflict. It is China's advances in this technology that has the United States especially concerned. It follows that if China is to surpass the United States in the most advanced technologies, it must master semiconductors, which is why China has declared self-sufficiency in their production a national priority. As the report of an independent commission on AI recently concluded, if a potential adversary bests the United States in semiconductors over the long term or suddenly cuts off U.S. access to cutting-edge chips entirely, it could gain the upper hand in every domain of warfare. Because of the primacy of semiconductors in the military-commercial world and its special importance to Beijing's strategic ambitions, the Biden administration has undertaken bold moves to regain and retain control of this technology. American firms have formidable capabilities in chip design, but more than 2 decades of government neglect of the industry relative to China's and other countries' policy activism has allowed U.S. prowess in other areas of manufacturing to atrophy. One consequence of this inaction is a production deficit that creates a massive dependence on foreign sources of manufacturing. Another is a dearth of talent as younger people opt for what they see as more viable, dynamic industries. This makes the battle for high-tech leadership also a battle for brains. Sorely needed was a major piece of legislation that would reduce reliance on foreign suppliers, grow domestic semiconductor production, and foster workforce development. The need to reshore chip production and address supply chain vulnerabilities had become especially urgent. As the chair of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence put it in 2021, given that the vast majority of cutting-edge chips are produced at a single plant separated by just 110 miles of water from our principal strategic competitor, we must reevaluate the meaning of supply chain resilience and security. The CHIPS Act is the start for rectifying this policy neglect. It took Congress 2 years of debate to sign the CHIPS and Science Act into law on August 9, 2022, and it was only after a closed-door national security briefing that Republican opponents blocking the bill were persuaded to sign on to the legislation. The first part of the act focuses squarely on semiconductors. CHIPS, creating helpful incentives to produce semiconductors, is designed to boost U.S. chip production, innovation, and national security. It aims to catalyze investments in domestic semiconductor manufacturing capacity, stimulate innovation, spur commercialization of leading-edge technologies, and develop a technical workforce. It allocates $52.7 billion for semiconductor manufacturing, R&D, and workforce development. Most of this expenditure, $39 billion, is to subsidize the construction of new microchip manufacturing facilities in the United States. The measure includes a 25% tax credit for investments in domestic fabrication facilities and equipment. To implement the CHIPS program, Commerce has created the CHIPS Program Office, CPO, housed within the National Institute for Science and Technology, as well as administering the allocation of manufacturing incentives and a $75 billion loan guarantee program. The CPO is tasked with monitoring compliance with performance rules, so-called guardrails. Unlike Part B, funding for Part A of the statute is both authorized and appropriated. The larger package, Part B, the and science part of the Act, addresses investment in R&D for critical and emerging technologies. It comprises numerous and diverse provisions which include setting up a new NSF Directorate for Technology Innovation and Partnerships to accelerate commercialization of new technologies in key sectors, creation of regional high-tech hubs, and development of a larger science, technology, engineering, and math (STEM) workforce. Implementation will fall to the newly established CHIPS R&D Office, a nonprofit public-private collaborative effort between the Department of Defense, Department of Energy, and the NSF. The CHIPS R&D Office will lead an $11 billion portfolio to deliver 4 programs designed to advance leadership in developing semiconductor technologies. Its centerpiece, the National Science and Technology Center, is a collaborative arrangement between commerce and defense conceived as a public-private consortium involving government, industry, academe, and several other stakeholders to advance innovation, set standards, and secure global leadership in semiconductor design and manufacturing. Overall, CHIPS directs $280 billion in spending over the next decade, reserving a whopping $200 billion for scientific R&D, commercialization, and workforce development. Although commerce will have overall charge of the policy, it will not be a solo act. There is no shortage of initiatives or issues where interagency collaboration and public-private partnering will be needed to optimize policy implementation. Wherever interlinked security concerns call for interagency collaboration, for example, the CPO, whose chief strategy officer is a former Pentagon official, will work with the Department of Defense, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the NSF, and other relevant agencies to define and meet their respective security requirements. It must be said, however, that trying to piece together a multifarious 400-page piece of industrial policy legislation, like the CHIPS and Science Act, and establishing who and what gets funded, is a bit like trying to solve Rubik's Cube. As one analysis concluded, determining the exact amounts and programmatic nature of the resources available in the CHIPS and Science Act remains challenging in some cases and impossible in others. This difficulty stems partly from the multiplicity of programs, objectives, and actors involved, and partly from the differences that arise between programs authorized and program funds appropriated. Regardless of the authority to spend, Congress must still pass a budget each year to set aside the funding authorized by this CHIPS R&D law. We come now to the nature of the beast. As CHIPS and other new initiatives like the Inflation Reduction Act move center stage, some see policy leaders finally overcoming an anti-status mindset and embracing industrial policy in a new and welcome departure from established practice. As one broadly representative response to the CHIPS Act put it, it was a remarkable endorsement of industrial policy government support for selected industries that U.S. lawmakers had largely shunned for decades. 23. Has the United States taken a revolutionary turn, as some suggest? If so, this would amount to an enormous change of attitude for the United States, where the very idea of industrial policy has long invited heated controversy and rejection. Few would dispute the observation that, of the advanced economies, the United States has historically been the most averse to using industrial policies in any kind of consistent fashion. During the 1980s, the U.S. government's apparent inaction in the context of Japan's relentless rise sparked a heated debate over the nation's need for an industrial policy that lasted almost a decade. Closer to our own time, China's impressive export growth and technological transformation have helped to revive the idea of industrial policy and encourage its advocacy. Indeed, for some, the administration's recent policy actions for semiconductors and green technologies would appear already to represent an endorsement of it. Unlike Japan in the 1970s and 80s, the United States perceives China as a very different kind of rival, less as a high-flying economic competitor than as a potential threat to the global order and the role of U.S. leadership within it. Some might be tempted to claim that the national security rationale is merely a fig leaf hiding the true motive, namely, to stymie economic competition from China. But to be convincing, the fig leaf claim would need to address some puzzling inconsistencies, such as the administration's stated fear that China's access to advanced chips could benefit the Chinese military with developments in guided missiles and surveillance systems. Another is the opposition of leading chipmakers themselves, NVIDIA, Intel, and Qualcomm, who lobbied the U.S. government for months against imposing restrictions on China, arguing that it would only harm American business, while strengthening China's ability to compete with the United States. Most revealing, perhaps, is the very marginal role of manufacturing production itself in the CHIPS program. As has been widely noted, for an industrial policy this program is very light on industry. Nevertheless, since the concept is now in favor across the globe, the question is whether industrial policy is the most productive way to describe the U.S. response. Does that label help to illuminate the rationale or purpose that informs Washington's recent policy actions? or the underlying context that has given rise to them? Does it make sense to portray in the commonplace language of industrial policy a relatively exceptional policy intervention like the CHIPS Act? These questions deserve reflection since the answers are far from obvious. Ironically, they take us into well-plowed territory that has lain fallow for some time, but is now in the process of being revived. I refer to the masterful use of domestically oriented economic statecraft that the United States perfected during the Cold War as it sought to outflank the Soviets by building a commanding lead in high technology. Economic statecraft in the standard usage refers to the use of foreign policy tools to change, reward, or punish the behavior of a foreign power. In this conventional sense, the purpose of economic statecraft is to achieve foreign policy objectives through economic policies that are exclusively focused on the international arena. From this perspective, in exercising statecraft, states seek to influence foreign governments by deploying tools that provide rewards or sanctions. Trade, aid, finance, and investment are the typical tools mobilized to this effect, examples of which we have seen applied against Russian aggression toward Ukraine and in China's weaponization of trade in response to perceived insults by Australia. Accordingly, such tools are invariably oriented outward and aimed at influencing the behavior of foreign powers. This foreign policy focus is not mistaken, but it is limited insofar as it excludes significant ways in which geopolitical and geoeconomic pressures activate quite different tools of economic statecraft with a different internal purpose in mind. In this case, the focus is on incentivizing and reorienting the behavior of actors in the domestic domain, not least in the high-technology arena. There is, in short, another aspect of economic statecraft relevant to the story being told here, and it is practiced chiefly in the domestic arena to mitigate vulnerability to foreign influence, intrusion, or invasion. In this context, statecraft focuses on achieving and sustaining technological prowess and holding onto it as far as possible in order to fend off or surpass a strategic rival. It is the kind of statecraft that the United States perfected as it set about responding to the profound shock of Soviet Russia's successful first launch of Sputnik in 1957. As my research shows in America Inc., the national security state that emerged from that response functioned as an innovation engine that worked in partnership with private actors to deliver all the major technologies that power the modern economy and underwrite military superiority. Indeed, if we consider the context, rationale, and objectives of the recent CHIPS initiative, it seems that, on each count, the perceived need to deal with an external strategic threat is paramount. Government's highest priority, its overriding objective, is to secure domestic access to advanced semiconductors for its defense and critical commercial needs. Improving productivity or profits would be a welcome side effect, but it is not a focus or key objective of the policy. As one of the two Senate proponents of the CHIPS law explained, CHIPS is not an economic proposition. It's obviously important from an economic standpoint, but national security is the main reason why Senator Warner and I undertook the legislation. As if to emphasize this aspect of the law, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo explained that, for the first award, the selection of a defense contractor BAE, rather than a commercial semiconductor facility, was meant to emphasize the administration's focus on national security. As national security becomes as much about the chips inside of our weapon systems as the weapon systems themselves, this first CHIPS announcement shows how central semiconductors are to our national defense. A cynical rendering might view the national security rationale as code for a hidden industrial policy. But if we insist on framing the CHIPS measures simply as industrial policy, we must then sideline the drivers, context, motives, and priorities as if of little consequence. Unlike industrial policy, however, in statecraft it is the specific threats or pressures originating from the international arena that act as the galvanizing force. These may be techno-economic challengers or military adversaries, or both. In U.S. statecraft, these external drivers are central to the policy uptake. In the U.S. setting, the security rationale follows logically from a context of heightened concern over the use of advanced and emerging technologies for gray zone and military conflict. Consider that China's long-standing pattern of state-organized economic espionage, serial cyber theft, IP theft, and predatory trade practices go hand in hand with its militarizing of the South China Sea, its anti-access, area denial maritime strategy aimed at the U.S. Navy, and its massive One Belt, One Road initiative, all linked together in China's national strategy, including its military-civil fusion and comprehensive techno-industrial policy. A brief thought experiment is instructive. Let's remove the China factor from the scene and ask ourselves, to what extent would the CHIPS legislation, or the new export controls, have seen the light of day? It is hard to ignore this context in calling forth a decisive response from Washington. If we conceive Washington's techno-focused response to China's geostrategic challenge as an exercise of economic statecraft, we can identify two arms. Its proactive arm coming less military strategic and commercial objectives that seek to promote advanced manufacturing and innovation. As the creative aspect of statecraft, it relies chiefly on subsidies and tax credits to stimulate new domestic ventures, as well as reshoring of investment and friendshoring of foreign manufacturing. These are the kinds of tools we would typically associate with a policy for industrial development, but their relatively narrow focus and straight GIC impetus assign them a different mission. Since China's MCF strategy increases the likelihood that high-technology know-how will be used against the United States, serious preemptive steps have also been instituted to close the stable door before all the prize horses have bolted. Accordingly, in a remarkable precautionary move, the CHIPS legislation includes numerous guardrails or disciplinary mechanisms to prevent non-compliance and to ensure that subsidy recipients deliver on their commitments. The guardrails entail enforcing correct uses of government funds, overseeing national security-sensitive intellectual property transactions, and monitoring outward investments, all of which are the remit of the CPO, which is empowered to claw back funds if considered misused. Alongside these novel mechanisms designed to augment the effectiveness of CHIPS funding, the United States, on October 7, 2022, issued a sweeping set of export controls aimed at limiting Beijing's military modernization efforts by blocking access to advanced AI chips made with U.S. inputs. Not only was U.S. manufacturing equipment and design software now off the table, so too was access to U.S. companies and citizens, who were suddenly prohibited from working with Chinese entities to advance chip design, research, or fabrication. This was a bigger bombshell than stopping us from buying equipment, remarked a Chinese official at a state-owned company. Another preemptive or preventive measure in the U.S. toolbox draws on the Foreign Direct Product Rule, FDPR. In its updated form, FDPR subjects foreign-produced semiconductors to U.S. jurisdiction if the item was produced using U.S. origin plant and equipment, software, or technology. The result is a form of weaponized interdependence that enables the United States to exploit its dominance in semiconductor design networks to determine who has access to critical technical information and knowledge. Cross-network weaponization enables the U.S. government to prevent a third party from accessing the most advanced semiconductors, thus effectively acting as a choke point. 38. More generally, the new export controls seek to limit or prohibit the outflow of critical U.S. know-how, whether embedded in hardware, design, software, U.S. technology companies, or personnel. The reason ING is spelled out in a September 16, 2022, speech by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, as he signaled a dramatic shift in the U.S. approach to the rise of China's advanced semiconductor sector. Simply maintaining a steady lead in the technology, by staying a couple of generations ahead, said Sullivan, was no longer adequate for today's strategic environment. Instead, we must maintain as large a lead as possible, by actively limiting Beijing's capabilities. Technology export controls are more than just a preventative or protective tool, insists Sullivan. These restrictions are intended as a form of economic deterrence, a new strategic asset in the U.S. and allied toolkit to impose costs on adversaries, and even over time degrade their battlefield capabilities. For its part, China sees the various export controls as suppressing China's chip industry through economic coercion, and has denounced them as ridiculous and shocking. From a practical policy perspective, why does it matter if we call the new U.S. approach industrial policy or economic statecraft? At some level, we should think of the two modalities as complementary, not competing. Economic statecraft presupposes a state that can respond effectively to a serious external challenge. Techno-industrial policy may be a core element of that response. The current confusion over terminology in the United States, however, may reflect a deeper lack of clarity with respect to ends and means. Effective economic statecraft will depend on the integration of national security and economic policy to ensure that all relevant actions are moving in the same direction. These two masters can be better served via a formally instituted interagency unit that spans security and economic expertise with input from industry and academe. As one of its missions, such a security industry unit would master an analytical capacity: A. To monitor, evaluate, and anticipate supply chain issues, including critical technology sectors like those affected by COVID supply shortages, and B. Most importantly, to avoid future scenarios like that which the regular national security assessments failed to comprehend, and thereby attached little importance to the decades-long hemorrhaging of production, local supply chains, and depletion of workforce talent. A unit with such capabilities does not currently exist. Moreover, whether for statecraft or industrial policy, subsidies without performance conditions are like working on a wing and a prayer. Guardrails are essential but meet only one side of the equation. They address compliance. If we give you this, don't do that. But to require a performance standard is to raise the bar and expect something in exchange for subsidies granted, notably, that certain performance conditions be met in exchange for the subsidies. As Alice Amsden's work has amply demonstrated, this reciprocity was the golden rule that made industrial policy a resounding success in the rise of the East Asian Three: South Korea, Taiwan, Japan. Although the CHIPS initiative does not quite meet the industrial policy test, it also lacks mechanisms for effective economic statecraft. As I've argued elsewhere, to be effective economic statecraft depends on public-private sector relations where public objectives are achieved through disciplinary mechanisms. Prospective fab companies should still be required to meet certain performance conditions in exchange for financial incentives. These could include agreed milestones with timelines or technological indicators such as reduced circuit widths. Broader improvements in manufacturing production, the main event for a serious industrial policy, is currently something of a poor cousin in the CHIPS program, at best a sideshow to the big-ticket event of fab construction and R&D. While there is provision for funding for domestic manufacturing, the allocation is aimed narrowly at the construction, expansion, or modernization of semiconductor facilities. The evidence is loud and clear that the United States won't regain its lead in emerging technologies unless, like China, it treats manufacturing as a fundamental part of technological advancement. If America wishes to get serious about industrial policy, therefore, it should place production innovation at the forefront of industrial policy instruments, drawing on the private sector for input and buy-in. This would also make U.S. statecraft more robust. Workforce deficiencies. With more than 600 statements of interest from semiconductor companies as of February 2024, all reportedly proffering sound investment proposals, there is no lack of response to the CHIPS program. But to increase its prospects of success, some glaring deficiencies will need to be remedied. The first is to double down on training a technology workforce. 41 Workforce challenges remain a serious source of concern and, according to a recent report, a major reason why the nation's advanced industries have been struggling. Can one hope to eliminate U.S. dependence on foreign chips when the industry is in the midst of a STEM talent shortage, faces a likely shortfall of 300,000 engineers and some 90,000 skilled technicians by 2030, and lacks personnel in every major talent group required to operate a fabrication plant? Although the battle for brains is anticipated in the extensive workforce initiatives of the CHIPS and Science Act, the funding and infrastructure required are inadequate. Marginal attention to legacy chips. We know that the thrust of U.S. preemptive measures, choke point strategy, investment blocking, is to thwart China's access to leading-edge chips. China needs these to produce the advanced node semiconductors that would give it a military edge. But what about China's production of legacy or mature chips? In spite of Washington's bold new proactive initiatives to produce semiconductors, and not least the preemptive export and investment rules to impede China's ability to buy, make, or steal advanced chip technology, this is no time for the United States to relax. To do so would be to ignore China's legacy dominance at its peril. While the United States is busy forging clever stratagems to choke off China's access to advanced chips with circuit breadth of 5 nanometers or smaller, China is busy ramping up investment in mature chip production, where most of its semiconductor manufacturing capacity is concentrated, 24 nanometers or above. Since legacy chips underpin everything from dishwashers to military weapon systems, China's strengths in producing these mature chips could seriously threaten U.S. economic and national security. It is not difficult to imagine a scenario in which, while China is locked out of cutting-edge semiconductors, it could do likewise to the United States and rest of world by locking out access to the legacy chips, first by dominating the supply of mature semiconductors just as it did with solar, then forcing out foreign chip competitors through dumping, finally rendering the United States dependent on China for mature chips. Placing some emphasis on the manufacturing of mature semiconductors would seem both an obvious and essential insurance policy. Manufacturing deficit. For a very long time, many commentators have warned that the United States needs to get serious about industrial innovation policy. They also concur that without an emphasis on production, its cornerstone, there is no such policy. As David Adler and MIT's William Bonvillian observe, advanced manufacturing and scale-up financing are certainly part of the new programs, but they are a minor focus relative to the level of effort needed. Production needs to be addressed directly. No nation can maintain a world power position while walking away from manufacturing. In the United States, we find a distinctive form of statecraft. Driven by geostrategic imperatives, the new techno-industrial initiatives build upon the well-established practice of economic statecraft that was finely honed during the Cold War. Rather than designed to influence the behavior of a foreign power, standard usage, or to boost economic competitiveness, the sole or primary objective of an industrial policy. These measures are designed to regenerate domestic capacity in a technology critical to U.S. strategic advantage. Taking into account the distinctive context of the new initiatives, as well as their rationale and objectives, opens a window onto security-oriented, economic statecraft. Its first major implementation since the Cold War has come in the form of the CHIPS and Science Act. But critical differences remain. Cold War statecraft ranged widely across advanced technologies with dual-use potential and included programs for manufacturing and scale-up. But the new program is running light or non-existent on manufacturing outside of semiconductor fabs, a long-running area of weakness that is incompatible with world power ambitions. Can the United States correct its long-neglected deficiencies in advanced manufacturing, replenish the industrial ecosystem's supply chains that have been depleted after decades of offshoring, deliver a trained workforce, and coax the onshoring of U.S. and allied production? This may or may not be a Sputnik moment, but the task is grand, and the stakes are high. In April 2024, 8 months before his December retirement, as U.S. semiconductor chip manufacturing champion Intel's leader, its CEO Pat Gelsinger gave a remarkably frank public analysis of Intel's ongoing difficulties. Once the global chip manufacturing leader, Intel at that moment ranked third among the only 3 remaining global companies mass-producing advanced logic chips and made none of the most advanced chips, currently manufactured using 3-nanometer technology node fabrication processes. Intel's most advanced chips in volume production internally were several generations behind the leader, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, TSMC, and lagged number 2 Samsung's chips as well. Yet no other American company today even approaches Intel's level of prowess in advanced, leading-edge manufacturing technology. Number 2 Samsung is credibly reported to be faltering as well, at the latest and most demanding 3-nanometer technology node, so is attempting to leapfrog to 2-nanometer chips. This currently leaves TSMC alone as the de facto leading-edge chip fabrication monopolist. The occasion for Gelsinger's big reveal was Intel separating its public accounting and reporting into 2 separate, virtual companies, Intel Foundry and Intel Products. Intel from its beginning had manufactured its own chip designs. Over time, the global chip industry had moved in a different direction. Separation of the industry into specialized fabless chip design companies that do no manufacturing and semiconductor foundry companies that only manufacture the designs of others. Gelsinger's strategic analysis of Intel's problems, resulting primarily from a radical change in the economics of the semiconductor chip manufacturing business, is fundamentally correct. This radical change in the economics of semiconductor fabrication, a change with consequences missed by Gelsinger's most recent predecessors at Intel, left the company vulnerable as the pace of chip cost decline slowed during the first decade of the 21st century. Ironically, this big economic change was neither invisible nor particularly fast-moving, and its implications should have been grasped far sooner by Intel's top management and Intel's board of directors. In the 2 decades preceding Mr. Gelsinger's return to Intel in 2021, Gelsinger's strategy included continuing development of 5 improved sets of process technologies in 4 years and its next obvious stage, a formal Intel split into completely separate foundry and design products companies. Gelsinger had bet big $100 billion in capital investments through 2027 in new production plants, serving the new foundry business model at the expense of short-term profits, in order to restore Intel to a leading-edge position in chip manufacturing technology with its currently emerging 18A technology process. But his tenure ended before its 18A chips debuted. Intel's foundry/design split accommodates very different business economic models and, from a U.S. defense policy perspective, very different national security imperatives. Whether Gelsinger's performance or the current Intel board's impatience and short-sightedness bear ultimate responsibility for this implementation failure is unclear. Intel's current problems were decades in the making, but this past history has now created an acute American defense industrial crisis with global national security ramifications. Before turning to the economics behind the current turmoil at Intel, we first consider the geopolitics of why Intel matters for U.S. national security. Central to semiconductor technology development over time has been a series of focused interventions by governments, initially in the name of national defense, and more recently national economic advantage. As we look at current developments in the semiconductor sector, we need to understand the major role played by the U.S. Department of Defense, DoD, in particular, in the evolution of the semiconductor industry. The initial growth of the chip industry from the 1950s through the early 1970s was heavily dependent on a DoD willing to pay top dollar for bleeding-edge chip technology that would offset Soviet numerical advantages in weapon systems production and technological advantages in rocket payload boost capabilities. Key elements of U.S. commercial chip manufacturing technologies were accelerated in the 1960s and early 1970s by both defense subsidies to R&D projects targeting improvements in performance and reliability of chips, as well as DoD willingness to pay breathtakingly high prices for chips meeting those goals. DoD and NASA were almost the only customers for integrated circuit chips in their first 4 years of production. Integrated circuits, ICs, were the heart of defense computer systems, both for general purposes as well as specialized guidance systems for missiles and space systems. The Air Force largely paid for Texas Instruments, TI, first 1961 leading-edge IC factory, implementing the path-breaking Fairchild semiconductor silicon planar manufacturing process, which cemented the reputation of Fairchild's, later Intel's, Robert Noyce as co-inventor of the IC with TI's Jack Kilby. U.S. chip fabrication capability in metal oxide semiconductor, MOS, technology, which revolutionized chip design and manufacturing in the late 1960s and 1970s, was accelerated by funding by the National Security Agency, NSA, of exploratory projects at TI and a pair of pioneering startup MOS chip companies, AMI and GME. Part of TI's MOS group then left to form MOSTEC, which seized technological leadership from Intel and TI in computer memories in the 1970s and early 1980s. Fairchild also received substantial funding from the NSA to develop low-power chips, but its slow commercialization of its internal MOS technology R&D was one of the frustrations prompting Noyce and Gordon Moore to leave Fairchild and form Intel in 1968, with production of cost-effective computer memory chips as a primary business objective. Even more importantly, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and Air Force in the 1950s and 1960s had sponsored development of advanced optoelectronic technologies for use in spy satellites. With space and surveillance applications in mind, these same agencies supported a micropower research program intended to reduce feature sizes and power consumption on ICs by an order of magnitude. A prototype projection system from this project was created by DoD Optical Systems contractor PerkinElmer. Combining this idea with other technical advances developed for defense use in air and space optical surveillance platforms, PerkinElmer introduced a revolutionary new, commercially viable projection patterning system, the Microline Projection Aligner, in 1973. It delivered hugely improved chip manufacturing productivity and kickstarted a great leap forward in MOS chip manufacturing technology that continued from the mid-1970s until the present. 40 years of subsequent, steady, incremental improvements in chip patterning technology evolved into today's school-bus-sized extreme ultraviolet, EUV lithography machines, selling for $250 to $400 million each, used in creating the densest and most energy-efficient chips powering recent artificial intelligence, AI advances. EUV is a media-friendly term describing what has also been called soft X-rays. Today's EUV monopolist, the Netherlands ASML, is built in large measure from the remnants of U.S. tech companies and their suppliers. PerkinElmer, whose chip lithography division was acquired by SVGL, in turn acquired by ASML with capital from Dutch Philips and GCA, which shut down after failing to obtain needed capital from U.S. private and government investors in the 1990s. GCA's advanced lens supplier, Carl Zeiss, became ASML's lens producer. Japan's Nikon, an earlier GCA lens supplier in the 1960s, ended up reverse engineering and improving GCA's wafer patterning machines as part of Japan's very large-scale integrated VLSI project, a government industry cooperative R&D initiative of the late 1970s, accelerating GCA's decline in the 1980s. PerkinElmer's Connecticut plant, now greatly expanded, remains as one of ASML's 2 major U.S. plants. In the mid to late 1970s, as commercial applications for this innovative chip technology exploded and commercial markets surged well beyond DoD demand for leading-edge chips, the direct DoD role in the U.S. chip industry's success rapidly shrank. Defense Secretary Harold Brown and Undersecretary William Perry developed their offset strategy, starting in 1977, using advanced electronics-based technologies and chips in defense systems, from cruise missiles to precision weapons to stealth to drones. Put most bluntly, defense access to leading-edge electronics, software, and computing capability, now mainly developed for use in commercial products, was expected by Brown and Perry to provide the U.S. military and its weapons systems with a technological advantage more than sufficient to offset the potential numerical superiority of possible adversaries in fielded manpower and weapons. DoD's offset policy met its first significant challenge in the early 1980s, when Japanese semiconductor producers surged ahead of U.S. manufacturers in the manufacturing technology used to fabricate the highest volume advanced semiconductors of the day, memory chips. Japan's producers focused on improving semiconductor lithography patterning equipment, originally U.S. imports, for use in the largest commodity market for ICs, dynamic random access memory chips, DRAMs. They refined a production system for mass-market chips in highly automated ultra-clean factories, obtaining higher yields and reliability at lower cost than U.S. producers. The ultra-clean laminar airflow cleanroom technology used in these fabs was also initially developed in the U.S. at the Atomic Energy Commission's Sandia Lab and deployed by U.S. defense and space contractors in the 1960s, then introduced into Japan by TI Japan in the early 1970s. Refining these approaches, Japanese chip producers had become technology leaders in memory chip manufacturing by the early 1980s, benefiting from industry-wide tech initiatives organized by the Japanese government and NTT, then a state-owned telecom monopoly. The Ronald Reagan administration responded with a multi-pronged national policy, negotiating voluntary restrictions on Japanese memory chip exports, applying significant pressure on Japan to buy more U.S. chips, and providing substantial funding for a successful partnership with the U.S. semiconductor industry on a cooperative R&D program to improve its chip manufacturing technology. Semitech Point 24. The effort was largely successful, U.S. chip manufacturing regained its momentum, and the federal R&D subsidy ended in 1997. One unanticipated effect of the restrictions on Japan, however, was to assist entry by new producers in Korea and Taiwan into memory chip production. Most U.S. producers, like Intel, ultimately exited the commodity memory chip business and instead focused on manufacturing new kinds of chip designs, particularly microprocessors and other kinds of system and logic chip designs. The exceptions were TI and Micron Technology, founded by engineers from MOSTEC, the TI MOS technology spin-off which had become a memory chip tech leader in the 1970s, which moved production overseas to take advantage of state-funded financial incentives. TI eventually exited the memory market, opting to focus on design of signal processing and analog chips, and adopting a fab-light strategy that did not require huge investments in leading-edge chip factories. Micron stayed in the memory business and focused on design innovation, cost-efficient manufacturing overseas, and exploitation of scale economies. Micron also snapped up failed memory chip producer fabrication capacity at bargain basement prices as the industry consolidated, including that of Commanda, an offshoot of German electronics multinational Siemens and TI, as well as that of Taiwanese and Japanese producers when they ultimately exited in the 21st century. Aside from recent and as yet unproven Chinese entrants, Korea's Samsung and Hynix, and Micron, today are the only DRAM chip players left standing. They were joined recently by new Chinese memory chip makers selling primarily, at the moment, to the Chinese electronics industry. The same three companies plus Japan's Kioxia, a Toshiba spin-off partnered with American firm Western Digital, are also the remaining, non-Chinese, fabricators of flash memory. So-called fabless chip design houses that did no fabrication became increasingly important in the chip industry. Fabless firms include Qualcomm, NVIDIA, which never owned fabs, IBM, and Advanced Micro Devices (AMD), after they divested their fabs to global foundries, and design groups within Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. The fabless design firms sent their designs off to be manufactured at so-called foundries in the United States, Singapore, Taiwan, and Korea, many of which only did manufacturing and no design work on their own. The oldest, largest, and most important of these pure-play foundry firms was in Taiwan TSMC. What became the foundry business started in the mid-1980s, benefiting from a substantial DoD investment from the late 1970s through the 1980s in chip design software tools, standards, and infrastructure. Defense-funded investments in chip design technology and standards in that period supported U.S. leadership in chip design, and this underlay the explosion in fabless chip design in 1980s and 1990s, as well as the creation of the foundry business model developed by TSMC after 1987. Most notable was work in the late 1970s by researchers at Caltech and Xerox PARC to develop a greatly improved system for VLSI, very large-scale integration, chip design using advanced software tools. Further development of these tools enabled the complete separation of chip design from chip manufacturing and the development of fabless, design-only, and foundry, manufacturing-only, chip firms which followed. This work was picked up and supported by DARPA in 1978, and became the foundation for its VLSI program, which approached $100 million in annual funding by 1982. By the mid-1980s, the initial DARPA program had been subsumed into an even larger, early DARPA effort to create a U.S. industrial base for artificial intelligence applications, the Strategic Computing Initiative. Though unsuccessful in creating fully autonomous military weapons platforms, this effort underwrote important advances in parallel computing architectures, expert systems, and information-aware battlefield command and control systems. After 1997, the cooperative industry-government effort to improve chip manufacturing technology housed at Semitech was continued by industry for more than an additional decade, with little federal funding and a new focus on coordinating emerging standards and technology required for successive new generations of manufacturing technology and required equipment and materials. The effort brought together developers of the specialized bits of technology, created by an increasingly globally dispersed and fragmented set of supplier firms with their customers, to launch new semiconductor technology nodes, indexed by the minimum feature sizes of the chips they could create, like 130 nanometers, 90 nanometers, etc., on a predictable schedule. The Semitech-led coordination effort, known as the International Technology Roadmap for Semiconductors, the ITRS, was successful, with new generations of manufacturing technology being introduced every 2 years into the second decade of the 21st century. Semitech and the ITRS effort fell apart after 2010, fundamentally because the scale of investments required to stay at leading edge in chip fabrication had led to a sharp decline in numbers of chip-making firms investing in the manufacture of the most advanced chips. There was simply no economic incentive for the few surviving leading-edge chip producers to coordinate with lagging manufacturers lacking the scale to invest in leading-edge manufacturing. With the end of the Cold War in the early 1990s, the pressure for maintaining a U.S. semiconductor technological advantage largely diminished. This was not to last. To be clear, episodically, national security interests motivated provision of critical government assistance to private sector efforts despite the end of the Cold War. One good example is EUV silicon wafer patterning technology. Intel, along other chip producers and semiconductor equipment and materials companies, formed a consortium operating at the Department of Energy's Lawrence Livermore National Lab in 1997 to develop EUV patterning technology. The complex, laser-produced light source used in current EUV patterning equipment utilizes laser technology developed for creating fusion reactions within that lab. In general, however, the national security role in providing resources and markets to drive semiconductor manufacturing technology forward was much diminished with the Cold War's end, and DoD in the early 21st century mainly struggled to keep abreast of commercial semiconductor technology for most kinds of digital logic and memory chips. But DoD microelectronics efforts did not end with Semitech. Semiconductor R&D continued at a modest level at DARPA over following decades. Prior to the CHIPS Act legislation, and in many ways anticipating it, DARPA in 2017 began an Electronics Resurgence Initiative, ERI, to develop new semiconductor materials, designs, and architectures. This was renewed in 2023 as ERI 2.0 to promote U.S. technology leadership in next-generation microelectronics research, development, and manufacturing. DARPA later received additional funding in the CHIPS Act for this program. 3 decades past the end of the Cold War, however, global military competition is resurgent, and chips are once again increasingly central to national security. This development is not visible in DoD's share of the overall semiconductor market, which is less than 1%. The great bulk of its current needs for existing weapon system platforms are in so-called legacy chips. 11% of its chip spending is for chips under 28 nanometers, 18% for chips between 28 and 90 nanometers, and 66% for chips between 90 and 350 nanometers. The existing DoD inventory of weapons and systems largely does not require the most advanced chips used in commercial equipment, though DoD does require the most advanced signal processing and analog chips, typically supplied by specialized U.S. producers catering to national security requirements. But it is increasingly clear that the emerging technologies that will decide future conflicts will once again require the most advanced digital logic and memory chips. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, advanced data centers, and autonomous drones, for example, are now realities and will require ever faster, ever more powerful, and ever less power-hungry chips, and nations with early and assured access to such chips will be able to seize technology dominance. Moore's Law, announced in 1965 by Intel co-founder Gordon Moore, came to stand for the presumption that every 2 years chips would double in capability and prices would fall by half. While the chip industry over the last decade has clearly fallen off the Moore's Law pace, with costs for advanced chips no longer falling rapidly and capability increasing more slowly, The chip demands of potentially game-changing technologies like AI and quantum computing now require DoD to be the first to field equipment making use of advanced chips needed in these applications. National security now requires DoD to regain its position as the premier military user of leading-edge chip technology. That is how we now find ourselves in a moment of national security crisis. Taiwan, which now produces 100% of the most advanced chips used in U.S. design systems, is 80 miles offshore from a more and more militarily assertive China. China views Taiwan as a breakaway province, has long announced its plans to reassert control, as recently reiterated in Xi Jinping's 2025 New Year's greeting, and has been increasing the pace of invasion training exercises. With China's continuing military buildup, the willingness and ability of Taiwan and the U.S. 7th Fleet to block an invasion or prevent a blockade has appropriately come into question. China's Navy is now larger than the U.S. Navy, with 395 ships compared to 296. China is also building vessels at a considerably faster pace than the U.S. Navy, which must maintain a multi-ocean presence. Until its new U.S. fabrication facility is completed, TSMC's more advanced chip fabs have been entirely located in Taiwan. Korea has only a slightly better strategic location, close to China and even closer to an unpredictable and fanatical North Korean regime supported by both China and Russia. The potentially dire national security situation was aggravated in December 2024 by public remarks from Morris Chang, TSMC's celebrated founder, generally disparaging Gelsinger and Intel after the CEO's exit. Previously, in October 2021, Chang had publicly criticized Gelsinger as cocky and discourteous. This was after Gelsinger reportedly offended TSMC by publicly saying, "You don't want all of your eggs in the basket of a Taiwan fab," in May 2021. This followed another December 2021 utterance, according to a media source. In the course of encouraging U.S. investment in U.S. chipmakers, Gelsinger said at a tech conference, "Taiwan is not a stable place." These less-than-diplomatic remarks were reported by Reuters' multiple Taiwanese sources to have led TSMC to cancel a 40% discount it was giving Intel on prices for fabricating Intel chip designs on TSMC wafers. This discount, or lack thereof, was a serious and possibly critical business issue for Intel. The slides accompanying Gelsinger's frank April 2024 webinar, mentioned at the outset of this article, show an Intel reliant on external suppliers, e.g. TSMC, for about 30% of its fabricated wafers, which, sliced into individual Intel-branded chips, or chiplets combined with less advanced Intel silicon, are packaged and sold as Intel chips in global markets. Put another way, about 30% of chip sales by Intel Product, the new Intel division that designs Intel chips, by volume of silicon and most likely a higher percentage of revenues, are produced by what are effectively Fable's Intel chip design groups. These designs are fabricated outside the company, i.e., manufactured outside of the current Intel foundry, whose not-so-advanced technology nodes currently suffer from excess capacity, per the April slides. Included in the 30% of Intel wafers ordered from TSMC by Fable's Intel chip design groups are most, if not all, of its most advanced and complex chip designs like its Gaudi AI accelerators, its Alchemist and Battlemage graphics processors, and its most recently minted AI-enabled Lunar Lake x86 architecture processors. If the Reuters reporting is correct, TSMC's cancellation of such a large discount could have contributed to Intel's faltering financials and Gelsinger's December demise. Whether or not this retaliatory action was executed by TSMC, an important lesson should be learned. If TSMC's emerging leading-edge chip fabrication monopoly, given the setbacks faced by Intel and now Samsung, threatens to raise its prices, or even to cut Intel off entirely from cutting-edge chip supplies, Intel has no alternatives other than to simply beg for supplies. That is the implication of TSMC's developing monopoly on the most advanced chips. TSMC's Taiwan development and production fabs are currently the only foundries capable of fabricating what are now Intel's most advanced and complex chip designs. Worse, Intel's vulnerability shows the potential vulnerability of all U.S. chip design groups producing advanced logic and system chips at NVIDIA, Qualcomm, AMD, Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft. For any defense contractor or government user with an imperative current or future need to access the most advanced available chip manufacturing technology, reliance on a sole Taiwanese source is a significant national security risk. This reality requires open dialogue with Taiwanese colleagues, not hiding growing concerns away from view. Taking a narrow view, the short-term national security threat may look less severe than the economic risk. Few of these most advanced, Taiwan-only fab chips are currently designed into fielded weapons platforms. By contrast, the most advanced fielded IT products and services currently being sold by cutting-edge U.S. information tech companies are, or will be, entirely dependent on TSMC chips fabbed in Taiwan. But over the long term, the national security risk is even graver than the economic threat. Because of the rapid recent development of AI capabilities and a pressing need to incorporate powerful new information technology, making use of AI into U.S. defense systems, and because none of the next generation of most advanced leading-edge fabrication capacity will be physically located in the United States, where production priorities in times of dire U.S. national emergency are potentially subject to Defense Production Act, DPA authorities. Gelsinger's language may have been undiplomatic, but unfortunately, it accurately describes a supply chain risk that America in the last few years has been taking very seriously. TSMC's Chong, on the other hand, ignores legitimate U.S. national security interests when he suggests that Intel should abandon its foundry business, which will compete with TSMC's, and focus on designing successful AI chips, locking it into a pure TSMC customer role. The fact is that the United States has no fundamental national security interest in assuring the survival of Intel products, Intel's chip design business, which aspires to compete against the many other US-based companies designing and selling both AI-related chips and AI services, making use of these chips, as well as computer processors, CPUs, graphic processor units, GPUs, and customized accelerator chips used for AI, networking, and other logic and systems chips. In contrast, the United States has an overwhelming national security interest in ensuring that DoD and its contractors have access to a U.S.-located foundry that can develop and use cutting-edge manufacturing technology to produce advanced AI accelerator chip designs and other advanced chips now and into the future. Making Intel Foundry a success is the only current option that assures U.S. access to a U.S.-located leading-edge chip manufacturing technology development and production capability should supply chains in East Asia be obstructed by military action. This situation could change if U.S.-Taiwan security discussions were to frankly and explicitly address the vulnerability of global supply chains running through Taiwan to military pressure from China. To guarantee that Taiwan's own military forces can replenish their armaments in the face of military pressure from China, as a quid pro quo for U.S. commitments to assist Taiwan with its defense, Taiwan should be willing to take steps to assure U.S. access to the most advanced chip manufacturing technology developed at TSMC, under scenarios that reduce or interrupt output from TSMC's Taiwan fabs, to be counted as a reliable sole source for critical components needed by the U.S. defense industrial base. TSMC should be willing to both develop the next generation of leading-edge technology and manufacture using the current generation of advanced chip manufacturing technology within high-volume North American facilities, in parallel with any Taiwan-located development and production facilities. In other words, the only circumstance under which TSMC, the leading-edge monopoly chip company, can truly de-risk its status as a sole source supplier to U.S. chip design groups is if TSMC has U.S.-located development and production capacity that mirrors leading-edge capabilities now only present in Taiwan. Nevertheless, this commitment likely will require further U.S. subsidy, as well as changes to Taiwanese laws to make it an economically viable proposition. In addition, TSMC's rich talent base and huge chip production infrastructure lock it into its Taiwan location for a long time to come, even if it is now building essentially 2 follow-on plants in the United States which will produce at levels lagging well behind TSMC's fabs in Taiwan. These are significant barriers to meeting U.S. security needs. Nonetheless, a realistic security dialogue with Taiwan and TSMC should commence. But a successful and healthy leading-edge Intel Foundry realistically remains the only current policy option that deserves U.S. public subsidy on both national security and economic security, supply chain risk, grounds. In 2022, motivated by these glaring national security considerations, Congress passed and funded, with bipartisan support, the CHIPS Act, providing $39 billion in grants, $75 billion in loan guarantees, and $24 billion in tax incentives for new semiconductor fab construction in the United States, plus $11 billion for semiconductor R&D. The funding has helped leverage private sector investment in a series of new fabs being built in the United States, including 4 by Intel in Arizona and Ohio, 2 by TSMC in Phoenix, and 2 by Samsung in Texas. Overall, the federal commitment has helped leverage an estimated $834 billion in private sector investment in U.S.-located fabs, although these numbers have slipped slightly in recent months because of a post-COVID decline in computer central processing unit, CPU, demand. CHIPS Act-driven investments may nudge the share of world chip output produced in the United States up from 12 to 15 to 20%. The CHIPS Act obviously marks a dramatic change in the U.S. government's attitude to semiconductor plant financing. It is a clear defense industrial policy. It is important to keep it in perspective, however. China has $142 billion in government financing either underway or planned, and has more fabs under construction than any other nation. Europe has its own CHIPS effort with $46 billion, and Korea, Japan, and Taiwan are all making major investments. This brings us back to the geopolitics surrounding Intel. Both TSMC and Samsung retain the great majority of their advanced chipmaking in their own home countries and will continue to do so. In fact, Taiwan has established regulations preventing next-generation chips from TSMC from being produced outside of Taiwan, in an effort to assure that advanced chip production leadership stays in Taiwan, and perhaps creating a tech hostage that the United States will be compelled to defend. For new fabs in the United States from TSMC and Samsung may help through 2030 in assuring DoD access to recent generation advanced chips, but will not provide access to the next round of the most advanced chips. These new fabs do not fully solve the U.S. national security problem and do not solve potential supply chain security problems in an era when economic or supply chain security is a vital component of national security. With chips in everything, if TSMC production collapsed after an invasion, the effect on the U.S. economy would be prompt and dramatic. Over the longer term, the threat to U.S. national security from a Chinese takeover of Taiwan would be even more profound, arising from two factors that are rarely discussed when this issue is considered. First, while close to half of human chip designers are physically located in the United States, about 20% are located in Taiwan, historically facilitated by convenient local availability of foundry capacity. Though the U.S. share of chip design revenue and its ability to train designers to meet demand have slipped in recent years, chip design capability remains a crown jewel in the U.S. technology industrial base. As we emphasize below, from a security perspective, those Taiwanese chip designers are a human resource as or perhaps even more important than the physical fab capacity in Taiwan that is producing the world's most advanced chips. Second, TSMC in Taiwan possesses or is able to access 40 years of chip design information for the many chip designs or tapeouts supplied to it by its many customers throughout the world. In a doomsday worst-case scenario, if TSMC's tangible and intangible assets were to become subject to China's 2017 National Intelligence Law, then the Chinese government could compel access to those decades of tapeouts as critical to China's national security. The tapeout for a chip, combined with relevant information in the TSMC Process Development Kit (PDK) for that chip, could be used to first reverse engineer a mapping of transistors and their connections as implemented in the chip, a netlist. And combining that, in turn, with some expert engineering knowledge, the logical and functional design of a chip could ultimately be deciphered. If, as we believe to be the case, current generation AI technology has already demonstrated that chip design tools can be trained with more and better chip design information to further automate the costly process of chip design, then the decades of chip design tapeouts in TSMC's cyberspace vaults are an extremely valuable database that could ultimately be used to engineer leaps forward in application of AI models to chip design. Rapid and inexpensive AI-assisted chip design has the potential to both greatly reduce cost and accelerate the insertion of leading-edge chip designs into both military and commercial applications. Access to the accumulated inventory of chip tapeouts used in the manufacture of chips by TSMC, by far the largest foundry in the world, past and present, could prove as or more valuable than the physical TSMC fabs located in Taiwan. As the only U.S. firm in a practical position to build leading-edge chip production capability in the U.S. within a realistic time horizon, Intel is no longer just another U.S. private sector company. Given the geopolitics, it's a different animal. The United States, as a matter of national security, has a significant stake in the survival and success of the leading-edge Intel Foundry entity that Intel has created. Given its massive fab infrastructure and R&D capability, it is not replicable in any reasonable time frame by another U.S. firm. Its former American chip competitors have long since pulled out of the advanced chip manufacturing competition. This brings us to the changing economics of producing leading-edge chips, why we think Gelsinger's strategic analysis is fundamentally correct, and what the U.S. should be doing to maximize not just Intel's, but all U.S. semiconductor companies' technological lead within a rapidly changing global economy. We will address these issues in detail in a future article. Clear-eyed analysis of the path forward for America's struggling national champion, Intel, is required, along with a broader approach to rebuilding the U.S. semiconductor manufacturing sector. It is important to recognize that the CHIPS Act is a stopgap measure. It assures some production in the United States of the pending generation of advanced chip processes, but not the following generations of chips. It was a one-time law, The authorization runs out in 2027, and the funding for constructing new fabs is already committed. The U.S. semiconductor challenge is a long-term one, and this was an important but decidedly short-term fix. Continued financing is not the only need. Major longer-term initiatives backed by DoD are needed in areas such as leveraging AI to radically reduce the cost of advanced semiconductor designs, and for post-CMOS R&D. Both offer technology leap-ahead opportunities of first-rank importance. DoD also needs to integrate its current R&D and design efforts with programs evolving at the Commerce Department into a single, coherent national initiative. Recapturing a leadership role in advanced chips will not be easy or cheap. But the national security implications of failing to do so are profound and disturbing. The defense industrial crisis that must be addressed is upon us. Recently departed Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger has characterized the former U.S. chip manufacturing champion's problems as resulting from a fundamental qualitative shift in the economics of leading-edge chip manufacturing for which Intel and U.S. national security interests were unprepared. We agree with his diagnosis and will elaborate on it before proposing measures to address the current defense industrial crisis. The essence of the current problem was captured in Intel's 2024 internal production structure. Intel was unable to manufacture its most complex advanced chip products on internal Intel fabrication lines. It instead had to send them off to Taiwan for fabrication by what is effectively a sole source firm for leading-edge silicon, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, TSMC. In June 2023, some 20 to 25% of the silicon packaged in Intel chips was fabricated externally. A year ago, in April 2024, that share had risen to roughly 30%. Intel long integrated chip fabrication with chip design but began moving away from that model with a unit for design and a unit for chip fabrication. The split of fabrication without design is known as a foundry model and was pioneered by TSMC. Intel's most advanced chip designers in its newly formed Intel Products unit now practically function as a fabless chip design house. Intel Products was essentially funding a competitor to Intel Foundry, its new chip fabrication unit, when it paid high TSMC profit margins on the leading-edge silicon used in 100% of its most advanced processor, GPU, and AI accelerator chips. The same alarming degree of dependence on a sole Taiwanese source for all leading-edge chips is also evident at other U.S. electronic system design businesses, namely leading tech firms like NVIDIA, Qualcomm, AMD, Apple, Google, Amazon, and Meta. The political and business risks arising from a sole source of supply, as described in our last article, have become evident to the largest customers for these chips, and they are now considering efforts of their own to establish second sources in a somewhat less risky location. NVIDIA and Qualcomm, respectively, the number 1 and 2 U.S. fabless chip designers in terms of sales, at $61 and $39 billion in 2024 revenues, were reportedly considering shifting a significant portion of their 2-nanometer chip designs from TSMC to Samsung Foundry, despite issues earlier this year with wafer fabrication yields, which translate into higher cost per non-defective chip. A clear-eyed business assessment, it seems, recognizes that having more than a single monopoly supplier is a supply chain characteristic worth paying for. The willingness of the very largest chip customers to invest in what is effectively a public good is notable. A more competitive and geographically diversified industrial structure, producing lower prices and less interruptible supplies for chip users, can be framed as a type of public good, since other free-rider advanced chip customers will also benefit economically from cheaper chip prices with less likelihood of costly political military interruption. As with other public goods, like national security, economic logic supports a role for government in ensuring enough geographical and industrial diversification is provided. This leads us to a discussion of chip fabrication economics. Economies of scale are the fundamental economic force reshaping industrial structure in leading-edge chip fabrication. For context, note that at the peak of its market power in the global computer processor, CPU, market in the third quarter of 2014, Intel alone produced a record 100 million x86 processors. x86 is Intel's famous foundational architecture and instruction set for computer processors, implying an annual Intel production rate of somewhere between 300 and 400 million processors. 4 Using that era's leading-edge manufacturing technology, the production of that many processors filled multiple Intel fabs. Post-COVID sales of all x86 processors, however, including chips sold by both Intel and its competitor Advanced Micro Devices AMD, dropped to roughly the 60 to 70 million range per quarter in 2022 and 2023, or around 240 to 280 million a year. This was due to a number of causes. A slowdown in Moore's law-driven processor price declines, resulting in longer x86 PC service lives and diminishing replacement demand. Apple replacing its x86 Intel processors with its internally developed Macintosh computer processor designs in 2020. And adaptation by Microsoft of its Windows operating system code to use ARM processors. Since AMD had a rising share of the x86 market, this represents a drop in Intel processor volumes of perhaps 30 to 50% from its peak a decade before. Intel's economic pain from this reduced demand for its core chip product, x86 processors, was amplified by substantial increases in the minimum efficient scale for volume production at recent technology nodes. This, coupled with soaring costs for cutting-edge extreme ultraviolet EUV-based fabrication lines, is the qualitative shift in the economics of leading-edge chip fabrication referenced in Gelsinger's April 2024 analysis, cited in our last article. Hard numbers on foundry manufacturing economics are scarce, but TSMC's public presentations emphasize a large role for scale economies in lowering unit manufacturing costs. These scale economies are driven by the fixed costs of very expensive capital equipment, like EUV patterning equipment, and amortizing its cost over the lifetime of a fab. Typically, fabs run around the clock to squeeze maximum output from these costly fixed capital investments. When, inevitably, an EUV machine goes offline for maintenance or repair, production throughput declines, unless there is spare underutilized capacity to fill the gap. The costs of maintaining spare capacity to fill in for both random equipment failures and scheduled interruptions to production is going to be lower, as a percentage share of investment requirements, for a very large capacity fab with many such costly machines, than for a small fab with a handful of the most costly machines, which turn into production bottlenecks in the event of equipment failure. For very large capacity fabs, the overhead cost of maintaining sufficient spare capacity to offset random equipment failures is a much smaller share of overall fab cost than for very small fabs. Also, so-called learning economies are going to be greater in a large-scale fabrication facility than on a small-scale production line. Such economies are synonymously called learning by doing or experience curves, where increases in equipment productivity are derived from accumulated production experience that assists in optimizing manufacturing processes and equipment use. This is because cumulative experience with processing wafers will be greater on the higher throughput fabrication line. Since wafer processing experience occurs at the fab line level, both Intel and TSMC have long had some version of a copy exactly strategy. This means that if multiple fabs are producing at a particular technology node, the firm ramps up the process at one fab until higher yields of non-defective chips per wafer are achieved. Then it copies the successful line, both equipment configurations and processing steps, exactly in order to maximize company-wide yields of good, non-defective chips per processed wafer. With larger scale fabs, cycle times, the time from wafer start to finished wafer, will also be lower, fab throughput, successfully processed wafers per month, higher, and processing cost per wafer, including amortization and depreciation cost on the fixed plant and equipment, per unit lower. These elements represent the well-understood techniques and benefits of mass production. It is worth listening to what TSMC, the largest-scale logic chip manufacturer in the world today, has to say about the relationship between scale and the cost of manufacturing logic chips. TSMC has long classified its fabs by production capacity, mini-fabs, with a capacity of roughly 10,300 mm, 12-inch, diameter silicon wafer starts per month, megafabs with roughly 25,000 wafer starts per month capacity, and gigafabs, with capacities to process over 100,000 wafer starts per month. TSMC currently operates 4 such gigafabs, all in Taiwan, which process wafers using a mix of technology nodes ranging from 130 to 3 nanometers. Driven by rising costs for more expensive equipment sets in current generation fabs, the TSMC definition of a gigafab has been upsized over recent decades, from 80,000 wafer starts per month back in 2006 to over 100,000 wafer starts per month in the EUV era. TSMC characterizes operating costs at gigafabs as being low versus high at minifabs, flexibility as being high in gigafabs versus limited in minifabs, and cycle time as short in gigafabs versus long in minifabs. Similar contrasts are drawn for ramp-up agility, presumably meaning the ability to apply experience curve learnings quickly to process and equipment adjustments, and on-time delivery precision. Megafabs are characterized as uniformly medium on all these metrics. Memory chips, both flash memory and DRAM, the largest volume commodity products produced by the semiconductor industry, have long been produced in what would be classified as gigafabs by the handful of remaining memory producers. As is true for logic chips, The scale, in wafer starts per month, of memory chip gigafabs has also been increasing at recent, more costly technology nodes. This increase over recent decades in the minimum efficient scale, where low average production costs are achieved, for a leading-edge fabrication facility is directly related to the increasing concentration visible in fabrication of both leading-edge logic chips and leading-edge memory chips. In addition, the soaring fixed R&D investment requirements demanded for chip design at recent technology nodes have meant that use of the most advanced technology nodes has only been economically feasible for fabless design groups with applications likely to be produced in relatively high volumes. Last man standing. Intel is one of the last survivors in logic and system chips of what used to be the dominant species in the semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem, the integrated device manufacturer IDM. IDMs do both the design and the manufacturing of the chips they sell. The economic argument for being a successful IDM was that if you had a good product, allowing you to seize a large share of the market, you could afford to optimize manufacturing processes for your design. Optimization entailed using the most advanced available technology node, which in turn lowered costs and increased profit margins. As part of a virtuous cycle, more advanced technology nodes also delivered rapidly declining transistor costs, enabling more sophisticated chip designs that delivered higher performance for less expense, thus locking in large market shares and high volumes. That environment gradually disappeared over the last 20 years. As the price tag for a high-volume, low-cost gigafab at the most advanced technology node soared to astronomical levels, currently $20 to $30 billion, IDMs with smaller market shares ceased to be IDMs. Or they became instead specialized IDMs, using fabrication processes tuned to niche designs and markets where use of the most advanced technology node with the smallest feature sizes conferred little or no technical or economic advantage. The largest U.S. IDMs of the 1970s and early 1980s, Texas Instruments and Motorola, took the specialized IDM route as the semiconductor world changed in the 21st century. Texas Instruments became a specialized IDM for analog, linear, and signal processing chips, and a fabless design house for leading-edge logic and system chips. Motorola exited the semiconductor business in 2003 entirely, spinning off its semiconductor operations into a specialized IDM, Freescale, which focused on automotive, industrial, and communications markets. It merged in 2015 with another specialized IDM, NXP, which was in turn descended from the older IDM, Philips. Intel has been the sole de facto U.S. national champion in leading-edge logic chip manufacturing since 2010. Its domestic x86 rival, AMD, went fabless in 2008 after having sold off its chip manufacturing business to the Abu Dhabi government, which created the firm Global Foundries from it. IBM divested its microelectronics operations to Global Foundries in 2015. Global Foundries' most advanced logic technology node remained at a 12-nanometer process, comparable to other foundries' 10-nanometer processes. It retains 2 fabs in the United States and others in Germany and Singapore, but has dropped out of the market for the most advanced logic chips. The other remaining U.S. chip-making IDM, Micron, makes memory chips, DRAM and flash, and focuses on design and new product niches, such as mobile and high-bandwidth memory. So, it is not a participant in the advanced logic chips contest. Other large U.S. chip firms, i.e., Qualcomm, NVIDIA, AMD, are fabless, use foundry firms like TSMC or Global Foundries to make their chips, and base their business strategies on superior designs. Thus, if the Department of Defense, DoD, needs access to a U.S.-based manufacturer of advanced logic chips, there is nowhere else to turn other than Intel Foundry. Intel's current problems are in part linked to the relentless increase in fabrication equipment costs at every new technology node, as well as to the increasing volume of production needed to reach minimum efficient scale at the new nodes. In 2014, Intel's dominant market position gave it massive volume that was produced at multiple Intel fabs, using the copy-exactly strategy Intel invented in the 1980s. But by 2023, Intel's annual x86 processor volumes appear to have dropped 30 to 50%, to 190 to 230 million sold annually. Even more important were new processor architectures developed by ARM, a UK firm founded in 1990, which are now used in a wide variety of products, from mobile phones, tablets, Chromebooks, and even PCs, to RISC processors from system companies produced by foundries, to new processor designs and AI chips developed internally by former Intel customers like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. These products began displacing Intel chips and amplified a general shift toward mobile computing systems less tethered to the Intel x86 processor architecture, which had not originally been developed with power efficiency in mind. In 2014, Intel needed to distribute its processor production across multiple leading-edge fabs. By 2023, Intel would have had problems filling a single cost-efficient leading-edge gigafab with its diminished processor volumes. At 100,000 wafers per month, gigafab might be chunking out roughly 262 million processors annually, compared with actual Intel processor sales of perhaps 190 to 230 million. Intel now desperately needed additional chip products that could be big hits in the marketplace, with volumes of hundreds of millions of units, in order to justify investments in an efficient, low-cost, leading-edge gigafab for purely internal use. Conceptually, it is possible to visualize scenarios in which Intel could have entered 2023 with sales of new products in volumes that could have filled that gigafab. Gelsinger, in a November 2023 video interview, supported this position when he gave his analysis of Intel's three big misses in recent years: missing the mobile wave, fumbling AI, and an internal Intel bias against taking steps needed to create a great foundry. The first two of Gelsinger's misses, mobile device processors and AI chips, are applications that could clearly have joined with mainstream computing processors to fill an Intel Logic gigafab in 2023. Such a development could have prolonged its status as the last remaining traditional logic chip IDM. Memory chips are also used in mobile devices and AI accelerators, so memory volumes have continued to grow at high rates. Divided among the small number of remaining memory chip producers, sales volumes are still large enough to support the memory chip IDM's gigafabs. The story of how Intel missed mobile by rejecting Apple's request that it develop a new kind of chip for its new iPhone is now often retold. Less so its fumbling of the AI opportunity by canceling an AI chip project Gelsinger led, leading him to quit Intel for the first time. Both stories are about strategic errors committed by Intel's top management and board of directors over the decade and a half in which Intel was managed by CEOs less focused on technological advances. But there were even earlier signals of problems. We would argue that, in the early 2000s, Intel began to stray from the vision of its legendary early leaders Robert Noyce, Gordon Moore, and Andy Grove, who focused on fielding the most technically advanced, complex, and capable products on the market. In the 1980s and early 1990s, under Andy Grove as CEO, Craig Barrett, a former Stanford professor with a technical background, successfully led the resurgence of Intel in chip manufacturing, recapturing a leading position in chip fabrication technology. Barrett spearheaded Intel's copy-exactly fab strategy. But after Barrett had moved into the CEO position in the mid-1990s, Intel missed out on being first with an important processor design innovation: the move from a 32-bit architecture to a 64-bit architecture. Intel's x86 competitor AMD had been the first to define and market a 64-bit extension of the x86 architecture. AMD initially gained significant market share with new 64-bit processors that sold well against Intel's 32-bit products. Intel had also misfired technically during this period by pursuing an x86 architectural alternative, the Pentium for netburst architecture, that relied on steadily increasing clock rates, the operating frequency at which a processor performs computations, to improve performance. Simply increasing clock rates could not be maintained for long stretches, due to thermal, heat dissipation, limitations on running ever denser transistors per area of silicon processors at ever faster speeds. Intel was ultimately forced to abandon the Pentium 4 architecture around 2006, when Intel released its first processor using its core architecture, utilizing multiple CPUs cores on a single chip and therefore executing more instructions per clock at a lower clock rate than netburst. The budding success of AMD, capitalizing on its lead in 64-bit processors in the early 2000s, prompted Barrett and his successor Paul Otellini to counterattack. Since superior products were not immediately available, they opted instead for a program of massive financial rebates to personal computer makers intended to reward them for using Intel processors exclusively in their mainstream products and limiting the use of AMD processors to a small share of their shipments. This costly attempt to create and defend monopoly power through an intricately constructed system of rebates and financial initiatives, rather than simply shipping better products, ultimately attracted the attention of antitrust regulators in the United States and the European Union, as well as a private antitrust lawsuit from AMD. Intel was found guilty by the EU and fined €1 billion. The large EU fine was ultimately annulled in 2024, but the case continued with battles over a smaller fine. AMD and New York State antitrust suits were settled in 2009 and 2012, respectively, with AMD receiving $1.25 billion from Intel The connection to Intel's current woes is that the first decade of the 21st century was a distracting one for Intel management. The firm's resources and managerial attention were diverted into sales and marketing initiatives aimed at defending an entrenched position of market power. The company had lost its singular focus on technical innovation that had been its hallmark under Noyce, Moore, and Grove's early vision for Intel. The story behind Gelsinger's third miss, its failure to build a great foundry, was no less reflective of the firm's gradual slide into a culture of unfocused diversification. In 2013, Intel made its first venture into offering custom foundry services to external customers using its 14-nanometer process. A small number of customers responded with orders, but costs were high and spread over a small volume. In the face of continuing delays in introducing its follow-on 10-nanometer technology, Intel management shut down the effort in 2018. The latest attempt by Intel to create a great foundry has had trouble getting off the ground since it was launched in 2021. Intel's new IDM 2.0 approach was announced by Gelsinger in 2021, but Intel, even though it now has a foundry unit, remained a device designer as well as a maker. Potential customers have understandable fears that an Intel foundry might prioritize Intel-designed wafers over their own in scheduling wafer starts. Potential clients also have fears that information about their wafer fabrication orders, if available to top Intel management, might provide Intel with valuable strategic information about their success or failure in manufacturing and marketing new products, useful in making decisions about launching competitive Intel designs. Sharing intellectual property is also an issue. Potential customers might reasonably fear that Intel would gain insights from troubleshooting their design's manufacturing issues and use those insights to compete against them. The internal bias against a great foundry probably also included Intel's own internal chip design mentality. The firm struggled with requests for special treatment or special cost chargebacks for wafers originating in high-priority internal design projects. Intel manufacturing practice tended to view chip fabrication as a captive service arm centered on Intel's own internal design group priorities. Point 26. In contrast, under TSMC's foundry model, its customers use TSMC's Process Development Kit, PDK, at their own cost and risk, and TSMC stays completely out of the design business. In 2024, in an attempt to deal with this problem, Intel began the separation of its design business, Intel Products, from its newly stood-up Intel Foundry. The latter was slated to become an independent subsidiary with substantial autonomy, complete with its own board, bylaws, and operating structure. This action was intended to provide foundry services for chip design firms with stronger protection for both their intellectual property and sensitive business information. Intel also announced at the same time a major new foundry customer, Amazon Web Services, the leading cloud computing provider, which is set to use Intel Foundry to manufacture chips, including customized server devices, a multi-billion-dollar arrangement. While these steps mark progress for Intel, it has not yet reached the bottom line. Intel may need to go a step further and spin off Intel Foundry and Intel Products into separate corporations to address the needs of external foundry customers for reassurance about their priority in allocating manufacturing resources and the security of their information, both IP and strategic business information related to products and order volumes. Intel Foundry and Intel Products should be entities with a legal obligation to deal with each other at arm's length, if both companies are to succeed. Nevertheless, it is difficult to spin off Intel Foundry, with its massive inventory of production fabs and associated workforce, without a secure and substantial customer base outside Intel, something that has yet to materialize. Former Intel CEO Barrett has argued against the full separation, suggesting that if Intel can again offer the best chips, customers will put aside some of their separation concerns. Some argue there are also potential gains that would be lost in a split, in design for manufacturing capability and in production cost, speed, and quality from more integrated operations. These were effectively the same arguments made for the IDM model during its heyday. The verdict of economic history appears to have been delivered already, however. The choice between cost benefits from aggregating multiple customers, to reap gains from steadily increasing economies of scale in ever more costly leading-edge fabs, versus gains from the internal optimization of fabrication processes, to reduce costs for a single chip designer's proprietary designs, has by now become clear. The weight of the numbers shows that the economic winner is cost-effective fabrication of many different logic chip designs using standardized fabrication processes in a gigascale foundry. Requiring customers to drop their concerns over handing over IP and manufacturing information to a potential competitor also puts Intel Foundry at a competitive disadvantage. Remaining financial connections, however, between Intel Foundry and Intel products are likely create complex short-term transition issues. It should be emphasized that Intel products, by necessity, has already begun to function as a fabless design company in many respects. The 30% of Intel wafers being fabricated externally in 2024 required Intel designers to use industry-standard design tools and formats, as well as standardized PDKs from TSMC and other foundries, rather than proprietary internal Intel design processes. Intel likely needs to go the last mile and make Intel products and Intel Foundry entirely separate entities that deal with one another at arm's length in order to solve its transition problem, once it achieves a scale-up of its 18A production. This logic is quite different from Wall Street pressure to boost short-term investor returns by breaking up Intel and selling off its pieces, including possibly to TSMC. The standard Wall Street, chop-it-up stratagem would leave the defense chip industrial base problem unsolved, while exacerbating the potential chip manufacturing monopoly problem faced by U.S. chip designers. Intel Foundry is currently the less technologically challenged of the two Intel units. It seems to be on the cusp of delivering a leading-edge volume chip manufacturing technology, its 18A process, at scale. Intel's use of the most advanced available chip patterning technology, high numerical aperture EUV lithography, and its first-to-market introduction of backside power delivery, which TSMC has not yet implemented, in its new manufacturing processes could deliver Intel Foundry a substantive competitive advantage. Yet it still faces the economic challenge of finding enough foundry customers to reach a cost-efficient scale for its manufacturing operations in a capital-intensive business that demands continuing large-scale investments to stay competitive. As we previously argued, there is no national security rationale for subsidizing Intel products, which has numerous successful U.S. chip design competitors. Intel products currently lags multiple U.S. peers in supplying competitive, power-efficient AI, GPU, CPU, and mobile communications designs. Intel Foundry is another matter. With Intel clearly behind in fabricating advanced chips, Pat Gelsinger was brought back to Intel as CEO to rescue the company in 2021. He bet big. He embarked on a $100 billion, high-risk strategy to bring Intel back to a leadership position. He knew it would take years, if it could be done. He created the new foundry model within Intel. He pushed for advanced chip development for new 20A and 18A chips, and he poured billions into the construction of 4 huge new fabs in Ohio and Arizona to make them. He secured $7.8 billion in direct federal assistance for the new fabs, in addition to $11 billion in guaranteed loans and investment tax credits under the CHIPS Act, on top of a further $3 billion from DoD for a secure enclave to make DoD chips. Added to this were funding commitments from the EU, customer prepayments for access to Intel's 18A technology node, and investments in new Intel fab lines from private financial partners, with Intel reportedly accessing over $50 billion in external capital commitments. Gelsinger negotiated with ASML, the Netherlands-based maker of advanced EUV lithography equipment, for the first of their next generation of EUV equipment for the new fabs. These were the steps needed to enable an Intel transformation. But the wave of investments left Intel with a near-term capital cost of $16 billion a year. None of this would see returns for years. Chip markets are often cyclical, and in 2023, after a boom during COVID, the market for CPU chips declined. In August 2024, Intel announced it was laying off 17,000 workers, 15% of its workforce, and stopping all non-essential work. It canceled its 20A chip project to focus on its 18A chip fabrication process. It posted the largest loss in its history in the third quarter of 2024, $16 billion, writing off several losing projects. Although its revenue exceeded expectations, it subsequently pushed back the schedule for its new plants in Ohio and Arizona. The 18A chipmaking process remains a linchpin for Intel's future. 36. It is too early to declare 18A a success or failure, but the massive resources already sunk into this strategy, by Intel, its private investment partners and customers, and by the U.S. government, make a certain amount of patience a reasonable ask from both financial markets and the Intel board. Chip fabrication in a foundry is a capital-intensive business with large-scale economies. There are high margins only at leading-edge technology nodes, where there are few competitors and considerable pricing power. TSMC's uniquely high profitability as a foundry is built on its market power for leading-edge fabrication capability. It is also built on significant subsidies to its large capital investments that are provided by the government of Taiwan. Chips fabricated in the United States currently account for 12% of the global chip market, and the United States currently mass produces none of the most advanced chips. This shift in production capacity out of the United States has been driven in large part by financial support provided by foreign governments to their semiconductor sectors. Semiconductors are the most automated manufacturing sector in the world, so labor costs are only a small part of production costs. But capital costs are enormous. The most advanced EUV fabs can now cost $30 billion or more. Given this scale, government financing is key. China, Taiwan, Korea, and Japan all provide major subsidies in various forms, which the U.S. government made no attempt to match prior to the CHIPS Act. As a result, no new leading-edge logic fabs were built in the United States for some 13 years, until 2024. The stakes for U.S. national security in Intel's survival are high because new kinds of warfare are evolving that will require assured access to the most advanced chips. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, autonomous drones, and advanced data centers all now demand leading-edge chips to maintain a technological advantage. There is no readily available alternative to making Intel's transformation plans work. The 18-chip manufacturing process is central to solving this security dilemma, so further patience and support may be needed to ensure its success. The federal government's investments in Intel to date give it leverage to try to ensure that Gelsinger's successors make the firm's transformation work. Intel Foundry is not really a case of too big to fail. It is a case of too intertwined with national security to fail. There are no other U.S. company alternatives to Intel Foundry. The capital costs of entering advanced chip manufacturing, R&D, and production are staggering. The technology challenges and risks are massive, and all of Intel's former U.S. competitors have by now exited advanced chip making. The national security imperative requires that the U.S. government backstop Intel Foundry, since that is the only place where assured access to the most advanced chips is going to happen if worst-case security contingencies materialize. In contrast, national security does not require support for Intel products, which is just one of many U.S. entities with the capability to design leading-edge chips. The United States has imposed a series of export control regulations in an attempt to block China's access to advanced chips and the equipment needed to make them. Unfortunately, the history of such controls suggests that they are likely to be effective only in the short run, at best, for eventually technology disseminates. In the meantime, China and Russia have been making systematic and at least partially successful attempts to get around semiconductor export controls. The only real solution to maintaining a defense technology edge is to invest in securing an ongoing position at the outer perimeter of the technological frontier. And it is hard to see how the United States does this without reinvigorating Intel Foundry capabilities along the lines that Gelsinger was aiming for. Gelsinger's overall plan showed considerable signs of progress before the Intel board apparently lost patience. Intel manufacturing went from being 2 generations behind TSMC when Gelsinger arrived in 2021 to 1 generation behind in 2024. Intel's current GPU and AI accelerator product designs are also looking more competitive in the low and mid-range segments of these markets. DoD, therefore, may have to think the unthinkable and consider further steps to shore up Intel and wring needed benefits from the capital investments already sunk into Intel's new chip production lines. It has already started to move in this direction with an award of up to $3 billion to Intel for a secure enclave to produce chips for DoD in a secure domestic supply chain for advanced chips. Aside from DoD, major U.S. tech companies like NVIDIA, Qualcomm, IBM, Microsoft, Google, Meta, etc., have a critical stake in retaining a major U.S. leading-edge chip fabricator and de-risking their current sole-source Taiwan supply chain for cutting-edge products. They are much better off with a competitive advanced chip market in lieu of a monopoly supplier. As noted above, Amazon has already stepped up to the plate with a long-term, potentially multi-billion contract with Intel's Foundry for advanced chips for its cloud computing services. DoD should help assemble a coalition of the willing of fabless U.S. tech firms, including Intel products, to commit to contracts and/or take stakes in a spun-off Intel Foundry. Alternatively, a merger between the currently constituted Intel and another U.S. semiconductor firm might be possible. Trump administration officials have reportedly been in talks with TSMC about purchasing Intel Foundry, possibly in a joint venture with NVIDIA, Broadcom, and AMD. But this seems to have met an appropriately cool reception in various circles. Talks, however, have been held between CEOs of the two firms. Absorbing the only U.S. leading-edge chip fabrication alternative into TSMC would lock TSMC's monopoly power in place, while doing little to ensure that future advanced R&D and production capability would remain available onshore. Likewise, acquisition of Intel Foundry by another U.S. semiconductor producer that did not guarantee support for future R&D and capital investment would do nothing to address the ongoing defense industrial crisis. If the government intervened, this would not be the first time the United States has acted to sustain critically positioned firms. Federal bailouts began in 1792 when the first Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, authorized securities purchases to avoid a crash. More recently, during the 1979 energy crisis, Congress, with the support of the Carter administration, stepped in to support Chrysler. In 2008, to avoid a second Great Depression, the Bush administration provided $426 billion to major financial firms through its Troubled Assets Relief Program. Some $17 billion was additionally provided by President Bush to salvage bankrupt U.S. automakers in the same period. Under a capital purchase program, the federal government acquired $205 billion in shares of financial firms, so they could continue to provide liquidity during this crisis. These efforts were not politically popular. Many resented the too-big-to-fail doctrine behind them, but they were likely crucial to a recovery, providing bridge financing with virtually all of it repaid over time. Intel is not operating in a fading industry destined for decline. Leading-edge semiconductor producers are assured of an expanding market for the foreseeable future. And this is not simply a subsidy story. From an economic perspective, entry, or in Intel's case, re-entry, by another leading-edge chipmaker in addition to TSMC creates externalities, increased competition and innovation, producing better products at lower prices benefiting U.S. chip users, economic benefits not fully captured by the entrant, that justify a subsidy to entry, i.e., an industrial policy, on economic grounds. In parallel to Intel foundry support, the United States also needs to engage in a much-needed dialogue with Taiwan and TSMC. In the first Trump administration, Commerce and State Department officials insisted that TSMC locate plants in the United States, so this is not a new idea. TSMC should only receive continued federal support if it commits to U.S.-located mirrors for leading-edge process development and production fabrication capabilities undertaken in Taiwan. A similar dialogue may not be needed with Samsung. Samsung is reportedly developing cutting-edge technology in its subsidized U.S. facilities, while TSMC is not, among other reasons perhaps, because of Taiwan's Silicon Shield tech hostage laws. This needs to change. On February 13, 2025, President Trump announced his intention to impose a 25% tariff on U.S. semiconductor imports. He allowed a temporary reprieve, but tariffs still hit U.S. semiconductor equipment makers. Tariffs would create enormous short-term economic shocks for chip-consuming electronic equipment industries located in the United States. One supply chain analysis firm estimated that of about 2.9 million semiconductor parts used by U.S. electronic equipment producers, only about 4% had U.S. country of origin availability. Creating new semiconductor fabs in the United States to replace more costly imports would take many years, not months, if it were to happen. The more interesting question is whether the short-term economic pain inflicted on chip-using, U.S.-located electronic equipment manufacturers would be offset by long-term economic gain via chip suppliers relocating manufacturing operations to the United States to avoid these tariffs. On this question, little speculation is required. The European Community, EC, imposed a steep 17% tariff on semiconductors in the 1960s, which continued through the 1970s and 1980s. Tariffs on electronic circuit boards, containing chips, and electronic equipment, containing circuit boards, were much lower, creating a considerable incentive for electronic equipment manufacturers to move their manufacturing operations offshore to gain access to less expensive semiconductor inputs. That is precisely what happened. At the same time, leading-edge chip producers, then a sea of American faces, set up subsidiaries in Europe to supply European electronic equipment manufacturers selling into a protected European market. Some of these were chip fabrication plants, but more were assembly and test facilities importing foreign-made silicon and completing the finished chips in a European location. By the mid-1970s, the net result was a European market where chips were priced substantially above US and Japanese levels. Unsurprisingly, the European share of sales in global markets for these components dropped sharply as European prices increased. Starting in the late 1970s, struggling European computer and electronics producers began asking national authorities to suspend chip tariffs on a case-by-case basis, to allow them to produce their products at a cost-competitive level with imports, and to make them more viable in global export markets. Use of these tariff suspensions became so widespread that the average collected duty on imported semiconductors in the EC fell by 2/3, to 5 to 6%. Thus, European chip tariffs ultimately strengthened the power of administrative state functionaries considerably, as they struggled to reduce negative long-term economic policy fallout from a tariff-centered industrial policy. These trade policies did little, however, to improve the competitive fortunes of European electronic equipment producers and the European computer industry, a strategic sector from a European defense industrial perspective, continued its long-term decline. European governments had better luck with large-scale national technology investments. In the 1980s, Dutch electronics producer Philips and German producer Siemens participated in a billion-dollar semiconductor technology megaproject, one-third funded by their national governments, that led to Siemens successfully entering the memory chip, DRAM, business. Siemens's DRAM-producing subsidiary, Infineon, later spun off into Commanda, was a major player in global markets. After 2008, when the economic fallout from the global financial crisis triggered a major global consolidation and restructuring in the DRAM business, both Commanda and many of its Taiwanese DRAM manufacturing partners ended up shutting down. Philips chose to invest in technology to produce another type of memory, SRAM, which was still in the process of being incorporated into large-scale logic chips like CPUs, and never commercialized this business. It sold its fabrication technology and intellectual property, including the production line it had set up to manufacture these chips, to a then little-known Taiwanese startup named TSMC, in exchange for cash and a substantial equity share, an asset Philips held until cashing out in 2008. In short, tariffs have a poor track record as an industrial policy tool in critical technology sectors like semiconductors that are highly globalized. If this misguided policy were to be actively pursued in the United States, we would expect U.S. electronic equipment producers to migrate offshore. If this, in turn, stimulated the imposition of U.S. tariffs on electronic capital goods, we would expect capital-intensive electronic service industries, like IT cloud services, to exit the U.S. for offshore locations to reduce their cost disadvantage. None of this would be good for the U.S. defense industrial base. It is important to always remember that high-technology industry is, by its very nature, huge fixed investments in R&D, highly dependent on reaping economies of scale by attracting customers in the largest possible market in order to reduce unit costs. Success in high-tech means selling to foreign friends and allies, who can be expected to demand reciprocal access to the U.S. market for their products. Constructing a new U.S. cost disadvantage will not help the U.S. semiconductor and electronics industries. Steering Intel Foundry onto a path of commercial success is only part of the story. National security goals will only be met if DoD is able to access a viable leading-edge semiconductor manufacturing capability in the future as well. It is economically and technically impossible for DoD to create its own captive leading-edge chip contractors. Defense is far too small a customer to use its purchases to sustain the scale of investment needed for both R&D and future production facilities, or to stay at the technology frontier as it continues shifting forward. And this is a long game. The CHIPS Act authorization runs out in 2027. Steps beyond that need to be considered now along with a sustained R&D effort. In addition to the task of supporting Intel Foundry's commercial success, there is a longer-term financing task. The CHIPS Act is a stopgap measure. It assures some production in the United States of the pending generation of advanced chip processes, but not the following generations of chips. It was a one-time law with the authorization running out, as noted, in 2027, and the funding for new fab construction is already committed. The U.S. semiconductor challenge is a long-term one, and chips was an important but decidedly short-term fix. What will happen when the industry moves to the next chip generation? U.S. fab costs are higher for private investors than in other producer nations, primarily because of government subsidies, and to stay in the game, the United States will have to match those subsidies on an ongoing basis. The U.S. will need more CHIPS Acts over a longer time frame. Yet it is by no means assured that there will be such a program, for President Trump has repeatedly criticized the CHIPS Act and called for its repeal. Aside from the financing provisions, there are also important R&D provisions in the CHIPS Act, which aim to establish the groundwork for ongoing technology advances in semiconductors. While initial funding for this is strong, it too will require reauthorization and future funding. Where does this leave DoD? The programs set up by the CHIPS Act chiefly reside in the Commerce Department and its National Institute for Standards and Technology, NIST, not in DoD. Historically, DoD had always been the leading government actor on semiconductor technology development and policy since the initial invention of the transistor and early days of integrated circuits. But now, except for some modest carve-outs, Congress has given that responsibility to Commerce. DoD, however, retains plenty of authority to undertake future interventions, and with its pressing national security responsibilities and Commerce's recent entry, it needs to define a new approach to its own role. If DoD is to adequately secure future access to a supply chain for leading-edge semiconductor chips, it should contemplate the long-term financing stream needed to subsidize continuing research and development as well as production of the latest technology nodes by U.S.-located commercial foundry companies. Given massive continuing subsidies by foreign governments for chip production, the differential between the United States and competitor nations in chip production costs will not disappear after 2-nanometer production is achieved. For DoD to have assured access to the most advanced chips, competitive financing for chip production facilities will continue to be required into the future, post-CHIPS Act. If the CHIPS Act financing is not renewed or replaced, what can DoD do? While the provisions for $39 billion in grants were the most controversial part of the CHIPS Act, it also provided loan guarantees and investment tax credits for new semiconductor facilities and equipment. The most straightforward solution would be for Congress to beef up these two less controversial financing features. DoD, as a chip customer, makes up less than 1% of the total chip market. It is also a low-volume user of customized chips, the opposite of the high-volume standardized chip demands that dominate the commercial chip market. DoD, therefore, lacks market leverage, and a continued government financing role is necessary. Even if an extension of the loan guarantee and tax incentives does not occur, or if that funding is inadequate, DoD has other potential tools available. It has a new Office of Strategic Capital with Loan Guarantee Authority to help assure DoD access to critical technologies. While still in a pilot stage, it represents a potential funding source to support needed investments in defense industrial base capabilities that should be supported and strengthened. The Defense Production Act, DPA, has also been used to finance technology projects to address DoD industrial base requirements. The DPA permits co-funding investment in industrial technology and production capacity for dual-use goods, with both defense and commercial application. Within the framework of defense procurement contracts, DoD has also used government-owned and company-operated GOCO authority to create partnerships to partially fund facilities that address government industrial needs. Unless the CHIPS Act is renewed, Congress needs to begin creating budgetary lines for the application of these and other DoD authorities, so that alternative approaches are ready when the next generation of leading-edge U.S. fabs are needed in 3 to 5 years. Because the CHIPS Act is predominantly targeting near-term chip technology development needs, and since it may ultimately only be a 5-year program, there is an opportunity for DoD to actively support longer-term projects with major national security synergies. At the very top of that list is the application of AI to chip design. The specialized, targeted accelerator chip designs increasingly used for machine learning and AI confirm that an era of more customized chips is already upon us. Yet dramatically soaring costs for chip design for application-specific ICs, ASICs, manufactured using leading-edge technology, are currently a very high barrier to more generalized industrial use of the most integrated, customized chips. Staggeringly high fixed design costs mean that it makes no economic sense to use leading-edge manufacturing technology on chip designs that, at least initially, will ship only in low to moderate volumes, unless the application places a huge premium on power efficiency or reduced size that justifies a high unit cost. DoD faces a similar problem. Technological superiority in military systems will demand the use of highly integrated, customized chips in military systems produced in relatively low volumes. Using leading-edge chips in these systems will only be affordable if those chips' fixed design costs can be reduced dramatically. The CHIPS Act largely focused on access to advanced fab facilities and production, but absent a game-changing shift, skyrocketing design costs for leading-edge chips remain a silent but critical barrier to exploiting the most advanced technology. DoD's interest in lowering design costs for military-use chips produced in lower volumes is an idea that, if executed and shared with American industrial partners, would have huge economic spillover benefits. Smaller U.S. chip users, including Start UPS and mid-sized firms, as well as giant tech firms trying to reach smaller niche markets, would greatly benefit. Currently, a new leading-edge application chip can cost $1 billion to design, verify, and test, and that cost continues to soar at each new technology node. If the number of chip design engineers required on a 2-year leading-edge chip development project could be reduced from the present level of 300 or 400 down to 30 or 40, a vastly increased set of industrial and defense applications could make use of cutting-edge chips, reducing system size, energy requirements, and increasing performance. An effort to apply AI and other machine learning tools to reduce the human software engineering input required for advanced chip design and could have revolutionary economic consequences. DoD, likely through DARPA, should, therefore, take the U.S. government lead in organizing and funding a flagship project that incorporates the latest AI technology into chip design, in collaboration with the tech industry and universities. Since DoD is increasingly hampered in inserting the specialized chip designs it needs for advanced systems because of high design costs, lowering these costs would provide a major impetus toward adopting advanced technology and improving U.S. weapons systems at an affordable rate. Since industry faces the same problem, a collaborative effort is in order. Indeed, some of the new chip design data being created by Collaborative Chips Act funded design centers and DoD's Microelectronics Commons, involving university, government, and industry partners, could be a rich source of data to train AI models in the design of chips with reduced human input. Congress handed the semiconductor ball, as noted, to Commerce and not to DoD through the CHIPS Act. While Commerce's fab construction funding is now largely committed, its National Semiconductor Technology Center, NSTC, with $11 billion for semiconductor R&D and scale-up funding, is now just getting underway. NatCast, National Center for Advanced Semiconductor Technology, a nonprofit public-private entity, has been formed to operate the NSTC consortium of companies, universities, and research labs in undertaking the semiconductor research and development mission. NatCast has released a strategic plan and has announced 2 new flagship semiconductor R&D hubs. Also awarded is an advanced packaging piloting facility to work on chip packaging and integration technologies. This NSTC effort has the potential to serve as nucleus for a significant U.S. push in semiconductor R&D. DoD has a large stake in the success of the NSTC and should take actions to better align its R&D efforts, as well as better share information with NSTC and its projects. The combined DoD and NSTC R&D hubs could also be a synergistic source of training data for the application of AI to chip design in a DoD-led chip design initiative. 2 projects are currently moving forward at DoD using CHIPS Act funding that are parallel to work initiated by NSTC. They illustrate the need for better integration. DoD's Office of the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering received $2 billion in funding over 5 years under CHIPS to create a microelectronics commons program for a network of industry university R&D hubs across the country focused on semiconductor sector advances, which were selected in September 2023. The effort targeted the midterm, 5-year-plus range, but not the longer term over 10 years. And this technology agenda overlaps with that of the NSTC, which received much greater funding. Since this DoD effort is a midterm effort, it is not in a position to solve the longer-term need for game-changing next-generation technologies. DoD was explicit at the outset that it would not extend the program beyond 5 years. This is a misguided design limit that will surely obstruct this effort in addressing real defense industrial base needs. The separate but overlapping DoD and Commerce R&D programs require collaboration. Also overlapping with Commerce-supported efforts are DoD efforts on 3D heterogeneous integration packaging, technologies that stack multiple chips and interconnect them vertically to improve performance at lower power, using less costly, smaller-sized chips. On November 20, 2023, DARPA announced plans for a new Center for Next-Generation Microelectronics Manufacturing, NGMM, aimed at both research and prototyping. NGMM is funded at $430 million. DoD later selected a university industry consortium to lead the center. In parallel, on the same day as the DoD announcement, NIST announced its own National Advanced Packaging Manufacturing Program, NAP, and funded it with $3 billion from the CHIPS Act. It, too, is embarking on a major packaging and integration initiative with significantly more funding than DARPA's effort. These 4 overlapping DoD and Commerce/NIST programs provide good examples of the need for much closer coordination between the 2 agencies and their initiatives, for the benefit of both agencies, as well as for industry and university research. DoD's need for more secure chips differentiates it from some of NIST's industry-oriented approaches, but coordination of the overlapping agendas remains vital to strengthening the defense industrial base. Since the 1970s, the semiconductor industry has pursued wave after wave of incremental improvements in manufacturing metal oxide semiconductor, MOS, chips, culminating in today's complementary MOS, CMOS, chips. That era is coming to an end. With chip size nodes reaching 3 nanometers, then 2 nanometers, and approaching 1 nanometer, we are running out of room to improve silicon chip scaling. We will need different technological alternatives, and the need to implement such post-CMOS technologies may finally arrive within the next decade. The importance of continuing electronics and computing advances cannot be overstated, for it will have implications in strategic areas like quantum computing and artificial intelligence. The semiconductor industry needs to pursue 3 lines of effort for post-CMOS technologies in order to realize continued performance improvements for microelectronics. 1. More efficient architecture and packaging. 2. New models of computation. And 3. New materials and devices. Many of the potential advances can be implemented when ready and do not depend on continued microelectronics scaling advances. In other words, if such technologies are ready sooner, we don't have to wait to implement them. This longer-term role is one in which DoD is positioned to lead. DARPA would be the logical leader for a post-CMOS R&D initiative given its historical role and success in microelectronics. NSTC may start to satisfy that need over the years, something for which it has CHIPS Act funding, but DoD should participate fully to ensure that its objectives are met and that a longer-term effort can build on NSTC work. For DoD, the purpose of having access to the most advanced silicon manufacturing in the United States is to speed the absorption of new technologies, like AI, new photonic devices, and quantum information technology, into the weapons systems it fields. But investment in access to leading-edge semiconductor fabrication must also be accompanied by an even greater attention to investment in the game-changer post-CMOS technologies that can both transform the nature of warfare as well as strengthen the national industrial base. DoD should fully participate in today's NSTC, but importantly, push to create a new initiative aimed specifically at post-CMOS technology advances. There are other issues that require serious policy attention, including workforce education, funding the modernization of DoD platforms to incorporate advanced chips in its systems, reforming DoD's glacial industrial security regulatory processes, which can delay its access to advanced chips, and coping with threats to the supply chain for legacy chips incorporated into today's systems. But the most urgent agenda is clear: dealing with the defense industrial crisis by securing U.S. access to leading-edge chip manufacturing, a leap forward in application of AI to chip design to reduce costs, investment in keeping our place at the future post-CMOS technological frontier, and a coherent national strategy to organize industry, universities, and the government in a partnership to safeguard both national security and economic prosperity. Semiconductors became critical to national security over 3 decades ago, and their security importance is now essential. New kinds of warfare, the Ukraine war is providing an initial glimpse, will require DoD to shift from relying on legacy chip systems to advanced chip systems. DoD nurtured the early evolution of the sector but became less involved after the end of the Cold War. Because the federal government refused to engage in a subsidy competition to finance the massive costs of new semiconductor fabs, no new leading-edge logic fabs had been built in the United States for over a decade, and no new leading-edge memory fabs for roughly 2 decades before the CHIPS Act. Congress passed the CHIPS Act in recognition of this major security vulnerability. But the CHIPS Act is only authorized for 5 years, expiring in 2027, and it is not at all clear that it will be renewed. Intel's major capital program to renew the company's technology position is also facing challenges, including the departure of the CEO who created the program and the arrival of a new one. Maintaining leadership in semiconductors is a long game, and a renewal of financing support for both R&D and future new fab construction will be needed. Additional support for Intel Foundry in both the short and medium-term horizons has also become a national security issue. There are no real-world alternatives on the table. Continued financing is not the only need. Major longer-term initiatives backed by DoD are needed to utilize AI to radically reduce the cost of advanced semiconductor designs and for post-CMOS R&D. Both areas offer technological game-changing opportunities of first-rank importance. DoD also needs to integrate its current R&D and design efforts with programs evolving at the Commerce Department into a single coherent national initiative. Reversing stagnation and eventually recapturing leadership in advanced chips will not be easy or cheap. Yet the implications for U.S. national security of a failing defense industrial base are too profound and disturbing. The time to act is now. The U.S.-Mexico border is a brutal 2,000-mile stretch, forbidding in its arid climate and its varied but austere landscape. It demarcates 2 disparate economies and ways of life, and it is the site of immense trade and exchange between them. Following Donald Trump's call for a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border, intense controversies have flared over issues surrounding immigration. But another border issue has received comparatively less attention: the drug trade. The U.S.-Mexico border is also a gateway through which drugs, weapons, cartel operatives, and a variety of desperate people pass, one of the most pivotal drug trafficking points in the world. Hundreds of would-be border crossers perish each year, many from extreme heat or cold, drowning, or other physical causes, while some are homicides related to drug smuggling. Far from the border, thousands of Mexicans die each year in cartel-related violence. The drug trade is a vast and elaborate enterprise that has increasingly penetrated every corner of the country. Mexican drug cartels maintain about 100,000 foot soldiers, almost as many as the entire Mexican army. Mexico recently boasted a 3.2% unemployment rate, yet gaping economic disparities persist, and the border is a conduit through which both cartels and itinerant laborers from the lower end of the economic ladder can gain access to American wealth. Mexico's GDP per capita, at purchasing power parity, is $19,500 for 2017, well into the upper half of all countries in the world. Yet Mexico's murder rate also ranks in the top 10% of countries in the world. Nor have the farthest reaches of the United States escaped the ravages of the drug trade. More than 500,000 Americans have died of drug overdoses since 2000. And this number is compounded by a far larger population whose lives have been impacted by drug abuse, directly or indirectly. In 2016, 948,000 Americans reported heroin usage. Drug overdose deaths are well above fatalities from both car accidents and shootings, and have more than tripled since 2000, with heroin deaths more than tripling in the past 5 years alone. Abuse of prescription drugs and relaxation of restrictions on opioid prescriptions has demonstrably driven a key component of this growth, both in overdoses of the prescription drugs themselves and in overdoses of the street drugs to which opioid abusers often turn as an alternative. But the sheer volume of lethal street drugs is worth contemplating in light of these trends, with the number of deadly drug overdoses in 2016 heavily dominated by fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, and meth. These deaths are ultimately facilitated by a squalid and violent network that stretches back across the southern border. 80 to 95% of U.S. street drugs are coming through Mexico. The State Department has recently tabulated that 90 to 94% of the heroin in the United States comes from Mexico, even if originally sourced from other countries. A recent DEA report similarly indicates that the vast majority of the skyrocketing supply has been coming in over the land border. Nor is most of the methamphetamine synthesized by high school chemistry teachers in the United States, as Breaking Bad depicted. Rather, 80% of crystal meth is from Mexico. For cocaine, 90% comes from Mexico. The growth in U.S. demand has been far outstripped by the growth in easy supply. The respective prices of cocaine and heroin have dropped precipitously in recent decades, as the cartels have an unprecedented level of control, efficiency, and geographic spread. The Centers for Disease Control, CDC, notes that supply and price dynamics have heavily driven the heroin explosion. The increased availability of heroin, its relatively low price compared to prescription opioids, and high purity appear to be major drivers of the upward trend in heroin use, overdoses, and deaths. The CDC report underscores a broader, crucial point and reinforces other research on the topic. Accessibility, in terms of both physical proximity and affordable pricing, is an essential component of the expanding drug epidemic. In spite of this research, a libertarian and liberal-left alliance on drug legalization has gathered popular sympathy, particularly after simplified or skewed messages from Portugal's 2001 experiment with drug decriminalization began to spread. The example of Portugal is often cited to show that nothing terrible will transpire if society legalizes drugs, and that legalization could even create impressive economic and social benefits. Vital details are typically omitted from this narrative, however, including the fact that Portugal's policy shift was limited to the status of users themselves. Bringing any commercial quantity of drugs into Portugal is still criminal, and so is selling within the country. Portuguese policymakers were not naive about the ravages that a flood of new supply would bring. Nevertheless, drug use still did increase significantly. In the work of drug legalization proponents such as Jeffrey A. Myron and Catherine Waldock writing for the Cato Institute, a rosy picture is painted of an alternative future. $41.3 billion saved in annual government expenditures and $46.7 billion gained from taxation on drugs. A more meaningful analysis would compare these cuts in spending with the damage wrought by drug abuse each year, most of which takes place beyond the federal ledger, though it can indirectly affect national output and thereby taxation. A decade ago, the Department of Justice estimated the annual drain on American society from illicit drug use at $193 billion. Although the libertarians at Cato may care little about the additional societal damage likely to result from the full legalization of all drugs, many others have been trying to examine whether they can curtail or prevent these problems, harm reduction writ large. But harm reduction incurs real costs. Even without legalization, the cost of treatment is ballooning in magnitude, projected to increase from $24 billion in 2009 to $42 billion in 2020. And treatment is no panacea. While the National Treatment Research Outcome Study in the United Kingdom found that treatment did significantly reduce the frequency of drug use and address secondary problems such as criminality, only 38% of subjects in this large-scale study abstained from illicit drug use at the end of 5 years. The study still found that treatment was more cost-effective for society, in terms of avoiding crime or prison time, than no treatment at all, a result in line with Portugal's experience. Whether due to treatment expenses or crime's drain on society, however, addressing the results of drug use is an onerous and costly task for any country. Furthermore, the descent into addiction is not a path that can be escaped merely with some amalgam of education, medical treatment, and coaxing therapy. Recidivism rates indicate that a large share of people will never shake the scourge, with 40 to 60% of people who have received treatment for alcohol or drug abuse relapsing within a year. Treatment methodology based around the standard 12-step program, while broadly adopted throughout the country, is particularly poor at achieving lasting freedom from addiction. Pharmaceutical responses such as methadone dosing for heroin addicts can reduce a host of adverse effects on society and the individual, but can also require long-term methadone usage at a cost of thousands of dollars a year and result in only partial relinquishment of other illicit opioid use. A 2006 study from Scotland posted thoroughly discouraging results. Only 29% of those who had undertaken rehab were able to maintain a 90-day drug-free period in the approximately 3-year longitudinal study, and only 3% of those who had undertaken a methadone program could claim the same. Residential rehab might be more cost-effective than prison, e.g., £700 for the former versus £800 for the latter, and methadone may be more cost-effective than an old-school 12-step intervention, but the basic reality remains that drug abuse is not easily escaped. Those in its grip face hefty medical, financial, and emotional burdens themselves while imposing significant costs on those around them and society at large. In the grandest reckoning, the damages wrought to brain structure, cognition, emotional perception, attention span, behavior, and interpersonal relationships are far from fully understood, but all too often severe. Perhaps an awareness of these dire potential consequences prompted the Portuguese to make their shift to decriminalization more subtle and less radical than is often presented in the triumphalist narratives appearing in eminent publications in the United States and United Kingdom. The Portuguese Decriminalization Act of 2001 was largely an elaboration rather than a reversal of the 1993 law that it modified. The former law already focused primarily on promoting treatment for drug users and in practice rarely, less than 1% of drug-related convictions, led to prison time for users. The emphasis on Portugal also neglects the lessons of other countries, including Mexico itself, which in 2009 decriminalized the possession of small amounts of cocaine, heroin, marijuana, and other common drugs. From 2008 to 2016, the proportion of Mexicans aged 12 to 65 who reported using illegal drugs surged from 5.2% to 9.9%. For legalization advocates, these numbers are inconvenient at best. The Washington Post author reporting on these statistics acknowledges an underlying reality of the drug trade, that greater supply can unleash greater consumption and even greater demand itself. Mexico's growing consumption is in part driven by a vast supply, while awareness and education efforts initiated by the government have failed to reverse the trend. No country has come remotely close to realizing the pipe dream of libertarian ideologues: full legalization of hard drugs. The United Nations Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, drafted in 1961, has been accepted by over 150 countries, and is accordingly viewed as a major impediment to legalization, although marijuana legalization efforts in recent years have evinced a bold willingness in some developed nations to defy the UN. More pressing, however, is the fear of dire consequences arising from such an experiment. Perhaps more pragmatic libertarians will pursue a tiered approach, attempting first to legalize one or two relatively benign drugs. The key word is relatively, such as cocaine, which veers more towards high-income users and has less extreme manifestations than meth or LSD. Such an experiment would provide more data about how much legalization enables greater drug use, especially first-time use. It is unlikely, though not impossible, that this experiment would first transpire in the United States. The other extreme, complete repression of drugs, is even more unrealistic short of a police state. Even vociferous proponents of drug enforcement generally acknowledge that some significant supply will wind its way into the country and into the hands of users, chiefly addicts. Normal supply and demand dynamics are warped in the case of true addicts, who will often go to extreme lengths to gain the resources needed to acquire and use drugs, and this group remains a fairly stubborn constant in spite of varying drug policies. Drug distributors can go to similarly extreme lengths to bring their product to users. Even in the current regulatory situation, the number of individuals who have risked or lost their lives in the process is a testament to the intractable core of the drug trade. One need not be an advocate of legalization to admit that America's current war on drugs is hardly a glowing success story. Given the weakness of present alternatives, the moment seems ripe to consider new approaches. One option, now attracting more attention because of debates over immigration, is a border wall to reduce points of entry for illicit supply. Would an estimated $21.6 billion wall be an effective, as well as cost-effective way to mitigate the widespread damage wrought by the drug trade? To answer this question, it is instructive to look at the current border enforcement apparatus. The border force has stated that over half of the southern border is not under U.S. operational control, and this gap constitutes an open invitation for exploitation. Of the roughly 2,000-mile border, only 873 miles are deemed to be under U.S. operational control, defined as areas in which the border control has the ability to detect, respond, and interdict illegal activity at the border or after entry by the U.S. Government Accountability Office. According to the same government source, only 129 of those miles are sufficiently controlled to stop people at the border itself, while the other 744 miles would require multi-tiered enforcement operations to track transgressors down and stop them after entry. It should surprise no one that the remaining 1,200 miles can be even more easily exploited for their acknowledged weakness, and that the current Border Protection Force is not able to deploy the requisite multi-tiered enforcement operations in pursuit of every potential drug transporter broaching the aforementioned 744 miles. Some of these areas are naturally in such forbidding territory that a wall is unnecessary and entry is already effectively blocked. Even generous estimates of the extent of the pre-existing natural barriers, however, would come nowhere close to 2,000 miles. Would a cartel rather take its chances at a heavily monitored seaport or over a vast stretch of land that the U.S. government has officially admitted is vulnerable? The recent shift of supply routes toward Mexico reflects a recognition among drug traffickers that these passageways are the most easily exploitable and the most cost-effective in terms of risk and potential profit. In terms of whether a wall can actually succeed in blocking the transmission of people and narcotics across areas that are otherwise pregnable, recent experiments in Europe, and especially in Israel, indicate a resounding yes. Israel boasts of the decisive impact of its 420-mile multistage deterrent against the West Bank, including fencing, ditches, and a proper wall. Hungary also found unequivocal success with its more straightforward razor-wire fencing, established in 2015 as a defiant response to the European migrant crisis and the EU's failure to address it meaningfully. Over 500 kilometers of fencing achieved a drastic reduction in illegal entry, with Viktor Orban's chief security advisor citing 391,000 attempts in 2015 and only 1,184 in the first 9 months of 2017, a 99.6% decrease. The accuracy of these numbers is difficult to verify, but the general trend is clear. While clichés are often bandied about in popular discourse regarding the futility of wall construction, e.g., show me a 50-foot wall and I'll show you a 51-foot ladder, in reality, few aspiring border crossers have the resources to actually scale and surmount a well-built wall. A July 2017 piece in the Harvard International Review, passive-aggressively entitled Walls of Separation, an analysis of 3 successful border walls, concedes that the construction of major national walls in Israel, Egypt, and Spain coincided with the unambiguous achievement of the policy aims behind the projects, but argues that other factors were at play and that the proposed U.S. border wall is not analogous to these other walls. Noting that Israel's southern border wall has reduced illegal entries from 17,000 in 2011 to 43 in 2013, the author cites climate and restrictions on money transfers as key factors, while claiming that President Trump has not announced any policies similar to those of Israel that would limit the desirability of immigration to the United States, limiting the effectiveness of the wall. While President Trump could conceivably add other restrictions, such as taxes on international money transfers, mandating universal e-verify for employers, and more aggressively prosecuting labor violations, these criticisms apply only to the issue of immigration, not to the other policy objectives for which walls have been built. The author of the Harvard International Review piece does concede success in the cases of Egypt's wall with Gaza, severely disrupting weapons transfer, and Spain's barrier with Morocco, reducing Moroccan entry by over 80% in the space of a year. Moreover, the article draws attention to a vital aspect of wall construction that is relevant to the Mexican drug trade: underground passageways. The Egyptian barrier, extends an astounding 20 meters underground and has thwarted hundreds of tunnels. A U.S. wall dedicated to preventing drug transfer would have to address the considerable potential for tunnel construction as well. In fact, Israel is currently in the process of further addressing tunnel incursions, particularly from Gaza, with its own 40-mile underground barrier, while leveraging new advanced technology for tunnel detection. 31 Part of the barrier's potency lies in the air of mystery that Israeli officials intentionally maintain around the specifics of the depth, the exact location, and the nuances of the technology integrated with it. It's deep enough, as one official remarked. Here, as in many border-related matters, signaling is a powerful force. Sending a message of impermeability and vigilant enforcement can go a long way toward preventing potential infiltrators from even considering to attempt an increasingly unpredictable and perilous endeavor. The U.S. government appropriated $40 million in 2016 for creating capabilities to detect, map, and neutralize underground tunnels that threaten the U.S. or Israel, while preserving rights to receive prototypes, access to test sites, and the rights to any intellectual property, according to Defense Department spokesman Christopher Sherwood. While little is known about the seismic sensors used to detect underground vibrations related to digging and building, or any other secret innovations funded as part of this project, $40 million in annual appropriations seems a thrifty price for developing a key component of the world's most advanced border protection capabilities. No tunnel detection technologies will be infallible, as past efforts in the United States have run up against the challenges of varying terrain and signal noise, but the Israeli experiment is a promising chapter in a concerted effort undertaken by two of the most technologically advanced countries in the world. The border security challenges facing Israel and the United States are not identical, however. Mexican cartels have a markedly different motivation than terrorists, as the cartels will ultimately submit to some economic calculation of risk and potential profit, while the terrorists are propelled by the logic of war and the dream of martyrdom. These different circumstances point to different policy objectives. For Israel, one undetected tunnel could result in sudden and catastrophic violence. On the Mexican border, however, the United States could simply aim to make the cartel's enterprise so risky and cost-prohibitive that the traffickers would be discouraged from attempting to breach the barrier in the first place. That said, motivation on the cartel side has been demonstrably high, and their tunneling has proven elaborate. Of approximately 200 tunnels discovered by the U.S. Border Patrol in the past 3 decades, about 60 of these were deemed sophisticated, some featuring electric lighting, water pumps, and even minor railways. Nearly half of these tunnels were near San Diego, where fencing is already considerable. The DEA has noted, however, that the tunnels were primarily used for voluminous marijuana smuggling, which is likely to subside as many U.S. states legalize this drug. Security and screening would also have to be tightened at the official ports of entry in order for a barrier to be effective. Some critics of wall construction argue that the majority of drugs coming through the southwest border are entering through the 52 established ports of entry. 35, but these estimates are based on current seizures and interdictions. It is no surprise that more drugs are seized in monitored ports of entry than in areas with a considerably smaller police presence, not to mention areas that are outside the government's operational control. Even with today's limited enforcement capacity in these areas, the quantity of drugs seized in the barren stretches between ports of entry is a sizable piece of the total. In 2017, the Border Patrol, responsible for the areas between the ports of entry, seized nearly half a ton of heroin, 6 tons of cocaine, 860 tons of marijuana, and 10 tons of methamphetamine. General John Kelly estimated the entire supply of heroin to the United States at 40 to 50 tons, and the 2016 National Drug Threat Assessment Report cited 7.4 tons of heroin seized in total for the year. These numbers indicate that a crippling amount of heroin is able to evade capture each year, while also putting into context the half a ton that was captured between the ports of entry. It is a considerable share of total annual seizures, and, recognizing that the Border Patrol will only intercept a fraction of the real flow, suggests a considerable share of the total heroin supply is coming this way. Nevertheless, implementing a border wall would almost certainly increase pressure on legal ports of entry. Indeed, just as supply pathways have broadly shifted to Mexico and the southwest border because of the relative ease of penetration, cartels would likely focus their energy more intensely on official entry points and tunnels if the stretches between the ports of entry were fortified with a wall. The monitoring at the ports of entry is already a considerable daily undertaking, with approximately 700,000 land travelers and 300,000 private vehicles entering from either Mexico or Canada, compared to 400,000 entries by air or by sea, along with 100,000 entries of merchandise that is important for economies on both sides of the border. Here, manual inspection, capable canine assistance, and emerging technologies can all play a role in restraining supply, particularly large shipments. All three of these efforts could be expanded. The last of the three may be the most cost-effective, as productive research in this domain could reap exponential benefits. Heroin is an especially difficult drug to interdict at ports of entry. Since heroin dosages occupy little space, small quantities can be hidden in hard-to-detect parts of cars or stashed imperceptibly among legitimate merchandise. This dynamic is even more pronounced with fentanyl, heroin's deadlier and more potent cousin, which has seen a rapid rise in the United States. While some is trafficked from Asia through postal services, a large majority comes from Mexico, even fentanyl predominantly made from Asia-supplied precursor chemicals. The high success rate for cartels transmitting heroin, fentanyl, and other drugs through the southwest border underscores the point that a coordinated amplification of interception efforts would have to take place in order to meaningfully impact the drug trade. Fentanyl specifically will require more minute attention to detect, and this is both a matter of technology and manpower and, in some cases, canine power. It is likely necessary to create more entry and exit lanes so that the same flow of legitimate trade and travel is not severely impeded when agents are spending more time examining vehicles and individuals for contraband. Customs and Border Protection estimates its own annual net budget authority at $15.1 billion across all of its functions. An expansion of entry processing for the southwest border would probably add a few billion to this number. Robust funding for R&D around monitoring technology could go a long way toward easing the burden on officers, not only in terms of improving scanning technologies, but also in developing data mining algorithms to guide the most efficient and well-targeted screening procedures. Data analysis can point to which vehicles and individuals are most likely to be transporting drugs and direct the finite number of available CBP agents where their scrutiny would have the greatest potential impact. Superior interdiction resources at the points of entry, however, would only be effective if a mechanism existed to prevent the cartels from shifting their efforts to the desert in between. As it stands, the cartels can focus on the official gates or the intervening areas in proportion to how obstructed they are at any point. Only a unified effort to thwart trafficking across the border is likely to disrupt cartel operations. Danger also radiates in both directions. It may be necessary to apply more scrutiny to people and goods leaving the United States as well. Approximately 70% of firearms seized in Mexico between 2009 and 2014 came from the United States, perhaps most memorably in Operation Fast and Furious, and much of the cash from cartel operations is smuggled through or around ports of entry back into Mexico. In short, the financing and arming of the cartels relies on a porous American border, and any large-scale effort against the cartels will require securing both sides of it. The U.S. government has devoted significant and growing resources to the complicated and increasingly difficult task of slaying the hydra of drug dealing and abuse within the interior of the country, often with little to show for it. Reallocating resources in order to focus on more effective regulation of who and what are entering the country in the first place may be a better strategy. In addition, more assiduous regulation of the border functionally overlaps with other vital mandates of the federal government. The proper oversight of people or objects entering through the southwest border is a matter of significant consequence for labor, trade, security, health, and even agriculture and the environment. DEA agents often report that arresting local kingpins and users does little to neutralize higher-level cartel figures. A well-fortified border, however, could curtail the supply and impede the infrastructure closer to the major sources of drug traffic. As the 2016 DEA National Drug Threat Assessment Summary notes, in most cases, individuals hired to transport drug shipments within the United States are independent, third-party contractors who may be working for multiple Mexican TCOs, transnational criminal organizations. Retail-level distribution of illicit drugs in the United States is mainly handled by smaller local drug trafficking groups and gangs not directly affiliated with Mexican TCOs. In other words, there is a robust and replaceable population of willing pawns to put the drugs directly into the hands of users, and blasting money and law enforcement resources at arresting them will have little effect on the overarching distribution apparatus that is now in place. A wall, however, may disrupt more centralized pathways for the drugs and provide better monitoring against the cartel figures who have been infiltrating the United States. It is clear, as drug legalization proponents argue, that increased spending on drug enforcement alone has not achieved a proportional reduction in consumption and addiction, although it may have played a decisive role in pushing the rate of drug use from nearly 20% of the population in the late 1970s to close to 5% in the 1990s. In 2012, it is estimated that the U.S. federal drug control budget was approximately $25 billion. In that same year, the DEA made 30,000 federal drug arrests, while state and local authorities arrested 1.3 million individuals for drug-related crimes. Usage rates have been inching upwards since the 1990s, and it is true as well that prescription opioids have catalyzed a demand surge for heroin and some other illicit drugs. In light of all these trends, it is worth considering how local dealers are treated from a legal perspective, and how users are treated with respect to the law, public health expenditures, and proactive education. Critics of current policies have also pointed out significant disparities in the policing and prosecution of drug-related offenses. The Portuguese experiment may hold some lessons here, and drugs are of course not a monolithically pernicious entity but a spectrum of risky substances ranging from relatively subtle agents such as marijuana all the way to immediately life-altering ones such as heroin and methamphetamine. None of the above, however, answers the question of how to address the entry points. Throw open the front door, keep it locked, or buy a state-of-the-art fence with a technologically advanced security system. The cost of building a wall is moderate compared to annual enforcement expenditures, and smaller still when compared to the estimated drain on society from drug abuse. It is hard to say with certitude that the wall would cripple the drug trade, but it is at once an audacious and fairly pragmatic proposition to address a scourge that has spun out of control. Debates surrounding immigration or the legal and medical responses to drug abuse in the United States should not obscure the reality that supply matters in the drug epidemic. And the government has some powerful levers available to disrupt cartels' business models and address these problems at the border. Putting hard drugs further out of reach of vulnerable populations here in the United States and keeping the cartels in check are both humanitarian aims. Legislators should ask themselves if they prefer to leave hundreds of miles along one of the world's major drug trafficking passageways so open to exploitation. And they should ask whether it might be more cost-effective to stop criminals at the border rather than trying to address the damage done in the interior of the country. The principal function of the U.S. government is to defend the American people against foreign threats. Yet the U.S. government has so far failed to defend against the threat posed by China's dominance of the global healthcare supplies market. Over the past 4 years, policymakers acted slowly and incompletely as America became dependent on Chinese medical supplies during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time in American history, a potentially hostile power can shut down the U.S. healthcare system. The insufficient U.S. response to this threat endangers the health of millions of Americans and compromises any strategy for countering China. Without reshoring our medical supply chain, even major improvements to the defense industrial base would do little to strengthen our position against Chinese coercion. Since the onset of COVID-19, China has used cheap oil from Iran and Russia, along with aggressive pricing tactics, to significantly expand its share of U.S. imports of medical supplies. The U.S. healthcare system now relies on Chinese producers for more than 50% of our most critical medical supplies, including such essentials as gauze, gowns, needles, syringes, catheters, and, as we know all too well from our own work, nitrile gloves. Before and during the pandemic, the United States already imported nearly 100% of these supplies from East Asian producers. This geographic dependence proved deadly during the COVID-era global supply chain disruptions. Yet, in the years since COVID-19 began, the United States has not only failed to shift its medical supply chain out of East Asia, it has allowed China to become the most crucial link in our supply chain. In a supply crisis affecting these imports from China, our stockpiles would run out in days or weeks. In other words, if China stopped selling gauze, syringes, and nitrile gloves to the United States, our healthcare system would soon be gravely imperiled if not entirely shut down. China has no qualms about choking off critical supply chains when doing so might serve its geopolitical interests. Most recently, China banned the export of gallium to the United States, effectively leaving American firms without access to this critical mineral. While dependence on China is a problem for many other sectors, the risks posed by Chinese dominance of basic medical supplies are especially dire, even if somewhat neglected in broader discussions of national defense. How can the United States hope to defend Taiwan when China could endanger the lives of millions of Americans by simply ending shipments of hospital supplies to the United States, or even sabotaging them with a harmful substance such as fentanyl? While policymakers have recognized this vulnerability, they have not addressed it with the urgency and seriousness it demands. Indeed, America's bungled response to the COVID-19 pandemic's medical manufacturing demands illustrates the limitations of both the American industrial base and state capacity. Despite policies aimed at reshoring medical supply manufacturing, multiple projects' funding expired before new facilities could be finished, limited federal resources were spread too thin, and the halting pace of policymaking failed to entice investors. An honest accounting of these policies' failures and shortcomings is necessary to inform any serious response. Drawing from the lessons of the past 4 years, we offer a range of proposals to defend the American people with policies that secure our medical supply chains, promote private investment in domestic medical manufacturing, and create tens of thousands of domestic manufacturing jobs. Early in the COVID-19 pandemic, China nationalized 3M's mask factories, eliminating the American company's ability to send critically needed supplies back home. In addition to the well-publicized shortages of personal protective equipment, PPE, and medical supplies, this incident demonstrated the vulnerability of the U.S. medical supply chain and the need to untether it from the whims of a foreign adversary. Even before China swiftly seized medical supply market share from competitors in Malaysia, Thailand, and elsewhere in East Asia, U.S. policymakers recognized the need for prompt action to secure U.S. access to these essential goods. On May 14, 2020, President Trump invoked the Defense Production Act to ensure that our country has the capacity, capability, and strong and resilient domestic industrial base to combat COVID-19. The administration settled on a goal of sourcing 25 to 35% of PPE used in the United States from onshore manufacturers. This executive order granted the CEO of the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, in consultation with the Secretaries of Defense, Homeland Security, Health and Human Services, and relevant agencies, broad authority to ensure the domestic production of strategic resources needed to respond to the COVID-19 outbreak or to strengthen any relevant domestic supply chains. The DFC selected numerous U.S. PPE manufacturers to become domestic suppliers. One of these was Blue Star NBR, a nitrile glove and nitrile butadiene rubber NBR manufacturer, founded by the co-author of this essay, Scott Meyer. Unfortunately, the DFC, whose work prior to the pandemic was focused on international investment, proved wholly inept, prompting the Government Accountability Office, GAO, to publish a scathing report outlining the agency's failures. The GAO found that the DFC had not, despite its clear lending authority mandate, issued a single loan as of October 2021. It recommended that the DFC, in consultation with the Department of Defense, assess how it could improve its effectiveness. The DFC did not concur with the GAO's recommendation, and, according to the GAO, as of January 2024, DFC reported no additional actions to implement the recommendation. In 2021, 6 U.S. nitrile glove companies and 1 U.S. NBR manufacturer, Blue Star, whose business plan also includes glove manufacturing, received partial funding to begin construction of their facilities. These manufacturers believed additional financing would be forthcoming, because that is what the federal government led them to believe. In Blue Star's and likely other companies' case, state and local governments also invested in their projects, anticipating job creation and new government revenue from business operations. The promised federal financing, both through loans and grants, never materialized. In early 2022, DFC's lending authority expired. The Biden administration neither renewed nor replaced it. Then, after years of the federal government failing to invest authorized COVID emergency funds, Congress rescinded unspent funding. As a result, several manufacturing facilities remain mostly built but not operational. Those projects stalled even as the Administration for Strategic Preparedness, ASPR, an agency within the Department of Health and Human Services, awarded funding for a brand new facility to manufacture NBR, the oil-derived material used to make nitrile gloves. Astonishingly, ASPR used its limited funds to start a second NBR facility, even though the first NBR facility required further financing to become operational. At the same time, every single glove company the government had initially funded, the companies that would purchase the NBR, which itself could not yet be produced, required additional financing to become operational. In an article titled, "More Medical Gloves Are Coming from China," as U.S. makers of protective gear struggle, NPR reported. A spokesperson for HHS says that it invested approximately $574 million to increase the domestic manufacturing capacity for medical gloves by 7.2 billion gloves a year. The word capacity, it seems, has become the government's Orwellian term for unfinished, inoperable factories. In truth, the government has spent roughly $1 billion on factories without a single additional nitrile glove produced in America to show for it. While these programs floundered, Chinese producers rapidly seized global market share for nitrile gloves, overwhelming their East Asian competitors and becoming integral to the normal functioning of the U.S. healthcare system. Aside from the greater strategic risks, Chinese market dominance has caused immediate problems. Quality issues plague the Chinese-made supplies flooding our market, threatening the health of Americans. Stories abound of healthcare professionals double gloving due to the high propensity of imported gloves to tear. In March 2024, the FDA announced concerns with syringes from China. Our ongoing evaluation has confirmed that issues with the quality of plastic syringes made in China and their distribution in the United States are more widespread than originally known, the FDA stated in a press release. The FDA noted it was actively evaluating quality issues and performance testing failures with plastic syringes made by Jiangsu China Medical Company, Ltd., a China-based manufacturer, and referenced performance testing that showed unexpected and unexplained failures with several Jiangsu China plastic syringes. Sadly, the FDA has little to no access to most Chinese medical manufacturing facilities, so the full extent of quality deficiencies in China-based medical supplies is unknown. As it stands today, this fumbling of early efforts to create medical supply chain security for PPE has left America notably more vulnerable than before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, as U.S. manufacturing has failed to blossom, and the United States has become dangerously dependent on China for too many medical supplies. As then Senator J.D. Vance wrote in a 2024 letter he sent to Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra, without swift action by this administration, our nation could find itself once again dependent on our adversaries for essential goods. All of the available evidence indicates that our critical medical supply chains are as weak today as they were before the pandemic. Despite billions in federal spending and investment to build out discrete production lines within the medical equipment supply chain, projects remain incomplete. The programs established by the Trump administration now lie fallow under your watch. New initiatives have failed to bear fruit while China retains control of critical consumables markets. By the second half of 2024, the Biden administration seemed to recognize the failures of prior policies. For example, after listening to comments from American medical manufacturers, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative revised its initial Section 301 tariff proposal to increase tariffs on nitrile gloves imported from China to 25%, matching the pre-COVID level, to 50% in 2025, followed by 100% in 2026, which would put American and other countries' manufacturers on a level playing field with gloves from China. HHS's Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, also announced, in the fall of 2024, that in 2025 it would propose reimbursing hospitals for the purchase of 100% domestically sourced and manufactured nitrile medical gloves and other medical supplies in 2026. These two measures, however, are inadequate if the goal is the emergence of a robust and enduring U.S. nitrile glove manufacturing sector. Let's start with the tariff proposal. While the tariff increase undoubtedly should go into effect, USTR fails to address China's manufacturing of both NBR and its precursor chemicals, which are derived from cheap oil purchased from Russia and Iran. China has begun selling this NBR and precursor chemicals to glove manufacturing companies in Malaysia and Thailand, allowing these companies to produce nitrile gloves at prices below fair market value. Thus, increasing Section 301 tariffs while failing to address the use of Russian and Iranian oil in the manufacture of gloves will simply shift U.S. dependence back to where it was 4 years ago, Malaysia and Thailand, which resulted in massive supply chain disruptions, in part due to the rejection of some gloves from Malaysia because they were made using child and forced labor. CMS's announcement that it would recommend reimbursing Medicare hospitals cost differential for purchasing domestically sourced medical gloves also came following comments on its proposed rule that made the case for both reimbursement and a Buy American requirement. CMS did not, however, heed the recommendation that it require at least 1/3 of gloves purchased by Medicare hospitals to be 100% sourced and manufactured in the United States. In failing to uphold this requirement, CMS missed an opportunity to guarantee demand that would entice private investment in U.S. glove manufacturing. Measures aimed at enabling American medical supply manufacturing have struggled to entice private investment. Of course, private investors lack the confidence to invest when the government fails to renew its project's lending authority and uphold its promises to guarantee domestic producers' market share. CMS has clearly slow-walked these needed reforms that would spur domestic manufacturing. The federal government more broadly fails to enforce Buy American requirements such as those in the Make PPE in America Act that, on paper, require the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Health and Human Services to purchase personal protective equipment that is 100% sourced and manufactured in the United States. Month after month and year after year, these departments request waivers from the Office of Management and Budget to the law to purchase foreign-made gloves, citing lack of domestic supply options. But while the waivers keep coming, long-term contracts with American glove companies, which would signal a federal commitment and spur investment, remain non-existent. This takes us to the intersection of two mutually reinforcing factors weakening the nation's medical supply chain: a federal government that has failed to deliver on its basic promises to domestic medical manufacturing, and businesses maximizing shareholder value at the expense of productive, long-term investment. The government defies the spirit of the law, citing the lack of American business with which to contract. Meanwhile, American capital does not invest in American businesses for want of federal support, and businesses, particularly the distributors of imported medical supplies, do not even consider the national interest a factor in their decision-making. Until these dynamics change, it will be difficult for policymakers to secure our medical supply chains. Something has got to give if the United States is to secure the future of our health care. First and foremost, there must be a broad, bipartisan recognition that Americans' healthcare system is a vital national interest, as vital as we deem certain minerals, metals, and microchips, and far too vital to leave to the whims of foreign adversaries. A shared commitment to this objective will be necessary to provide the domestic medical manufacturing sector with the policy stability and long-term support it needs to grow. To follow through on this commitment, policymakers must consider a range of policy solutions. Enforce Buy American laws. The Buy American laws already on the books must be enforced. A goal of 25 to 35% domestic supply for PPE, as set by the first Trump administration, would be a solid starting point. This requirement sends a strong signal to investors in medical supplies. But Buy America requirements in healthcare must go beyond PPE to ensure that the United States has the domestic manufacturing base to supply essential medical supplies in a time of crisis or urgent need. Tax incentives. Targeted changes to the U.S. tax code may also help favor domestic producers that serve the national interest through fixed capital investment in critical manufacturing, over firms aimed at maximizing shareholder value through cheap imports. Solutions include creating a capital gains tax exemption for critical manufacturing investments, a tax-deferred reinvestment program, and enhancing loss allocation for investment funds. Deferring capital gains taxes for investments in critical manufacturing sectors, including medical supplies, would attract more investors to these essential industries, encouraging long-term investments in new technologies and facility expansions. A tax-deferred reinvestment program, modeled after the 1031 real estate exchanges or opportunity zone investments, would allow investors to roll over profits from investments in critical manufacturing sectors into new projects on a tax-deferred basis. This would create a continuous cycle of reinvestment, leading to enhanced production capacity and more robust supply chains. It would also support economic growth in areas with a strong manufacturing base, creating jobs and fostering innovation. In addition, allowing private equity and venture capital funds to allocate potential investment losses in critical manufacturing sectors against gains across their entire fund's investment base would reduce investment risks. This would make investing in critical U.S. manufacturing sectors, where upfront costs and risks can be high, more attractive, resulting in greater production capacity, technological advances, and economic growth in manufacturing regions of the United States. Development finance. Beyond marginal changes to the tax code, reshoring will require government institutions that serve to reinforce private investment in domestic manufacturing. Most crucial of these institutions would be a strategic, national financing system that competently executes the responsibilities that had been assigned to the Development Finance Corporation. Senator Chris Coons has introduced legislation to create a government agency, the Industrial Finance Corporation Act, meant to leverage federal investment to generate exponentially more private investment in critical industries. A financing agency along the lines envisioned in Senator Coons's legislation should be pursued with vigor in the next Congress, even as it may need to change shape to win the favor of a bipartisan majority. If established, this organization must consider medical supplies every bit as essential as pharmaceuticals, rare earth metals, critical minerals, and microchips. While skeptics may object to these policies above on account of their cost to taxpayers, we must also weigh the enormous excess costs incurred by insecure supply chains and insufficient preparedness. While a comparable U.S. study has not been completed, the British Medical Journal reported that the UK government has written off almost £10 billion of spending on PPE that was either unusable, above market price, or was not delivered, official accounts show. Assuming the United States had a similar experience to the United Kingdom's and accounting for its larger population, we can estimate that Americans overpaid for PPE during the pandemic by more than $160 billion. What if we had invested that sum in strengthening our medical supply chain? There are still more important costs to consider. Policymakers must realize the true cost of importing all our medical supplies, even if it means cheaper prices and higher profits for U.S. firms with offshore production. It is increasingly accepted that chips, pharmaceuticals, and rare earth minerals are significantly more expensive to produce in the United States but still worth producing here. It is accepted because the cost and risk of not having quick access to them is unacceptably high, financially, strategically, even existentially. Yet the prevailing mindset still judges that when a nitrile glove, syringe, or another critical medical commodity costs even a fraction of $1 more to produce in the United States, doing so is non-competitive. This mindset must change. The health of American patients is not worth marginally cheaper medical supplies now. Americans must have guaranteed access to finished, essential medical products, and that will require reshoring the entire value chain of items from design to production. That is not to say that reshoring medical manufacturing will mean perpetually higher prices. With increased investment and the confidence instilled by government support, American producers can overcome their competitive disadvantages through innovation. For example, it may be possible to compensate for the massive disparities in packaging costs between the United States and East Asian nations with little to no labor protections, a factor that drove medical supply production abroad in the first place. Blue Star has invested in automated packaging, dramatically lowering costs to compete with companies in East Asia. Other U.S. companies can make similar investments to make themselves cost competitive. In addition to cost and quality considerations, there are undeniable environmental benefits to reshoring American medical manufacturing. This is an area that merits greater investigation, but it is common knowledge that American factories are greener than their East Asian counterparts, especially Chinese factories that are powered by electricity generated from coal plants, and the reduced CO2 emissions from reduced shipping could be calculated, as well. These benefits should be factored in when considering U.S. industrial policy options. A sea change for medical manufacturing seems possible under the second Trump administration. As the administration shows a redoubled commitment to both American manufacturing and Americans' health, there's no better place to start than the medical supplies industry. Without a secure supply of our most essential medical needs, the United States cannot protect the lives of its citizens nor credibly defend our interests against Chinese aggression. Alternatively, if policymakers take effective steps to reshore the medical manufacturing base, then Americans will reap the benefits of secure supply chains, more jobs, and greater leverage against foreign adversaries. With the potential for a hot war with China looming over America's strategic future, the minds of U.S. defense planners increasingly turn with calm confidence to the Navy's submarine force. Submarines, quiet, stealthy, and loaded with lethal combinations of missiles, torpedoes, and mines, can penetrate deep into the Pacific's first and second island chains, negating Chinese investments in so-called anti-access/area denial weapons. These Chinese systems, long-range ballistic and cruise missiles as well as manned bombers and fighters, were purposely designed to negate America's power projection forces, its Navy carriers and Air Force attack aircraft, rendering them irrelevant in the opening weeks of any future Pacific war over Taiwan. If a Chinese invasion force is to be defeated, then most Western strategists and force planners believe that the burden will fall upon the shoulders of submariners, pronounced submarinaires, and they will correct you. Unfortunately, the U.S. submarine force is poorly postured to meet this challenge. Across my career as a naval officer, entering as an ensign in 1988 and retiring as a captain in 2014, and then as a consultant to both government and industry since, I have watched the American submarine fleet fall precipitously from its Cold War high of 140 nuclear-powered boats to less than half that number, 67 boats, today. Moreover, of the current 67 nuclear submarines, only 49 fall into the hunter-killer fast attack classification. The Navy and its shipbuilding partners have struggled in the post-COVID economy to ramp up submarine production despite rising strategic threats. The Defense Department announced recently that it would procure only one new fast attack submarine in the fiscal year 2025 budget. Additionally, of the submarine force already in commission, 16 of those 49 boats, or nearly a third of the Navy's premier offensive force, are in dry docks or tied to piers, lacking required dive certifications. These submarines cannot get underway due to a 3-year maintenance backlog in the U.S. Navy. The bottom line is that the American submarine force, the point of the spear of American power, upon which so many military plans depend, is unprepared to meet the current threat environment, and there are no quick fixes. It has taken decades and a sequence of bad assumptions and poor decisions to fall into the current state of unpreparedness, and it will take years, as well as significant investments in both new ship construction and submarine repair capacity, to recover. The American submarine force emerged from the Cold War triumphant, with strategists giving it considerable credit for accelerating the collapse of the Soviet Union. Its technological superiority allowed for constant operational harassment of Soviet ships and submarines in the Atlantic, Pacific, and Arctic Oceans. This achievement was the outcome of a decades-long effort. Americans took an early lead in the undersea competition with the development of the USS Nautilus, the world's first nuclear-powered submarine, launched in 1954. The Russians quickly followed, but their early nuclear-powered boats were not only noisier and hence easier to detect and track, but their nuclear propulsion systems were also more dangerous to their crews. Furthermore, every time the Soviets improved their designs, the Americans made more significant advances in their own submarines. The U.S. submarine force exceeded the Soviet Union in terms of both capabilities and capacity throughout the Cold War period. Everywhere they turned, the Soviets found themselves being monitored and tracked by American submarines who maintained constant attack criteria on their counterparts. Historians who reviewed the Soviet archives have cited the near despair of Russian submarine captains, who were unable to elude their American peers, as well as the concerns of the USSR's senior political leaders regarding their inability to keep up with American technical advances, including in the undersea realm. By the end of the Cold War, the latest American fast attack submarine, the Los Angeles improved class, the fifth major new submarine class design since the Nautilus, was at least a generation ahead of its closest Soviet competitor, the Akula, even after the advances made in the newest Russian design following the illegal leaking of sensitive quieting technologies by the Japanese Toshiba Corporation. And as the Soviet flag was lowered over the Kremlin on Christmas in 1991, the American Navy had already laid the keel for a new fast attack submarine design, the SSN-21 Seawolf class boat. Because of the American Navy's culture of constant technological innovation in both submarine design and investments in its industrial base, it was positioned to dominate the post-Cold War world for generations. The submarine industrial base, producing between 3 to 5 nuclear-powered submarines per year from 1958 to 1989, had generated a fast attack force of 90 boats by the time the Soviet Union dissolved. This industrial base included a large population of skilled workers, just over 50,000 laborers between the Electric Boat Shipyard in Groton, Connecticut, and the Newport News Shipyard in southeastern Virginia. But then came the era of the peace dividend, and everything changed. The Seawolf class was larger, faster, quieter, deeper diving, and better armed than its predecessors. It led the world in every significant metric. It cost $3.5 billion per hull in 1990, however, roughly 4 times the cost of the Sturgeon-class submarines and 3 times the cost of the Los Angeles-class boats it was intended to replace. In 1991, the George H.W. Bush administration made the decision to end production of the Seawolf class, planned for 29 boats, just as it was beginning. The decision to truncate Seawolf class production was made for several reasons. First, the justification for the high cost of these boats had been the need to stay a generation ahead of the Soviet Union's submarines. With the demise of the USSR and the establishment of friendlier relations with Russia, this was no longer a priority. Second, the Bush administration felt compelled to address the rising national debt and deficits, which included significant cuts in the defense budget and the accompanying military force structure. As part of this process, the administration chose to draw down the size of the Navy from the Reagan-era high of 594 ships to approximately 440 ships, with the submarine component contracting to around 50 from the previous force of 100 fast attack subs. Given the number of relatively new Los Angeles-class boats in the force at that time, 62, had been contracted to enter the fleet between 1972 and 1996, there seemed to be little need for 30 Seawolf-class submarines as replacements for older fast attack boats. The Navy could afford to simply decommission its older fast attack boats on schedule, or even at an accelerated pace, and ride the population curve of submarines down until it met its new battle force goal. Nevertheless, by the mid-1990s, it dawned upon policymakers that the future of the submarine force was in jeopardy. During the Clinton administration, the decision was made to complete a second, and then a third Seawolf-class boat, the USS Connecticut and USS Jimmy Carter, to maintain the submarine industrial base, whose workforce had dwindled to around 12,000 workers, a quarter of its 1980s level, in the 2 major new submarine construction yards. By this time, large numbers of Cold War-era boats were beginning to reach the end of their service lives, and the size of the submarine force declined from 88 in 1994 to 54 in 2002. Political leaders still had no appetite to continue production of the Seawolf-class fast attack submarine due to the lack of a significant undersea threat and the great expense associated with it. Instead, the Navy worked with industry to find a Goldilocks solution in submarine design, a boat that was larger and quieter than, though not as fast as, the Los Angeles class, but smaller, cheaper, and more modern than the Seawolves. The resultant Virginia-class submarine emerged in the late 1990s and was optimized for what were perceived as the post-Cold War mission sets. To keep the Navy from falling below 40 fast-attack submarines, one Virginia was ordered in 1998, with one additional boat contracted for each subsequent year, save one, over the next decade to allow the submarine industrial base to gently shift back from the slow pace of the 90s, when only 3 boats were built across the entire decade. Yet new submarine construction represented only one of the challenges facing the submarine industrial base during the 1990s. Another problem continued to worsen, even with the introduction of the Virginia class: dry dock and maintenance capacity. While it takes an average of 4 years to assemble a submarine from her keel laying to her commissioning, over the boat's 30 years of service life that follow, 20% or 6 years, is spent undergoing scheduled, comprehensive maintenance in a U.S. Navy shipyard. Unlike the Navy's conventional surface combatants, cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, Congress has decreed that the Navy's nuclear-powered ships, its carriers and submarines, must be repaired in Navy shipyards or in the 2 commercial shipyards that build new submarines. The Navy's carriers and submarines must be maintained behind secure fences and under close government supervision, serviced by highly trained, qualified, and certified workers. The problem is that there are currently not enough shipyards to handle the scheduled maintenance for the Navy's submarine force, and the line to get into a Navy dry dock has gotten longer with each passing year. At present, there are 10 dry docks available within the Navy's 4 shipyards at Kittery, Maine, Norfolk, Virginia, Bremerton, Washington, and Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Additionally, there are 2 dry docks at the Newport News shipyard and 1 at Electric Boat's shipyard being used for submarine maintenance. These are full, but there are an additional 5 nuclear-powered submarines awaiting induction for their scheduled maintenance and cannot get underway or submerge again until they complete this process. According to Navy submarine admirals, the community is experiencing delays of 1,100 days, or about 3 years, in its submarine repairs. Put another way, the Navy is currently short 3 dry docks and the workforce that goes with them, a problem that will only increase as the Navy plans to grow its fast-attack submarine force from its present 50 boats to over 60 during the next 15 years. This shortfall, much as with the other issues facing the Navy, can be traced back to the post-Cold War decade of the 1990s and a series of poor decisions made at that time. The U.S. Navy had entered the Cold War with 11 shipyards. 3 were closed during the Cold War: the New York Yard in 1964, the Boston Yard in 1973, and the Hunters Point Yard north of San Francisco in 1988, leaving the Navy with 8 public shipyards to perform maintenance. After the Cold War, 2 base realignment and closure commissions (BRACs) were authorized in 1991 and 1993 to consider whether there was excess infrastructure within the existing military footprint. In 1991, the decision was made to close the Philadelphia Yard, and in 1993 both the Charleston, South Carolina, and the Mare Island, California, yards were shuttered. In the last 2 cases, submarine experts recommended that either the Charleston or Mare Island Yard be kept due to concerns with dry dock capacity going forward. The importance of the 3 large and 2 medium-sized dry docks at Charleston, in particular, was noted by commentators at the time. These concerns were ignored due to a strategic assumption made by the BRAC commissioners that the submarine battle force should fall to the low 40s in the absence of an external threat, a threat that became readily apparent just 1 decade later: China. China is both a nation and a civilization with a history that stretches back 3,000 years. Its fall as an empire in the early 20th century was a bitter blow to a long proud people, and it struggled to come back to prominence under both nationalist and communist governments. Deng Xiaoping, the second emperor within China's current communist dynasty, enjoined his government to patiently hide their strength and bide their time before attempting to ascend to a position of global leadership once again. His successors followed this advice throughout the 1990s, as they observed America's overwhelming military success during 1991's Operation Desert Storm. This so-called 100-hour war saw the United States use both stealth aircraft and precision-guided munitions to defeat a powerful Middle Eastern nation, Iraq, which then possessed the 5th largest military in the world. After Desert Storm, China began to invest in a series of anti-access/area denial systems, long-range anti-ship ballistic and cruise missiles, long-range bombers, and stealth attack aircraft with the goal of holding America's military forces beyond the range of their power projection weapons, thus prohibiting them from executing a regime change campaign against China. Later, after the global economic crisis of 2008, from which China's centrally controlled economy emerged more quickly and relatively unscathed compared to Western free market systems, China's leaders concluded that their time had come and that the moment was right to exit Deng's hide and bide strategy. To be sure, China's navy was already modernizing. The Chinese Navy had made a habit of purchasing ships and aircraft from other nations, mostly the Soviet Union and then Russia, and reverse engineering the major weapon systems to be built in Chinese factories and shipyards. Much as with China's steel industry, its commercial shipbuilding capacity had expanded exponentially during the 1980s by taking advantage of its low-cost labor, as well as virtually non-existent environmental and safety standards to pump out container ships and oil tankers well below global market prices, gobbling up shipbuilding market share over the years. When it came time to expand the Navy in the early 2000s, China's new submarines and surface combatants emerged, almost as byproducts, from the same slips and dry docks that were building container ships and liquefied natural gas carriers. Nevertheless, a focus on the expansion of the Chinese Navy misses the point, because China isn't planning on fighting a traditional naval ship-to-ship, fleet-on-fleet war. When naval theorists first began to define the principle of a free sea in the early 17th century, they described a condition wherein any ship carrying goods could move without restriction upon the world's oceans. All the world's oceans, the high seas, were to be considered free and open to trade, with one caveat, the two-cannonball rule. This rule allowed each nation that bordered the seas to claim sovereignty over the adjacent waters out to twice the range that a cannonball could be fired. This concept of territorial waters held that if a nation could assert persistent offensive control over the waters near it, it could claim sovereignty over them. Today, China, and to a lesser extent Russia, with their deep investments in long-range missiles, seek to adapt the two-cannonball rule to the modern strategic environment, claiming control over vast stretches of the oceans they border. Given that America's allies in South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan all fall well within and under the range arcs of China's land-based anti-ship missile systems, this means that the U.S. Navy would have to fight its way across the Pacific to come to the aid of any or all of these nations should China choose to go to war over Taiwan or assert its claims of sovereignty over the South China Sea. Given the lethality of China's new weapons, which include the DF-21D carrier killer and the DF-26 Guam killer ballistic missiles, and the results of numerous war games sponsored by think tanks such as RAND and the Center for Strategic and International Studies that strongly suggest the vulnerability of America's aircraft carrier force, the Navy's submarines will most likely have to be the first responders in any future crisis in the region. Present, we don't have enough of them. The path back. In 2022, Congress passed and the President signed the CHIPS Act, which sought to reshore semiconductor chip manufacturing fabs away from Asia and back to the United States. The justification for this legislation was that dependence upon overseas suppliers of critical semiconductor chips represented a danger to America's national security. Taking a more expansive view of the U.S. defense industrial base, however, reveals that industries including metals and rare earth mineral production, as well as their accompanying trades, have shifted away from the North American continent over the past 2 generations, leaving a sizable vulnerability should the nation ever have to fully mobilize for war again. For this reason, and considering that the nation is in what is widely acknowledged to be a second Cold War, a CHIPS Act, along the lines of the 2022 high-tech law, but with a focus on more basic industrial capabilities, may be the necessary and responsible course of action. If such a law were to take shape, given the current threat environment, the submarine industrial base must be dead center of its target sites. It took 20 years of poor assumptions and bad decisions to deplete the submarine industrial base, and reversing these trends will take some time, perhaps 7 to 10 years. The problem is that the United States may not have that much time to make changes. Its strategic situation is not unlike the early years of the First Cold War. After World War II, America also thought it would enjoy a massive peace dividend. The Soviet Union had been our ally after all. But after the Iron Curtain descended over Eastern Europe, the loss of China to communism, and finally the outbreak of the Korean War, a near panic set in among strategists and policymakers. Writing in the spring of 1950, Paul Nitze, one of the nation's wise men in those early days, identified 1954 as the year of maximum danger, when the Soviet Union would catch up to the United States in terms of its inventory of atomic bombs and might just be tempted to use them. It wasn't until former 5-star General Dwight Eisenhower took over the White House in 1953 that the nation moved from a panic sprinter's pace to a more regulated marathon gait for a long-haul containment strategy against the Soviet Union. Today's strategists and policymakers similarly must balance the short-term Davidson window, the period from 2024 to 2029, during which time Admiral Phil Davidson, the retiring Indo-Pacific commander, thought China might execute an invasion of Taiwan, with long-term efforts to reform and modernize the nation's military and its accompanying industrial base. These two considerations, in many ways opposite ends of a scale, must frame any strategy addressing the submarine industrial base. In the short term, the Navy must chart a course for both increasing the production of new fast attack submarines from the current 1.4 boats to 3 or more new hunter-killers per year, as well as clearing the 223Y. The BRAC commissions of the 1990s cut too many public shipyards. Everyone knows this, but there has been little or no consensus for correcting past mistakes. As a result, the current 1,100 days of delays in submarine repair equate to a capacity shortfall of 3 dry docks for the Navy. The shortage grows to 6 dry docks if we include the 2 dry dock repair teams at Huntington Ingalls' Newport News facility and the single repair team at General Dynamics Electric Boat facility. The Navy contracted the 2 shipbuilders to help with submarine repairs some years ago. Both companies assert that their repair operations don't detract from building operations but rather aid them by allowing managers to level load their workforce, as well as their parts orders from suppliers through building cycles. And this argument has merit. Shipbuilders, however, are focused on new construction as the priority, whereas the Navy's own yards have repair as their primary focus. Basic math suggests that we need a minimum of 3 repair dry docks back in the maintenance rotation with an optimal number of 5, as the fast attack submarine force should expand over the next 2 decades. The commercial shipbuilders should continue to be employed as repair yards, but that does not change the fact that the nation needs more repair capacity than the current industrial base can provide. The challenge is how and where to build additional dry docks for the Navy. The how is hard, because the addition of critical infrastructure generally requires military construction dollars, MILCON, whose oversight falls under arcane bureaucratic rules that require the government to pay for new infrastructure up front rather than over time. There are, however, some innovative ideas in circulation that include using a private commercial entity backed by state-issued bonds to build and equip a new yard, and then lease that yard back to the Navy under rent-to-own terms that would see the Navy take title of the facility after a 30-year period with no massive initial outlay of tax dollars. Conversations with government controllers as well as underwriters in the bond markets suggest this approach is legitimate, but then the question would shift to where to locate the facility. 2 years ago, a proposal circulated to bring submarines down the St. Lawrence Seaway to repair them at a shipyard on the shores of Lake Erie. Submarines had been built on the Great Lakes, in Wisconsin no less, during World War II, so such a move was not unprecedented, and there are both workers and excess industrial infrastructure in the Midwest. This idea was soon set aside, however, in favor of an opportunity along the American southeast coast due to concerns with transporting the submarines up and down the seaway. There has also been discussion about reactivating facilities associated with the former Mare Island shipyard north of San Francisco. The area features 2 large dry docks in working order and still used by the government for overhauls of Coast Guard ships. Yet almost all the rest of the old Navy Yard, the machine shops and warehouses that are essential components for ship and submarine repair, have been sold off and developed for other purposes. Local political leaders have stated that they could recreate the old yard in the aggregate by calling upon industrial capacity across the region to create a modern, distributed Navy yard. But given the heightened security required for the repair and maintenance of modern nuclear-powered submarines, perhaps the most secretive and stealthy platform in the modern military, the idea of spreading security risks across a broad region seems problematic. The other former Navy yard on the West Coast, Hunters Point, which was never a submarine repair yard to begin with, has similar problems. Additional challenges on the West Coast include high regulatory hurdles, tax regimes, elevated labor costs, and resistance to heavy industry construction at this time. Some have suggested that the 3-nation AUKUS, Australia United Kingdom United States, agreement has the net result of creating a repair yard in Australia that will be fully capable of servicing U.S. submarines as well as Australian and Royal Navy boats. This yard, however, is only envisioned to meet the maintenance requirements of Australia's small flotilla of boats, and as such probably will not have the excess capacity needed to handle American overflow, and it certainly won't have that capacity anytime soon. There is some additional repair capacity at the Navy base in Guam, but that comes from floating submarine tenders and not from a facility with dry docks. Rather than reviving one of the yards closed during the 1990s, a new Navy ship repair yard will probably need to be built from scratch, something that has not been done in a century. The most likely location, both in terms of residual capacity for development space and the necessary workforce, appears to be along the southeast and Gulf coasts. State and local governments in this region are supportive and present relatively low environmental regulation hurdles. As such, some combination of congressional and Navy leadership, as well as public-private financing, would be called for, and it must begin immediately considering the threat environment. New submarine construction has met serious headwinds in recent years. The COVID pandemic had a huge impact on the nation's manufacturing and industrial base generally, and the submarine construction complex particularly. Because of the slowdown in submarine construction during the 1990s and the significant accompanying drawdown in the labor force, the nation's 2 submarine construction yards ended the second decade of the 21st century with a small but exceptionally experienced workforce. Prior to COVID, the average experience level within the blue-collar submarine workforce was just under 15 years. During COVID, however, a disproportionate percentage of this workforce retired, dropping the average experience level down to the 5 to 7 year level, depending upon the trade, almost overnight. Planned expansion of the workforce to build not only the Virginia-class fast attack submarines, but also the new Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines further diluted the experience level throughout the shipbuilding industry, even as rigid training and certification requirements to build nuclear-powered submarines remained in place. In fact, production of new submarines dropped from 2 to just over 1 per year at the very point when the Navy's 30-year shipbuilding plan called for industry to ramp up production to 3 fast attack submarines and 1 ballistic missile submarine per year. While efforts to recruit more workers have been successful, today's submarine builders, much like everyone else in the industrial base, face a significant challenge retaining them. Whereas in the past, robust pension plans were in place that provided generous payments and health care support after a 25 to 35-year career at a shipyard, America's heavy industries today, citing the high costs of such plans, have moved to 401k plans, which have the benefit of being portable, allowing workers to leave one job when they want to pursue other opportunities and take their accrued benefits with them. Upstream suppliers for submarine builders are facing similar workforce retention challenges as well. Industry has responded to these challenges by launching an innovative plan to distribute the construction of key components and large sections of new submarines out to satellite manufacturing centers across the nation, seeking production from regions where skilled labor exists in higher numbers. These focus factories, located in places like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Charleston, South Carolina, and Mobile, Alabama, currently provide 4 to 6 million man-hours of labor, effectively another ship construction yard in the aggregate. Once completed, components and sections are loaded onto rail cars or barges to be transported to either Newport News or Groton for integration into new submarine hulls during final assembly. These focus factories not only help to expand ship construction now, they also support the expansion of the industry's workforce going forward by training and certifying new workers across the nation. Any approach to a SHIPS Act should expand upon this innovation by identifying both population centers as well as existing ship construction yards that could be easily adapted for inclusion in submarine construction. While the Atlantic and Gulf Coast populations still retain potential for additional contributions to submarine construction, the Great Lakes as well as the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys also have large maritime metal trades workforces and numerous existing industrial facilities located on major lakes and rivers. Focus factories in places such as Superior, Wisconsin, Jeffersonville, Indiana, and Vicksburg, Mississippi, could also contribute by building sections of submarines that could be transported via barge to final assembly centers. The looming national crisis requires outside-the-box approaches to submarine production. Prior to World War II, several national leaders, including President Franklin Roosevelt, Senator Park Trammell, and Representative Carl Vinson, recognized that the coming war with both Germany and Japan was all but inevitable and began planning accordingly. The U.S. Navy grew from 790 ships on December 7, 1941, to 6,768 on August 14, 1945. But these numbers obscure a simple fact. In 1934, before the passage of the first Vinson-Trammell Act, the U.S. Navy's battle force stood at 320 ships, a number that is some 30 ships higher than the fleet we have today. Under the leadership of Vinson, Congress passed 2 naval buildup bills in 1938 and 1940 that pulsed infusions of cash and demand into the nation's shipbuilding industrial base. Many of the ships, including fleet carriers and submarines that were commissioned into the service during the critical years of 1943 and 1944, were the products of these earlier congressional acts. While there have been several serious voices in the Congress who have called for the expansion of the Navy broadly, and the submarine force specifically, there has not yet been a sufficient consensus to support a dramatic expansion of the nation's submarine industrial base, even though the threat of war, and a naval war at that, has only grown more intense. Also, it's important to note that in many ways we find ourselves in exactly the opposite strategic situation today than we were in entering World War II. At that time, we had a weak Navy but a rather robust industrial base. Today, we have a technologically strong Navy, albeit too small, but one that is backed by an anemic defense industrial base that cannot seem to accelerate no matter how hard we step on the gas pedal. The threats from rival powers grow by the day. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Iran's widespread attacks upon the United States and Israel via proxies, and China's activities in the South China Sea genocide against the Uyghurs, and suppression of democracy in Hong Kong all portend still more acts of aggression. Unfortunately for the United States and the broader West, hostile states have studied our strategies and tactics and learned them well. Accordingly, they have structured their militaries around anti-access/area denial sensors and weapons to hold most of our traditional military platforms at bay, far beyond the effective range of our weapons. As the old-timers say, when it comes to striking Chinese targets or even coming to the aid of our allies in the Western Pacific, we can't get there from here. If China does invade Taiwan, most of our military forces will not be able to come to that island nation's defense. But American submarines can. The priority of American national security policymakers today must be the revitalization of the nation's defense industrial base. We have let it atrophy for far too long. But even within that priority, special emphasis must be placed upon the submarine industrial base, both new construction and repair capacity. Because of the severity of the Chinese threat to American national interests in the Pacific, and the specific role of submarines in both deterring that threat and responding if deterrence breaks down, addressing shortfalls in submarine production and repair must be at the head of the line, or our Navy faces being sunk at the pier. Camille Grand's thought-provoking Raymond Aron lecture sketches scenarios for the transatlantic relationship for the years ahead. Those scenarios are extrapolated, in part, from the European Council on Foreign Relations' well-known tripartite framework for understanding the dominant strains of Republican Party foreign policy: restrainers, prioritizers, and primacists. This organizational structure provides a useful mental map for interpreting the foreign policy debates playing out within the contemporary GOP. Yet because real-world governance often synthesizes or blurs the lines between these three groupings, they are often inadequate guideposts for what is playing out in today's politics. Moreover, the categories themselves deserve some revision. First, the primacists. The very classification seems like something Hubert Védrine, the former French foreign minister remembered for describing the United States as a hyperpower, would have formulated. But to the extent one indulges in the over-the-top, chest-thumping American stereotype that the term implies, the so-called primacists on the American right are in a different constellation than they were 20 or 25 years ago. This is due, predominantly, to the departure of the neoconservatives from the Republican Party. Most neocons have either gone over to the Democrats altogether or are largely apolitical actors, occasionally throwing a political punch or jab, but largely confining themselves to technocratic prescriptions for the world as they see it. The halcyon days of George W. Bush's second inaugural, with its emphasis on the advance of freedom around the world, are over. Today, most so-called primacists toiling away in the boiler rooms of the GOP would describe themselves simply as realists dedicated to maintaining a pro-American balance of power on both ends of the Eurasian landmass. Second, the political foundations of the prioritizers in today's United States are likely weaker than they appear. The arguments they have deployed in service of their position have enabled forces of restraint that will be very difficult to contain in the case of a Taiwan contingency. It would take Herculean efforts to convince Americans opposed to providing security assistance to Ukraine that it is worthwhile deploying U.S. forces into a war for the survival of Taiwan. While prioritizers would perhaps join the so-called primacists in arguing for U.S. intervention under such a scenario, many of the supporters they have cultivated would inevitably join the restrainer school of thought. Much like the global order, therefore, the American foreign policy community is probably best described as operating under conditions of bipolarity. Realists cast as primacists on one side pitted against restrainers described as isolationists on the other. Third, while restrainers have won some notable battles in the early days of the Trump administration, it would be a mistake to typecast the president himself. At heart, President Donald Trump is a populist, which, by definition, means that he is not an ideologue. This is not to say that Trump lacks clear views. His foreign policy begins with border control, for example, where he has staked a clear stand. But Trump, if given the chance, would likely describe himself as set apart from the American foreign policy tradition and occupying a category all his own, that of the businessman peacemaker. Trump sees the world through the paradigm of finance and economics. In an act of mirror imaging, for example, Trump has built the Russians a golden bridge to a better economic future, as one advisor described it, if only Moscow is prepared to shut down the war in Ukraine amicably. As an organizing worldview, this paradigm certainly has its strengths. Yet Trump might do well to heed three friendly observations on its limitations. First, there is a greater shadow of the future in foreign affairs than there is in business. When a deal is struck in commercial real estate, the deal stands and it's done. By contrast, the security dilemma at the heart of international relations endures. In foreign policy, the path nations chart toward an understanding greatly affects allied and enemy behavior. This makes it acutely important to appreciate how an initiative on the global stage might shape the calculations of other nations. Second, Trump, despite his innate toughness, may prove less inclined to draw stark red lines than some might think. In the service of delivering peace, the president is inclined to entertain compromises that would prove problematic. This posture led Trump to strike a ceasefire with the Iranian-backed Houthis that covered American vessels transiting the Red Sea without addressing the Houthis' attacks on Israel, for example. It also led to rumblings before the collapse of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine that the White House would offer not only de facto, but de jure recognition of Russia's control over Crimea. A third friendly observation is that because the president is so driven by commercial diplomacy, he may have less appreciation for other factors that shape the decision-making of adversaries like Vladimir Putin and Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. When Trump looks out at the world, the metrics that matter are trade deficits and surpluses. But America's adversaries do not necessarily see the world in the same way and often focus more on factors like history and ideology. To date, Trump has had notable successes where it matters most: defense spending. He has exposed America's friends and allies in Europe to just enough hostile power to engender increased burden sharing without going so far as to risk a security crisis on the continent. Now is the time to convert that anxiety into concrete wins. One European ally in particular can help him do just that: the Federal Republic of Germany. Trump's second term and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz's coalition government will overlap almost exactly over the next 4 years. Both men are at the helm of new governments that are a whir of activity. Merz paid a big political price for exempting defense from the German constitutional debt brake, with up to €1 trillion in new infrastructure and defense spending under consideration in Berlin. By offering consistent leadership, the Trump administration can ensure that the early momentum in defense spending, including in Germany, leads to European burden sharing within NATO, rather than hedging behavior away from the United States. The latter would involve many fewer contracts for American defense firms, less deference to American diplomatic initiatives, and a soft European neutrality towards Sino-American competition. This would weaken Europe, but also the United States. Of course, the United States can still rely to a certain extent on the revisionism of our opponents to help pull us together across the Atlantic. On matters of national defense, Russia and, to a certain extent, China will force Europe to accelerate its rearmament and buy American. Notably, crucial capabilities that the United States currently provides cannot be duplicated in Europe quickly enough. Take air interceptors, for one. It takes far longer to produce one Aster interceptor for the SAMP/T than it does to manufacture the Patriot equivalent. Another area is software, where U.S. firms often have no European competitor. Moreover, how would Europe organize its defenses if it did go its own way? Who would command those forces, and would other countries willingly defer to a non-American commander? What happens when a cacophony of voices from smaller nations expresses different views than the larger powers do? How big should Europe be? Turkey might have the most capable military in Europe, but it's not a member of the European Union, EU. Norway has perhaps the most fiscal space on the continent given its gas holdings. The United Kingdom, also not a member of the EU, is one of Europe's 2 nuclear powers. These are major structural issues that have not been adequately debated. The lack of resolution surrounding these topics points to the reality that Europe, for all its integrative structures, is still much more a mosaic than a unified whole. Trump, to his credit, has catalyzed discussions and has created potentially productive anxiety. Europe is neither ready nor wanting to go its own way. But now is the time to turn anxiety into capabilities lest we run the risk of a foolish sprint to European strategic autonomy. It's up to the United States and our allies to ensure that the scenario that prevails over the next several decades is one of transatlantic alliance. The Defense Production Act of 1950, DPA, is one of America's oldest and most important industrial policy laws, re-emerging in recent years as a vital tool for addressing urgent national crises. Yet for decades, the DPA was rarely used outside of the Department of Defense and was hardly the subject of major policy debates or headline news. That changed over the last 5 years, as both Presidents Trump and Biden increasingly came to rely on the law for a number of emergent needs. The DPA expanded and hastened the production of ventilators, personal protective gear, and vaccines during the pandemic. It advanced domestic energy security. It helped resolve baby formula shortages. It helped restore hurricane-damaged 4 fluid production sites. And under both presidents, it increased our supply of critical minerals. This year, Congress will decide whether and how to reauthorize the DPA. Despite the law's COVID-era resurgence, Some in Congress have pushed to refocus the law on core national security needs by restricting its use in the civilian economy. Point 6 in a congressional hearing last year, entitled Mission Critical. Restoring National Security as the Focus of Defense Production Act reauthorization, Republican members of Congress voiced concern over how the DPA has, in their view, strayed into non-defense realms of the civilian economy. Congressman Andy Barr bemoaned how the DPA has drifted from its original focus on national defense to address non-defense national emergencies, specifically targeting energy-related appropriations for the DPA under the Inflation Reduction Act. Congressman Blaine Luetkemeyer said he was concerned about the expansion of the law, particularly singling out the Biden administration's baby formula effort. Congressman Dan Moiser lamented that using the DPA for green energy projects came at the expense of our national security, saying that we need to put the D back in DPA. At first blush, it's an understandable reaction. After all, what do infant formula or solar panels have to do with national security? Shouldn't the Defense Production Act stay in its lane? But that reaction misunderstands the origins and purposes of the DPA and dismisses long-held American instincts about how best to protect our national security. In truth, narrowing the DPA won't create a refocused law so much as a weak, short-sighted one. For good reason, the DPA has never distinguished between the civilian and defense economies, and it has been used to respond to all manner of economic perils, from inflation to energy crises that threaten both. The Act has long reflected the strategic sensibility, once commonly understood across our policymaking apparatus, that the economic health of the country and its citizens undergirds our national defense. Rather than diminishing the DPA, Congress should reaffirm, or even better, expand, the law's long-standing authorities to further ensure that important national priorities take precedence over the whims of the market. The supposedly adrift DPA is in reality an adept DPA, a law suited to responding to the wide range of modern threats to our national security with flexibility and effectiveness. Since its inception, the DPA has been, in part, a set of tools available to stabilize the economy. The law's origins can be traced back to emergency economic policies during World War II. To reinforce the wartime economy, President Franklin Roosevelt's administration deployed price controls. With supermajority support in public polls, the FDR administration relied in part on thousands of regular American shoppers as the frontline forces in the fight against inflation to spot and challenge violations of price controls in local stores. Despite enormous inflationary pressure from the military mobilization, after a few iterations of price controls, FDR's intervention worked. Consumer price increases were held to just 2% during the war's final 2 years. After the war ended in 1945, President Truman wound down price controls, which were due to expire by law a year later. Pent-up demand and post-war consumer spending quickly triggered a new surge in inflation, however. Truman, with the backing of prominent economists like future Federal Reserve Chair Arthur Burns, asked Congress to extend price controls to no avail. Inflation continued to climb from 1946 to 1948, particularly for meat and other food products. Truman unexpectedly won re-election in 1948 by railing against a do-nothing Congress that refused to tackle high prices. Democrats gained control of Congress in that election, too. In his 1949 State of the Union address, Truman asked Congress to enact an anti-inflation agenda, including price controls, consumer credit controls, authority to direct priorities and allocations for key materials facing shortages, and investments in productive capacity for critically short supplies, particularly steel. Democrats in Congress then introduced legislation, the Economic Stabilization Act, to give Truman these powers. In June 1950, the outbreak of the Korean War, feared at the time as a potential start to World War III, heightened inflationary worries and created political urgency for Congress to enact Truman's price stabilization agenda. Weeks after American troops entered the war, Truman issued a special message to Congress reiterating his call for stronger economic authorities. Truman's aides then worked with Congress to turn the Economic Stabilization Act of 1949 into the Defense Production Act of 1950, which included Truman's requested anti-inflation tools. Notably, the impetus for what ultimately became the DPA predated hostilities in the Korean Peninsula. The conventional narrative of the DPA's origins as being tied to the Korean War therefore misrepresents that law's true origins. In passing the DPA, Congress determined that it needed to give the president adequate authority to meet these potentially serious inflationary pressures, and that a system of controls must be available both as a restraint and as a ready weapon for combating inflation. The Senate Banking Committee saw the DPA's authority to invest in productive capacity as a tool to overcome bottlenecks and expand the supply of critical goods. In early 1951, Truman's Office of Price Stabilization began administering price ceilings for most consumer goods. This intervention worked again. Inflation fell from 8% to 2%, with the largest price increases concentrated among goods and services that Congress had exempted from controls. Nevertheless, because Republicans had gained seats in 1950, Congress began curtailing the DPA's price controls in the summer of 1951 and allowed them to expire in 1953. In 1970, as part of legislation extending the DPA, price controls were revived in response to more inflation. Democrats in control of Congress expected this authority would go unused by President Richard Nixon, who had detested price controls since his early experience administering them as an attorney in the Roosevelt administration. But with more than 60% of the country favoring price controls as inflation rose in 1971, Nixon acquiesced and announced a temporary price freeze followed by price ceilings administered by a small cost of living council, led by future Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Nixon's price controls initially succeeded in cutting inflation from 6% to 3% by the middle of 1972. But after winning a second term, Nixon almost immediately ended price controls, fueling more inflation that persisted for the rest of the decade. While Congress amended the DPA to remove price controls in 1974, it still gives the president a number of other inflation-fighting powers. For instance, it allows the president to direct priorities and allocations to ensure resources facing shortages go to the highest priority uses, a power President Biden invoked to alleviate a baby formula shortage in 2022. The DPA prohibits certain forms of price gouging, which both the Trump and Biden administrations used to crack down on retailers who overcharged for masks and other critical products during the pandemic. The DPA also empowers the president to increase the domestic productive capacity and supply of critical goods, an authority President Biden used to, among other things, invest in domestic production of essential medicines. The president may also use the DPA to obtain information from industry, including through testimony or by inspecting corporate books, records, and properties. This could be used to monitor pricing decisions, gather information on supply chains, or to conduct audits of corporations suspected of price gouging or profiteering. Finally, the DPA allows the president to facilitate voluntary agreements among private firms, free from antitrust scrutiny. This could be used to negotiate agreements with industry to limit prices and profits, much like the deal the Mexican government struck that successfully capped prices on a basics basket of food and consumer essentials. In the congressional debate over whether to retain or cabin these authorities, energy projects have become a particular lightning rod. Yet the DPA has long explicitly defined national defense to include energy production. And despite Republican congressional backlash to President Biden's use of the law for clean energy projects, President Trump's March 2025 executive order similarly invoked the DPA for critical minerals with the explicit aim of addressing a national energy emergency. And critical minerals are particularly important for the kind of renewable energy infrastructure that has otherwise been disfavored by this administration. Moreover, deploying the DPA to secure domestic energy supply is hardly novel. As early as the 1950s, the Department of the Interior relied on the DPA to respond to emergencies that jeopardized oil supply, first after the 1951 assassination of the Iranian prime minister, and again after the Suez Canal crisis of 1956 to 57, when Egypt's attempt to nationalize the canal threatened the transportation of oil. In 1967, after several Arab countries imposed an oil embargo on the United States, the government used the DPA to refurbish old oil tankers to increase oil shipments from other countries. The DPA was particularly useful for enabling energy investments in response to the severe oil shocks in the 1970s that roiled the economy and harmed consumers. In 1974, after the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, subjected the United States to another oil embargo, the government invoked the DPA to accelerate the construction of the Trans-Alaska crude oil pipeline. In the late 1970s, to further protect the United States from such oil squeezes, President Jimmy Carter began using the DPA to fund research into then cutting-edge energy sources like natural gas and liquefied coal, launching the U.S. Synthetic Fuels Corporation to finance the development of plants to produce alternative fuels. The Synfuels Corporation was not long for this world and was unwound by the Reagan administration. During this era of energy crises, DPA-led industrial policy helped promote domestic stabilization while defusing calls for more dramatic policy measures, like nationalizing oil companies or taking military action against OPEC nations. The DPA has even been invoked to respond to purely domestic energy shocks. In 2000 and 2001, California suffered from a serious electricity crisis caused in part by the market manipulation of Enron and other energy trading firms, leading to rolling blackouts and surging household energy costs. When California's largest utility fell into bankruptcy, the outgoing Clinton administration invoked the DPA to compel suppliers to sell natural gas into the state anyway, an action that was continued by the succeeding Bush administration. There is thus a long history of presidents using the DPA to enhance national energy security and relieve attendant the economic hardship on consumers. What the history of the DPA shows is that policymakers have long recognized that economic stability advances national security. There are at least 5 reasons why. First, the preservation of stable domestic affairs is, in many ways, precisely what national security aims to protect. A broadly prosperous economy in turn funds the nation's ability to protect itself. The American diplomat George Kennan defined national security as the continued ability of this country to pursue the development of its internal life without serious interference. In National Security Strategies, NSS, issued by presidential administrations since 1986, presidents from both parties have struck similar chords. In the first NSS, in 1987, the Reagan administration included a healthy and growing U.S. economy as one of 5 key national interests to protect. The next year, the administration declared that we rely on the size and strength of the U.S. economy as our ultimate line of defense. In 2010, the Obama administration's NSS said, "In the long run, the welfare of the American people will determine America's strength in the world. Our prosperity serves as a wellspring for our power." In 2017, the Trump administration likewise wrote that a strong economy protects the American people, supports our way of life, and sustains American power. Second, the absence of economic stability can reverberate beyond domestic politics and impede upon national security. During wartime, economic instability at home has jeopardized national defense operations abroad. World War I brought on economic tumult in the United States that led to a near-revolutionary combustibility, as historian Meg Jacobs put it in her book Pocketbook Politics, which frequently threatened to undermine the war effort. Consumer prices more than doubled in the 5 years after the outbreak of war in Europe in 1914. Food prices were a particular problem. Before the United States entered the war, it supported the Allies with an increasing volume of food shipments to compensate for shipping losses from German U-boat attacks. These foreign policy-driven exports, coupled with poor agricultural yields in 1916, led to a severe food shortage and rising prices at home that threatened to subvert national security imperatives. Rising consumer prices led to production shutdowns from labor unrest, as workers demanded higher wages and went on strike at record levels, with 1 million workers walking off the job between April and October 1917. After the U.S. entered the war, the rising cost of living was compounded by energy shortages in the winter of 1917-18. Coal supplies were dwindling, and local officials went so far as to commandeer passing coal trains so their constituents could heat their homes. The Wilson administration was forced to briefly order all factories east of the Mississippi closed for 4 days to prioritize coal shipments for ships idled at eastern seaports. This emergency was seen as a wartime embarrassment signaling national weakness and mismanagement. It led to attempts by Congress to seize control of the war effort. The Wilson administration was often slow to respond to wartime economic instability at home, settling instead for rhetorical attacks on corporate profiteering. Administration bodies like the War Industries Board and the Price Fixing Committee resisted calls to stabilize the cost of living, limiting price controls largely to raw materials processing. Because these bodies were created by executive action, industry compliance with price controls was voluntary under the threat of government seizure. Other administration offices like the Herbert Hoover-led Food Administration did regulate the markups retailers could charge for foodstuffs and relied on conservation-oriented strategies, like Meatless Mondays and Wheatless Wednesdays, to counter inflation. The administration's stabilization actions did eventually help ease the country's inflationary spiral. Before the government began intervening against inflation, wholesale prices were rising at an annual rate of 32%. After August 1917, they rose at a 7% annual rate. The World War I experience later informed President Franklin Roosevelt's determination to secure domestic economic stability during World War II. After declaring in 1940 that the United States would support the Allies as an arsenal of democracy, President Roosevelt assured the public in a fireside chat, "This emergency demands that the consumers of America be protected so that our general cost of living can be maintained at a reasonable level. We ought to avoid the spiral processes of the First World War, the rising spiral of costs of all kinds. Roosevelt thereafter embraced price controls and other economic management policies during World War II. Third, as Roosevelt recognized, having robust tools to promote economic stability is particularly important during large-scale conflicts. Mobilizing industry and converting the economy to wartime production will often require suspending normal market operations to give priority to military needs, while restraining profiteering and inflation. In 1951, the Industrial College of the Armed Forces, ICAF, a wing of the Department of Defense's National Defense University, recognized the need for the government to strengthen its management of the economy during national emergencies. Increased prices and profits as the sole incentive or principal motive are not relied upon to induce industries to convert to war production. ICAF wrote, and the country should not tolerate more than a moderate increase in most prices and profits. Other incentives were needed, ICAF recognized, such as patriotism, interests of national security, and long-run industrial well-being. Some form of limitation is needed to keep the price rise within bounds. In his 1960 book, The Political Economy of National Security, James Schlesinger, an economist who would go on to serve in 3 presidential administrations as Secretary of Defense and Secretary of Energy, concurred. In a national security conflict, he wrote, the reorientation of the economy that is required may be so severe that the price system becomes an inadequate instrument to achieve the necessary production shifts. Because war mobilization imposes such a strain on the domestic economy, at some point, it becomes advisable to develop a system of controls to deal with the tensions that arise. Fourth, national security depends on economic stability in a very direct sense in order to preserve military budgets and finance diplomacy. Inflation erodes defense budgets, makes it harder for the military to attract and retain strong service members, and increases the cost of government borrowing to finance any major military conflict. FDR took action against wartime inflation both to protect consumers, but also to protect the military, which had been placing orders for hundreds of millions of articles of increasingly expensive clothing in competition with private demand, accelerating price levels. The Obama administration's 2010 NSS recognized that our prosperity pays for our military, underwrites our diplomacy and development efforts, and serves as a leading source of our influence in the world. And fifth, economic stability sustains the manpower needed for defense production. Workers who lack basic economic security, which consists of housing, healthcare, nutrition, and so on, will be less equipped to mount an effective mobilization campaign. During the Cold War, Congress enacted civil defense legislation on the understanding that defense productive capacity depended on the economic well-being of the workforce and citizenry. The Federal Civil Defense Act of 1950 was enacted to protect civilian life and property from a potential enemy attack on the United States, and created a system for the emergency provision of medical, health, sanitation, and welfare services, among other measures. When it passed the FCDA, Congress explicitly recognized the link between defense productive capacity and civilian economic security. Reduction capacity depends utterly upon the community in which it thrives. In the community sense, production capacity also demands houses within reach of the factories and transportation facilities by which people can get to and from their work. It demands families to be cared for, and places for those families to live in, and enough light and heat and water to make their homes habitable. It demands schools for the children and medical care for the old and infirm. Civil defense was meant to preserve, to the greatest feasible extent, the economic stability of the American people in the event of an attack. As the Senate Committee on the Armed Services recognized, such preservation was vital to the security of the United States, because it will provide the means of minimizing the effects of such attack and permit this country, if attacked, to retain its ability to fight back. That meant ensuring that people had food, clothing, shelter, fuel, social insurance benefits, and employment. The National Security Resources Board, a one-time federal agency focused on emergency mobilization, understood that these foundations of individual economic security were required to enable people to return promptly to productive activity. In the face of the omnipresent threat of atomic attack during the Cold War, the United States saw maintaining secure economic conditions for the American people as an essential component of its national security. When enacted in 1950, the text of the DPA reflected Congress's view that economic stabilization was critical to national security. Title IV granted the President Wage and Price Stabilization Authority, declaring it the intent of Congress to prevent inflation, to stabilize the cost of living for workers and other consumers, to eliminate and prevent profiteering, and to protect consumers, wage earners, investors, and persons with relatively fixed or limited incomes from undue impairment of their living standards. Congress deemed such economic intervention necessary to promote the national defense. The DPA's economic stabilization authorities are important to retain now more than ever. A new era of economic warfare has dawned. Nations competing for industry, technological advantage, strategic resources, and geopolitical dominance are increasingly weaponizing supply chains and taking aim at adversaries' economies in a series of moves and countermoves. Economic weapons like tariffs, sanctions, and export controls are proliferating, while targeted nations seek to evade them via smuggling and cryptocurrency to conduct stealth transactions. Countries are leveraging choke points in the global financial and communication systems, while others create new financial blocks and institutions to evade American surveillance and power. So far, the United States has been a leader in deploying these tactics. But what goes around tends to come around, and we should expect to reap blowback from other countries turning this economic arsenal against us. Already, countries have responded to the Trump administration's tariffs in kind, targeting politically sensitive industries and regions in the United States. The administration, meanwhile, has warned Americans to prepare for economic pain while waiting for tariffs to reshore industries, with President Trump saying that domestic firms and workers bearing the brunt of foreign retaliation will have to bear with me again. If the future of warfare aims for economic destabilization, then tools for economic stability will be an essential defense. As with past instances of actual warfare, Americans will better weather economic battles if they are protected by economic shields. Given the potential scale of domestic economic dislocation, we will need strong policy authorities to cushion against shocks and to fortify our capacity to meet any challenge. Authorities like the DPA's. Simply put, this is no moment to abandon the DPA's insight that economic stability promotes national security. Instead of circumscribing the DPA's economic stability authorities, Congress should expand them. First, Congress could consider restoring authorities to stabilize the prices of economically critical goods experiencing sharp price changes due to abnormal market conditions. This could include supply disruptions resulting from natural disasters, public health emergencies, military conflict, or similar circumstances. Targeted price stabilization would shield consumers from shocks by applying an inflation brake to keep a market disruption from spilling over to affect downstream prices. It would resemble a quarantine to prevent illness from spreading across a wider population, or a forced stock market trading pause following unusual market activity. Or this tool may be needed to set price floors to shield domestic producers from predatory competition by foreign companies, such as heavily subsidized Chinese firms dumping commodities into the country to undercut American competitors. The DPA's existing price gouging prohibitions should be strengthened and harmonized with these tools. Additionally, Congress could reinstate strategic credit controls, another lapsed DPA power. This would be a more precise tool than the Federal Reserve's monetary policy adjustments, where general interest rate changes affect the cost of borrowing across the entire economy. Strategic credit controls can do so for only certain targeted sectors. For instance, in the event of a lumber shortage, credit controls could apply to non-essential construction. Congress could also strengthen the DPA's current policy of geographic resilience for the industrial base. Since the 1950s, the DPA has included a policy statement encouraging geographic dispersal of industry for protection against attacks by enemies of the United States, particularly nuclear attacks by the Soviet Union. This policy could be updated and expanded to protect domestic industry against modern threats. Congress could give the president greater authority to initiate loan guarantees and other flexible investment arrangements under Title III of the DPA to promote and preserve critical, geographically resilient industry in the United States. This would both promote national and economic security by better insulating industry from external threats, as well as geographic equality by spreading industry to more of the country. Congress might also reconsider past proposals to invest in secure supply chains. In the course of the legislative process that ultimately yielded the CHIPS and Science Act, Congress considered amending Title III of the DPA to authorize investments to strengthen supply chain resilience through increased production of critical components, technologies, and raw materials. Congress should revisit that legislation to enhance the government's ability to intervene to protect critical supply chains. But at a minimum, Congress should not retreat from the DPA's historic role as a flexible tool to secure the general economic stability of the United States. The economic origins and application of the Defense Production Act may strike some as counterintuitive and unusual. That's because the DPA is a modern outlier, a vestige of the pre-neoliberal era, when policymakers pursued national and economic security needs in concert. The recent urge to refocus the DPA on narrow defense sectors is to rewrite its history of success and eliminate its comprehensive role in defending American economic and national security. We forget the lessons of this history at our own risk. The threats the United States faces this century will be all the more difficult to vanquish if we narrowly circumscribe our capabilities for strengthening economic resilience. Any effort to rein in the DPA would needlessly weaken both the law and our national security. Israel seems always to be at the center of some political controversy, and this moment is plainly no different. But on the subject of economic policy, the country occupies a place of remarkably copacetic consensus in two important respects. First, Israel is widely renowned for its outsized role in global innovation. It leads all nations in R&D spending as a share of GDP. Its high-tech sector accounts for 10% of employment, double the typical level for a developed economy, and 43% of exports, allowing the tiny and isolated nation to maintain a healthy trade surplus. Tel Aviv is recognized frequently as one of the world's top innovation ecosystems, supporting an unrivaled level of startup activity. Second, everyone agrees how a desert nation of refugees, under constant attack, accomplished this miracle with industrial policy. The aggressive role of public investment and direction in building Israel's innovation ecosystem is not itself surprising. Indeed, that's exactly how such ecosystems usually emerge, as Wells King has shown was the case for Silicon Valley. But that fact usually prompts angry denials from market fundamentalists committed to an economic narrative built on creative destruction and permissionless innovation, with which government only interferes. For Israel, perhaps because the evidence is so irrefutable and the outcome so remarkable, reality goes largely unquestioned. Yuri Gabay, CEO of Israel's Startup Nation Policy Institute, provides a representative assessment. Dismissing explanations grounded in the nation's mandatory military service, the elusive Jewish entrepreneurial gene, or the famous Israeli chutzpah, he writes, Israel's secret sauce is bold yet pragmatic innovation policies, an emphasis on public-private partnership, and a government entity with the mandate and capabilities to advance policy measures to achieve the vision. Gabay's Policy Institute is no socialist front. The Startup Nation Network, spawned by a 2009 book of that name by Dan Senor and Saul Singer, counts among its supporters some of America's hardest-nosed capitalists. Hedge fund tycoon Paul Singer founded the nonprofit Startup Nation Central and served as the Policy Institute's initial co-chair. Back stateside, Singer chairs the board of the Manhattan Institute, a leading free market think tank more inclined to the liturgy of tax cuts and deregulation. What happened in Israel? In the 1960s, Israel spent less on R&D than any developed nation aside from Italy. The private sector employed fewer than 900 researchers. As Erez Mager, a fellow at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, recounts in American Affairs, state planners at the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Modi, concluded that Israel's economy was in urgent need of rapid technological development and required an accelerated effort in the field of industrial R&D, and that industrial R&D in Israel will not be able to develop fully without massive government aid. What followed was an intensive and long-lasting program of public support and oversight. Israel's Office of the Chief Scientist, OCS, formed in 1968 and fully operational in 1973, played the role of an academic grant-giving foundation, distributing R&D funding without regard to sector to maximize investment and encourage all types of businesses to pursue technology-intensive markets. As one of the first OCS employees later explained, the goal was to create a sort of paradigmatic change in the way businesses thought about what they are doing. We did not really care who, what, why, when, we just wanted to create an R&D dynamic. OCS attached two vital stipulations to its grants, formalized in the Encouragement of Industrial Research and Development Law of 1984. First, products developed with OCS funding must be manufactured exclusively in Israel. Second, intellectual property created during such projects could not be transferred outside the nation's borders. Such draconian measures may trigger fear of stagnation and capital flight in the minds of Americans, accustomed to devices designed in California, but made on the Pacific's other side. But in Israel, they worked, even attracting foreign investment. Texas Instruments and Motorola both came to Israel in the late 1970s and early 1980s to conduct OCS-subsidized research and then constructed advanced manufacturing facilities. In Startup Nation, Senor and Singer tell the story of how Intel arrived in Israel to conduct R&D, proceeded to construct its first non-US fabrication plant in Jerusalem, and in the 2000s placed a company defining and ultimately winning bet on a breakthrough mobile chip developed in Haifa. One of the book's chapters is titled, An Industrial Policy That Worked. Another important provision of Israel's program required any firm receiving OCS funding to repay that funding as a royalty on future revenues, up to 150% of the initial grant. This entitled OCS staff to closely monitor activities within firms, ensuring, for instance, that neither intellectual property nor production were offshored. With grants dispersed piecemeal, so many firms receiving them, and harsh penalties for failure to comply with OCS terms, the government had a powerful means of keeping private sector energies channeled toward productive ends. As Israel's innovation economy expanded, its government supports did as well. OCS launched a startup incubator in 1991 to provide inexperienced entrepreneurs with assistance and infrastructure, and a series of research consortia in 1992 among firms and academic researchers working on the same technologies. Most significantly, also in 1992, OCS launched Yasma, designed to jumpstart a domestic venture capital industry. The program deployed $80 million to create 10 new private funds, each of which had to secure additional investments from at least one foreign and one local financial institution, and $20 million to create a public fund. By 1996, the new funds had more than doubled in value, and Yasma became a model for investment policy around the world. By the mid-2000s, Israel had more NASDAQ-listed companies than all of Europe combined. Following its independence in 1948, Israel experienced extraordinary, virtually uninterrupted economic growth for more than 2 decades. Its rapid development was fostered by protectionist policies and a national industrial strategy that supported the new nation's agricultural and textile industries. But the nation lacked an R&D ecosystem. As late as 1965, it spent less on R&D as a share of GDP than any developed nation aside from Italy. In 1968, its industrial sector employed fewer than 900 R&D workers. Most research activity took place in academia and the military. National defense required a new approach. A French embargo beginning in 1967 forced Israel to develop its own military platform. The need for domestic innovation was underscored by successive economic crises in the late 60s and early 70s that imperiled the nation's traditional industries and conventional political economy. Policymakers at Israel's Ministry of Trade and Industry concluded that the nation was in urgent need of rapid technological development, requiring an accelerated effort in the field of industrial R&D. They aimed to capitalize on the nation's small but underutilized community of scientists in universities and the military. By 1984, government officials recognized the need to go even further by embracing a coordinated national technology policy with an active and unconventional role for government to mobilize private industry. Israeli industrial policy proceeded in 2 distinct phases. The first phase, beginning in 1973 and accelerating in the mid-1980s, focused on addressing a well-documented market failure in R&D and building the nation's research networks into science-based industries. Its primary tool was the Office of the Chief Scientist, OCS, formally established in 1973. Rather than plan the development of particular industries, OCS funded projects without regard to sector in order to maximize R&D and encourage businesses of all types to pursue technology-intensive products. OCS's officially neutral policy meant that companies in any sector could apply and receive multiple grants for multiple R&D projects, so long as they were focused on commercially viable products. As one of the first OCS employees would later explain, the goal was to create a sort of paradigmatic change in the way businesses thought about what they are doing. The OCS placed strict, but common-sense, restrictions on recipients to encourage domestic growth and capture of spillover effects. Intellectual property developed in OCS-funded projects could not be sold or licensed beyond Israeli borders, and all production had to occur domestically. Successful firms that generated sales were required to pay royalties on their annual revenues, capped at 150% of the original grant. Collecting royalties enabled the OCS to monitor how businesses steward their IP after the R&D phase. Until the 1990s, the OCS did not have a budgetary limit for its R&D grants, meaning that all eligible projects received funding. By the 1990s, Israel's scientific community was producing far larger numbers of commercially viable ideas than industry could finance and scale. Israel entered a second phase of its industrial innovation policy focused on the development of institutional supports for entrepreneurship and technological development. OCS launched the Technological Incubators programs in 1991 to give inexperienced entrepreneurs, many of them academic scientists and researchers, the physical premises, financial resources, professional guidance, and administrative assistance necessary to commercialize their innovations. Like OCS R&D grants, the 2-year program was not limited by sector, but it did have selective criteria. Only high-tech products manufactured in Israel with viable export markets were considered. The following year, OCS launched the Magnet program, in Hebrew. The acronym stands for Generic Non-Competitive R&D, to create research consortia among firms and academic researchers operating in the same technological space. Magnet consortia exist for up to 3 years to develop platform technologies that can be shared among the consortium members. Consortia are not limited by sector, but participants are required to license the IP to local companies at below monopoly prices to diffuse new technologies as widely as possible. In 1992, the OCS launched the $100 million YASMA program, designed to build a domestic VC industry through strong networks with foreign financial markets. YASMA deployed 80% of its funds to create 10 funds, each required to secure additional investments from at least one foreign and one local financial institution. The remaining 20% was dedicated to a public VC fund. 23 By 1996, the new funds had more than doubled in value, and YASMA became a model venture capital policy around the world. Beginning in the mid-1970s, Israel steadily transformed from an exporter of agricultural products and textiles to a center for high-tech development. Israel's high-tech sector successfully evolved from dependence on military procurement to civilian applications. Israel's Silicon Wadi became one of the most successful innovation ecosystems in the world. OCS policies delivered on their stated goal of increasing R&D spending. Israel has led the world in R&D as a share of GDP since the World Bank began tracking the data in 1997. Its average over the more than 2 decades since 4.1% exceeds that of the second highest nation, South Korea, 3.2%, by nearly 30%, and the United States by 50%. Israel witnessed an explosion of entrepreneurship and firm creation. In the 1990s, during the nation's second phase of industrial innovation policy, Israelis formed up to 400 new companies per year. For comparison, the same per capita rate of startup creation would translate to roughly new 20,000 American startups each year. The Technology Incubators program was responsible for at least 70 of these new startups each year. By 2012, Tel Aviv ranked second only to Silicon Valley as a startup ecosystem. Today, Israel has nearly 4,000 active startups, second only to the United States, and has the most unicorn firms per capita in the world. High-tech exports drove Israeli growth, and the nation became a net exporter. By 1988, Israeli high-tech products made up 59% of its exports. By 1998, that figure rose to 71%. In 2003, Israel finally closed its chronic trade deficit and became a net exporter. In the United States over the same period, by contrast, the trade balance in advanced technology products plunged from surplus into deficit, and such products as a share of exports peaked in 2000 and then steadily fell. High-tech employment boomed and continues to capture a greater share of the labor force than any other developed nation. After employing fewer than 900 R&D workers in 1968, with R&D spending as a share of GDP below every developed country except Italy, Israel saw an explosion of employment in the sector. In the 2020s, Israel's 335,000 high-tech employees represent 10% of total employment, the highest share in the OECD and more than double the average in developed countries. Israel's GDP per capita is comparable to that of nations like Germany and Canada and above that of the United Kingdom and Japan. The policies that propelled a small developing country to global technological leadership may not translate directly to the modern American context. But their success does offer lessons that bear directly on American policy debates, in which efforts to develop an industrial policy responsive to contemporary challenges encounter market fundamentalism's steadfast objection that government interventions cannot work. Clearly they can. A prominent public role in funding and directing research and development, infrastructure and subsidies to help businesses launch and grow, and restrictions that keep both knowledge and production within our borders are not incompatible with rapid economic growth and technological progress. They are a proven formula for just that. The lesson that Suanpes Gabai has learned is one that should resonate well with American policymakers right now. Technology and innovation are too important to be left to tech companies. The thing about a chainsaw is that it's really great for some tasks, say chopping up a tree, and really bad for others, say performing surgery. We don't support or oppose chainsaws. We try to ensure that they are used appropriately. As Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency wreak havoc across the federal government, polarizing everyone into pro and anti-camps, we are mostly failing to draw these necessary distinctions between useful and harmful applications. Yet the Wall Street Journal's report on Musk's struggle to find and trim waste is instructive. The journal dives deep alongside that great white whale of government waste, fraud, and abuse, known as improper payments. People with no experience in public finance are often appalled to learn the federal government makes more than $100 billion in improper payments each year. Some believe they have come across some extraordinary untapped opportunity. The payments are improper, after all. If we stopped making them, look how much we would save. But improper payments don't persist because no one has thought to stop them. They persist despite waves of legislation to document and reduce them and concerted efforts to recover as much as possible after the fact. Because a federal government that spends more than $6 trillion annually, often through programs that require self-reporting of eligibility or run through partnerships with state agencies and private providers, is sometimes going to make payments that it shouldn't. Reducing them is hard and comes with costs. Fewer improper payments, for instance, often means more inadvertent refusals of proper payment. You know who is really good at avoiding improper payments? Your health insurance company. A DOJ dedicated to the hard work of making government more efficient could make headway on this problem. But it would take time and effort, the development of expertise, and collaboration with a whole host of parties with interests of their own. It might also help if Team Trump hadn't just fired the inspectors general of most of the agencies where the payments occur. Likewise, enormous opportunities do exist to reduce federal headcount. A DOJ focused on reducing headcount could do that. But doing it in a way that makes the government more efficient would require knowing what work does need to be done in various agencies, who is doing what, and who is or isn't doing it well. Instead, DOJ is haphazardly cutting expenditures without even knowing what they are. My favorite example is canceling the legal research tool used by the Securities and Exchange Commission, seemingly because it is labeled similarly to a newswire service. Suffice to say, that won't make the SEC more efficient. As for actual savings, those aren't materializing. DOJ attempted to post a rundown of $16 billion in savings achieved, but the largest item on the list, an $8 billion contract, turned out to be an $8 million contract that cost roughly $1 million per year. To reduce headcount, DOJ is firing just about anyone with a provisional status, typically newer hires who are thus easiest to fire, which is the opposite of an efficient approach. This will reportedly include most staff hired with expertise in artificial intelligence and those working to rebuild domestic semiconductor manufacturing capacity. The White House just announced it is canceling the Presidential Management Fellows Program, which is specifically designed as a pipeline for the kind of high-quality talent that a more efficient government should want to attract. One peculiar line of argument holds that all this should be celebrated for its disruptive effect, perhaps because it helps to reassert control over the bureaucracy, shoves opponents off balance, puts bad actors on notice, and so on. But none of that is in evidence. If anything, the frequent missteps have weakened political support, armed opponents with ammunition, and reduced the likelihood of durable progress. That so many actions have been reversed, employees rehired, and estimates restated further suggests sloppiness, rather than a plan. And the closer the process gets to more sensitive and popular functions of the government, the greater the risk of a more catastrophic backfire. I think something much simpler is probably going on, which is a fundamental failure to distinguish between easy problems and hard ones. Some challenges are the straightforward result of policy choices. If you want a different result, just make a different choice. Let's say the federal government is spending enormous amounts on foreign aid and channeling much of it to progressive NGOs, and you want to cancel all that. You can, in fact, do it. There will be disruption and controversy, but if you're willing to stomach all that, there's an easy button that you can press. Let's say agencies are putting employees through DEI trainings, and you want them to stop. Press the button. Let's even say millions of illegal immigrants are pouring over the border because the previous administration has made it national policy to welcome them in. Yes, the media and the experts will insist that this is an intractable and multifaceted problem driven by forces like climate change. But you really can just change the policy. And if it was the policy creating the problem, changing it will indeed deliver border security overnight. Many people will look extremely foolish. You will have a major victory to savor. Identifying such situations and pushing the button with gusto has been one of the keys to President Trump's broad appeal. Where most political figures worry about the downsides and the blowback and lean toward half measures and gradual phase-downs and compromises, Trump relishes tuning out all that. You don't have to agree with his objectives. You don't have to agree with the cost-benefit analysis that leads him to choose the unflinching approach. But you do have to concede the internal coherence. There is a plan, and it is accomplishing what he wants it to accomplish. Some of Doge's work falls clearly within this framework, and Trump's supporters are understandably delighted. But other parts don't. Many of the most intractable problems in government are hard problems. They aren't just a matter of choosing policy, but depend upon reforming process or grappling with painful trade-offs. We don't have improper payments because some president issued an executive order encouraging them. We have them despite everyone's desire to end them. We have an enormous budget deficit because we have committed to providing generous health and retirement benefits to hundreds of millions of Americans but not to raising the tax revenue necessary to cover the cost, and changing either side of that equation is politically unpopular. The mistake that some in the administration seem to be making, with Doge a prime example, is to assume that all problems are easy problems solvable by edict or by just doing the opposite of what has been done before. Insofar as the constraints are technical, the strategy is likely to make things worse. Insofar as there are trade-offs, disregarding them is going to waste enormous amounts of political capital. This is why most administrations proceed down parallel tracks. A day one agenda of policy changes that can be achieved by executive order, and a first 100 days agenda that anticipates time for appointees to be confirmed, plans to be created and vetted, and balls to start rolling. Compounding excess faith in the easy button, the many false starts and stalled initiatives of the first Trump term have further heightened the pressure to make everything a day one project, and the result has been both rapid positive progress in the areas amenable to it and a widening morass elsewhere. One notable exception is the Department of Defense, where Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed the Pentagon to identify 8% in achievable savings over each of the next 5 years that could be reallocated toward new defense priorities. That's how strategic budgeting and improved efficiency is supposed to look. The good news is that Trump has historically shown himself highly attuned to what is politically achievable and what is politically unwise, and he seems unlikely to allow Doge to run wild beyond the point of diminishing returns. Musk has shown no such judgment, which likely puts an expiration date on his time in the president's favor. The return of Congress from its August recess brings a critical inflection point for President Trump, who has used the first phase of his second term to swing a wrecking ball through the American establishment with astonishing speed and force. From MAGA enthusiasts to no kings protesters, whether one sees outdated shibboleths justly demolished or a precious inheritance tragically wasted, everyone agrees on the astounding scope of the changes wrought. The global economic order upended, the border secure and deportations underway, foreign aid programs gutted and entire agencies shuttered, Ivy League universities brought to heel. But what now? Each of these actions was a necessary first step toward the kind of reform championed by the administration's officials and supporters. New trading relationships cannot take form until partners accept that the old arrangements are over. Employers will not begin thinking about how to create jobs that Americans will do until they lose easy access to a supply of illegal and easily exploited workers who will take jobs that Americans won't. Universities have shown for a decade that enough money on the line will send them scurrying to develop a new campus in Qatar, but no amount of criticizing and cajoling would move them 1 inch closer to the cultural mores or economic priorities of the nation on which they depend. Watching the demolition was thrilling for those fed up with the old and eager for the new. And though the economy shows some signs of slowing, prices have risen less than expected and the unemployment rate remains low. Despite dark predictions from the president's harshest detractors, the assembly lines have not ground to a halt, the crops are not rotting in the fields, and the Social Security checks continue to arrive on time. It's the next stage, however, that will define Mr. Trump's legacy. Can he and his administration move past the demolition, clear the debris, and, well, build back better? The pain imposed thus far has been intentional, is proving tolerable, and will be well worth the cost if it helps to move the economy and various national institutions onto a stronger long-term trajectory. But without follow-through, the nation will see the pain without much gain. Does he have the will to pursue his promise of a new golden age for American workers and their families? While Mr. Trump owes his political success to reorienting the Republican Party toward working-class priorities, his own priorities have often appeared to lie elsewhere. His first-term tax cuts, extended at immense cost in his signature domestic policy law, were taken straight from the old GOP playbook. His cryptocurrency push serves the narrowest of special interests. Yet the past 6 months have demonstrated that where the president identifies a priority, this administration is fully capable of providing detailed policy and coordinating complex execution. He can deliver on the vision he was elected to pursue if he can minimize the chaos and provocation and elevate making America great again from a slogan to his animating project. The president has promised to reshore manufacturing, restore balanced trade, and counter China's industrial dominance. This would have been impossible under a World Trade Organization that tolerated wild distortions in the international economy and turned a blind eye especially to China's abuses. But if Mr. Trump has succeeded in rendering the WTO irrelevant, what replaces it? Right now, we have a series of provisional bilateral agreements at varying tariff rates facing serious legal challenges, hinging on ill-defined investment commitments that the president seeks to direct himself. Negotiations in that direction were a necessary step, but an allied bloc ready to counter China's scale will not form, and corporations ready to rebuild the American industrial base will not invest until the ground stops shifting and the new model becomes clear. The Trump administration will need to stitch together and harmonize the various agreements, work through Congress to establish permanent legislated tariff rates, and finally, articulate a clear plan for decoupling from China, for the United States itself, and for the other countries in the emerging U.S.-centered trading bloc. The president's effort at collecting investment commitments will need to translate into foreign corporations building new factories on U.S. soil if it is to foster productive enterprises rather than boondoggles. His idea for a sovereign wealth fund that uses public funds for private sector investments will need to be codified by Congress and given a clear goal of developing sectors where leadership is vital to future innovation, resilient supply chains, and national security. All these steps have been made easier by the work already done. As recently as last year, key partners would have been unlikely to accept a permanent trading bloc that requires balanced trade and exclusion of Chinese investment and supply chains. Compared with where things stand today, the arrangement is a plausible and appealing one. Likewise, the Trump-Vance platform's call for a 10% global minimum tariff and for moving from permanent normal trade relations with China to tariffs of 50% to 60% would long have seemed impossible. Now they have much-deserved bipartisan legislative support, and markets seem to have adapted already. The Secure Trade Act, introduced recently by Representative Jared Golden, Democrat of Maine, and Representative Greg Steube, Republican of Florida, would place the new tariff regime on sound footing. Still, while such moves would all be consistent with Mr. Trump's agenda, many conflict with his instincts, at least some of the time. On China, for instance, he has taken a hard line in some contexts but seemed desperate to strike a deal in others. One minute he is restricting the sale of advanced semiconductors from NVIDIA. The next he is licensing the sales at the behest of NVIDIA's chief executive. His administration has pressed allies to exclude China from their supply chains, but he has suggested he would welcome Chinese firms setting up shop to manufacture in the United States. The best example of the targeted investment he wants to spur in vital industries is the CHIPS and Science Act, the bipartisan Biden-era legislation that is succeeding in bringing advanced semiconductor manufacturing back to the United States. But Mr. Trump criticizes that effort at every opportunity, even despite his administration's support for similar legislation on shipbuilding and the Pentagon's recent unprecedented investment in a rare earths company. A parallel story is playing out on immigration, where the administration's success in securing the border and initiating large-scale deportations has fundamentally shifted the political terrain. The question is no longer whether enforcement will happen, but how. To steadily reduce the population of undocumented immigrants and create better labor market conditions for American workers, the government needs a mandatory system for businesses to check the legal status of employees and harsh penalties against employers who fail to do so. Compared with the chaotic alternative of ad hoc site-by-site raids, this offers a more gradual, civil, and efficient approach to enforcing the law that even some Democrats and influential groups like labor unions may be interested in pursuing. Here, too, the administration's inclinations have cut both ways. On some days, immigration and customs enforcement has targeted work sites with aggressive raids. On others, the president has floated grants of amnesty to workers when employers would find it convenient to retain the cheap labor, or touchback provisions to briefly send some immigrants to their home countries and then welcome their return. In response to complaints of labor shortages in agriculture and hospitality especially, Mr. Trump has also indicated an interest in expanding the temporary visa programs that allow employers to rely on foreign seasonal workers. But pressure on employers was supposed to be the point, at least in labor market terms. Relieving it would once again leave American workers out in the cold. Landing the plane, in the administration's parlance, depends on creating long-term certainty for all involved. Businesses need to understand what labor market conditions will look like in the future if they are to make appropriate investments in the present. Employers and employees both deserve the chance to make arrangements for orderly departures. Someone who has lived illegally but peacefully in the country for a decade deserves greater lenience than someone who has recently entered or committed crimes while here. Everyone, consumers too, benefits from a smooth transition and time to adjust. Rather than promoting temporary worker programs, the administration should establish a predictable schedule for phasing them down while also supporting investment in new technology to help farmers automate. A more automated agricultural sector would require fewer workers, alleviating any concern about labor shortages. The new jobs would be better ones at higher wages, exactly the evolution that American workers need. In education, the challenge is most straightforward. The traditional higher education system has been serving most students poorly. Shifting focus and resources is entirely warranted. But shifting toward what? The administration has indicated interest in increasing funding for trade schools, but building up new non-college pathways requires a concrete plan. The American Workforce Act, for instance, co-sponsored by Vice President J.D. Vance when he served as a senator, would support the cost of on-the-job training for new workers in the same way tuition grants support students on campuses. Employers could deliver training in-house, partner among themselves and with labor unions, or pay community colleges to create programs tailored to their needs. Public funds, which could be reallocated in part from current spending on higher education, would help foot the bill. Meanwhile, critics like John Ioannidis, a professor at Stanford University's medical school, have been highlighting problems with federal research spending for years. Research grants have been over-concentrated at a narrow set of institutions. Too much funding goes toward overhead. Results often fail to replicate, and so on. Just slashing the funding will not improve matters, but rerouting it could, better accomplishing the administration's goals in a way that might even earn widespread support. Here's an idea. Cap how much federal funding can flow to any metropolitan area, ensuring that grants are distributed more widely. Scientists can all compete for one pool of dollars in Cambridge if they want, or they can consider setting up labs at many of the other outstanding public universities in regions that have been left behind. A common thread running through all these potential transitions is investment in the American workforce. Manufacturers say that hiring challenges are among the key obstacles to increasing their output. To build more housing, data centers, energy, and infrastructure, the construction industries need a new pipeline in the skilled trades at the same time immigration enforcement removes other sources of labor they have relied on. In every sector, doing more with fewer workers is the formula that Mr. Trump should be counting on. It also happens to be the tried and true formula for sustainably raising wages. But it will work only if we build up the institutions, from new non-college pathways to new roles for labor unions, that can help workers take advantage of the opportunities. On one hand, building is entirely consistent with the Trump brand, the message he has been delivering for a decade and the policy agenda he has endorsed this term. It would be popular not only with his base but also with many Americans otherwise skeptical of or outright hostile to his approach. On the other hand, if he would rather search for more outdated structures to tear down, he can surely find them. His administration's prospects thus turn on Shakespearean quandaries about human nature and motivation more so than details of policy design. Gallup reports that Mr. Trump's approval rating has fallen by 7 points since Inauguration Day, leaving him behind every other president since Richard Nixon mid-Watergate this far into a first or second term. The prospect of a government shutdown looms this fall, and the midterms will soon appear on the horizon. Can Mr. Trump govern in the style the moment demands? Only the developer who follows demolition by laying new foundations and starting construction is remembered fondly when he is gone.